A History of Soviet Russia. By E. H. Carr. A History of Soviet Russia 7. Socialism. In one country. 1924-1926. B.B. E. H. Carr. Volume 3 Part I. Preface. THB present volume, which appears in two parts, is the third and last of the installment of my History 0/Soviet Russia entitled Socialism in one country, I9Z4 I9Z6. Both the interval since the publication of volumes 1 and 2, and the length of the present volume, have far exceeded my intentions and expectations. As the work proceeded, I have discovered more and more relevant material which it seemed impossible to ignore, and it became increasingly apparent that this period set a pattern, both in the external relations of the Soviet government with other governments and in the integration of the policies of the Communist International with those of the Soviet government, which persisted for many years and called for detailed investigation. The handicap to which I alluded in the preface to the first volume, that I was working in a field where I had few predecessors and few signposts to follow, has been no less acutely felt in this volume, and must once more serve as my excuse for any shortcomings in the handling of an unwieldy mass of facts. Since Louis Fisher, the Soviets in World Affairs, published in 1930, no major comprehensive work, and few monographs of serious value, have appeared on Soviet diplomatic relations in the 1920s. The Soviet, British and French official archives are still inaccessible. But, where so much is already available from other sources, few startling disclosures need be expected when the archives are opened, and it is not altogether a paradox to suggest that the gravest embarrassment for the historian of Soviet foreign policy in THL's period is the availability in photostat form of virtually the complete archives of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of the personal papers of Stresemann, Brockdorf, Rantzau and several of the German military leaders. More than one decade is likely to pass before this mass of documents can be fully digested by scholars, and, until they can be placed side by side with similar documents from other countries, a certain distortion of perspective is inevitable. I cannot claim to have done more than skim this rich source, but, as the footnotes will show, I have drawn fairly fully from it for some aspects of Soviet-German relations. The corresponding Japanese archives are still virgin soil for the research worker. Similar problems are raised by the history of the Communist International. Here, too, though the official archives are closed, a abundance of available material has contrasted with a notable shortage of serious scholarly attempts in any language to deal with it. Borkenau. The Communist International, published in 1938, was a series of sketches of particular episodes rather than a connected history, and anything published since has been far inferior to it. The only two reasonably adequate histories of communist parties hitherto published have been the 6th preface, Mr. J. Rothschild's History of the Bulgarian Party, and Mr. Theodore Draper's of the American Party, and these were not very important parties. In the 1920s, whatever may have been true later, the Soviet leaders were fully conscious of the enormously superior material power of the capitalist countries and deeply apprehensive of it. Relations with foreign communist parties, with foreign trade unions, and with other groups in foreign countries in which sympathizers could be found or recruited, played in these years an important part in the defensive strategy of the Soviet Union. These are an essential part or the story, which cannot be fully understood without some knowledge of what went on in particular parties. It is this consideration which has led me to stray into what some readers may feel to be unnecessary detail on matters that now seem less important than they did then. I have reluctantly abandoned the hope of furnishing a bibliography for this installment of my history. Merely to list the very numerous sources quoted in the footnotes, where I have provided full references, would have been an unprofitable labor. To compile anything like a complete bibliography for these years would have been beyond my powers without a team of assistants. The student today is far better placed both to identify existing material and, since the coming of the microfilm, to obtain access to it than when I began this work 15 years ago. The bibliography of the Communist International presents problems all its own. Virtually all its important documents were published in Russian and German, many of them also in French and English, though the French and English versions were sometimes abbreviated and generally less reliable, and I have as a rule used them only when no Russian or German text was available. The choice between Russian and German versions has been mainly a matter of convenience. For the congresses I have used the German records, since the proceedings were conducted for the most part in German. For the sessions of IKI I have used the Russian versions, since some of the German versions were not accessible to me. Of the journal Kommunisticheski International I have used the Russian version, which is much fuller than those in other languages. Of International Presse Correspondence the German version, for the same reason. Occasionally, I have checked versions in different languages of the same document, and have recorded in a footnote substantial discrepancies between them. But it seems unlikely that anyone will ever undertake the enormous labor of systematically collating these various texts. I should repeat one technical point from the preface to the previous volume. References in footnotes to Volume I or Volume 2 relate to Socialism in one country, I-924 I-926. The two previous installments of the history are quoted by their tides: the Bolshevik Revolution, I-9 I-7 I-923, and the Interregnum, I-923 I-924. When I began the history, it was decided that each section or installment should be treated as a sporadic work divided into volumes, and that there should be no consecutive numbering of the volumes of the history as a whole. Some confusion has, however, arisen from the unofficial use of Preface 7. Such numbering, Volumes Land 2 of Socialism in one country, I-934 I-936, being sometimes quoted or referred to as Volumes 5 and 6 of the history. The original decision was perhaps unfortunate, but it is difficult to change the numbering of the volumes now, and I hope therefore that the present volume may be referred to as Volume 3, Parts I and 2, of Socialism in one country, I-934 I-936, and not as Volume 7 or Volume 7 and 8 of the history. It remains for me to express my very warm thanks and appreciation to 11 those who have given me generous and indispensable help during the years through which I have been engaged on this work. The list is so long that I cannot hope to include them all here, and must beg them to believe that lack of space alone, and not lack of a sense of my indebtedness to them, is responsible for the omission from this preface of many names which should rightly have appeared in it. But there are some benefactions from institutions and outstand kindnesses from individuals which I cannot fail to put on record. The Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences at Stanford, of which I was a fellow in the year 1959 to 1960, provided the most generous facilities of every kind, as well as the most congenial surroundings for my work, and I am deeply grateful to it and to Ralph Tyler, its director, for a most fruitful year. The proximity to the center of the Hoover Institution, whose library is still the richest repository in the West for the history of the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and especially of its external relations, was from my point of 6:W particularly fortunate and rewarding, and my sincere thanks are due to the director, Dr. Glenn Campbell, the deputy director, Dr. Witold Swarakowski, L.N.D. to Mrs. Arlene Paul and other members of the library staff for all that they did to help me in my quest for material. I am indebted for similar courtesy and assistance to the Russian Research Center at Harvard and its secretary, M.R.S. Helen Parsons, and to the staff of the Houghton Library where I worked on the Trotsky archives in the summer of 1960. The American Philosophical Society made me a generous grant for 2 successive years to cover the cost of research assistance in the preparation of this volume, and I also received a grant from the 20th Century Fund. We enabled me to purchase much needed microfilms. I tender my warm thanks to both these institutions for their support of my work. In this country, I have once again made constant use of the libraries of the British Museum, the London School of Economics and the Royal Institute of International Affairs, and of the microfilm collection of Cambridge University Library, and I owe a special debt of gratitude to the library staff of my own college for their unfailing help in borrowing books for me from other libraries. A few individuals whose bullying help was particularly generous and valuable must also be named here. My ignorance of Asian languages was a serious handicap. Professor Yoshitaka Oka, of the University of Tokyo, has most kindly advised me on published Japanese sources for Soviet-Japanese diplomatic relations, and provided me with translations of salient passages. Dr. Chuntu Suel, a preface. Formerly of the Political Science Department of Stanford University, and now lecturer in history in the University of Hong Kong, checked Chinese sources for me on doubtful or controversial points. Professor Owen Lattimore has given me the benefit of his unique knowledge of Mongolian affairs. Professor W. Appleman Williams, of the University of Wisconsin, has furnished me with a wealth of information on Soviet-American relations, and sent me IES of important papers in the Gummerg archives in the University Library. Professor F. L. Karsten, of the School of Slavonic and East European Studies, Mr. R. P. Morgan, of the University of Sussex, and Mr. John Erickson, of the University of Manchester, have 11 contributed to the arduous process of research into the German archives and drawn my attention to particulars which I should otherwise have missed. Mr. Stewart Schramm's study of Franco-Soviet relations has been an invaluable guide, and he has supplemented it by further details and advice. Professor Ivan Avakumovi, of the University of Manitoba, has enabled me to avoid some of the pitfalls 11s which beset the untutored student of Yugoslav affairs, and also generously made available to me the results of his researches into the statistics of membership of communist parties in the 1920s. These I hope to incorporate in detail in a subsequent volume. By far my largest debt in the writing of this volume has been to Mrs. Olga Heskankin. Her long period of work in the Hoover Institution gave her an unrivaled familiarity with the sources for the external relations of the Soviet Union in the decade after the revolution, and in particular with the early years of the Communist International. She not only placed this knowledge freely at my disposal, but also undertook on my behalf the most meticulous research into obscure or difficult points, and gave me the benefit of her judgment on many disputed issues. More than one chapter in this volume could not have been written, or not in its present form, without her close collaboration. And it is with especially 11 strong sense of obligation that I record my thanks to her here. One other name must not be omitted. Miss Jean Fife, Research Associate of the Center for Russian and East European Studies in the University of Birmingham, not only typed the major part of my manuscript, but earned my gratitude by reading the proofs and by discharging the particularly arduous task of making the index. The next installment of the history will, as has already been announced, cover the period 1926 to 1929 and bear the Tide Foundation 0/A Planned Economy. Work is in progress on the first volume of this installment. I have been fortunate enough to secure the collaboration of Mr. R. W. Davies, Director of the Center for Russian and East European Studies of the University of Birmingham, who will share with me the responsibility for the writing of THLS volume. With this help, I hope that it may be completed after a shorter interval than has separated the present volume from its predecessors. E. H. Carr. October 5, 1963. Contents. Part B. Foreign Relations. A. The Soviet Union and the West. Chapter 25. Principles of Foreign Policy. 26. Diplomatic Anticlimax. A. Great Britain. H. France. E. Germany. 27. Comintern, the Fifth Congress. 28. Comintern and the parties. I. A. The German Communist Party. H. The British Communist Party. E. The French Communist Party. D. The Italian Communist Party. E. The Czechoslovak Communist Party. F. The Polish Communist Party. G. The Bulgarian Communist Party. H. The Yugoslav Communist Party. I. The Swedish Communist Party. J. The Workers' Party of America. 29. The year of LOCAR no. 30. Comintern, THB 50. 9. PAGB. 3. 21. 95. X. Contents. PAGB. Chapter 31. Comintern and the parties, 2, 311. A. The German Communist Party. B. The British Communist Party. C. The French Communist Party. D. The Italian Communist Party. E. The Czechoslovak Communist Party. J. The Polish Communist Party. C. The Bulgarian Communist Party. H. The Yugoslav Communist Party. I. The Workers' Party of America. 3-2 after Locarno P4. A. Great Britain. B. France. C. Germany. D. The Western Borderlands. 33 USSR and League of Nations 45 degrees. 34 USSR and USA 463. 35 Comintern, THR 650-490. 36 Comintern and the Trade Unions 525. A. The Unity Campaign. B. The Congresses of 1924. C. The Struggle at its peak. D. Fading Hopes. B. The Soviet Union and the East. Chapter 37. Policy in the past 60s. Contents 11. PAGB. Chapter 38. The Middle East 639. A. Turkey. E. B. Persia. E. The Arab world. D. Afghanistan. 39 Southern Asia 65-8. A. India. B. Indonesia. 4 degree China in Revolution 67. 6. A. Peking and Canton. B. The ferment at work. E. The forces of reaction. D. The two revolutions. 4-1 Outer Mongolia 83. 4-2 Japan and Korea 86-9. C. The structure of Comintern. Chapter 43. Organization 897. A. The central apparatus. B. The constituent parties. 44 auxiliary bodies 937. C.A. The Red International of Trade Unions. B. International Workers' Aid. E. International Red Aid. D. The Peasant International. E. The Red Sport International. F. The International Cooperative Movement. G. The International Women's Secretariat. 12 Contents. PAGS. Chapter 45. THB Communist Youth International 987. 46 THB Program of Comintern 998. Note A Soviet Military Collaboration 1010. Note B THB Lubnin Schools 1018. List of abbreviations 1023. Inks 1025. Part B. Foreign Relations. A. The Soviet Union and the West. Asterisk. Chapter 2's. Principles of Foreign Policy. T. H. E. Konechin of Foreign Policy as a special form of etivity. With rules and principles of its own was at the outset totally alien to Bolshevik thinking. There is no more erroneous or more harmful idea, wrote Lenin shortly before the revolution, than the separation of foreign from internal policy. In the first flush of the Bolshevik victory, the unity of revolutionary policy presented no difficulties. To foster the consolidation and expansion of the revolution was the essence of all policy, at home and abroad. When, however, the immediate goal of the extension of the revolution to Western Europe proved unattainable, and the end of the Avil War marked the abandonment by the capitalist powers of the direct and open attempt to overthrow the revolutionary government, this simple equation between domestic and foreign policy no longer sufficed. The institution of the USSR of 1923, unlike the institution of the RSFSR 5 years earlier, took cognizance of the special problem of international relations. It postulated the division of the world into two camps, the camp of capitalism and the camp of socialism. It also spoke of the scheme of national traditions threatening the very existence of capitalism. The two basic principles derived from Marxist theory remained unhanged. In the first place, des antagonisms were in the last residential or the determining factor in international relations, so that a permanent reconciliation between the Soviet Union and the capitalist world was unthinkable. This meant that, even though Soviet military power was not invoked to spread the revolution to other countries, those countries were bound, in the estimate of the Soviet leaders, to fear the Soviet regime as the foes of the revolutionary movement. We would ultimately and inevitably destroy the capitalist system. They. I. Lenin, Sakhanovia, 4th ed., XXV, 67. 3. Foreign Relations PTV. Would therefore do all in their power to encircle and isolate it, and, if circumstances were favorable, take active military measures against it. The threat from the capitalist world was a constant factor of which Soviet foreign policy must take account. Secondly, the inherent contradictions of capitalism, so strikingly illustrated by the War of 1914, would continue to prevail, and to provide a barrier to the combined action of the capitalist world against the Soviet Union. Hence it must be a part of Soviet policy to encourage these contradictions, and to come to terms with and support the weaker and less dangerous of two capitalist countries, or groups of such countries, as a safeguard against the threat to the Soviet Union from the stronger and more dangerous. The prevailing outlook in the Soviet Union in the spring of 1924 on relations with the external world contained an element of paradox. On the one hand, the expectation of an early extinction of the revolution, already weakened after 1921, had irretrievably foundered in the German fiasco of October 1923, and been replaced by a widespread impression of defeat and frustration. 1. On the other hand, TB recognition of the Soviet government by the British and Italian governments in February 1924, and the lesser recognitions which followed it, accorded to the Soviet Union normal diplomatized status among the European powers. This victory for the Soviet regime was of a different kind from the revolutionary victory which had been so confidently predicted, and on which 11 previous hopes had been pinned. But it was undeniably a victory, and it helped to shape a new attitude in the Soviet Union to the outside world. An element of stability had entered into the Soviet picture of the world, stability of the capitalist countries, which had unexpectedly survived the threat of immediate revolution, stability of the Soviet power, which was one Carr admitted at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924 that the psychological depression due to the German defeat had an extraordinary influence on our party ranks. Trinad Satis as Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, 1924, p. 332. The Icky report to the 5th Congress of Comintern a month later noted that the setback of the German proletariat represented a setback for many sectors of the Russian working masses and for the RKP, and its influence was felt in the party discussion. Bericht über die Tätigkeit, der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationalbahn for bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 9. See the Interregnum, 192J 1924, pages 250 to 252. Et. XXV Principles of Foreign Policy 5. No longer under direct and constant attack from enemies at home or abroad, and had achieved an assured international position. And this led inevitably to a certain stabilization of relations between the Soviet Union and capitalist countries. The seeming paradox insists in the reomission of stabilization as a goal of policy, even a temporary goal, for a revolutionary regime. But this looked back, consistently enough, to the breathing space of NEP, and forward to the more durable inception of socialism in one country. Relations with the outside world were no longer seen, mainly or exclusively, through the prism of world revolution. Of the two complementary factors in the dual policy of the Soviet regime, the encouragement of world revolution and the pursuit of national security, which had been in potential instinct ever since the days of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty 1, seemed to have established a clear claim to priority. It would be misleading, OC in this change, as contemporary observers sometimes asserted, a victory of raison d'etat over principles. 2. It was a retreat from a long-term offensive policy, which was, in theory, never abandoned, to a short-term defensive policy, which had never, in practice, been ruled out. A stalemate had been achieved. Coexistence between the two worlds would continue, like NEP, seriously and for a long time, 3 though not forever. Nor was the parallel with NEP fortuitous. Never, declared Zinoviev at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, has our international policy been so closely bound up with our domestic policy as it is now. For in the first place, the predominance of the peasantry, which had been the determining factor in the adoption of NEP, was also a compelling force in the reversion to a foreign policy concerned with the immediate interests of the Soviet polity and the Soviet enemy rather than with the promotion of revolution elsewhere. This was one of the lessons of the Polish campaign of 1920.5. Secondly, the establishment of the continuity with the past, of a. I see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923 Volume 3. p. 58, and at 22 Passim. 2c. For example, Survey 0/International Age years. 1924 ed. Age 8.b. 1926, p. 172. 3. For this formula see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 276. 4. Trinat sat ISS Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Partii, Bolshevikov. 1924, PISA. S. See the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923 Volume 3. Pages 215 to 216. 6. Foreign Relations. Point B. Return to traditional ways, of which NEP was also the symbol. 1. Had particular relevance to the field of foreign relations, where the Soviet government from the first been involved in the defense of state interests inherited from the Russian past. In its foreign policy, even more clearly than in its domestic policy, the new regime had not started with a clean slate. The desire to regularize foreign relations, which set in strongly after the recognitions of 1924, meant in large part a rebuilding on old foundations. The entry of the Soviet Union into the community of nations required the taking up of an attitude to international law. The Marxist theory of law had proved a handicap rather than an asset to the Soviet jurists who were faced with the practical task of setting up a Soviet legal system. Xeno-Marxist pronouncement applied specifically to international law, though the theory of law as part of the superstructure of society might have led the strict Marxists to hold that no law could cover two diametrically opposite social systems. But this drastic rejection of international law was never professed by the Soviet leaders, who from the outset offered to enter into treaty relations with capitalist powers, and in fact did so at Brest-Litovsk III and on many subsequent occasions. An initial reluctance to invoke rights accruing under treaties signed by former Russian governments, natural at a time when the debts of the Tsarist regime were being vigorously disowned, was gradually overcome. When the Soviet government renounced the special treaty rights acquired by Tsarist Russia in China, Persia and Turkey, it used formulas implying a voluntary act of renunciation, not a situation in which rights had automatically lapsed. The first occasion on which it formally claimed rights conferred by its Tsarist treaty appears to have been its protest against the treaty signed by the Western powers in February 1920. I see Volume I, pages 23 to 27. 2C Volume I, pages 66 to 73. 3. It would be as rash to draw any theoretically and illusions about the view taken of international law from Lenin's admission, in the C10 said forum of the Seventh Party Congress, that the Brest-Litovsk Treaty had already been violated 30 or 40 times. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3. p. 72, as from Germany's violations of the Versailles Treaty. Similarly, Lenin's statement of 1916 that not where acquisition of alien territory in be considered as annexation, and that only the acquisition of territory against the will of its population can be considered as annexation, Sakhanania, 1960, I.A. no more inconsistent with belief in international law than pronouncements by Western politicians in favor of self-determination. CHXXV Principles of Foreign Policy 7. In the absence of Soviet Russia, to regulate the status of Spitsbergen. In November 1924, in the course of a dispute about rights of access to Rujal Island in the Arctic, Chicherin addressed a note to the principal powers recalling a declaration made by the Russian government in 1916 that the islands off the north coast of Siberia form an inseparable part of Russian territory, asserting that the islands now formed part of the RSFSR, and protesting in the name of the USSR against the violation of its territorial rights by foreigners in respect of certain of these islands. 2. NEP, and the development of commercial relations with the West inaugurated by the Anglo-Soviet Trade Agreement of March 1921, enhanced the importance of treaties in Soviet theory and practice. When Soviet Russia signed the Treaty of Riga with Poland in the same month, 11 her European frontiers were covered by treaties with her neighbors with the single exception of the frontier with Romania. 3. Chicherin, at the time of the Genoa Conference, emphasized the protection for private property rights secured by the Soviet legal system, and at his opening speech at the conference urged that economic collaboration between states representing these two systems of property is imperatively necessary for the general economic revival. 4. In 1924 Korovin, in a work entitled International Law 0/The Transition Period, 5 attempted the first serious Soviet analysis of international law in Marxist terms. Korovin noted, without attempting to resolve or explain, the inconsistency involved in rejecting international obligations assumed by former Russian governments and at the same time asserting rights on the basis. I see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 FL3, Volume 3, p. 158. Klyunikov Isabanin, Melvin Politika, I, 1938, 331. 3. Treaty relations overing the Asian frontiers were completed only by the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1934. When STAHN, in his famous vow on the morrow of Lenin's death, see the interregnum, I9 FL3 I9 FL4, pages 347 to 348, undertook on behalf of the party not only to strengthen, but to extend the union of the toilers of the whole world. He was speaking the language not of diplomat, but of world revolution, as the subsequent referendum commentum showed. 4. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 FL3, Volume 3, pages 360 to 361, 373. 5. E. Korovin, Melvin Noprovo Prokotnik over many, 19 Z4, J4. Hear her pronouncements of Soviet jurists on intimation CJF Triska. And R. M. Slusser in American Journal 0/International Law, LZI, number 4, ed. Ober. 1958, pages 700 to 701. 8. Foreign Relations. Point B. Of some treaty bearing the seal and signature of an imperial ambassador. Point 1. Like all Marxists, and like most Russian jurists of all periods, he rejected any natural law approach, and derived law from the will of states. This principle was not affected by the Marxist doctrine that the state was the expression of the interests of a Das. The doctrine led in theory to a Das view of international law, from which, however, few, if any, practical deductions were drawn. Z. The transition period referred to in Korovin's tide was the period of coexistence between socialist and capitalist states, and the international law of this period was necessarily a compromise between the two conflicting systems which enabled them to cooperate in certain limited ways for their mutual advantage. Treaties, according to Korovin, were the only true source of international law. The recourse to custom and to the Principles of international law was characteristic of bourgeois jurisprudence and had no validity or importance for Soviet practice. Point 3. Though no general attempt was made for so many years to contest Korovin's theory of international law, Sabatin, the legal advisor to Narkomindel, in a review of the book in the Journal of the Commissariat, thought that Korovin's insistence on the primacy of treaties over custom as a source of international law rested on an evident misunderstanding, and pointed to treaties concluded by the Soviet government in which custom or the general principles of international law were either specified or assumed. The result of these discussions was to reduce almost to vanishing point the differences that could be. J. E. Korovin. Melvin Nordnadel Prokotinik over many, 1924, p. 5. 3. What seems to be the sole survival of AC1's attitude to international law occurs in the decree on the citizenship of the USSR of October 1924, Sobranny. Zakhanov J. 1924, number 23, arts. 201, 202. This provided that foreigners C.I. living in the territory of the USSR and occupied in labor or belonging to the working C1s or to the peasantry which does not utilize the labor of others enjoyed. CE 11. The political rights of citizens of the USSR, and that foreigners living abroad and possessing the same qualifications might be similarly naturalized by the competent authorities. But this in practice had little meaning. Any state is entitled in international law to naturalize foreigners living in its territory, and the naturalization of foreigners living abroad would be ineffective unless it were recognized by the state in which they reside. 3. Korovin, Melvin Nordnadel Prokotinik over many, 1924, p. 26. 4. Melvin for Narod Nizil, number 2, 1925, pages 119 to 120, J. F. Triska and R. M. Slusser in American Journal J. International Law, LZI, number 4, October 1958, pages 703 to 704, list a number of Soviet treatises of THC early period which refer to THC principles or common practice of international law. Ch.xxv Principles of Foreign Policy 9. Discerned between the Soviet theory and practice of international law and those of the capitalist world. Among the matters which Sabatin mentioned in his criticism of Korovin as being ordinarily regulated by custom were the rights of diplomati representatives. Much attention was given to these formal aspects of relations with the external world. The decree of June 4, 1918, abolishing the old ranks of ambassador and minister, and conferring on Soviet representatives abroad the uniform type of Palpredel reinforced by a decree of October 18, 1918 on the appointment of insular agents, who might be either Soviet citizens or, where such were not available, citizens of the countries co-earned, remained throughout the Civil War period. The foundation of the tenuous Soviet diplomati service. Then, on May 26, 1921, a formal statute was issued on Soviet diplomati agencies abroad. This played the Palpred in charge of 11 Soviet diplomati, insular or commercial activities in the country in which he resided, subject to the proviso that he had no control over special technical work conducted by Soviet agencies representing other branches of the government. 3. AE Correspond. Ingdiri of June 30, 1921, regulated the status of foreign diplomati representatives in the RSFSR. For the flow of de jure reunitions of the Soviet government in this year introduced a gradual change of attitude towards diplomati relations. The first in the austere uniformity of the system of Palpreds. Erdwin, FO 11. Owing the conclusion of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 3, 1924, the Soviet and Chinese governments agreed to exchange representatives having the rank of ambassadors, thus assuring to the Soviet ambassador in Peking the coveted status of doyen of the diplomati corps. But it may have been the errant embarrassments of diplomati relations with the government of Mussolini 6 which prompted the issue on J.C. The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9:13. Volume 3, pages 68 to 69. 1. Sobrani Alikanadi. I9 I7 I9 IB. Number 78, Art. 823. L. Sobrani Alikanadi. I9:2, number 49, Art. 261. Ibid number 53, Art. 303, a special diary of November 4, 1921, Ibid number 74, Art. 610, dealt with diplomati ears and my backslash, Athomiate of Jitsine the first days of the Argym. As Karakhan in making this proposal to the Chinese government on June 17, 1924, explained that the Soviet government has renewed the division of nations into different ranks and he endures its polity on the principle of full equality. For this note CP 685 below. 60 pages 168 to 169 below. 10. Foreign Relations. Point B. November 21, 1924, by the Presidium of TSIK of a fresh instruction to Soviet diplomati representatives abroad. The establishment of normal diplomati relations with nearly all countries was said to represent an important and valuable gain. We, however, irread with it irritate spiafy difficulties resulting from the fundamental differences between the social order and treaties of the Soviet state and of 11 other states. Soviet representatives were to observe the simplicity in form and economy and expenditure fitting the ideals of the Soviet regime. IT should not be regarded as an AET of propaganda or a volatile demonstration if they refrained from participation in manifestations we were monoreal or contradictory in general to the Soviet regime. Equally it would not be resented if diplomats of friendly states refused to participate in demon strategies of a revolutionary harrier. Point 1. These formal distinctions will easily be drawn so long as both sides recognize them. But, though the desire to regularize diplomati relations with foreign countries had only for the present to predominate in Soviet greedy over the hope of promoting revolution in the near future, the long-term revolutionary element in the Soviet outlook was irradiable, and provided a reason for continued mistrust, where other considerations were not powerful enough to overwhelm it. The institution which embodied for the outside world the revolutionary element in Soviet polity and outlook was the Communist International. In the first years of the revolution, Soviet foreign polity and communist aims in foreign countries were inseparable and indistinguishable. In the summer of 1920 it would have been meaningless to ask whether the advance into Poland was undertaken in the interests of international communism or of Soviet polity, and the Congress of Eastern Peoples in Baku in September of the same year equally served both purposes. Article 14 of the 21 conditions of admission to common term drawn up in 1920 demanded of every party unconditional support for every Soviet republic in its struggle against under revolutionary force. Z. The demand in this generalized form. I. Sobrani, Zakhanov J. I-924, number 26, Art. 223. Communistic International TJ Documentic, 1933, p. 103. CHXXV Principles of Foreign Policy 2. Seemed unexceptionable But, when after 1921 the need to defend the unique achievements of the proletarian revolution in Soviet Russia began to outweigh the hope of extending those achievements to other countries, the charge was soon heard that the cause of international communism was subordinated to the interests of the Soviet state. The answer to this charge could be only that the two causes were in fact one and the same. On the eve of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, LFSD propounded the principle in what seemed deliberately provocative terms. The Communist International rests on Soviet Russia. The mutual solidarity of the Soviet Republic and of the Communist International is an accomplished fact. The spiritual, moral and material bond between them is based on a complete solidarity of interests. And the Fourth Congress substituted for the generalized precept of the 21 conditions a specific injunction to support Soviet Russia as the sole revolutionary power. 3. In an interview of March 1923, Trotsky once more denied the possibility of contradictions between the interests of the Soviet Republic and those of the Third International, since the working class throughout the world is interested in the strengthening of Soviet Russia and the national interests of Russia coincide with the interests of a ruling class, i.e. the proletariat. The German fiasco of October 1923, by postponing the prospects of revolution in Europe to a still remoter future, merely underlined this identity. The development of the economic and military strength of the Soviet Union, now TB primary task of TB Soviet government, was also the supreme interest of the proletariat throughout TB world, since TB Soviet Union was required to hold the fort till such time as the proletarian revolution could resume its triumphant advance elsewhere. No greater setback could befall the charge seems to have been first made by Martov at the Halicon Congress of the USPT in October 1920 and was repeated at the Third Congress of Comintern in June-July 1921. See the Bolshevik RNI engine. 97-9Z3. Volume 3 pages 395 to 397. 3L1 Old Yacht. November 7, 1922. 3C The Bolshevik Revolution. 1917-19Z3 Volume 3. Pages 5-8. 4 Manchester Guardian. March 1923. 12. Foreign Relations. Point B. Proletarian cause 11 over the world and a disaster to the Soviet Union. The Russian question, said Stalin in July 19,241, is of decisive importance for the revolutionary movement 10 the West as in the East. Why? Because the Soviet power in Russia is the foundation, the mainstay, the refuge for the revolutionary movement of the whole world. Thus, to overthrow this power would mean to overthrow the revolutionary movement throughout the world. 1. Where a capitalist government did not adopt a hostile attitude to the Soviet Union, but on the contrary set itself in opposition to other capitalist governments adopting such an attitude, it might be the duty of the workers of that country to refrain from attacking their government, or even in certain circumstances to give it conditional and temporary support, a requirement which sometimes weighed heavily on communist parties suffering persecution from that very government. The main function of the workers of other countries in the new period was no longer to make a revolution against their respective governments, a task already shown to be beyond their power, but to prevent those governments from engaging in hostile action against the Soviet Union. The greater the threat to the Soviet Union, the more imperative did this obligation become. Manuelski, speaking at the 10th Congress of the German Communist Party in July 1925, referred to the new wave of aggression against the USSR, and of the task which it imposed. The chief task which now confronts Comintern in connection with this new period of the development of post-war imperialism is to conjure up in the consciousness of the workers the bloody ghost of war in its fuss stature. This work is no music of the future, it is the reality of today. Point 3. But the argument could as easily be turned one way as the other. To serve the cause of the Soviet government was equally to serve the cause of international communism. I. Stalin, Sakhinania, 6, 265. The objections of the Italian Communist Party to official Soviet relations with Mussolini were an extreme example of this. See pages 168 to 169 below. 3. Bericht über die Verhandlungen der Ex-Parteidigster KPT, 1926, pp. 307 to 308. Et. XXV Principles of Foreign Policy 13. While this fundamental identity continued to be asserted, its diplomatic obligations were a sour and instant embarrassment. When the Soviet government undertook in the Brest-Litovsk treaty to abstain from propaganda against its treaty partner, no body took the undertaking at its face value. Breaches of it yield easily be justified or excused, and the German government itself elapsed at the moment when it was attempting to make its first effective protest against them. When, however, the Soviet government gave the same undertaking in the Anglo-Soviet Trade Treaty of May 1921, the situation was altogether different. The treaty was directed to the serious purpose of improving the position of Soviet Russia in the world, economically and politically, and this purpose, as a long series of protests culminating in the Curzon ultimatum showed, was put in jeopardy by the continuity of anti-British propaganda. The Communist International was now a familiar and much publicized institution. Belief in the ultimate victory of the revolution, and in the duty to promote it by active propaganda among the workers, was the cornerstone of the existence of the Soviet regime, and Comintern was the main organ through which the Soviet leaders could hope to mobilize the support of the workers in capitalist countries in defense of the Soviet Union. The only way out of the dilemma was to dissociate Comintern as completely as possible from Narkomindel and to maintain the thesis that the Soviet government had no responsibility for Comintern, an independent international institution. At the outset no serious attempt had been made to maintain even a formal separation. Chicherin, as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, had been directly concerned in the foundation of the Communist International but by about 1924 any overt connection between the two institutions had been severed, and the assertion that Comintern enjoyed absolute independence, financial, organizational and ideological, of the Soviet government became one of the most familiar commonplaces of Soviet diplomacy. I see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 33, Volume 3, pages 118, Note 3, 120. A.G. Vasidovsky, N.A. Putyak K. Termidoru, Paris, 1931, I. 150 to 151, states that new regulations were laid down after the incident at the trade delegation in Berlin in May 1924, see pages 57 to 62 Hilo, providing for a complete separation of functions. HUD-1 Comintern official was attached to every Soviet mission abroad to maintain liaison with the head of the mission. 14. Foreign Relations. Point B. The issue was particularly acute in the period from 1923 to 1925. The activities in Asia against which the Curzon ultimatum had been mainly directed continued unabated, though they had In fact, to do with Comintern, the activities of Comintern in Germany in 1923 seemed to portend a fresh outburst of revolutionary fervor in Europe. Throughout these years the Soviet government was the recipient of innumerable protests against the proceedings of Comintern and the utterances of its leading spokesman, especially Zinoviev. Sometimes the accuracy of the charge was denied. A few of the protests were indeed almost certainly based on forged documents, such as the Zinoviev letter, or the alleged agreement between the Peasant International and the Croat Republican Peasant Party. One where this resource was not available, the protests were met by the bland denial of responsibility for Comintern which had already been tendered, and repeated, in the reply to the Curzon ultimatum. In a long discussion of the topic with Dr. Francois, the German ambassador, in December 1923, Chiarin embroidered the denial by arguing that no more conclusions be drawn from the presence of the headquarters of the Third International in Moscow than from that of the headquarters of the Second International in the Brussels of EOP Old 11. Radek, who was present, quoted with approval an alleged remark of C. Knight. We reflected the same dissociation between Communism and foreign policy. We must twist the needs of the communists in Germany, but go along with the Soviet government. And Chiarin interjected, Mussolini is now our best friend. 3 A few weeks later, Dr. Francois, in a memorandum to Stresemann, appeared eager to reunite herself to the inconvenient fietutian. The duplicity of Russian policy is a fact with we not only we, but all the powers, have to reckon. The distinction. I see pages 29 to 34, 231 below. 1. See the interregnum, I-923 I-924, pages 169 to 170. 3 Oswardages AMT, 6698/111754-63 J.G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955. Pages 126-127. Rykov told an American correspondent in July 1924 that the relation of the Soviet government to the Russian party was like that of Poincare to the Bloc National, A.I. Rykov, Stat I. Rishi, 3, 1929, 179. A year later Chicharin capped the analogy of the Second International with a reference to the First International. WHH in its declining years had its headquarters in the United States. Izvestia, January 21, 1925. CHXXV Principles of Foreign Policy 15. Between the Soviet government and the Third International. Yonton is to exist. 1. Assurances of a complete dissociation between the two institutions were part of a diplomatic game, and were taken no more seriously by those who gave them than by those who received them. When Chiarin in May 1925, on the occasion of one of these incidents, reported to TSIK, that we saw ourselves obliged to declare only more to the German government that our government is not responsible for the activity of Comintern, and has nothing to do with it, the remark was greeted, asserting, to a German diplomat who was present, with CE appeal of laughter. 1. When these assurances were heaped by the other side, they were accepted not because they were believed, but because it was inconvenient to accept them. Shortly after Brock, Dor Francois' conversation with Chiarin in December 1923, Walroth, who had Suid Maltzahn as director of the Eastern Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the end of 1922, and had discovered the activities of a member of the Soviet mission, engaged in supplying arms to German communists, 12 EOM. Play on the importance of avoiding CEC and Jaffes, i.e. the expulsion of a Soviet envoy. It would be an odd development in our Russian policy, he wrote, so carefully and laboriously built up over the years, if Germany broke off relations precisely at the moment when Chicharin would like if possible to strut across the stage with Mussolini on one arm and Poincare on the other. 3. In February 1924 the Soviet Polpret in Tallinn protested against statements made in the press by the Estonian Minister for Internal Affairs identifying the Soviet government with Comintern and Profintern, and alleging that communications with Estonian communists passed through CE one of the diplomatic offices standing near to the Communist International. The Estonian government duly expressed regret for statements based on confirmed reports, and the Soviet government generously. I Brockdorf J. Rant Round Class, 9101/226799, Roar this memorandum C. P54 below. JSSR, Central New York, Ispolital New York, Komitet, J. Soziva, 3 Smaya, 1925. P45, G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955, P109. 3 Oswardages AMT, 5:1.65/318063-6. 16. Foreign Relations. Point B. Regarded the incident as liquidated. I have hitherto exerted myself, wrote Stresemann to the United States ambassador on June 4, 1925, to draw a sharp line of distinction between the Russian government and the Third International. But this was a piece of special pleading to suit the occasion, and on June 13, 1925, in conversation with Litvinov, Stresemann took a different line. In spite of the difficulties which communist propaganda makes for us at Horn, and although it is impossible for us to recognize the distinction beloved by Russia between the Third International and the Russian government, we have stuck to the principle that the two countries are linked together, and must have a good relation with each other. 3. While, however, few illusions existed about the responsibility of the Soviet leaders for the words and deeds of Comintern or about their ability to control the operations of that institution, another and subtler line of defense enjoyed greater success. Spokesman of Narkomindel sedulously instilled into the receptive ears of foreign representatives the idea that a division of opinion existed among the leaders on the respective claims of Comintern and Narkomindel, which was sometimes dramatized by diplomatic wishful thinking into a dash between party and government. It was in this form that Dr. Francois reported it in a letter to Maltzahn a few days after the abortive communist coup in Germany in October 1923. It will come to a trial of strength between the party leadership and the Soviet government, and I intend, if possible, to push the differences which have come unmistakably to light to the point of a split. A certain disappointment, especially over the proceedings in Saxony and the failure of the putsch in Hamburg, can already be noted here. Whether a healthy sobering up will ensue, we must wait and see. If this occurred, I for the Soviet and Estonian note C. Eliavastia, March 2, 5, 1924. 2 Stresemann Noglas, 7133/148770. 3 Oswardages AMT, 4562/155375, Stresemann Noglas, 7129/147856, 2. Days earlier Stresemann had noted in his diary the remark of a German industrialist that, to conclude a marriage with communist Russia ought to be like going to bed with the murderer of one's own people, and added, the fiction cannot in the long run be maintained that there is a Russian government which pursues a Germanophile policy and a Third International which exerts itself to undermine Germany, IBIT 7129/147850. Et. XXV Principles of Foreign Policy 17. Would bring with it a substantial strengthening of the cautious tendency represented by the Foreign Commissariat. For the present, the hotheads of the party leadership, among whom, besides Zinoviev and Bukharin, Stalin must now also be counted, though he keeps his person in the background, appear to have the upper hand. 1. The diagnosis revealed a profound misunderstanding of the way in which Soviet institutions worked. Friction could and did occur between Soviet representatives abroad and foreign communists. The Italian party protested loudly against amicable relations with Mussolini maintained by the Soviet Polpret in Rome too, and conversely Chicherin during one of his sojourns in Berlin was embarrassed by an enthusiastic visit from 100 German communist workers. 3 differences of opinion occurred within the party or within the Soviet machine, and sometimes led to the pursuit of apparently conflicting policies. In the early years, Radek was allowed or encouraged to try out lines of approach in Germany which were not fully endorsed by the prevailing opinion of the party in Moscow. It was long before the administrative machine became efficient or powerful enough to impose anything like uniformity throughout its vast domain. But no question arose, or could have arisen, of a split in Moscow between CE party and government, or between hot-headed party leaders and cautious officials of Narkomindai. The acute party dissensions of these years added to the illusion. It was widely believed that the defeat of Trotsky, which was assumed to mean the abandonment of permanent revolution in favor of socialism in one country, was a victory for restraint in foreign policy. The proceedings of the 14th Russian Party Congress of December 1925 were commonly interpreted in Western Europe as a struggle between extremists like Zinoviev, who insisted on a continuation of the revolutionary activities of Comintern even at the cost of embroiling the Soviet Union with the a letter of November 2, 1923 in Forskungen 1/TUR Ostereuropäische 2, 1955, 341-342. While accident has made Dr. Francois's dispatches available to students, the reports of other foreign representatives in Moscow are still withheld. It is unlikely that they were better informed, or more perceptive, than Dr. Francois. 2 see pages 168 to 169 below. J. G. Hilger, Where You and Dieter Kreml, 1955, p. 110. 18. Foreign Relations. Point B. Rest of the world, and moderates like Stalin, who supported a realistic policy of concessions to the capitalist countries, and satisfaction was expressed that the view of the moderates had prevailed. One yet this interpretation, as the sequel showed, was wholly misleading. To treat these struggles as the expression of a diverging of principle on Soviet foreign policy was a fundamental misunderstanding of their character. To assume that Narkomindel had a policy of its own or could exercise influence in its own right was even wider of the mark. The policies which both Narkomindel and Comintern carried out were ultimately dictated in the Politburo of the Russian party. Whatever the underlying realities, however, it suited all concerned throughout this period to depict Narkomindel to the world as engaged in a struggle to carry out a moderate foreign policy in face of opposition from revolutionary hotheads, and therefore deserving of the sympathy and respect of foreign governments. In May 1924, Dr. Francois, after an uninhibited, frank conversation with Chicherin, cryptically reported that the inability of the Soviet government to assert itself against Comintern and the Russian Communist Party can be no more categorically affirmed than its opposite. In the following month, Pravda published a caricature of Chicherin tearing his hair in the background while Zinoviev delivers a speech from what is no doubt a Comintern platform. 3 and foreign publicists did not fail to reproduce the edifying picture of Zinoviev and Chicherin consciously working against each other. Point 4. A few months later, the note changed, and it became fashionable to hint that Comintern had been successfully muzzled. In November 1924, the Italian Merciality reported that, while the Jews were ensconced in the emissariats of foreign trade and foreign affairs, without counting Comintern, we as their stronghold, the government under Rykov pursued a policy was more nationalist and socialist, and tense as Muehezadin to free. I see, for example, a series of Arctic 1 ES in LE Temps, December 22, 1925, January 2, 4, 1926. Oswardages AMT, K305/105724-6. 3 Pravda, June 19, 1924. J. The cartoon is reproduced in L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Age Years, 1930, 2, 471. 4 Survey 0/International AF Years, 1924, ed. AJ Toynbee, 1926, p. 172. CHXXV Principles of Foreign Policy 19. Itself from the influence of Comintern. Point 1 Litvinov assured Dr. Francois in January 1925 that interventions in German domestic affairs, like Stalin's and Zinoviev's recent letters to the German Communist Party, need no longer be expected. Z. And Rakovsky told Austin Chamberlain on April 1925, that there had been a considerable change in the Soviet attitude. In the early years after the revolution they had no doubt indulged in a good deal of propaganda just because they were a revolutionary government and not very secure, but they had now other means of defense. A change had in fact occurred. But the change in aim and direction in Comintern from the active promotion of world revolution to the use of foreign communist parties as the spearheads of more cautious policies favored in Moscow did not necessarily make the interventions of Comintern more welcome to the governments of the countries concerned, nor did I loosen. It rather strengthened the ties we united Narkomindel and Comintern in the execution of a single policy handed down to both by the party leadership. The endless diplomatic debate about propaganda had become by this time a symptom rather than a cause of the bad relations between the Soviet Union and the capitalist EA countries. Intervention in the affairs of these EA countries through the medium of their communist parties was maintained from the Soviet side as a means of embarrassing and weakening potentially hostile governments. The quarrel was kept alive by constant protests from the other side in order to embarrass and discredit the Soviet government. The issue was essentially unreal. Soviet security and Soviet prosperity were the theme of Soviet diplomatic relations with the capitalist world. Revolution entered into the picture insofar as it contributed to the realization of these aims, and was now recognized as being L.I. Diplomati, Alieni, Sed Emissaria, I9 UN 935, 3, 1959. 356, on May 9, 1905, Chicherin mentioned to the Italian ambassador a rumor that the Italian government, on the initiative of England, was about to demand the adoption of a measure to dissociate the Russian government from the Third International, Ibid High, 558. Z. Oswardages AMT, 2860/554713, for Stalin's and Zinoviev's letters AD. PU 6 below. 3a Solidion 01 Pape dealing with relations between His Majesty's government and the Soviet government, I9FLI, I9FL7. Command 2895, 1927. P38. 20. Foreign relations. Point B. Itself dependent on their realization. But the agents of Soviet diplomacy and of world revolution, of Narkomindel and Comintern, met on the common ground of an unbounded confidence in the eventual outcome of their efforts. It was Bukharin who at this time most eloquently expressed this faith in a national future, which was also the future of socialism. The revolution has stirred to its depths a country with a population of 130 millions. It has awakened creative forces, which in the next 20 years will astonish the world. 1. This long-term confidence survived throughout this period, unshaken by current apprehensions of danger. J. Pravda, October 4, 1925. Chapter 26. Diplomatic Anticlimax. A. Great Britain. T. E. Anglo-Soviet Trade Treaty of March 16, 1921, the first formal basis of Anglo-Soviet relations, I had been described in its preamble as preliminary to the conclusion of a general treaty. The claims of the parties against each other had been explicitly reserved for this eventual treaty. The letter of recognition of February I, 1924, invited the Soviet government to send representatives to London to draw up the preliminary basis of a complete treaty to settle 11 questions outstanding between the two. Count Rise and Rakovsky's letter of February 8, 1924, notifying the British government of his appointment as charge d'affaires conveyed an acceptance of this invitation. 2. On February 11, 1924, MacDonald, after his first conversation with Rakovsky, sent Hearn a letter outlining an agenda for the proposed conference. 4 groups of questions were put forward for discussion: the review of existing treaties and the conclusion of a new general treaty of commerce and comedy, governmental claims, and counterclaims, credits, and private claims. It was indicated that the first and fourth group of questions were those on which the British government desired that attention should be initial 11y. Concentrated work on the second and third could at the present stage remain exploratory. MacDonald proposed to appoint as British negotiators 3 or 4 senior officials of the Foreign Office or the Board of Trade working under my personal supervision or under the temporary supervision of some other minister. 3. The next 2 months were occupied in preparations. J.C. The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3, pages 287 to 288. See the Interregnum, I9 23 I9 24, pages 250 to 251. 3. This letter will presumably be published in due course in the collection of British documents. Vol. Lupt. I-21b. 22. Foreign Relations. Point B. For the conference, which finally assembled in London on April 14, 1924, the Soviet delegation was headed by Rakovsky, and included Tomsky, the trade union leader, his future successor, Shvernik, Litvinov, Lov, Preobrazhensky, and Scheinman, the president of Gazbank. L. The British delegation consisted of the parliamentary undersecretary for foreign affairs, Ponsonby, and a number of important civil servants. In the interval between recognition and the meeting of the conference, the positions of the two parties had been tentatively defined. The Soviet government would be prepared to make some concessions on private claims, but on no other issue of importance. In return for a substantial loan from Great Britain, this remained, from the Soviet point of view, the sine qua non of any agreement. The British position, owing to party divisions, was less clear-cut. The Labour Party as a whole strongly desired an agreement, was not primarily interested in the claims, and would have been glad to see the Soviet government obtain a loan, though it was reluctant to facilitate this by a British government guarantee. The Liberal Party, on whose vote the government depended, did not feel its prestige involved in the conclusion of an agreement, and was more concerned than the Labour Party to uphold the canons of commercial and financial orthodoxy, but with these reservations, acquiesced in the Labour policy. The Conservative Party had been unsympathetic to recognition, and was generally hostile, both to a wholesale waiving of claims and to the granting of a loan. The opposition was most vocal in influential business and financial circles, though even here it was expressed for tactical reasons in the form of putting forward conditions which the Soviet government was certain to reject. On the day when the conference met, a number of leading bankers presented a memorandum to the British government and issued it to the press. 2. It demanded a recognition of debts, both public and private, restitution of private property to foreigners, the adoption of a proper bill code with independent courts of law. This was interpreted. I. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 478, whose account of the conference is based on unpublished protocols shown to Hearn by Rakovsky. Ibid. 2nd W. 1951, p. 8. See also F. D. Volkov, Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения. I9Z4 I9Z8GG. 1958, pages 34 to 35, also partly based on unpublished Soviet archives. The Times, April 14, 1924. At XXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 23. In some quarters, as a return to the pre-Geno demand for capitulations and access for foreign bankers, industrialists and traders to similar private institutions in Russia, this meant, at the very least, an abandonment of the monopoly of foreign trade. Even if these conditions were accepted, it expressed itself cautiously on the prospect of the Soviet government obtaining credit in the city. The memorandum was regarded on the Soviet side as proof of the implacable opposition of the city to a settlement, and was denounced as such in the Soviet press. 2 days later, a letter appeared in the Times from McNeil, an authoritative conservative spokesman, stating that, if MacDonald had done British claims against the Soviet government, a future conservative government would not be bound by his action. Z. The first session of the conference on April 14, 1924, was devoted to formal declarations by MacDonald and Rakovsky. 3. Sessions on April 15 and 16 were occupied by discussions of the agenda, and the fourth session on April 25 set up 4 commissions to deal respectively with claims and credits, with the proposed commercial treaty, with fishing rights and territorial waters, and with existing treaties. On May 6, 1924, Rakovsky protested to MacDonald against unauthorized disclosures to the press. 5. And it was announced that no information about the discussions would be given to the press except by agreement between the PARTIES 6. A sure sign of difficulties ahead. During May 1924, the second and third commissions made progress towards agreement on the drafting of a commercial treaty, and on fishing rights. The fourth, the mission on the retention, revision, or abrogation of former Anglo-Russian treaties worked so smoothly that airport was submitted to a fifth plenary session on May 15, 1924, and duly approved by it, subject to a protest by the Soviet delegation in regard to the Treaty of October 28, 1920, assigning Bessarabia to Romania, which the British delegation refused to discuss. The I See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I923, Volume 3, p. 359. To the Times, April 16, 1924. 3. These were reported in the British press. Rakowski's speech appeared in Fun Izvestia, April 16, 1924. F. D. Bulkov, Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения, I924 I928 GG. 1958, pp. 43-44. 5. Russian Review, Washington, June 15, 1924, p. 401. 6. The Times, May 10, 1924, Izvestia, May 10, 1924. Foreign Relations PTV. Remainder of the session was devoted to contentious and inclusive argument on the question of claims, governmental and private. 1 year. Nothing seemed to have changed since the days of the Genoa Conference 2 years earlier. As at Genoa, the mutual cancellation of intergovernmental claims was tacitly accepted in the form of their indefinite postponement, though neither side would at this stage admit even this measure of agreement. As at Genoa, the Soviet government agreed in principle to some measure of compensation in respect of pre-war debts to private persons, i.e. the bondholders of former Russian loans, in the form of a lump sum to be agreed on between governments. But this was conditional on the granting of a loan. As at Genoa, the Soviet government was willing to discuss in each individual case compensation in the form of fresh concessions to foreign owners of nationalized property, but refused to make this a matter for negotiation between governments. 2 further sessions of the conference on May 20 and 27, 1924, registered a deadlock on both these issues, and adjourned them for further consideration. On May 30, 1924, the British government invited the Soviet delegation to enter into direct negotiations with British debtors and claimants. 3. The conference did not meet again for 2 months. The interval was occupied by negotiations between the Soviet delegation and bankers, bondholders, and concession seekers. A clear recognition that the center of gravity had passed from Whitehall to the city. Certain results quickly emerged from this practical approach. In the first place, the bankers returned a blank refusal to requests for a loan not guaranteed by the British Treasury. This made it unequivocally plain that the possibility of an agreement turned on the willingness of the Labour government to give such a guarantee. Secondly, SOMI bondholders representatives showed signs of thinking that half a loaf was better than no bread, and details of a settlement were very informally and tentatively discussed. But any settlement depended. If. D. Bulkov, Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения, I9Z4 I9ZBGG. 1958, pp. 46-48. For the situation at Genoa, see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9Z3. Volume 3, pages 374-375. 3. F. D. Bulkov, Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения, I9L4 I9Z8 GG. 1958, pp. 48-51. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 2s. On the realization of the loan. Thirdly, discussions took place with some, though by no means all, former owners of nationalized property, of those concerns which at this time indicated their willingness to consider a fresh concession in satisfaction of their claim. The most important was Lena Goldfields, which had formerly worked extensive mines in Siberia. 1. The discussions with former owners of nationalized property were not, from the Soviet point of view, dependent on the conclusion of the agreement, but, from the British point of view, the conclusion of an agreement was dependent on progress being made in these discussions. Towards the end of July matters came to a head, and Rakowski left for Moscow, evidently for final instructions. In his absence, and after a sharp division of opinion in the cabinet, the government decided to make agreement possible by guaranteeing a loan to the Soviet government, the total figure named being L30,000,000. Rakowski, apprised by telegram of this new turn of events, hurried back to London. 1. After 2 days in informal session in committee, a meeting of the conference was convened for August 4, I-24. This was to prove decisive. When the conference met on August 4, it quickly registered agreement on the proposed commercial treaty. Its most significant clause was one which accorded diplomatized status and immunities to the head of the Soviet trade delegation and to a limited number, to be specified later, of his staff. 3. The conference also approved. Succinct accounts of these discussions from Soviet sources are in L. Fisher, The S. Subjects in World Age Years, 1932, 482-488, and F. D. Bulkov, Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения, I-924 I-928 GG. 1958, pages SI-53. These can be supplemented from the British press. A full account cannot be written till both British and Soviet records are made available. The Soviet negotiators attached particular importance to the discussions about concessions, partly because this was a means of attracting foreign capital, and partly because they believed that the influence of the potential concessionaires would be decisive for the negotiations on the British side. A penciled note passed by Kursin to Trotsky at a meeting in Moscow on July 12, 1924, and preserved in the Trotsky Archives, T. 827, expressed the opinion that the concessionaires were many times more influential than the bondholders. But Kursin had always been a strong advocate of the concessions policy. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Age Years, 1932, 483. J. The Soviet-Italian Treaty of February 7, 1924, see the interregnum. I-9FL3 I-924, p. 251, was the first to accord extraterritorial status to a Soviet trade delegation. Thereafter this became accepted practice. The Soviet-Swedish Commercial Treaty of March 15, 1924, was exceptional in 2 respects. It did not accord extraterritorial rights to the Soviet trade delegation, and did. Foreign Relations PTV. Chapters 1, Validity of past treaties, 2, Fisheries, and 4, Mutual undertaking to abstain from hostile propaganda, of the proposed general treaty. The contentious issues were concentrated in Chapter 3, Claims and Loan, which in its final form amounted to little more than an agreement to agree. It provided for the conclusion of a further treaty which would embody terms of the settlement to be agreed on between the Soviet government and the bondholders. This further treaty would, however, be concluded only when satisfaction had been given to former owners of nationalized property in their separate negotiations with the Soviet government, and it was only when this treaty had been concluded that the British government would at last recommend Parliament to enable them to guarantee the interest and sinking fund of a loan to be issued by the Soviet government. When everything else was settled, major trouble arose over the extent of the satisfaction which would have to be accorded to former property owners before the further treaty could be concluded. No agreed formula on this point could be found. After sitting continuously for 20 hours, the conference broke up on the early morning of August 5, 1924, with an announcement of the failure of the negotiations. 1. At this juncture, a group of prominent British politicians of the left, Morrell, Lansbury, Furiel, and Walhead, intervened both with Ponsonby and with Rakowski in an attempt to bridge the gap. 2. The conference met again on August 6, 1924, and this time agreement was reached on a formula by which the further treaty would include an agreed settlement of not a how Sweden to claim MFN treatment vestigious countries which had recognized the Soviet Union de jure before February 15, 1924, SSSR, Spornik. Diestwieszych Dogovorov, Soglashiny, Konvencji, I2, 1928, number 92. Pages 267 to 270. 1. For a Soviet account of this meeting, CF Volkov, Anglo-Sovietsky, Etnashiniya, I9Z4 I9Z8GG. 1958, pages 66 to 69. An account of these moves was given by Morrell in Forward, August 23, 1924. The episode quickly became a legend. Kamina, speaking a month later at a party meeting in Leningrad, C1 aimed on the authority of a press report that Purcell and other trade union leaders had extremely thorny conversation with MacDonald, Snowden, and Walhead, and that THC treat, I had been saved through the intervention of the trade union leaders, El Kamina. Stat, Rishi, 11, 1929, 59 to 60. Shortly afterwards he told the Komsomol Central Committee that the treaty had been signed under the big stick of the workers, Ibid 11, 91. At XXVI diplomatic anticlimax. Pretty claims other than those directly settled by the government of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. This safeguarded the Soviet principle of direct settlement with former owners, and at the same time left the British government free to reopen the issue in regard to any unsettled claim if it so desired. The treaty was signed in this form, together with the commercial treaty, on August 8, 1924. The Anglo-Soviet conference ended with a formal session on August 12, in the course of which Rakowski read a general statement on Soviet foreign policy. This emphasized the desire of the Soviet government to maintain peace and remove the causes of war. For the Balkans, often a source of war, in the past, a federal solution was advocated. As regards the Yugoslavs, Croatia, Slovenia, Montenegro, Macedonia, Dalmatia, and Serbia should 11 enjoy autonomy within the federation. The Dobruja should be restored by Romania to Bulgaria, which should also obtain access to the sea. The frontiers of Hungary with Czechoslovakia and Romania should be settled in accordance with the principles of self-determination. The Soviet government categorically refused to recognize Romania's annexation of Bessarabia. Bessarabia is and remains, first and foremost, from the standpoint of international law, a territory belonging to the Soviet Union. The Bessarabian people alone can change this historical fact. Besides Bessarabia, the population of Bukovina must be given the right to decide its own fate. Finally, the statement protested against the Polish annexation of East Galicia in defiance of the wishes of the population, of which 70% was Ukrainian. 2. The signature of the treaty was received with relief and satisfaction in Moscow. A communique of Nargomindel welcomed it as laying the foundations of a new relation between the USSR and the greatest world capitalist power. 3. Kamina in speeches of August 20th and August 22nd, 1924, described it as indubitably a general treaty between Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Union. 0/Soviet Socialist Republics, Command 2260, 1924, the final British draft on which negotiations broke down on August 5th had already been published as Command ZS3. 1924, Treaty 0/Commerce and Navigation between Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Union. 0/Soviet Socialist Republics, EMD. 2261, 1924. 2. For the text of the statement see International Presse Correspondence. Number 113, August 26, 1924, pages 1467 to 1469. 3. Izvestia, August 10, 1924. 28. Foreign Relations. Point B. Turning point in the whole world situation of our Union, and as an international act in which the full equality of rights of our political and economic system with the system of the greatest political world power is guaranteed. Point 1. In London the reception of the treaty was such as to throw immediate doubts on the prospect of ratification. The signature unleashed a flood of public protests from British financial and commercial institutions. More directly threatening obstacles were the division in the Labour Party itself on the desirability of a guaranteed loan, and the uncertain position of the Liberal Party. When the agreement on the treaty was announced in the House of Commons on August 6, 1924, Lloyd George, while not formally committing himself, appeared to be numbered among the critics. See, the attitude of the Liberal Party remained in doubt till the latter part of September, when Grey and Asquith both declared against the treaty. An official Liberal motion to reject the treaty was handed in on October 1924, the day after the House of Commons assembled. 3. From this moment MacDonald could only ride for a fall and test the fortunes of his party at fresh elections. The treaty never actually came up for discussion, since the government was defeated on October 8, 1924, on a vote of censure condemning the withdrawal of a prosecution of Campbell, editor of the Communist Workers' Weekly, for alleged incitement to mutiny in the army. 4. On the following day Parliament was dissolved, the general election being fixed for October 29. TSIK, which sat in Moscow during this interval, kept the issue discreetly open. It pronounced the treaty to be the limit of concessions on the side of the USSR, to which the Soviet government consented, because it was dealing with a government associated with the English working class, and decided to adjourn the question of ratification and refer it to the Presidium. S. J. L. Kamina, Stat I. Rishi, 11, 1929, I. 3. Z. House 0/Commons, 5th Series, Kolsky, 3°31-3°36. 3. The Times, October 2, 1924. 4. The appeal to soldier in the Workers' Weekly, July 2, 1924, was to let it be known that, neither in the class war nor in the military war, will you turn your guns on your fellow workers. The intention to prosecute was announced in the House of Commons on August 6, 1924, and abandoned a week later. The importance attached to the affair was clearly a reflection of political excitement over the Anglo-Soviet treaty. 5. Post in Oakland, a TSIK Soil SSR, 1924, p4. CHXXVI diplomatic anticlimax 29. 4 days before the election, a new element was injected into this already heated situation in the form of the famous Zinoviev letter. A copy of this letter, which purported to have been written by Zinoviev as president of the Presidium of Akizu, The Central Committee of the CPG band was dated September 15, 1924, was received by the Foreign Office on October 10, the day after the dissolution of Parliament. The recriminations about its authenticity which followed its publication were, as usual, inconclusive. It is unlikely that any official record of the source, or sources from which it was obtained has been preserved, or will ever be published. The balance of internal evidence is against its authenticity. Rakowski drew attention to its use of the anoma Love's phrase Third Communist International. The institution was officially called the Communist International and was often popularly known as the Third International, but the two designations were not normally combined, and to the non-existent title of President of the Presidium conferred on Zinoviev. Zinoviev alleged that on the date of the letter, September 15, he had been on vacation in Kislovodsk. To a more substantial objection was that half the letter was devoted to exhortations to the CPGB to carry on subversive work in the army. These passages, which recalled the now notorious Camp Bell case, and repeated a familiar item in the program of common turn for foreign communist parties, three were naturally calculated to. The document first reached the Foreign Office through the Secret Service. Johnson Hicks spoke delicately of the sources which this country has in foreign lands, and concluded that it would be impossible, for reasons of safety to individual life, that the names of the people who produced this evidence should be given. House 0/Commons, 5th Series, L6, 3IO3N. Austin. Chamberlain openly referred to the Secret Service, and said of the document, "We know its whole course from its origin until it reached our hands." He added that later 3 further copies reached the Foreign Office from unspecified sources, Ibid L6, 674. In March 1928 a certain Conrad Donald Thurn informed Baldwin that he was the person who had communicated the Zinoviev letter both to the Foreign Office and to the Daily Mail, CP 30, note 1. Below, and that he obtained it from an unnamed person in close touch with communist circles in this country. Ibid CCXV, 70-71. This and other points were made by Zinoviev in an interview given to representatives of the foreign press in Moscow on October 27, 1924, Pravda. October 28, 1924. 3. The injunction to carry on persistent and regular propaganda and organizational work in bourgeois armies had been repeated at the 5th Congress of Comintern in July 1924, Kommunisticheski Internationalby Dokument CLKH. 1933, p. 41. 3 degrees. Foreign Relations PTV. Excite a maximum of prejudice against the supposed author of the letter, and would therefore appeal to an anti-Soviet forger. But, in a letter professedly designed to win support for the ratification of the Anglo-Soviet treaty, this emphasis lacked plausibility. If, as seems likely, the letter was a forgery, it does not follow that the British officials through whose hands it passed recognized it as such. The Russian section of the British Intelligence Service was staffed at this time mainly by British subjects formerly resident in Russia, whose desire to believe anything discreditable to the Bolsheviks often outran their critical faculty. The letter reached MacDonald for the first time on October 16, 1924 in Manchester, where he was in the thick of his election campaign. It was apparently accompanied by minutes from the Foreign Office to the effect that, if the authenticity of the letter was established, it should be published and a protest sent to Rakowski. MacDonald cautiously minuted that the greatest care would have to be taken in discovering whether the letter was authentic or not, but that, if authentic, it should be published, and that in the meanwhile a draft should be made of a note of protest to Rakowski. On October 21, 1924, the draft was dispatched from the Foreign Office to MacDonald's headquarters in Abrevon, where he received it on his return from a speaking tour in the early hours of October 23. On that day he made some minor corrections in the draft note, which, taking for granted the authenticity of the Zinoviev letter, a copy of which was to be enclosed, protested energetically against this direct interference from outside in British domestic affairs, and requested the observations of your government on the subject without delay. The draft returned to the Foreign Office on October 24, 1924, without specific instructions, HUD with MacDonald's amendments and MacDonald's initials in the margin. This was interpreted as a mark of assent. With a haste, sir, surprisingly at variance with the leisurely pace at which the previous exchanges had been conducted, the note with its enclosure was dispatched to Rakowski on the same day, bearing the signature of Gregory, the head of the Northern Department, on behalf of the Secretary of State. The course of events leading up to the dispatch of the note to Rakowski was narrated in MacDonald's speech at Cardiff on October 27, 1924 IE 4. XXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 3-1. Rakowski replied on the following date announcing the Zinoviev letter as a gross forgery and an audacious attempt to prevent the development of friendly relations between the two countries, and regretting that the Foreign Office had not approached Hearn for an explanation for polishing the document. 1. 2 days later Rykov gave an account of the incident to TSIK, denouncing the letter as a forgery, drawing no special conclusions. 2. On the same day Rakowski handed to the Foreign Office a further note containing a direct message from Litvinov, Deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. This demanded an adequate apology and punishment of Hof private and official persons. The General Election, The Times, October 28, 1924, for the text of the note, and its enclosure see The Times, October 25, 1924, or its election 0/papers, dealing with the relations between His Majesty's government and the Soviet government, I9Z II9:17, Command 2895, 1927, pages 28 to 32. MacDonald at this time treated the dispatch of the note as an honest misunderstanding in the Foreign Office of his intention, which was to suspend action pending proof of the authenticity of the letter. The significance of initials in the margin in Foreign Office practice was that the official so initially indicated his approval of a draft, but did not accept final responsibility. WHH was indicated by initials at the end, submitting it for final approval to some higher authority. Whether or not MacDonald was aware of this convention, the initial in the margin looks like the ambiguous and equivocal symbol of a divided mind. He failed to express himself clearly because he did not really know what he meant or intended. The Foreign Office could argue that the initial of a Secretary of State, wherever placed, was final, since there was no higher authority to whom the document could be submitted. On the other hand, no attempt was made to consult Ponsonby, who was in London, and, even in 1924, it was possible to telephone from London to Abrevon. Gregory was a Roman Catholic of marked Polanophile sentiments, and bitterly hostile to the Bolsheviks, though in this respect his attitude differed in degree rather than in kind from that of most of his colleagues. Crow, the permanent undersecretary, subsequently accepted responsibility for the decision, referring to my failure to interpret correctly what had been Mr. MacDonald's real intention. F. Maurice. Life. 0/Haldane, 1939 to 174. It was afterwards said in extenuation of the haste shown by the Foreign Office that the Daily Mail had also obtained a copy of the Zinoviev letter and had arranged to publish it on October 25th. It is reason of .le to guess that the Daily Mail OBT lined its copy from some source anxious to put pressure on the government to publish SH before the election. J. Marlowe, the editor of the Daily Mail, in a circumstantial account more than 3 years later, about this motive, and spoke of having received 2 copies. The Observer, March 4, 1928. I Anglo-Sovietsky at Nashiniya, I9:1 I9:17 GG. 1927, pages 80 to 82. A. Selection 0/Paputiko with TLL, Relations between High J Majesty's Government and the Soviet Government, I93I, I917, Command 2895, 1927, pages 32 to 33. 2 SSSR, Central Niels Politelny Komitet I. Soziba, I. Sesia, 1924. Pages 536 to 541. Chicherin had spoken at a near her stage in the session before the Zinoviev letter broke, and did not speak again. 3. Foreign Relations. Point B. Involved in the forgery, and proposed CI an impartial arbitration court for establishing the fact that the so-called Communist International letter of September 15 is a forgery. Point 1. On the plea of the truculent tone of the note, MacDonald, on the advice of the Foreign Office, refused to receive it. Z. Rakowski, in conversation with the French ambassador in London, described MacDonald's behavior as CI a masterpiece of clumsiness, cowardice, and disloyalty, adding also the less convincing charge of venality. Point 3. Dut. The Zinoviev letter had done its work. It was believed by all concerned to have made an important contribution to the sweeping conservative victory at the generally won election of October 29, 1924. The Campbell case and the Anglo-Soviet treaty were prominent issues in the election. To fan anti-Soviet feeling proved the surest way to discredit and defeat labor candidates. Izvestia described the result as CI a deserved defeat for the Labour Party, and attributed it to the scandalous incident of the forged Zinoviev letter. For the last act of the defeated Labour government before its resignation was to appoint a committee presided over by Haldane to inquire into the authenticity of the letter. In the brief time and with the limited evidence at its disposal, the committee failed to reach any positive conclusion, but brought to light one interesting fact. The original of the alleged letter had never been seen by any government department. The assertion of its authenticity was based exclusively on copies. 5. The editor of the Daily Mail was invited by the text of the messages in Anglo-Sovietsky at Nashiniya, I93 I937 GG. 1927, P82, a version issued in Moscow before the note was delivered. Appeared in the Times, October 27, 1924, the day of its delivery. Pravda. October 28, 1924, published an interview with Zinoviev, CP 29, note 2. Above, and an article by Rodek alleging that intriguers in the Foreign Office forged this document in order to irritate MacDonald like a bomb. J.D. Gregory, On the Edge of Diplomacy, 1928, pages 224 to 228, gives a farcical account of the interview in which he returned the note to Rakowski. J. Rakowski posted it back to the Foreign Office, which then officially mislaid it. 1 Comte de Saint-Hilaire, Confession d'un vieux diplomate, 1953, p. 764. 4 Izvestia, October 31, 1924, Zinoviev a few weeks later conjectured that the letter had lost the Labour Party 1 million votes, and referred to it as a classical example of the notorious freedom of the press in capitalist countries. Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 26 to 27. 5 The Times, November 5, 1924. Even the language of the original remains uncertain. It seems to have been assumed throughout the discussions that the letter was written in English, but later a facsimile in Russian was circulated in while informed CIRC1ES. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 33. To appear before the committee, and refused. 1 A few weeks later, a British trade union delegation on a visit to Moscow made a perfunctory examination of Comintern records, and on its return to Great Britain issued a report concluding, so far as a negative can be proved, that no red letter ever left the Comintern. Point 3. The Conservative government, having returned to power on a wave of anti-Soviet feeling, shaped its attitude accordingly. After Austen Chamberlain's accession to office as Foreign Secretary, increasingly heated public pronouncements in London and Moscow culminated in 2 official Foreign Office notes to Rakowski. On November 21, 1924, the first stated that the government find themselves unable to recommend the treaties of August 8 to the consideration of Parliament. The second was a formal reply to Rakowski's original note of October 25, and concluded that the information in the possession of His Majesty's government leaves no doubt whatsoever in their mind of the authenticity of M. Zinoviev's letter, and His Majesty's government are therefore not prepared to discuss the matter. Finally, on the same day, lest any stroke of humiliation should be lacking, a third note, signed this time by Gregory, reverted to Rakowski's rejected note of October 27. Rakowski was informed that this note had not been found by the Secretary of State among the records left in this office by his predecessor, being one which His Majesty's government cannot consent to receive. For on November 28, 1924, Rakowski sent replies to the first and second of these notes. The first expressed regret at the decision to abandon the treaties. The second repeated at length the argument about the Zinoviev letter, and reiterated in emphatic terms the offer of arbitration as the only means to an impartial. I see his letter in the Observer, March 4, 1928. For this visit see pages 57-572 below. 3 The Zinoviev letter, report of investigation by British delegation to Russia for the Trades Union Congress General Council, November-December. I-91L4, 1925, p5, MacDonald, who at this time refrained from pronouncing on the authenticity of the letter, described it 3 years later as a deliberately planned and devised concoction of deceit, fitted artfully for the purpose of deceiving the public and to influence the election. House of Commons, 5th Series, CCXV, 53. For the text of all 3 notes was published in the Times, November 22, 1924. 34. Foreign Relations. Point B. Settlement. Point 1 The government continued to repel every demand, whether from the Soviet government or from the labor opposition, for an independent inquiry. On December 10, 1924, Baldwin, the Prime Minister, announced that a subcommittee of the Cabinet, headed by the Lord Chancellor, had reached the Unanimous conclusion that there was no doubt that the letter was authentic. Z. And in an interview with Rakowski on January 6, 1925, Austin Chamberlain once more refused to discuss the question. 3. In Moscow, the mood was one of mingled indignation and apprehension. Chamberlain outdoes Curzon was one of several alarmist headlines in Izvestia. 4. Chicherin in a press interview rehearsed the grievances of the Soviet government meant in the matter of the Zinoviev letter, and discerned a sort of harmony between this behavior of the English government and the present role of English diplomacy throughout the world, alleging in particular anti-Soviet intrigues in Turkey and Albania. As at the beginning of 1925 Anglo-Soviet relations had touched their lowest point since the Curzon ultimatum. By the Times, November 29, 1924, the first note was also published in Izvestia, November 29, 1924, the second in Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения, I9I7. I927 GG. 1927, pages 84 to 87. 2 House 0/Commons, 5th series, C1XXIX, 183. LA Selection 0/Papers dealing with relations between His Majesty's government and the Soviet government, I-92 I-927, Command 2895, 1927, pages 35 to 36. The same attitude was maintained when an attempt was made to reopen the matter in March 1928 after Gregory's dismissal from the Foreign Office for currency speculation. A summary of the evidence, including later disclosures on the authenticity of the Zinoviev letter, is in R.W. Lyman, The First Labor Government, ND 1958, pages 286 to 288. 4 Izvestia, November 26, 1924. Esselbid. January 4, 1925, the version in Anglo-Sovietsky Отношения. I9I7 I927 GG. 1927, pages 89 to 90, omits the concluding passage. A nationalist government under Fano had been installed in Albania as the result of a coup d'état on June 11, 1924. J. In July 1924, by an exchange of notes, Klyuk. Nikov I. Sabanin, Mezdunarodnaya Politika, 3, I, 1928, 313-314, it had been recognized by the Soviet Union, being the only Balkan state at this time to have official relations with Moscow. When, however, on December 14, 1924, a Soviet diplomatic mission arrived in Tirana, Fano, allegedly under pressure from the Western powers, withdrew recognition, and the mission left again 4 days later. Mirovai Politika VI 924 Godu, ed. F. Rochstein. 1925, p. 258, J. Austin Chamberlain in his interview with Rakowski of January 6, 1925, see note 3 above, denied that the British government had promised recognition of the Albanian government on condition that it expelled the Soviet mission. Fano's change of front did not save Hernjay. On December 28, 1924, he was overthrown by Ahmedzag and fled from the country. Later, Soviet verdicts on this event varied. According to one account, Fano was CHXXVI diplomatic anticlimax 35. B. France. The downfall of the Poincaré government as the result of the French elections of May 1, 1924, heralded the end of the INTR anti-Gent attitude so long maintained by the French government towards Germany and towards the Soviet Union. In French, as in British, foreign relations in the years immediately after the war, attitudes towards Germany and towards the Soviet Union tended to fall into the same pattern. I now that the failure of the Ruhr occupation and fear of a breach with Great Britain dictated a milder policy in regard to Germany, a détente in Franco-Soviet relations was also to be expected. Poincaré, inspired by the prospect of British recognition of the Soviet government, is said to have taken some tentative steps in that direction before his fall. But the decisive moment came in June 1924, when Ario, the radical leader, formed a coalition of the left to succeed Poincaré. Ario's visit to Moscow in 1922, followed by that of his friend and fellow radical Demencier in 1923, had been the first attempts to break the ice which had frozen Franco-Soviet relations since 1917. Ario had been since that time personally pledged to recognition of the Soviet government. Demencier, though he did not enter the Ario ministry, became the most fervent advocate of recognition. 4. In these circumstances it is surprising that recognition should, in fact, have been delayed for more than 4 months after Ario's assumption of office. But, unlike MacDonald, Ario could count on no clear parliamentary majority for recognition, and, overthrown by lackeys of the fascists Mussolini and Pi. International. Presa Correspondence, number 8, January 9, 1925, pages 80 to 81, according to another, by Yugoslav agents on the ground that he was an agent of Italy. Morovo. Hozjaistvo I Mirovai Politika, No 5 to 6, 1926, p. 95. What seems clear is that he paid for his brief flirtation with Moscow. I see the interregnum, I-923 I-924, pages 243 to 244. The German embassy in Moscow on January 26, 1924, reported sound ings taken by Beni I in Moscow on behalf of Poincaré 6, Auswartages AMT. L648/11/2062226. 3C the interregnum, I-923 I-924, p. 24. 4 Demencier owed his first interest in Russia to his personal friendship for Rakowski, who had been a student in France before 1900 and practiced medicine there in the early years of the century. This friendship, which is described in A. Demencier, Destins Orseria, 1927, pages 23 to 39, made Demencier a valuable intermediary at a time when Rakowski was a leading Soviet diplomat in Western Europe. Foreign Relations PTV. Once in office, he seemed resigned to follow the British lead rather than enthusiastic on his own account. Grounds for hesitation could easily be found. It was now perceived that recognition would offend or alarm the most important allies of France in Eastern Europe, Poland, and Romania. The prospect, as a first result of recognition, of the surrender to the Soviet Union of the former Russian Black Sea Fleet, in turn since 1920 in the North African harbor of Bizerta, provoked acute apprehension in Romania, which had recently been gratified by the French ratification of the treaty recognizing her annexation of Bessarabia, and whose relations with the Soviet Union had been further exacerbated by the breakdown of the Vienna Conference on the Bessarabian question. Won the signature on May 31, 1924 of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, which was a severe blow to French financial interests in the Chinese Eastern Railway. MD had encountered violent opposition from the French minister in Peking too, provided another element of discord in Franco-Soviet relations. The delay in proceeding to recognition was attributed in Moscow to an undertaking given by the French government not to recognize the Soviet Union without first seeking the concurrence of the State Department in Washington. 3. No such undertaking appears to have existed, but the hostility of Hughes to any recognition of the Soviet government was notorious, and Aereo, who hoped to achieve a favorable debt settlement with the United States, may well have desired to move cautiously in that quarter. Not less formidable was the influence of several groups of French creditors or property owners with claims against the Soviet government. The most powerful of these were a general commission for the protection of French private interests in Russia, presided over by Nolens, French ambassador in Petrograd in 1917 and a notorious enemy of the Soviet regime, and a national ICVINTE Ignum, I95J3 I95J4, P252. See pages 682, 684, note 2 below. 3. Izvestia, June 26, 1924, L. Fisher, The S of J, ETS in World Affairs, 1930. 2. 573. 4. An important article by S. Skraminkaya's du Monde Rus ETS Obiudiki. I. Number 2, January-March, 1960, pages 205 to 237, number 4, July-December, 1960. Pages 584 to 629, based in part on the Demencia papers and other unpublished material, quotes, number 2, P214, a letter from the French ambassador denying the existence of the slightest obligation in terms so emphatic as to suggest that some unofficial pressure had been applied. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 37. League of French Interests in Russia. A series of meetings with representatives of these groups, of French industrialists and of the principal banks to discuss the condition of recognition began at the Quai d'Orsay on June 20, 1924.1. Delay and hesitation on the French side so unprovoked time. Patience in Moscow. France was a less imposing figure than Great Britain in the Soviet picture of the capitalist world, and the failure of France to follow suit when Great Britain and other European countries had accorded recognition did not at first seem important. But France, though the most hostile and intransigent of the major European countries, never ceased to have a place in Soviet calculations. The ingenious Rodek more than once can vast the possibility of a rapprochement with France, mainly, perhaps as a bargaining counter to be used in negotiations with Berlin. Chicherin, in taking up this idea, gave it a subtler and characteristic turn. Accused by Maltson at the height of the Ruhr crisis in February 1923 of conducting secret negotiations with French emissaries, he was not content to deny the charge, but turned the flank of the attack by advocating an honorable solution of the question of the Ruhr, and an agreement between French and German workers and employers, which would be welcomed in Moscow. He admitted that he had discussed such an idea with Demencia, whose favorite dream was a Franco-German Soviet bloc against Great Britain. 3. In April 1923, Admiral Behrens, who had accompanied Chicherin to the Lausanne conference in the previous November as a naval expert, and had established friendly contacts with the French delegation, was sent to Paris to feel out THC ground. According to the account which Chicherin gave to the suspicious German ambassador in Moscow, Behrens's task was to discuss economic questions and to see what could be done to hold in check our amiable neighbors, Poles, Lets, etc. Point 4. A few weeks later Chicherin told I, number 2, pages 212, 214, among the banks represented was the Banque de Paris et de Pays Bas, the largest holder of French interests in China. ZC The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 TJ3, Volume 3, P375, Note 2. 3. Oswardages AMT, K281/096584-8, the conversation, as recorded by Maltson, took place on February 9, 1923, C. Ibid 286015554735-6 for a conversation of January 1923 between Chicherin and Demencia. 4. Ibid 4562/154852-7, Roland, a correspondent of L. E. Temps, married to a Russian wife, was said to have been the go-between who secured the consent of Poincaré and of the Quai d'Orsay to the visit, Ibid 2860/553008-9. Foreign Relations PTV. Haas, a German social democrat who was on a visit to Moscow. That cooperation would be possible between Germany and the France of tomorrow, and added that the France of tomorrow will be there when Lusher and Stins have come to an agreement on the collaboration of the industries of the two countries. Point 1. This oneception, WH fitted in with Chicherin's personal Anglo-phobe bias, was not widely shared in Moscow and had little practical influence on foreign policy. But throughout the latter part of 1923 suspicions of a potential Franco-Soviet rapprochement haunted the German embassy in Moscow, and leading articles on 3 successive days by the editor of Izvestia on the importance of Franco-Soviet relations did nothing to allay such fears. When in the summer of 1924 disappointment set in at the meager results of British recognition, and the first fears were fight in Moscow of a German reconciliation with Great Britain and the United States on the basis of the Dawes report, France again emerged as a significant figure on the Soviet horizon. To hasten French recognition became a preoccupation of Soviet policy. On June 19, 1924, a leading article in Izvestia expressed concern at the lack of progress. Throughout the summer of 1924, Aereo was primarily concerned with the German question, and had little attention to give to relations with the Soviet Union. Aereo's first action on assuming office had been to pay a visit to MacDonald L. Butt. German, not Soviet, affairs were his main preoccupation, and a meeting with Rakovsky during the visit seems to have been wholly inconclusive. Aereo promised recognition and the return of the visitor ships, but wished to postpone these acts till Senate and Chamber had adjourned for their summer recess. He also asked for some guarantee for the French holders of pre-war Russia Q bonds, apparently the first hint at a quid pro quo. 4. On July 15, 1924, Aereo telegraphed to Chicherin reaffirming his intention to arrange for the resumption of normal relations between the two countries immediately after the London conference, but complaining of difficulties placed in the meanwhile. 1. Oswardages AMT, KAT/09664-9. 2. Izvestia, December 6, 7, 8, 19Z3. 3. He arrived at Chequers for the weekend on June ZI, 19Z4. 4. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, 57Z. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 39. On the entry of French citizens into the Soviet Union. Chicherin, on July 18, 1924, expressed deep gratification at Aereo's assurance, but added somewhat coldly that any existing difficulties were the inevitable result of the absence of normal relations. Point 1. At the end of July 1924, Rakovsky gave an interview in London to a correspondent of Izvestia on Franco-Soviet relations. The theme was indicated by a caption which appeared at the head of the report, CE France will find its much desired security only in Soviet Russia. Rakovsky harped on the need of France, now that she was about to abandon the Ruhr, for some tangible security against the possibility of a military danger from German nationalism, some counterweight to the growing nationalist movement in Germany. France could have no guarantee of peace so long as her present abnormal relations continued with the Soviet Union. Recognition was not simply a question of debts and private property. In September 1924, Ario appointed a commission of 5 to draft the terms of recognition. It was under the presidency of de Mensier, still the most stalwart advocate of Franco-Soviet friendship, though the presence in the commission of the formidable Newlands evoked anger and alarm in Moscow. 3. But it was now too late to impose conditions. On October 16, 1924, the commission reported unanimously in favor of unconditional recognition to be followed by negotiations about debts. The handing over to the Soviet Union of the ships at Bizerta seems to have been explicitly taken for granted as one of the consequences of recognition. 4. The final text of THC Act of recognition was negotiated between Rakovsky and de Mensier, who met at Dover for the purpose. 5. The official telegram was The telegrams are in Arlian Review, Washington, September I, 1924. P93, in the exchange of notes on recognition, CP 40 below, Shisharin's. Telegram IA dated July 19, 1924. Zieffelbell, yeah, August 2, 1924. This interview at once provoked a protest from the German ambassador, Aus 4 RT, GAMT, L648/1I/2Q6476. 3. Zieffelbell, September ZI, 1924. De Mensier was expected at this time to be the first French ambassador to the Soviet Union, Ibid September 16, 19Z4. 4. KL du Monde Bruxelles Sobald, K. I. No Z, January-March 1960. P.216. 5. According to L. Fisher, the Soviets in World Affairs, I 930, 2, 573. The words de jure did not appear in the original French draft. Rakovsky insisted on their insertion. The meeting at Dover is described in A. de Mensier. Destins or Siri, 19Z7, P23. Foreign Relations PTV. Dispatched to Moscow on October 28, 1924. It announce recognition de jure of the Soviet government as the government of the territories of the former Russian Empire where its authority is recognized by the inhabitants, and the readiness of the French government to proceed to an exchange of ambassadors. It proposed that the two governments should open negotiations of a general character and special negotiations of an economy character in order to put their relations on a regular footing, and it concluded that mutual non-interference in internal affairs was the rule governing relations between the two countries. The text was read by Chicherin at the session of TSIK on the same evening, together with the draft reply welcoming recognition and agreeing to the French proposals, which was duly approved and dispatched on the following date. 1. The French recognition took place 3 days after the publication of the Zinoviev letter in London, and on the eve of the British general election. The coincidence, widely remarked at the time, was probably accidental. 2. But the fact that the moment chosen by France for her recognition of the Soviet Union was also the moment when Great Britain exchanged the polity of qualified friendliness towards the Soviet Union for one of marked hostility was destined to have a certain influence on Franco-Soviet relations. The first contact after reunion was made with Ario by Rakovsky, who came to Paris on a visit from London on November 3, 1924. It was agreed in principle to open negotiations for the projected agreement in Paris on January 10, 1925.3. At this time, Rakovsky apparently assumed that he would be the first Soviet ambassador in Paris, especially as the Zinoviev letter debacle might be thought to have ended his usefulness as an envoy in London. 4 other councils, however, prevailed in Moscow. On the exchange OE note. IA in Klyubnikov Isabanin, Mezdonordnaya. Politika, 3, I, 1928, 329 to 330, Shisharin statement to BTSIK in SSSR. Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet tu Soziva, tu Sessia, 1924, pages 565 to 569. The French ambassador in London, suspiciously resentful of correspondence between Ario and MacDonald behind his back, believed that the timing was deliberate. Comte de Saint-Hilaire, Confession d'Unvue. Diplomate, 1953, pages 745 to 746. 3. Survey of International Affairs. I 924. Ed. A.J. Toynbee, 1926, p. 253. Quoting the contemporary press. 4. He expressed this expectation quite openly to the French ambassador in London, Comte de Saint-Hilaire, Confession d'Unvue Diplomate, 1953. p.764. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 41. November 4, 1924, Chicherin informed Brodeur François in Infinity that Rakovsky had been passed over in view of his reigned indiscretion in ZFGSDI, and that the appointment as first Soviet ambassador in Paris would go to Kursin by way of emphasizing the predominantly immercial character to be given to Franco-Soviet relations. In a press interview, Kursin stressed Soviet interest in Frana industry as a potential supplier of equal goods to the Soviet Union and in the Frana market as a potential importer of Soviet grain, oil, and flax. His volatile Ionichon of his mission may be gleaned from a private note passed by him to Trotsky at this time during a meeting of Sto. If only we yelled hint to Frany, that, given senior friend, ship with us, given Eonomy aid, and aid in settling the question of the Balti, Poland, Bessarabia, it, including even Tenial. Operation, she yelled in fact obtained from the East the non-aggression peace she has been unsuccessfully soliciting. Seen A 1918 from England and the USA, it might be possible to get some results. 3. Chicherin about the same time, in the conversation with Proctor Ransaw, revived his favorite idea of CE of Franco-German rap. PROC he meant and Continental Poli, with we the Soviet Union would by implication be associated, as CE the surest guarantee of maintaining PA.4 on November 18, 1924. Ario outlined the program of Franco-Soviet negotiations in an optimistic speech to the Chamber of Deputies, in the course of which he publicly reaffirmed the intention to return the war ships at Bizerta to the Soviet authorities. But Ario was not the man to be tempted by an offer of a Franco-Soviet pact as a substitute for an Anglo-French alliance, and from this point, the climate changed, and the prospect of an agreement rapidly deteriorated. J. Oswald AMT, 2860/5/55441-2, 9101/4/225752-5, for the 8F Jest. IA interview of August 2, 1904, CP 39 above. Rakovsky was a known supporter of Trotsky, but this was at that time no bar to diplomatic employment, and Insir Seliev accounted for the refusal to transfer him to Paris. At 8 F. Gestia, November 6, 1924, Elkerson, Voprosi Vineshny I Turgov JLJ, 1928. Pages 326-327. 3. The note, dated November 12, 1924, IA in the Trotsky Archives, T847. Auswartages AMT, 5625/317849-51, for Heron's previous ventilation. Of this idea see pages 37-38 above. Foreign Relations PTV. Kerson's arrival in Paris early in Diember coincided with a visit of Austin Chamberlain, fresh from his triumphs in London. To Ario, we took pièce on Diember 5, 1924. Ario's foreign policy had been marked from the outset by a strong desire to keep in step with British policy reaction against the instant and damaging friendship with Great Britain under the Poitiers regime. This desire did not disappear with the change in the political complexion of the British government. The strongest argument in favor of friendly reunion of the Soviet Union was that the step had already been taken by Great Britain. Now that a British government was in power, we 11 but openly admitted that reunion had been a mistake. Those groups in France we had publicly or overtly opposed the recognition. Policy were encouraged to renew their attacks. The abortive communist coup of December 1924, in Tallinn one added few to the flames. A campaign broke out in the French press against Soviet propaganda and intrigue, and Milrand, a former president, Dino on the criminal aberration by which the area government had installed in Paris under the banner of the hammer and sickle the headquarters of revolution. Z direct incitements from the British side were evidently not lacking. The principal aim of Chamberlain's visit was no doubt to reassure Ario that the policy of reunion with Germany inaugurated by the Dawes Plan implied no cooling off in British friendship for Franny, but a subsidiary, if unmanifest, purpose was to obtain from Ario a corresponding reassurance that French recognition of the Soviet Union did not portend to looser ties with Moscow. We would have cut across the lines of British policy to insist on the danger of nefarious communist activities and on the need to avoid compromising entanglements with Moscow was the most obvious way to achieve this result. Point 3. The meeting was an unqualified swakis. Ario's first action after it was directed against a sea hole established by the French communist. 1. See pages 284-285 below. 3. Le Temps, Diember 18, 1924. 3. The Foreign Office informed the German embassy that the purpose of the Chamberlain-Ario talks was not an anti-immunist policy, but an exchange of information to facilitate the struggle against immunist propaganda. Auswartages AMT, 2860/554621. Soviet mistrust of the talks was expressed in a leading article in Irostia, Diember 7, 1924. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 43. Party in the neighborhood of Paris. On December 22, 1924. An announcement appeared in the press that the Franco-Soviet negotiations, which were to have begun on January 10, 1925, had been postponed. A week later Ario had a conversation with Herrick, the American ambassador, in which echoes of Chamberlain's promptings could be plainly heard. Ario did not intend, he now explained, to repeat MacDonald's error by attempting prematurely to negotiate a commercial treaty with the Soviet government. He would go slow and see first whether the Soviet embassy in Paris behaved in an absent way. He explained the prevalence of communist agitation by the instincts of Italian and Spanish communists, and wished that French legislation gave the same possibility as American legislation of excluding undesirable foreigners. In order to impress public opinion, he had told the police to disperse with some brutality a meeting of communist agitators, but the police had not been able to find a suitable meeting. 2. Nor was Kerson's own position. He had finally presented his credentials on December 12, 19,243. Altogether comfortable. On December 24, 1924, the White Russian newspaper Poslednyi Novosti had carried an article explaining that Kerson was a failure and would soon be replaced by Rakovsky, who would be able to establish good personal relations. The hand of Rakovsky's friend Dominski was detected in the article. For before Kerson had been in Paris a month, he was confiding his disappointment and his pessimism to the German ambassador. 5. It was in this atmosphere that Urbet, the newly appointed French ambassador to Moscow, left Paris to take up his post in the first week of January 1925, presenting his credentials to Kalinin on January 14, 1925.6. The initial cordiality of his reception in Moscow was so untempered by disappointment at the changed attitude in France, which had followed the similar ICP 1020 below telegram of December 30, 1924, and dispatch of January 7, 1925. From Herrick to State Department, National Archives, Record Group 59. 751.61/34,36. 3 Izvestia, December 14, 1924. 4 Kayaz du Monde Russe TTS Edit, I, Number 2, January-March 1960. p.226. 5 Auswartages AMT, L648/206732-6, 200 and 6105-8. 6 Izvestia, January 15, 1925. Foreign Relations PTV. Deterioration in Anglo-Soviet relations. France, Chicharon Com. Plain to Proctor France saw, by her rigid attitude on the debt question and by her propaganda against communism, was supporting the attempts of London to isolate the Soviet Union. 1. As recently as December 29, 1924, Ario had informed the Foreign Affairs Commission of the Senate that a Soviet naval commission was visiting Bizerta to discuss the date and procedure for the return of the ships, and had treated this as a matter of course. Z now, in conversation with Kerson, he retreated from the assumption that the return of the ships was an unconditional consequence of recognition, and Dec wanted it to be dependent on a settlement of the debt question. 3 In an article in the Soviet press, Kerson attributed the unfavorable atmosphere to the weakness of Ario's parliamentary position and to the pressure of Austin Chamberlain's attempts to organize a new encirclement of Soviet Russia. In March 1925, a group of Soviet financial experts headed by Preobrazhensky arrived in Paris for the negotiations, and in the following month a joint Franco-Soviet mission of experts set to work. It came surprisingly near to agreement on the total of public debt involved in the dispute, which was put by the French experts at 10.5 milliards of francs, and by the Soviet experts at 9 milliards. 5 But this did not resolve the fundamental deadlock, which was identical with that reached in the Anglo-Soviet negotiations of 1924. While the Soviet government was prepared for a comprehensive reunion of debts, other than war debts, any arrangement to repay them was additional on a long-term loan, which Franny was even less willing or able than Great Britain to accord. The fall of the Ario government in April 1925 and Bryan's Appointment as Minister for Foreign Affairs altered nothing. At the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925, Rykov admitted certain disappointments in the hopes bound up with the resumption of diplomatic relations with Franny, but still. I.O.S. Wardages AMT, 2860/5547-2-4. The Times, December 30, 1924. 3 Elkerson, Voprozi Vneshny I Torgofli, 1928, p. 331. 4 Economikeskias Hisn, January 30, 1925, reprinted in Elkerson. Voprozi Vneshny I Torgofli, 1928, p. 330. 5 Kayazdu Monde Rus et Sovietique, I, No. 2, January-March 1960. p. 235, for a statement by Krasinski, Zbestia, June 21, 1925. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax Wars. Looked forward to a compromise on the question of debts and credits. If the French help us by one means or another in the reconstruction of our economy, we agree to pay something to France. But only provided that they help us in economy re-instruction. In our factories and farms. The familiar recriminations were exchanged with wearisome regularity. The French government denounced the revolution. A propaganda of Comintern in France and in her colonies. And point was added to the protest by the campaign conducted by the French Communist Party against the war now being fought in Morocco to put down the rebellion of ABTL Krim. The Soviet press, on the other hand, protested against the encouragement given by France to the border countries in Eastern Europe to bind against the Soviet Union. Sometimes France was further accused of entering into an anti-Soviet bloc engineered by Great Britain. The demand for the return of the ships at Bizerta was revived on one side and evaded on the other. But, though the landscape was familiar, the underlying balance of forces had undergone a change since the previous year. In the first half of 1924, the Soviet government, elated by British recognition and engrossed in the prospect of developing relations with Great Britain, had shown only a secondary interest in the attitude of France, and the French government, ill at ease at having lagged behind Great Britain and Italy in its recognition of the Soviet Union, was left to set the pace. A year later, France, already skeptical of the advantages of the step she had taken, shrank cautiously from any further advance towards Franco-Soviet agreement, while the Soviet government, disillusioned by the elapse of Anglo-Soviet relations, and confronted by the speeder of a Germany ready and eager to seek reconciliation with the West at the expense of an exclusive partnership with the Soviet Union, toyed with the prospect of an accommodation with the French government which would lure France out of the threatened Western Bloc. These hopes were intermittent, and were perhaps not very seriously entertained in Moscow. They tended to rise and fall in response to the changing nuances in the balance of German policy between East and West. If Germany drew nearer to Great ITR, SCDSOVTOJSSR, 1925, pages 42 to 44. Foreign Relations PTV. Britain, the reaction in Moscow was to pay court to France. If Germany sought to hold the balance even between London and Moscow, Soviet diplomacy could balance between Berlin and Paris. Franco-Soviet relations, like every other international issue in Europe, were overshadowed during the greater part of the year 1925 by Locarno. See, Germany. Soviet relations with Germany were sharply differentiated from Soviet relations with other major European countries by the collaboration of which the Rapallo Treaty was the symbol and embodiment. Questions of recognition and of debts did not arise, and a steady community of interest was recognized on both sides. But relations, being more intimate, were also infinitely more complex. The tradition of dossier mural relations, established in the Tsarist period, had not been wholly extinguished by the revolution, and the Sirit military agreements, enabled the Soviet Union to lay the first foundations for the building of a modern military power, and Germany to evade the most irksome restitutions of the Versailles Treaty. He instituted a deep and lasting bond, so that the often acrimonious disputes troubled the survey of the Soviet-German alliance were less real and less important than they seemed. It is nonetheless true that after the end of 1923 the honeymoon period of Rapallo was over. What had first commended the Rapallo policy to both the participants was their and weakness and isolation from the West. As both parties began slowly to regain strength and re-establish points of contact with the West, the year 1924 was a landmark in this process on both sides. A greater independence and freedom of maneuver was restored to their foreign policies. Neither side was willing to neglect the alluring opportunities of improved relations with the Western powers or to sacrifice these opportunities to too rigid an interpretation of the Rapallo line. Germany and the Soviet Union were still bound together by strong ties of common interest. But these ties were less exclusive and less unconditional than in the days when the Rapallo polity was inaugurated. While the events of 1923 in Germany, which had attracted CHXXVI diplomatic anticlimax 47 public attention, were TBOS Inubik Comintern and TB German Communist Party, KPT, had been actively concerned, TB campaigned against TB French occupation of TB Ruber, and the attempted revolutionary coup in October. TB most important contribution of the year to TB development of Soviet-German relations was the consolidation of the secret military agreements. Here TB personality of Dr. Francois, who had taken up his post as German ambassador in Moscow in November 1922, was to play a leading, though at first somewhat equivocal, part. Dr. Francois combined in an unusual degree of keen intelligence with an overweening arrogance. When appointed to TB post, he had stipulated that he should be entitled at any time to report direct to TB president, thus avoiding the form, if not the substance, of subordination to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of which he had once been the head. One of TB exacerbating factors in TB quarrel between Hearn and Seek had preceded his appointment. One was the insistence of the Reichswehr on keeping its secret negotiations and agreements with the Soviet authorities exclusively in its own hands. Dr. Francois secured from Worth, before consenting to leave for Moscow, a categorical assurance that the whole policy with Russia will be conducted through your person. 2. He obtained a similar undertaking from Gessler, the minister for the Reichswehr. 3. An item in TB partial reconciliation act between Seek and TB ambassador at TB end of January 1923 was a repetition of the promise that no agreements would be made with the Russians. Behind the latter's back point, for this promise was imperfectly and intermittently fulfilled. The Reichswehr had its own office in Moscow, known as Zentrale Moskva, or ZMO, and it was a significant symptom of TB's status of TB's institution TBAT. Before April 1924, its communications with Berlin passed, not through the German embassy in Moscow, but through Narkomindel and the Soviet diplomatai bag. S. I see the Bolshevik RET illusion, I9 I7 I9 33, Volume 3, pages 438 to 439. 2 Record of Dr. Francois' conversation with Worth, October 16, 1922, in Forskungen zur Osteuropäischen Geschichte, 2, 1955, 337 to 341. 3 Ibid 2, 312, note 58. 4 Ibid 2, 312, note 62, for Dr. Francois' record of the conversation. See Dr. J. Francois Nachlass, 9105, 237,399 to 402. 5 House Wardages AMT, 4564, 162,613 to 20. Foreign Relations PTV. In these circumstances it is not surprising that chronic friction occurred between ZMO and the embassy. 2 Reichswehr. Mission CAME to Moscow in February and April 1923. On both occasions the exacting ambassador complained that he was not informed of the details of the negotiations. He was particularly indignant with Haas, who headed the first mission and had talked rashly of a great war of liberation in from 3 to 5 years, and had even written an extremely compromising letter to Rosengold, the chief Soviet negotiator. In general, the complaint was that the Reichswehr representatives showed too great eagerness, and were outmaneuvered when it came to gaining. In Dr. Francois' view, which the Reichswehr seemingly did not share, the Russians need us more than we need them. Point 1. The hope of securing a promise of Soviet aid in the event of hostilities between Germany and Poland was never far from the thoughts of the German representatives. Though Soviet spokesmen in the early stages of the military negotiations had been ready enough to play the Polish card, discussions at the time of the French invasion of the Ruhr in January 1923 had revealed great reluctance on the Soviet side to assure specific commitments against Poland. 2. The military negotiations were resumed when a Soviet delegation headed by Rosengold visited Berlin at the end of July 1923. Dr. Francois, who had also made the journey from Moscow, and Kuno, the chancellor, took a leading part in the discussions. On the eve of the crucial meeting between Kuno and Rosengold, Dr. Francois submitted to Kuno a long policy memorandum with a note attached on his own previous conversations with Rosengold in Moscow. The basic idea of German-Soviet collaboration, he wrote, had been sound, but its execution had been a failure. This was because the negotiations had been conducted by the Reichswehr without political control. In future, the political as well as the military aims of collaboration should be brought to the fore. By Dr. Francois' numerous reports of this period to Berlin are quoted by H. Gatzkin, American Historical Review, Leyen, No. 3, April 1958, pages 571. 572. These incidents are also referred to in G. Hilger, Where You and Dieter Kreml. 1955, p. 194. See The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3, pages 364, 371, The Interregnum, I9 23 I9 24, p. 166. At XXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 49. There can be no question of a political or military alliance. But we should try to secure ourselves against the most dangerous eventuality, an attack by Poland. In the attached note, Dr. Francois explained that the Soviet negotiators were now pressing the military side, gas production and orders for shells were vital. At the same time, there is an inclination on the Russian side, though perhaps less forthcoming than before, for political agreements, at any rate so soon, and insofar as Poland comes into the picture. It would be a mistake to throw away even bigger sums than hitherto. 35 million gold marks, without obtaining so equivalent. 1. Consciously or unconsciously, Dr. Francois' insistence on the political aspects of collaboration was indubitably connected with his strong desire to wrest from the military authorities the control hitherto exercised by them over negotiations with Moscow. But the future pattern of these negotiations emerged plainly from Dr. Francois' memorandum. On the German side, an uneasy compromise was struck between the insistence of the Reichswehr on the military aims of collaboration and the preoccupation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with political aims. On the Soviet side, military aims predominated, and this led Dr. Francois to conclude that the Russians had hitherto gained more from the agreement than the Germans, and to seek compensation in the form of political guarantees, notably against Poland. The meeting between Kuno, supported by Dr. Francois, and Rosengold, accompanied by Krestinsky, took place secretly in the apartment of Dr. Francois' brother on July 30, 1923. When Kuno touched the political theme of guarantees against attack by Poland, Rosengold countered by reproaching the German government for its failure to take adequate defense measures on its own account, and Kuno replied that more was being done in secret than is known even in informed quarters. The military discussions, which contemplated a far-reaching expansion of the manufacture of war IOS Wardages AMT 4564/162539-49, according to Dr. Francois' memorandum of February 20, 1924, CP. So, note 2 below, the German negotiators put forward 2 conditions: I. Security against Poland; 2. Prefer ins for German firms in the reconstruction of Soviet industry. So Foreign Relations. PTV. Material in the Soviet Union for German account, passed off without a hitch and in a friendly atmosphere. At the end, Dr. Francois reiterated the demand that he should be placed in charge of the negotiations on the German side, and Kuno agreed to this. 1. Subsequent discussions with the Reichswehr showed that the new program would involve an increase in the subvention, already promised from 35 to 75 million gold marks. Dr. Francois now seemed completely converted to the military policy, and declared, with his customary impetuosity, that he would refuse to accept responsibility for political relations between Germany and Russia if the increased subvention were not granted. 2. The hitch which now occurred in the military negotiations was partly due to the change of government in Germany. On the Soviet side, preoccupation with the immediate prospects of revolution in Germany tended to thrust other policies into the background, and, while the turn to the West implicit in stress man's attitude may not yet have been clearly diagnosed in Moscow, the new chancellor was less likely than his predecessors to inspire confidence as a firm upholder of the Rapallo line. 3. On the German side, Kuno had enjoyed the full confidence of Sikh, and had been a wholehearted supporter of Sikh's military policy. The accession of Stresemann to power seemed at first sight to strengthen the hands of those who mistrusted German Soviet cooperation, and who can hardly have failed to see a confirmation of their failures in the events of October 1923. Stresemann, when he learned on his assumption of office the full extent of the secret military agreements with the Soviet Union, reacted strongly against them, in part from personal antipathy to Senate. WHH was reciprocated, in part from a genuine fear that these compromising amendments might prejudice the policy of Con. conciliation with the West which seemed to Stresemann the necessary consequence of the failure of passive resistance. This attitude was shared by Ebert, the president of the Reich, who had from I4 report of this meeting made by Proctor Francois and signed by Hearn and Kuno Cios Wardages AMT, 4S64/16 ASOS. See report by Proctor Francois to Stresemann of September 10, 1923, Ibid 4564/162676-82, and a later memorandum of February 20, 1924. In Proctor Francois Noglas, 9 IOI/22680S9. 3C the interregnum, I-933 I-934, P203. Et. XXVI diplomatic anticlimax SI. The first been an opponent of the Eastern orientation. 1. WH was. Surprising was that Proctor Francois at this moment himself underwent a sharp reaction against the policy of military co-operation. The motives behind his mood are difficult to decipher. One influenced perhaps by indignation at Soviet support of communist unrest in Germany, or perhaps by renewed friction with the Reichswehr, he reverted to his initial mistrust of far-reaching political commitments to the Soviet Union. When, therefore, on September 15, 1923, on the eve of returning to his post after a hectic 2 months in Berlin, he called on Ebert and Stresemann, and found them both critical of the secret military negotiations. He fell in readily with their mood. Back in Moscow, he covered fresh cause of annoyance in the proceedings of a German military delegation headed by Tschunk which had been negotiating with the Soviet authorities in his absence, and acute friction continued between the ambassador and Anne Niedermayer, the moving spirit in ZMO, whose temperament and behavior were as flamboyant as his own. 3. One tea thus happened at the O2MN of 1923, when the Soviet leaders had been thrown into confusion and dismay by the fiasco of the October coup in Germany, was also a period of disarray and ambivalence in German policy towards the Soviet Union. After the apparent progress registered in the summer in Berlin, the military negotiations in Moscow continued to flounder, and the ambassador's ostentatious lukewarmness about them provoked an angry and illuminating retort from Radek. The Soviet Union, Radek Tek 1 ard, could not be inveigled by measly millions of marks into a one-sided political obligation, meaning a Soviet promise to intervene on the side of Germany in a hypothetical German-Polish war. Nor was the Soviet Union for the attitude of Stresemann at this time. See Proctor Francois' memorandum of February 20, 1904, cited PS 0, note 2 above. Ebert, like most of THC Grumman's Social Democratic Party, had always been lukewarm about the Rapallo-Poli. Before 1923 he was deliberately kept in ignominy by Seat and Worth of the seared military agreements with the Red Army. Vorskungen zur Osteuropäischen Geschichte, 2, 1955, 307. 1. The main source for this whole episode is Proctor Francois' memo. Random of February 20, 1924, see reading note. 3 sour for these Eranies are cited by H. Gatsky in American His Tonkel Review, Z 8th, number 3, April 1958, pages 575 to 576, for Niedermeyer see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I923, Volume 3, p. 363. S2 Foreign Relations PTV. Prepared to accord to Germany a monopoly in the matter of military supplies, aeroplanes had been purchased from France, and it was hoped to procure some from Great Britain. 1. This conversation underlined the political basis of the endemic friction between the two countries. Each desired to draw the other into a firm commitment to intervene against Poland in case of war between itself and Poland, while itself avoiding the reciprocal commitment. Each desired to draw the other into an exclusive relation, while continuing to keep open for itself the alternative road leading to the West colon. The aims were incompatible. Brock Francois, having no good answer to Radek's reproach, retaliated by the usual device of multiplying his complaints against the activities of Comintern. At the beginning of December 1923, Proctor Francois vented his anger in a conversation with Chicherin and Radek by demanding that the Soviet government should formally renounce the policies of Comintern, and Radek firmly replied that, if the choice had to be made, he would remain loyal to Comintern and resign his membership of TSIK.3. These verbal duels, meaningless and without issue, were symptomatic of the tension in Soviet-German relations in the highest quarters in Moscow. In Berlin, however, wiser counsel soon prevailed. Whatever the political motives of friction, the underlying common interest in military cooperation remained paramount, and Proctor Francois' ready assumption that in this matter the Russians need us more than we need them was never shared by the Reichswehr or, perhaps, by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Stresemann's initial distaste for the secret Soviet-German agreements was soon overcome. 3 years later Stresemann told A. The conversation was recorded in Proctor Francois' memorandum of February 20, 1924, CP 50, note 2 above. Z. Hilger, after admitting that German officials constantly complained of the ingratitude and lack of loyalty of the Soviet government, continued. Since Moscow for its part urged against Germany the same suspicion of duplicity, the diplomats of both countries were constantly on the lookout for indications of unreliability, and asked themselves which side would be the first to seal out its partner to Poland, England, or France. G. Hilger, where UN Dieter Kreml, J. 955, p. 154. No evidence has been found that the German government was aware of Radek's compromising overture to the Polish Czark 6. Affair in Moscow, see the interregnum, I-933 I-924, pages 218-2 J9. For this conversation CP 14 above. Et. XXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax S3. Group of Social Democrats that the first practical decision required of him, and taken by him, in this question in the autumn of 1923, had been to disperse 30 million gold marks for payment to the Soviet government, or, more probably, for the execution of orders on its behalf, on promises made by his predecessors. If, on the same occasion, Stresemann claimed that at the same time, Ebert and he had decided that these military arrangements must be considered as broken off once for 11, and that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had since that time not been concerned in then one. These statements merely illustrated the economy of truth habitual 11 why practiced by German political leaders in speaking of this subject. In fact, nothing was broken off. Stresemann was a man of common sense, and as statesman, and the requirements of Germany's desperate military situation came first. In a confidential letter to Proctor Francois of December 1, 1923, Stresemann attempted to calm down the ambassador's excessive preoccupation with the misdeeds of Comintern. He foresaw the danger of an impending rapprochement between Soviet Russia and France, inspired by French fears, in connection with a possible German-Russian understanding. He dilated on the gloomy picture of Germany's internal situation. To this the Munich Putsch and the communist disturbances had contributed. The financing of the latter by Russian gold introduced a precarious element into German relations with Soviet Russia. But Stresemann counted on the ambassador to turn this to good advantage by behaving in Moscow in such a way that the already bad conscience of those in power there may become still worse. 2. The military agreements remained for Stresemann throughout his 6-year tenure of office at the Ministry of Foreign. Stresemann Nachlass, 7337/163463-5. Ibid 7120/146305-2. The cryptic phrase about the bad conscience in Moscow, together with other significant sentences in this letter, are omitted from the version in Gustav Stresemann Vermächtnis, I, 1932, 259-261. Such omissions are characteristic of this work, and show that the charge repudiated by the editors in the preface of suppressing facts that were not agreeable to us had some foundation. The editor of the English version, Gustav Stresemann, his diaries, letters, and papers, J. volumes, 1935. 1940 has not expurgated the documents translated, though the translation is sometimes loose, by frequently omitting documents on aspects of Stresemann's policy unrelated to the rapprochement with the West, as being of little interest to English readers or students. He has further distorted the one-sided picture presented in the original German edition. Vol. Lu pt. IC. As for foreign relations PTV. Affairs, the constant, though often unspoken, premise of German policy towards the Soviet Union. The volatile and emotional German ambassador was less quickly appeased. In a memorandum of February 4, 1924, he accepted Stresemann's view of the need to discriminate between the Soviet government and Comintern. AQ.D rejected any thought of a breach of relations. But he continued to rage against the behavior of the Reichswehr representatives in Moscow, and on February 20, 1924, sent to Stresemann a memorandum recounting the developments of the past 6 months. It ended with a recommendation not to lend a penny of German money on war materials in Russia, to limit 11 orders to a minimum, and to use the credits granted by the right to support German industries in Russia, not for military purposes, but for industries which directly serve rearmament and can, in case of need, be transformed into war industries. C. E. Herr Braun, described as an outstanding businessman, was about to visit Moscow with a project on these lines. But Dr. Francois's personal idiosyncrasies were unlikely in the long run to prevail against the basic requirements of German foreign policy, or, still more important, of the Reichswehr, whose interpretation of the national interest was paramount. The Morth of April 1924 saw a sharp reversal of Dr. Francois's attitude. On April 3, 1924, after Braun's visit, he reported grudgingly to Stresemann that, owing to the CI catastrophic and irresponsible commitments undertaken in the past by the military authorities, CI we cannot suddenly abandon this whole project without seriously endangering our political relations with Russia. 3 Apparently on the following day, he had a long heart-to-heart talk with Niedermeyer, which did much to dissipate misunderstandings and clear the air. J. Brockdorl J. Ransaw Antullus, 9101/226797-804. 2 For this memorandum CP 50, note 2 above. Thomas Braun was a former Englishman settled in Hamburg, who had taken German nationality, served as commercial advisor on von der Goltz's staff in Turkey, and in 1913, joined the German firm of Wonkhaus, WHH had been established in Persia. Cine. 1904, N. off Vladivostok, 1314, 1926, 89-90. In the early 19,280 built a ship to travel from the Balti through the Russian Enel system down to Volga, and the Eros the Caspian to Antalya, carrying German merchandise. SP Ilya Chemical Products, for the Persian market, and hoping for a return. Ergo, W. von Bier, Zeitenwend in Iran, Bibrich, 1949, p. 141. 3 Oswardages AMT, 4564/162591-3. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax. SS. Niedermeyer endeared himself to the ambassador by putting the blame for past offenses on other Reichswehr representatives and by roundly abusing his superiors. At the end of the conversation, Dr. Francois continued to express the view that the best course would be to annul the military agreements altogether, but that, since this was inadmissible, every effort should be made to transform them into primarily economic agreements. 1 It was during this month that Dr. Francois, according to his own account, first discovered the full extent of the Reichswehr commitment to the Junkers aeroplane factory at Philly, and, though he expressed emphatic indignation at the concealment which had been practiced too, he plunged with his customary vigor into a current crisis in the affairs of the concern, declaring that a liquidation of Junkers' Russian interests must be avoided at all costs. 3 The change in Dr. Francois's attitude was greeted with relief in Berlin, and Stresemann later in the same month wrote to congratulate Hearn. It particularly interested me to learn more from you about your conversations with the gentlemen of the friendly firm. I take it from your report that you no longer object to the activity ties of the gentleman in question, i.e. Niedermeyer, since he has subordinated Hearn's elf to your administration, and that this matter has been cleared up. 4 From May 1924, when Thompson came to Moscow, apparently as joint director with Niedermeyer of ZMO5, relations between the embassy and ZMO rapidly improved. Dr. Francois was henceforth concerned, not to transform or curtail the secret military arrangements, but simply to bring their execution under his own control. German policy towards the Soviet Union. ILID 4564/162613-9, Memorandum of April 4, 1924 on conversation. 4564/162594-5, Report of April 9, 1924, to Stresemann. Letter to Maltzahn of April 30, 1924, cited in Vorskungen zur Ostero. Paiskengeschichte, 2, 1955.324. Note 142, 4th Philly Factory, see pages 1010-1011. Below. 3 Oswardages AMT, 2860/553774, 553,783-4. 4 Stresemann Nachlass, 7168/155566-8. 5 The obscure and conflicting evidence on their status IA collected by H. Gatskin, American Historical Review, LZ 8th, No. 3, April 1958. p. 579. Note 72, some formal ambiguities were probably necessary to appease Niedermeyer. The Sikh archives show that Thompson first went to Moscow in November 1923 as chief of the air personnel. See article by F. L. Erston in Searchy, No. 44-45, October 1962, p. 124. Note 34. As 6 Foreign Relations PTV continued to suffer from inner uncertainties and ambiguities. But, after April 1924, it was no longer at the mercy of personal prejudices and animosities, and Dr. Francois's energetic Devotion to the cause of German-Soviet friendship caused his earlier vacillations to be forgotten, nor were doubts any longer raised about the scope or importance of the military agreements. These constituted the unbreakable bond which held the Rapallo partners together, whatever lesser divergencies of interest bred. Mutual suspicions between them or seemed at times to be driving them apart. The development of Soviet-German commercial relations ran parallel to these military relations, and helped to provide a solid foundation for Soviet-German friendship. The system of mixed companies was invented, and mainly applied, for the development of Soviet-German trade. 2. Among the early foreign applicants for concessions in the Soviet Union, Germany came easily first. 3. And the year 1923 saw the establishment of the largest of the German concessions, or of any concession hitherto granted. A timber concession known from the name of a tributary of the Volga as Mologales. For the Treaty of Rapallo had provided for the negotiation of a Soviet-German commercial treaty. For more than a year after its signature, little or nothing was done. 5. Then, on June 26, 1923, negotiations opened in Berlin, Brodowski and Korner leading the Soviet and German delegations respectively. After a summer recess, they continued regularly from September. For evidence on the content and execution of the agreement, see Note A. Pages 1010 to 1017 B1L. See The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I923, Volume 3, pages 367 to 368. 3C Volume I, pages 454 to 455. 4G Hilger, Where You and Dieter Kreml, 1955, pages 17-174. Wirth was interested in this concession, which was sometimes spoken of as a gratuity for Rapallo. 5. On the Soviet side, the appointment was announced of a commission headed by Fromkin, Kurzen's deputy at Wienerberg, to prepare for negotiations. Izvestia, August 17, 1922. On the German side, Walroth was placed in charge. W. von B1 Usher, Deutschlandsweg nach Rapallo, Wiesbaden, 1951. P166. Chicherin had a conversation in Berlin with the German economic expert Schlesinger on August 19, 1922, Auswartages AMT, 4829/241595-8. In February 1923, Chicherin and Kurzen were both in Berlin, and had a discussion with German representatives on the future negotiations. IBID K618/1655994-502. 165,962-8. Whatever pressure was exerted at this time came from the Soviet side. 2 dispatches from Proctor Frantzov, May 7, 1923, IBID K618/16592-5 and 4562/1548559-61, replied to cautious and skeptical arguments advanced in BCR and about the utility of economic negotiations. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax. 1923 to May 1924.1. By that time, agreement had been reached on a large number of points, and the initial German hope of securing some relaxation of the Soviet monopoly of foreign trade had been abandoned. But the controversial issues of most favored nation treatment and the extraterritoriality of the Soviet trade delegation were still outstanding. 2. At the end of 1923, the Soviet delegation had introduced a fresh complication in the form of a request for an extradition treaty. 3. A year later, desultory discussions on this subject were still in progress, but the German government was dilatory and reluctant, and the Soviet negotiators eventually allowed the proposal to drop. 4. When on April 16, 1924, Chicherin gave an interview to Izvestia to mark the second anniversary of the Rapallo Treaty, he detected no cloud on the horizon to obscure the benefits which the treaty had conferred on both partners. It seemed fair to describe it as a guide to the future, and to predict that the full meaning of the political concepts on which it is based will be wholly revealed only in the future. Early in May 1924, however, an incident occurred which seriously disturbed Soviet-German relations for 3 months. The way in which it was handled suggested that the Soviet authorities were less alarmed than their German counterparts at the prospect of a breakdown in these relations, or perhaps merely that they were more skilled in the art of bluffing. On May 3, 1924, a German communist under arrest was being escorted by 2 German policemen through the streets of Berlin. By some ruse, he induced his guards to enter the premises of the Soviet trade delegation where he had previously worked. Once inside, he CA had for help. The policemen were arrested, and the prisoner made good his escape. Presently, the policemen were released and reported to Berlin police headquarters. A force of police then invaded the trade delegation. IBID 2860/55311-26, 555,932-1. IBID 52651316061-80 IE according to G. Hilger, Where You and Dieter Kreml, 1955. P164. The Soviet government originally wanted the German government to set up a neutral trading agent to AET as a partner of the monopoly of foreign trade in the conduit of Soviet-German trade, but the German government refused to interfere with private initiative. 3 Auswartages AMT, 5625-131-6071. 4 IBID 2860155460-2-4 I 4484/096180. 58 Foreign Relations Point B. Building, and, while purporting to Siri for the prisoner, rifled its papers, and Eros examined its personnel, some of them being temporarily held under arrest. One so flagrant a violation of the diplomatic immunity inferred on the trade delegation by the agreement of May 6, 1921, provoked an immediate and angry protest from the Soviet ambassador. On the German side, while regret was expressed for the incident, it was argued that the immunity extended only to the persons of the head of the trade delegation and his senior officials, and not to employees or to the premises as such. 3 When prompt satisfaction was not obtained, Krestinsky ostentatiously departed for Moscow. Reichhofen announced in a press interview on May 9, 1924, that the first steps had been taken to curtail our operations in Germany. 4 Chicherin in a letter to Proctor Frantzov suggested that the incident betokened a complete reversal of German policy, and in an official note of May 12, 1924, demanded a formal apology, compensation for damage done, and a declaration that the premises of the trade delegation were an extraterritorial part of the embassy. 5 This, after due consideration in Berlin, provoked a long and argumentative reply which was dispatched to Proctor Frantzov on May 20, 1924. It explained that regret had already been expressed and compensation promised in previous communications, but continued to deny the extra-territoriality of the trade delegation premises, and proposed that the facts were widely reported, with insignificant variations of detail. In the press, see also Gustav J. Stresemann Vermächtnis, I, 1932, 401-404. According to P. Sheffer, 7 years in S. Subject Russia, N. Transy 1931, p. 307. Reflecting well-informed contemporary opinion, the Prussian police acted on its own responsibility. M. von Stockbausen, 6-Jahr Reichskanzlei, Bonn. 1954, attributes the order to a Hague police official Weiss. Bobo was relieved of his post after the settlement of the incident. L. Fischer, The Suetes in World Affairs, 1930, 583. Some months later, at the session of TSLK in October 1924, Chicherin declared that TB raid on the trade delegation had taken place without TB knowledge of TB Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but in close contact with German parties of the right. SSSR, Centralnie Ispolizenie Komitet. TL SOSYFJA, TL Sessia, 1924, p. 65. The complete idea of the right seemed a plausible hypothesis, but the Prussian government which controlled TB Poli was a SPD government. This issue cut Eros party lines. For this agreement see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, via 3. Pages 339 to 340. 3 for Krestinsky's visit to Stresemann see Oswardage's AMT, 2860/55379-9. For the reply from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 2860/55383-5. 4 AI Reichhoff, Stat, I Rishi, 3, 1929, 56 to 58. 5 Oswardage's AMT, 2860/55382, SS 3906-2. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax S9. This and other outstanding issues should be settled by negotiation. J. When Proctor Francois handed this reply to Chicherin on May Z3, 19Z4, the 13th Party Congress was in session, and provided a convenient platform for indignant utterances by the Soviet leaders. Zinoviev detected in German policy a temporary flirtation with France, but concluded consolingly that the German government could not in the long run maintain an uncompromising attitude. Basic economic interests bind Germany to our country. The two countries are too closely linked to each other. Kursin devoted the whole of his short speech to the incident, making the far-fetched charge that it had been organized by way of provocation, and that the arrested communist had himself been an agent provocateur. He, too, struck a confident note, maintaining that in this conflict we are economically stronger than Germany, and that the Soviet Union will, if it so desires, find the road to Paris more quickly than the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Soviet authorities apparently continued to believe that the affair had been a deliberate trick, and were convinced that it marked a cooling off in the German attitude to the Soviet Union, prompted by a desire to seek closer relations with the West. Economic reprisals were applied in the form of a cancellation of orders, the assumption being openly expressed that the Soviet Union could get on much better without German trade than Germany without the Soviet market. 3. The negotiations for a Soviet-German commercial agreement were sharply interrupted, and steps were taken to close down the Soviet trade delegation in Berlin. 4. While, however, Soviet reactions were emphatic and unanimous, it soon transpired that German official opinion was divided between two camps. The first, which centered on the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, applauded the action of the police, and wished to use the incident in order to curtail Soviet privileges on IBID 2860/SS 3973-9. 2 Try 1 Lads at ISL Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevik J. 1924, pages 62, 146 to 153. The unlikely theory that the arrested communist was a police agent became part of the official version of the incident. Historia Diplo. Matai, ed. V. Potemkin, 1945, 3, 352. 3 Eco 1 Lamashevsky's Hill 1L, May 24, 1924. Oswardage's AMT, 2860/554116. 60. Foreign Relations. Point B. German territory. This view derived adventitious reinforcement from the surprise and alarm inspired by the result of the Reichstag elections of May 4, 1924, when 62 communists secured seats. 1. The second view was that of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was indignant at the independent action taken by the police, tacitly recognized it as a breach of the Soviet-German agreement, and above 11 regarded the incident as a minor item, which must at 11 cost not be a 1/10 wit to damage German-Soviet relations. Proctor Francois, now firmly established, after the alarms and excursions of the preceding 18 months, as the protagonist of German-Soviet collaboration, ardently shared this view, and bombarded Stresemann with indignant letters. To it was also noted that German commercial interests found the break very disadvantageous, and were pressing for a rapid settlement of the conflict. Point 3. In these circumstances, councils of prudence ultimately prevailed on both sides. Kopp visited Berlin and discussed the question with Maltzahn, and a draft protocol for the settlement of the incident was drawn up, which was described by the German negotiators as the utmost limit to which they were prepared to go, and by Kopp as a possible basis for further discussion. 4. While Trotsky, recently returned to Moscow from prolonged convalescence in the south, unexpectedly invited the German ambassador to an interview, as it took place on June 8, 1924. It was not generally known at this time that Trotsky's effective control of military affairs was at an end, and Proctor Francois, always sensitive to the nodal point in Soviet-German relations, took advantage of the opportunity of addressing the People's Commissar for War. He began by telling Trotsky that he saw, I see pages 108 to 109 below, a telegram from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Proctor Francois treated this result as proof of the moral and material support received by the KPT from Moscow. Proctor J.J. Ranson Nachlass. 9101/227199. Forskungen zur Osteuropäischen Geschichte, 2, 1955, 318, note 101. J.G. Hilger, Were you indeed Kreml, 1955, p. 178. 4 Proctor J.J. Ranson Nachlass, 9101/227182-6 J. Kopp was to have left Berlin for Moscow on June S, 1924, Oswardage's AMT, 4829/241973, but postponed his departure and did not finally reach Moscow till June 17, 1924. IBID 4829/241988, 241,992. 5 IBID 2860/554133J for Trotsky's position at this time see the interregnum. I-923 I-924, pages 361 to 366. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 61. German-Russian friendship seriously endangered, and had to know WHE the relations with Trotsky's department were also threatened. Trotsky replied with emphasis that a change in our attitude was not even to be contemplated, and that the dispute had absolutely no bearing on this matter. Proctor Randr professed to throw doubt on this assurance. He cited several recent occasions of coolness on the Soviet side. Visiting German officers had had a chilly reception, a Junkers aeroplane which had been flown to Moscow, was not allowed to take part in the parade. The ambassador herself had not been invited to the parade, though other diplomats had been present. Trotsky fended off these and other complaints, and expressed the conviction that German-Soviet friendship would continue for years. He corrected herself, for decades to come. Brock Dor Francois ended by repeating a suggestion. WH had, he said, already been made to Chicherin, that the two powers should liquidate the Berlin incident in a protocol declaring their intention to forget the misunderstandings of THC past and work Tag in the spirit of Rapallo. A few days later, the ambassador handed to Chicherin the draft of a protocol approved by THC Kremlin government and no doubt drawn on these lines. This did not at all satisfy the Soviet government, and Chicherin replied on June 15 to 16, 1924, in a handwritten letter rejecting the proposals. Kopp now returned from Berlin, and had a long discussion with Chicherin on the night of June 19 to 20.3, but several weeks of hard bargaining ensued before a solution was in sight. For the main stumbling block was the demand for recognition of the extra-territorial status of the trade delegation, and the turning point came in a conversation between Chicherin and Dr. Francois on July 5, 1924, when Chicherin suggested that some part, if not the whole, of the trade delegation premises might be recognized as extraterritorial, as what was to be the final text was provisionally. This account of the conversation was sent by Dr. Francois on June 9, 1924, to Stresemann, Nachlass, 7414/1753334-40 JA full. Translation is in G. Freund, Unholy Alliance, 1957, pages 254 to 258. Auswortages AMT, 2860/554153 J. The text has not been traced. 3 of it 4829/241991-5. 4 Hilger describes an all-night conversation between Rodek, Brockdorf, Francois and himself which helped at one point to avert a breakdown. G. Hilger, Where You and Dieter Kreml, 1955, pages 178 to 179. 5 Auswortages AMT, 2860/554217-19. 62 Foreign Relations Point B. Agreed on at a meeting in Moscow on July 15, 1924, between Chicherin, Krestinsky, and Kopp on one side and Brockdorf, Francois and Hilger on the other. 1. After the formal approval of both governments had been given, it was at length signed in Berlin by Stresemann and the Soviet charged affair on July 29, 1924. It represented an almost complete acceptance of the Soviet demands. The action of the police against the trade delegation on May 3 was admitted to have been arbitrary and unjustified. The German government expressed its regret, promised to punish the guilty, and undertook to make good the material damage. The Soviet government reiterated that it had issued firm instructions to all officials and employees of the delegation to refrain from taking any part whatever in the internal political life of Germany. A definite part of the premises of the delegation was declared to enjoy diplomati privilege and immunity, the remainder was to be subject to German law. Finally, the parties professed their undiminished mutual goodwill and announced their intention to CONC1 a regular commercial treaty within a year. 2 on July 31, 1924, Krestinsky left Moscow to return to his post. It was no mere coincidence that agreement had been reached at the moment when a German delegation under the leadership of Stresemann was about to leave for London to participate in the conference on the Dawes Plan for reparations. 3 Before entering into further commitments to the West, Stresemann wished to reinsure his position by a demonstration of his friendly relations with the East. This pattern was repeated more than once in the course of the next 2 years, when in December 1923 the Reparations Committee SSL on AP appointed 2 committees of experts, the first to examine ways and means of balancing the German budget and stabilizing the German currency, the second to deal with the flight of capital from Germany, American experts, with the agreement of the United Auswortages AMT, 2860/SS4242. The FUD text was published in Pravda and Izvestia on July 30, 1924, and in the German press on July 31, 1924, for an abbreviated text see Klyubny. Kafai Sabanin, Mezdunardnaya Politika, 3, I, 1928, 313 to 314. 3 The conference of the Allied governments had opened on July 16, 1924. The German delegation joined it on August 1924. CHXXVI diplomatic anticlimax. States government were appointed to both committees. General Dawes was thus appointed to the first committee, which was the effective body, and became its president. In April 1924 the committee propounded Aschern, henceforth to be known as the Dawes Plan, the essential features of which were that German reparations payments were to be fixed in advance for a number of years, that the responsibility for the transfer of these sums over the exchange's residential TED with the Allied authorities, and that a loan from Allied sources should be made available to the German government to assist it to become and remain solvent. The success of the plan was assured by the fall of Poincaré and the accession of the left government to power in France in May. J. on 1924. After long negotiations, an agreement based on the plan was signed in London between the Reparations Commission and the German government on August 9, 1924. These proceedings did not at first excite particular concern in Moscow. At the 5th Congress of Comintern, meeting shortly after the report of the Dawes Committee had been approved by the Reparations Commission, Zinoviev called the plan a halter round the neck of the German working class, and a German delegate, echoing this verdict, deplored the favorable reception of the plan by British and French workers. 1. The resolution of the Congress referred to the Dawes report as the gospel of contemporary pacifism and democracy, and attributed the propaganda in support of it to a strengthening of democratic pacifist illusions, but prescribed no specific action on IUN. At the end of July 1924 the incident of the attack on the trade delegation in Berlin was finally liquidated. Soviet-German relations resumed their normal course. Even the acceptance of the Dawes Plan by the German delegation at the London conference did not at first seem to portend any untoward change. Kamina admitted that, as a result of the plan, a certain coincidence of 1 Protocol, Filter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. I. 7, 2. 8S9-860, a conference of delegates of the French and German Communist parties at Cologne on June 24, 1924 came out with a declaration against the plan, Die Rotfahne. June 2, 1924. Kommunistische International wie Dokumentik, 1933. Pages 397 to 398, A. Manifesto of Iki issued shortly after the Congress followed the same line in more strident language, International Presse Correspondence. Number 99. August I. 1924 pages 1267 to 1268. Foreign Relations BTV. Interests may be realized between the capitalists of Germany, England, France, and America, and even a single economic front be formed against us, and called the Plan of Bargain 11 struck at the expense of the German and the international proletariat. The spokesman of the German Communist Party in the Reichstag on August 29, 1924, maintained that the effect of the plan was to put the great German capitalists in power, side by side with those of the Entente, and sacrifice the workers, employees and middle classes to them. But the mood of confidence in Mosea was not immediately shaken. In September 1924, Stalin, in an article WHG, instituted his first major pro-Nazi on foreign policy, dice over 4 flaws in the proceedings of the London Inferni which would doom it to sterility. It had turned Germany into a Yoloni. This was to reckon without the German people. It had subordinated France to Great Britain. This was contrary to the logia of facts. It recognized the Hague Mo New York of America. This would never be tolerated by British industry, and it had done nothing to mitigate antagonisms between Europe and the colonial countries. Stalin stoutly denied the conclusion that the power of the bourgeoisie has been made secure, that the era of pacifism must be regarded as lengthy, and the revolution in Europe as postponed to a remote future. On the contrary, pacifism leads to the destruction of the foundations of bourgeois power, and prepares conditions favorable for the revolution. 3. Soon, however, fresh implications of the new turn of German policy, more disquieting for the Soviet Union than the economy, enslavement of the German proletariat, began to emerge. The Rapallo Treaty was only a year old when fears began to be expressed in Mosea that Germany might seek an accommodation with Great Britain, inspired by common mistrust of Franny, at the expense of German friendship with the Soviet Union. For such apprehensions had been stilled by the reconciliation between Il Camina, Stat. Reg. 11, 1929, Il 12, 62. Of Verhandlung der Reichstags, Oklski, 1924, 1071. 3. Stalin, Sakhainania, 6, 282, 284 to 285. For further quotations from this article, CP 293 below. The existence of these fears was reported by Dr. Francois, on the strength of several conversations with Chicherin, in a letter to Maltzahn of April 29, 1923, Forskungen zur Osteuropäischen 2, 1955, 325 note 145. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 65. Great Britain and France after the downfall of Poincaré, and by the improved relations between both of them and the Soviet Union. But they now revived in a new form. Litvinov, in a conversation reported by the German charge d'affaires in Moscow on September 13, 1924, did not disguise his anxiety that the London conversations might have had a serious influence on our, i.e. Germany's Russian policy. 1. The British Prime Minister, in his speech to the Assembly of the League of Nations on September 4, 1924, spoke of the vacant chair waiting to receive Germany. 2. Stresemann, a few days later, while strenuously denying that Germany intended to seek admission, declared German willingness to enter the League on the condition of our recognition by others as a great power with equal rights. It was believed that the question had been discussed at length during Stresemann's visit to London for the Dawes Plan negotiations in August. 3. Any proposal that German should join the League of Nations raised delicate issues of Soviet-German relations. Such an act would mark a cleavage between the Rapallo partners, unless both joined the League simultaneously, and the potential obligations of a member of the League might, at any rate in theory, involve action against the Soviet Union under Article 16 and 17 of the Covenant. Stresemann himself had been fully conscious of these issues in a confidential memorandum, written in February 1924, 6 months before the question of Germany's entry into the League was officially broached. From the German standpoint, it is of particular importance that, when this question becomes acute, it should be raised by England not only for Germany, but also for Russia, for whose recognition the British government has also taken the initiative. Our relation to Russia will always be of supreme importance for us, economically and politically. Any action of the League of Nations, WHH, might be directed against Russia and might also be binding on us, would be a much heavier burden for us than for any other country. 4. J. Oswardages AMT, 2860/554349-50. League of Nations, FJTH Assembly, 1924, p. 42J. In a later passage, MacDonald expressed the tentative hope that the Anglo-Soviet treaty might be a first indication of Soviet willingness to join the League. Ibid p. 43. L. Gustav Stresemann Vermächtnis, I, 1932, 569, 573 to 575. Forl bid. I, 314 to 315. 66. Foreign Relations. B. Now, however, since the admission of the Soviet Union was out of the question, it was precisely this isolated entry into the League of Nations which was being canvassed by the German government. On September 23, 1924, the German government announced that the Dawes Plan had, in its view, created a basis for its future cooperation in the League of Nations. On the evening of the following day, Stresemann met Krutzen and Brock. Dorfranz saw privately at the house of Krieg, a former legal advisor of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, where Krutzen made a long speech against any approach by Germany to the League. On September 29, 1924, a memorandum was dispatched to the Allied powers outlining the conditions on which the German government was prepared to seek the admission of Germany into the League of Nations without delay. The most important of these were a demand for a permanent seat on the League Council, and a reservation to the effect that the obligations of Article 16 of the Covenant could not be regarded as automatically binding on a disarmed nation. 1. Meanwhile, on September 26, 1924, the Soviet charge d'affaires made a first informal inquiry of Stresemann about the proposed German move and the reported German memorandum, repeating the inquiry more formally and in greater detail in a further conversation of October 1924. Stresemann explained that entry into the League of Nations, far from constituting an acceptance of the Versailles frontiers, opened up the possibility of revision through Article 19 of the Covenant, pointed out that MacDonald, who was eager to bring Germany into the League, had also been the protagonist of the Anglo-Soviet treaty, and denied that any change of policy towards the Soviet government was intended. Neither side was content to let the matter rest. The Soviet leaders had long been obsessed with the view of the League of Nations as a combination of powers hostile to the Soviet Union, and a dash of policies was inevitable. In the middle of September, I. Gustav Stresemann Vermächtnis, I. J. 932, 579 to 580, the German memo. Random was first made public 3 months later, when it appeared as an See Tensure in the German note of December 12, 1924, to the Secretary General of the League of Nations, League o' Nations, Official Journal, Number 3, March 1925, pages 325 to 326. 2 Stresemann Nachlass, 7178/157420-2, 157,445-7, the versions in Gustav Stresemann Vermächtnis, I, 1932, pages 586 to 589 are abbreviated. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax. Chicharen had received from a Berlin acquaintance, Professor Ludwig Stein, an invitation to participate in a discussion at the Mitwachgesellschaft, a Berlin club of political intellectuals, which he had addressed some years earlier on Germany's proposed entry into the League of Nations. On September 21, 1924, Chicharen declined the invitation, but included in his letter of refusal a statement of his views he requested to have read at the meeting. He described Germany's entry into the League as equivalent to a capitulation, a journey to Canossa, a renunciation of the future, and went on. By entering the League of Nations, Germany joins Adafinite. Eorlichen, Germany thus becomes a satellite, renounces her own political line, subordinates her polity to that of this Eorlichen. German polity is thus brought into eolison with the Rapallo polity. Germany, contrary to her own will and, through the force of facts, will be drawn by this step into EOM. By nations and edience WHH will lead her into compliance with us. 2. Though Chicharen afterwards pretended that the letter was destined for a purely private audience, he need hardly have been otherwise than pleased at the publicity which it received, or surprised at the annoying of the German government. 3. He reverted to the theme in his speech to TSIK on foreign affairs on October 18, 1924, a lengthy passage of which was devoted to GER. Many. Germany had achieved a certain stability, but at the cost of the loss of all economic, and some degree of political, independence. Western tendencies in Germany find expression in the eagerness of a large proportion of the ruling groups to gain admission to the League of Nations. Having denied that the Soviet Union had any thought of joining the League of Nations, though this did not preclude the possibility of sending an observer, Chicharen went on. Entry into the present League of Nations means, in the opinion of our government, the surrender of an independent. Chicharen had spoken in June 1922, after the CONC1 fusion of the Rapallo Treaty, on CL Bolshevism and pacifism. His main theme is said to have been that Germany and Soviet Russia should adopt a common attitude to the League of Nations and only enter it together. Elstein, AUS dem Leben 1 Optimisten. 1930, p. 238. Ibid pages 239 to 240. 3 Gustav Stresemann Vermächtnis, I, 1932, 588, 59 I. 68 Foreign Relations. Point B. Polity and submission to the polity of the Entente powers. We achieve the same interpretation to the entry of Germany into the League. By the force of events, Germany would then be drawn into EM by nations as a result of which she would be an adversary of the USSR. L. When Krestinsky on his return from leave at the end of October 1924 visited Stresemann, and inquired in a lively way about Germany's attitude to the League of Nations, Stresemann at only embarked on a diatribe against EMunist propaganda, a theme he usually broached when he desired to stave off an offensive on other questions, and handed to the ambassador a protest against the liquidation of German property in the Soviet Union. Krestinsky understood with Soviet obedience to Germany's entry into the League of Nations and received the previous replies. The conversation included a denial by Krestinsky that Chicharen's letter to Stein had been intended for publication. 2. Meanwhile, an attempt was made to mobilize left-wing opinion in European countries on similar lines. Early in October 1924, a Infereni of EMunist deputies and members of parliament from Germany, France, Great Britain, and Czechoslovakia, meet in Cologne, declared that the DAS plan makes the German proletariat the first and direct object of attack by the capitalist classes of all countries, and deno on the League of Nations as the new holy alliance against the proletarian revolution. 3. A month later, the usual manifesto of Iki on the anniversary of the October Revolution of 1917 appealed for support for the German proletariat. We will be plunged into the deepest gulf of political and social enslavement by the experts' report of the American bankers. 4. At the 6th Russian Trade Union Congress, Lazovsky broadened the scope of the protest by yielding the DAS plan the organization of Europe, i.e. the subordination of Europe to American capital. 5. And the deification of ISSSR, Central Iaspolitelny Komitet Zisoziva, Zsesia, 1924. PSIXS, for the general tenor of the speech CP 248 below. 2 Stresemann Nachlass, 7178/157522-6, abbreviated in Gustav Stresemann Vermächtnis, I, 1932, 589 to 591. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 132, October 13, 1924, pages 1755. 175-6. 4 Ibidno. LN, November 3, 1924, p. 1931. 5 Slozestoy SS Professional Legalso, Bozov SSR, 1925, p. 377. CHXXVI Diplomatic Anticlimax 69. Europe became a familiar bugbear in current Soviet oratory. The improvement in German relations with the West aroused deep suspicions in the Soviet Union, and was so on to east a lasting shadow on the Rapallo Poli. The DAS plan was the first step on the road to Locarno. Chapter 27. Comintern, the 5th Congress. The 5th Congress of the Communist International was in session from June 17 to July 8, 1924, and was attended by 406 delegates from 41 countries, of whom 324 were full delegates with voting rights. 1. Its task was unusually complex. The 3rd Congress of Comintern in 1921, following on the introduction of NEP, had sounded a note of retreat in the march towards world revolution. This was intensified at the 4th Congress in November 1922, which for the first time clearly faced the prospect of an indefinite prolongation of relations between the Soviet Union and the surviving capitalist world, and recognized the unique dependence of the hope of world revolution on Soviet power and prestige. 2. By far the most important event occurring within the orbit of Comintern between its 4th and 5th Congresses was the failure of the attempted German Revolution of October 1923. The 5th Congress could hardly fail to reflect the widening gap between the one party which had a victorious revolution to its credit and the parties which had failed, or had not even made the attempt. 3. What had happened inevitably strengthened still further Russian prestige and predominance in I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND, H. 1054. The report of the Mandates Commission, Pietiiv Semerny Congress. Kommunistische Internationale, 1925 to 259 to 260, recognized 336 full delegates and 168 consultative delegates, including in the latter category 70 delegates from Profintern and 30 from other organizations, 207 full delegates, and 80 consultative delegates came from countries outside the USSR, IBID. 235. ZC The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23. Volume 3, pages 384-386, 441-451. L. Rappaport put the point forcefully at the French Party Congress 2 years later. You remember the famous farce, nothing to declare. We had nothing to declare by way either of a victorious revolution or of original ideas. It happened, by force of events, that the authors of the first victorious revolution are in Russia, v. Congress National du Parti Communiste Français. 1927, p. 405. Et. XXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 71. Comintern, and popularized the view that other parties, in order to qualify themselves for the same suisse, must above all follow the Russian model and sub-MIT to Russian guidance. This time, President was inhained by the appeal verdict on the German failure as a result not of GTV ambitions, but of the weaknesses, and especially of the opportunist leadership, of the German party. The moral of what had happened was not that belief in a pro-Leaderine revolution in the West was mistaken, but that the Western parties had hitherto failed to learn from the Russian experience how to make a revolution. The diagnosis of the German failure as the product of a Brandlerite deviation to the right had been spontaneously adopted within the KPT itself, and was followed, with the aid of Ani Aurich, meant of Zinoviev and Novicki, by the evasion of the existing leaders in favor of leaders of the party left. Thus the other moral drawn in Comintern from the German events of OETA BR 1923, side by side with the moral of the need to eat Russian leadership, was the need for a turn to the left, and this fitted in with the lessons drawn from the Trotsky controversy. We had from the first been closely bound up with the German Fiaseo. Trotsky himself had been denowned as the author of a right deviation in the Russian party. The groups in foreign parties, notably the German, Polish, and French parties, which had shown most eagerness to support him, were themselves under fire as rightists. It became a regular pattern in communist parties to attribute any failure or any deviation from the official line to rightist errors, and to seek a remedy in a return to the well-tried principles of the left. The 5th Congress of Comintern found no difficulty in bringing the main issues before it within this familiar framework. The other major event we overshadowed the 5th Congress was the advent to power of a labor government in Great Britain, and the de jure recognition of the Soviet Union. One disillusionment had quickly set in with MacDonald and his ministers, but this did not alter the fact of recognition, or the belief that the rise of Imanuelski coupled the coming into power of the British Labour government met with the discussion in the Russian party, and the German defeat as the three events WHH provoked the crisis in Comintern, Communisti. Chesky International. Number 7. 1924 COLS 17-20. 72. Foreign Relations. Point B. The Labour Party to power was a symptom of the growing revolt of the British worker against the existing order. Here, too, the moment seemed ripe for a turn to the left. Whether, therefore, from the point of view of the Soviet government or of Comintern, and the interests of both were in Russian thinking indistinguishable, the situation in Great Britain gave ground for optimism, and fully compensated for the temporary German setback. Zinoviev, in a circular letter to the parties of April S. 1924, announcing the agenda for the forthcoming 5th Congress, set the seal on this change of emphasis. For the first time in the history of the English labor movement, conditions are now being created for the establishment of a mass communist PL/JTI. In this sense, what is now happening in the English labor movement is more important than the events in Germany. The theme of the substitution of Great Britain for Germany as the main hope and main preoccupation of Comintern was frequently heard in the following months. Similar hopes were sometimes expressed about France. Rodek, in report to the Communist Academy of February 19, 1925, pointed to the growing strength of the French and British parties, and added, CE in Germany the curve moves downward. 3. These conditions appeared to justify qualified optimism. Zinoviev in his circular letter found it difficult to celebrate any notable achievement since the 4th Congress 18 months earlier. But he described Comintern as standing at the moment between two waves of the proletarian revolution, one of which had passed and the other had not yet arisen. Kamina at this time claimed that, wherever I Pravda, April 10, 1924, International Press Correspondence, number 46. April 18, 1924, p. 536. Z. The chief task of the Communist International, said Zinoviev in his opening speech at the Congress, is now transferred to England in all fields. Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND, I, 77. The obsequious Pepper added that the German October defeat and the victory of the English Labour Party, the Labour government in England, have transferred the centre of gravity of our present tasks from Germany to England. Ibid I, 304. 3 Meroe Politica VI 924 Go to, ed. F. Rochstein, 1925, p. 27. 4 For the letter C note 2 above. The revolutionary wave was a favorite metaphor of the period. Kamina, at a Moscow party conference, admitted that it was still uncertain whether CE the ninth and last wave of the proletarian advance on the hulwark of capitalism will come tomorrow or the day after. CHXXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 73. One looked in the capitalist world, the same diagnosis was everywhere confirmed, incurably sick. 1 Stalin in a speech to the School of Party Secretaries on the eve of the 5th Congress found nothing but encouraging features in the international situation. The inability of the imperialist powers to bring about a durable peace, the rise in the power and prestige of the Soviet Union, and the growing attraction of the masses in capitalist countries towards the Soviet Union. And he ended by saluting the success of our foreign policy during this year. And that the new cult of Leninism had been honored by a solemn ceremony at the Lenin Mausoleum. 3 Zinoviev opened the business proceedings of the Congress with the customary report on the work of Icky, which was in fact a statement of policy on the current situation. The main political diagnosis was hardly controversial. Everyone agreed that the cause of world revolution had suffered a setback from its early hopes. Zinoviev repeated in almost the same words what Trotsky had already said to the 3rd Congress. We misjudged the tempo, we counted in months when we had to count in years. But the resolution of the 4th Congress, having taken note of the rise of fascism, had also contemplated an alternative development. This does not exclude the possibility that in the near future, in some important countries the Bourandioist reaction may be succeeded by a democratic pacifist era. In England, strengthening of the Labour Party at the last elections. In France, an inevitable period of the rule of a so-called CE left bloc. Such a transitional democratic pacifist period is tomorrow. Pravda, May 10, 1924. The final instructions of the KPT2. Its delegation at the Congress also described the current period as a trough between two revolutionary waves. Die Taktik der Kommunistisken Inter. National, 1924, p. 38. I Pravda, May 10, 1924. In the Congress Manifesto on the 10th anniversary of the war drafted by Trotsky, cp. 85 below, it was boldly asserted that there is not a single healthy spot in Europe. Stalin, Sakhaina, 6, 235-239. 3C Volume 2, p. 3. Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT, I. 5. For Trotsky's speech at the Third Congress see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7. I9S3, Volume 3, pages 384-385. 74. Foreign Relations. Point B. Extremely probable, and this may in turn provoke a return of pacifist hopes in bourgeois and social democratic Germany. Point 1. Now that the British Labour Party and the French Left Bloc were in power, and masses of German bourgeois and social democratic voters were in process of succumbing to the illusions of the Dawes Plan, this prophecy had been brilliantly fulfilled. The arrival of the democratic pacifist era was hailed as a sign of the collapse of capitalism. The Dawes Plan was a halter round the neck of the German working class, and the longer the British Labour Party remained in power, the fewer illusions it would inspire. Attacks on social democratic parties of countries, varied by personal attacks on Radek, were the recurrent leitmotif of Zinoviev's speech. European social democracy as we know it is really, speaking objectively, now nothing but a third party / the world bourgeoisie, and the German Social Democratic Party was described as a wing of fascism. The denunciation of social democrats was no novelty in Bolshevik theory or in Bolshevik oratory, but it had acquired from the German experience, when collaboration with the social democrats had been tried and had failed, an emphasis which had been missing in the milder pronouncements of the Third and Fourth Congresses. In the present context it seemed to indicate an unequivocal shift towards the left, and provided an embarrassing elementary on the United Front policy which had been a bone of eon tension between Zinoviev and Radek ever since it had been first elamed by Key in December 1921.1. For what basis now remained for a united front with so ill demerits? Unfortunately the resolution of the Fourth Congress of Comintern had emphatically proclaimed the indispensability of the tactics of the united front and re-amended support for workers' governments, these being defined in imprudent detail as inalad ing left coalitions of 11 kinds. Zinoviev now attempted to explain away his previous evidence of the erudite passages in that resolution, politely burying the united front in the guise of the united front from below, meaning a polity of splitting other left parties against their leaders, and reverting to his original interpretation of a workers' government as a synonym. I Kommunistiske International, Documentic, 1933, p. 298. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 FL3, VO. 3, pages 406-407. At XXVII Comintern, the Fifth Congress 7s. For a Soviet government or the dictatorship of the proletariat. Past defeats were attributed to a false interpretation by the right of the slogans of the United Front and the workers' government, which was responsible for the German fiasco of October 1923, and which was subtly associated with the Trotskyist opposition in the Russian party. A brief reference to a so-called left comrade who rejected United Front tactics altogether led to the conclusion that we, the genuine lefts in Comintern, must take in hand the campaign against the right. These mild criticisms of the ultra-lefts did not seriously affect the main tenor of the speech as an attempt by Zinoviev to stake out for himself and for Comintern a position while to the left of that occupied at the Fourth Congress. 1. Zinoviev's political report was immediately followed by a report from Varga, the economic expert of Comintern, on the world economic situation. The Third Congress of Comintern in 1921 had already diagnosed an offensive against the working masses both on the economic and on the political front. The Fourth Congress in November 1922, in a section of its resolution, headed the offensive of capital, admitted that the bourgeoisie had strengthened its political and economic domination, and begun a new offensive against the proletariat. 2. Before the Fifth Congress met in the summer of 1924, the success of this offensive had become menacingly apparent in the recovery from the first post-war economic depression, in the stabilization of the German currency, in the widespread support for the Dawes Plan, and in the penetration of American capital into Europe. In May 1924, Varga had published a pamphlet under the Tide Rise and Fall Capitalism, which concluded that the acute total crisis of capitalism after the war had been CE by and large overcome, and appeared to admit the likelihood of a long delay in its ultimate downfall. When Varga was called on to report to the Fifth Congress on the world economic situation, a less pessimistic note seemed appropriate. Nothing could, he now explained, alter the certainty of the downfall of capitalism, which had already entered its last stages. But, CE within the general crisis of capitalism. Zinoviev's speech is in Protocol, Vereinte Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I, 42-1°7. 2 Kommunistiske International v. Documentic, 1933, pages 166, 296-297. Foreign Relations PTV. Variations could occur, in the form both of partial recoveries and of incongruities between different countries. Capitalism was no longer a uniform world system. The present phase, though it offered no objective proof of the collapse of capitalism, did offer objective possibilities. Your success dual struggles OJ the proletariat. 1. This cryptic utterance sounded like a compromise between Varga's professional conscience and the need for a revolutionary platform which would satisfy the left. 1. The embarrassments of both Zinoviev's and Varga's positions were to emerge during the debate. Trained, the French delegate, supported Zinoviev with the argument that the principal danger came not from the left, but from the right. A German delegate, speaking under the name of Rule, boldly declared that in October 1923 the German party and the whole of Comintern was in a position to raise the question of the seizure of power in an acute form. Murphy, the British delegate, injected the first element of doubt by pointing out that the United Front was the essential basis of the tactics of the British party. 3. Roy, the Indian delegate, WHIIE, welcoming the attention now being belatedly devoted to Great Britain, set to work to dispel current illusions about the prospects of the CPGB. The British proletariat as a class was distorted and penetrated through and through by the unconscious or conscious spirit of imperialism, living on the super profits of imperialism, it had not yet lost its faith either in the labor government or in bourgeois democracy. Nothing could be achieved until the CPGB became a mass party active throughout the empire. For nobody was inclined to take up Roy's masterful challenge. Roddick spoke as the main dissentient from the official line, having obtained permission to state a personal view 5, the last instance in the history of the Russian party of a licensed opposition. He attacked Zinoviev's attitude. I protocol, Fenjader Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 108 to 131. 2 Trotsky later described Varga as a theoretical Polonius, a useful and qualified worker, who serves up economic arguments for somebody else's political lean. Trotsky Archives, T 3129, p. 5. 3 Protocol, Fenjader Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 13.8, 142-144. 4 Ibid I, 149 to 153. 5 For Roddick's position at this time see the Interregnum, I-923 I-924, pp. 335-239. CHXXBII Comintern, the 5th Congress 77. As a liquidation of the decisions of the 4th Congress, and challenged Zinoviev to say whether he really rejected all coalitions with Social Democrats. Turning on Varga, he read extracts from Varga's pamphlet of the previous month, contrasting them with the more bellicose passages of his report. At the Congress, he declared, the dove has roared like a lion. 1 Roddick was answered by Ruth Fischer. The instructions of the German delegation were decidedly guarded about the United Front, and described the slogan of the workers' government as obsolete. 2 And the majority of the German delegation, under Ruth Fischer's forceful leadership, formed the left wing of the Congress, as the British delegation formed the right. She declared that Roddick and his supporters no longer believe in a European revolution, and predicted the imminence of an acute revolutionary crisis. The situation in the British party was quite different from that of the more mature parties. Its weak attitude towards the Labour Party was the result of inexperience. 3 Brandler, who was not a member of the German delegation and had no vote, defended his past policies not without dignity, but without effect. A critical delegate alleged that Varga's theses had been deliberately framed in more optimistic terms than his analysis in order to justify left policies. On the other hand, a member of the German left attacked the theses as reflecting the defeatist doctrines of the right, and thought it dangerous to admit that capitalism could enjoy even a temporary recovery. 4 The tide was still setting strongly towards the left. Togliatti, appearing under the pseudonym of Ercole, who occupied a central position in the much divided Italian delegation, expressed the shrewd fear that the only result of the debate would be to replace ambiguous right formulas by ambiguous left formulas. Bordiga appeared at the Congress as the only spokesman of the ultra-left, openly branding the resolution of the 4th Congress as ill-considered, proclaiming the United Front from below and not from above, and demanding a third class. I protocol, Funk der Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 162 to 19 degrees. Die Taktik der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, p. 42. 3 Protocol, Funk der Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 191-2 degree 9. 4 Ibid I, 352 to 353, 388. 5 Bid I, 377. Foreign Relations PTV. Funeral for the tactics and slogan of a workers' government. 1 Varga and Zinoviev replied to the debate. Varga defended himself a little awkwardly against the attacks on Hearn, admitting a shade of difference between the pamphlet and the theses, but asserting that the situation in the capitalist world had deteriorated in the last 2 months. Zinoviev summed up, noting that the debate had been more extensive than ever before, and that 62 orators had taken part in it. As in his opening speech, he leaned heavily towards the left, using Roddick and the Social Democrats as his main targets, though Bordiga's intervention gave Hearn an opportunity to hold the balance with some sharp sallies against the ultra-left. In a passage which was afterwards frequently quoted, he safeguarded Hearnself by canvassing the possibility of 2 alternative prospects, either a rapid ripening of the revolution in Europe within 3, 4, or 5 years, or a slow and gradual ripening over a period of years. The gulf between left and right was straddled by this formula. 3. In the political commission, which was charged with the task of drafting a solution, the right opposition seems to have remained silent. But Bordiga persisted in defending his position, and submitted an alternative draft to that of the majority. The battle was renewed in the plenary session to which the commission reported. Bordiga once more complained that the resolution did not reject decisively enough the ambiguous formulas on the United Front and the workers' government adopted by the 4th Congress, and Bukharin retorted that Bordiga was an individ. I protocol, Fund/der Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. I. 394 to 406. Bordiga's role as leader of the ultra-left was noted by the Polish leader Domsky, who described him after the 5th Congress in an article in Now Piers Glad, quoted in J. A. Regula, Histor Komunistische Partijbok. 1934, PJJ 6, as one of the outstanding figures in the International. The only other ultra-leftist of comparable importance at this time was Koresh, a learned Marxist who had been a minister in the coalition government in Thuringia in 1923, and editor of the theoretical journal of the KPD, Die Internationale, who, unlike Bordiga, did not enjoy a large following in his party. Koresh did not speak at the Congress except to interrupt one of the speeches with the taunt of Soviet imperialism, G. Hilger and A. Meyer. The Incompatible Allies, 1953, p. 108. The passage is omitted from the German edition of this work, G. Hilger, where you indeed Kreml, 1955, but the fact I. A. while attested. The charge of red imperialism had already been made after Bukharin's speech at the 4th Congress, CP 1000 below. Ibid I, 441-44Z. 3 Ibid I, 453 to 509. CHXXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 79. Eulalist who did not understand the need for an approach to the masses. The draft resolution was then passed by an overwhelming majority, Bordiga's counter-draft receiving only 8 votes. The resolution, while purporting to reaffirm the decisions of the 4th Congress, firmly rejected 11 attempts to make of the United Front Policy anything more than a revolutionary method of agitation and mobilization of the masses, or to utilize the slogan of the worker-peasant government, not for the purpose of agitating for a proletarian dictatorship, but for the purpose of creating a bourgeois democratie. Vargas' theses on the economy situation, which had been referred to an economic drafting commission, were adopted unanimously, though it was reported that, presumably as the result of pressure from the left, They had been further modified in the Commission in order to make them more favorable to the pros.cts of revolutionary action. 3. In their final form, the theses to on the exceptional character of capitalist prosperity in America, we contrasted with the misery and chaos of capitalism in Europe, and on the worldwide agrarian chaos. But the final inclusion seemed little more than a rhetorical platitude. If we succeed in finally breaking the infamy of the social democrats and national fascist parties over the proletariat, in mobilizing a majority of the proletariat in its decisive strata, under the leadership of communist parties for the struggle for state power, and in drawing into a fighting union against the landowners and capitalists, the working peasantry which suffers from the agrarian erisis, then in the present period of the decline of capitalism, these struggles will lead to successful struggles for power. Some of the same issues arose in the long resolution of the Congress on questions of TTS. We described the world as having entered a democratic pacifist phase, from Great IBG, 592-6°4, 617, of the 8 dissensions, 7 were members of the Italian delegation, the other a member of the French delegation associated with Italian refugees in France who had joined the French party. Bordiga's counterdraft does not appear to have been published. 2. Kommunistiske International TI Dokumentik, 1933, p. 393. J. Protocol, Functor Kongresster Kommunistisken Internationale, ND. 2. 1004-1007. 4. The resolution is in Kommunistiske International TI Dokumentik. 1933, pages 415-426. 80. Foreign Relations. Point B. Britain and France see democratic pacifist illusions had been traded CE even into Germany. The resolution, defining the current period as CE an epoch between two revolutions or between two waves of the revolutionary advance, considered that such a period was likely to be particularly fertile in deviations. Professing to hold the balance between two extremes, it denounced CE ultra-left deviations which had found expression both in trade union policy and CE in a general denial CE in principle of the tactics of maneuver. But this was only a prelude to the serious business of exposing the deviations of the right. The United Front might, or might not, declared the resolution, involve negotiations with leaders of other parties. But it could not be confined to such negotiations. The United Front from below was an essential part of it. The CE worker peasant government, far from implying a coalition, was simply a translation into the language of the revolution, into the language of the working masses, of the slogan the dictatorship of the proletariat. This led logically to a reference to the bourgeois and anti-worker character of the so-called C labor government of MacDonald. Z. When its resolution came before the Congress, at its final session, Bordiga took a new line. Though he still disagreed with some of its phraseology, it had moved so far from the position of the Fourth Congress and in the direction of his own views that he was prepared to vote for it. He had no objections to the attacks on the ultra-left, for these were clearly irrelevant to any opinions held by the Italian delegation. The resolution was then passed unanimously. Point 3. Many subsequent ambiguities of policy and tactics were latent in these resolutions of the Fifth Congress. The attitude of Comintern towards United Front tactics would continue to fluctuate between the two extremes, and these fluctuations would mirror changing attitudes in Soviet relations with the external world. To recognize the division between the two camps, Soviet and capitalist, as the only effective contradiction in the international scene meant to for the trade union question, see pages 553 to 558 below. The rejection of maneuver was a reference to the left intellectuals in the German party. CP 110 below. Kommunistiske International TI Dokumentik, 1933, pages 397 to 415. 3. Protocol, Fund/2 Congress du Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 1011 to 1012. CHXXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 81. Reject the United Front as anything more than an incidental propaganda davy. To realize a rift within the capitalist world as one of the essential contradictions of capitalism, and to seek to exploit that rift in the interests of Soviet security and power, meant to treat the United Front as an essential ingredient of foreign policy. Neither view could be unconditionally maintained to the exclusion of the other. The same ambiguities were apparent in the special resolutions devoted to CE the Labour government in England and to fascism. The embarrassments of the attitude to be adopted to the British Labour Party went back to Lenin, who spoke with scathing contempt of its leaders, and especially of MacDonald, but enjoined the CPGB to seek membership of it. By the time the Fifth Congress met in June 1924, the Labour government had revealed enough of its propensity for compromise, and of its half-heartedness in the Anglo-Soviet negotiations, to have forfeited anything that was left of its initial popularity in Moscow. Zinoviev boldly asserted that the communists were the only foray on the world stage that has not had dust thrown in its eyes by the Labour government, and reeled Lenin's comparison with the support given by the rope to the man who is being hanged. Under pressure of these considerations, the resolution took a strongly leftist and revolutionary line. The task 0/the Communist International and 0/its section. The Communist Party 01 England is 10 snatch the workers' move. Meant out 01 to hence 01 its reactionary leaders, to destroy the illusions still existing among the masses that liberation is feasible by way of a slow process of parliamentary reforms, and to explain to the workers that it is only by way of an pro-Melsing class struggle and of the overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie that they can free themselves from capitalist expropriation. On the other hand, it was noticeable that hostility to the British Labour Party was less outspoken and unqualified in the British delegation to the Congress than in the other delegations. Nor did anyone contemplate the abandonment or modification of the policy of seeking affiliation to the Labour Party. The inclination to support left-wing minority movements implied an intention. Jail bid. I. 46A 463. 82. Foreign Relations. Point B. To remain within the Labour Party and the trade unions. 1-4. The CPGB, the policy of the United Front, remained of vital importance. In this question, as in so many others, the Fifth Congress put a sharper revolutionary edge on its language without altering the familiar policy. The issue of fascism presented greater complexities. Mussolini's march on Rome had occurred a few weeks before the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922. On that occasion, Bordiga had argued that fascism has given nothing new to bourgeois policy, and diagnosed it as the embodiment of the under-revolutionary struggle of all the bourgeois elements combined. 2. But the subject had not been seriously discussed, and, except for a mention in the general resolution on TTS of the need for illegal methods of organization in the struggle against international fascism, and for a passing reference to the victory of fascist reaction in the resolution on the Italian Communist Party, the Fourth Congress made no pronouncement on it. This task was reserved for the session of IKI in June 1923, and was rendered the more delicate by Rod Xproc Lama. Of the Socialism line: the resolution eventually adopted described fascism as an expression of the disintegration of the capitalist economy and of the collapse of the bourgeois state. It was the product of loss of faith in socialism and in the proletariat by formerly sympathetic sections of the petty and I Communisticheski International V Documentic, 1933, pages 445 to 448. Protocol de Bayerton Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. p. 341. The same line had been taken, before the seizure of power, in the theses adopted by the Pay under Bordiga's leadership at its Rome Congress of March 1922, cp 158 below. These called fascism a natural and predictable stage in the development of the capitalist order, a specific expression of the functions and tasks of the democratic state, quoted in Tritzatlet. Zizny Ibor by Italianskoy Kommunistickskoy Party, Russian trans, from Italian, 1953, p. 143. 3 Kommunisticheski International V Documentic, 1933, pages 297, 358. For the latter resolution see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, p. 456. Zinoviev, speaking at the Third Congress of Kim in December 1922 on receipt of the news of the assassination of Neratoes, the Polish president, attributed the murders of Rathena and Neratoes to fascist bands, and continued, "It will come to the point where we shall have to put our men in action and, if necessary, fight against the fascist bands revolver in hand, Bericht Bomb." 3 Congress der Kommunistischen Jugend Internationale, 1923, p. 232. But such utterances were rarely heard from the Soviet leaders. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 179 to 181. CHXXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 83. Middle bourgeoisie and of the intelligentsia, due to the weakness and treachery of the social democratic leaders. In these circumstances, the bourgeoisie took fascism into its service, and replaced the so-called non-political apparatus of bourgeois state compulsion H by the openly terrorist organs of fascism. By way of making room for the Schlichter H, the resolution added that the confused and unconscious revolutionary elements in the fascist ranks must be drawn into the proletarian das struggle. Otherwise, though fascism was considered to have an international character, it was treated primarily as an Italian phenomenon. 1. At the 13th Russian Party Congress, in May 1924, Bukharin established a parallel between fascism and the current turn to the left in the capitalist world. Fascism and the coalition of the bourgeoisie with the socialists, i.e. left bloc tactics and the tactics of fascism, have one and the same meaning, since fascism is not direct violence and nothing more, as some people imagine, but a method which, in some degree, offers an alliance and catches on its hook a certain part of the popular masses. Like the left bloc, fascism was inspired by the objective need of the bourgeoisie to win over a certain part of the masses in order to promote the revival of capitalism. L. At the 5th Congress of Comintern, Bordiga once more initiated the discussion of fascism, repeating the main lines of his diagnosis. At the 4th Congress, there had been no revolution in Italy. He uttered only a change in the governing personnel of the bourgeois das, which had involved no change of program. Fascism was a continuation of bourgeois democracy, and represented nothing substantially new. He placed fresh emphasis on the parallel between fascism and social democracy. Fascism fundamentally merely repeats the old game of the bourgeois left parties, i.e. it appeals to the proletariat for civil peace. It attempts to achieve the same by forming trade unions of industrial and agricultural workers, which it then leads into practical collaboration with the employer's organization. I Communisticheski International TI Documentic, I9S3, pages 379 to 383. 1 Trinad IISS Rossiyskoy Kommunistickskoy Party, Bolshi 1 Jakotal. 1924, p. 326. Foreign Relations PTV. Bordiga reiterated in this context his opposition to 11 United Front tactics. The Italian party should aim at the liquidation of 11 other anti-fascist oppositions and at open and direct action by the communist movement. 1 The only other speaker was a German delegate appearing under the name of Fremuth, who condemned the Schlichter line and the failure to take action in October 1923, and thought that in the past the KPT had allowed itself to appear rather as the tail end of social democratic resistance to fascism than as an active and directing force. Fascism could be met only by force, with the methods and battle techniques of revolutionary communism. This was a part of the new left tactics adopted at the Frankfurt Congress of the KPT. The united front could come only from below. Fascism must be fought by fighting the reformists. Social democracy and fascism are two different methods of attaining the same end. The only novelties in the resolution, much shorter than that of IKI a year earlier, was the shift in emphasis from Italy to Germany, where fascism had been obliged to support and defend the rule of the big bourgeoisie, and the pronounce meant that fascism and social democracy are two edges of the same weapon of the dictatorship of large-scale capital. 3 The equation thus established between social democracy and fascism, which, by sharpening communist hostility to the social democrats, appeared the natural corollary of the turn to the left, was to prove increasingly popular in communist propaganda in the years to come. For on the other hand, the resolution prescribed a protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. H. 715 to 751, 4 TB passages quoted see pages 719 to 720, 745 to 749, TB Russian version of the first of these passages, Piatai IV Semerny Kongra Komunisti. Cheskago Internationale, 1925, I. 687 to 688, vast many variants from TB German. Z Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2. 765 to 767, TB identity of Freeman has not been established yet. 3 Kommunisticheski International TI Documentic, 1933, pages 448 to 449. TB resolution on tactics also bracketed fascism and social democracy as alternative forms in which the bourgeoisie strives to mask the capitalist character of its rule and to give it more or less popular features. Ibid. p. 401. TB Third Congress of Profintern immediately afterwards pronounced still more sparkly that fascism and democracy are two forms of TB bourgeois dictators. Bip. Die Zeit let Profintern TI Retaliatsiak, 1930, p. 144. Zinoviev in this report to a Leningrad Party meeting of July 9, 1924, on TB 5th Congress of Comintern embroidered TB Tibum Bad European capital. Ism was moving between TB two poles of fascism and social democracy. But fascism and mensbevism were symptoms of capitalism in Dec 1 INE, inter. CHXXVII Comintern, the Fifth Congress 8S. Striving for a united front of all working masses against fascism. And a struggle for a single international front of the peace-loving proletariat under the leadership of the Communist International. The direction of policy was broad enough to cover almost any interpretation which practice might dictate. The other general political pronouncement of the Congress was a manifesto on the 10th anniversary of the outbreak of war in 1914, which was drafted by Trotsky on instructions from the Presidium. Its phraseology leaned uncompromisingly to the left. The war was attributed not only to the greed of the bourgeoisie, but to the betrayal of the workers by the Social Democrats. The Social Democrats were responsible no less than the imperialist governments for the insane peace treaty. The surge of revolution after the war had been beaten back by the united efforts of fascism and social democracy. The experts report on reparations, a CE monstrous plan to enslave the European working masses by Anglo-Saxon capital with the help of French militarism, had been approved by the parties of the Second International. The fight against militarism and the danger of war could be waged only by refusing to capitalist states the budgetary means to arm, and by revolutionary activities in armies and munition factories and on the railways. The antagonisms within the capitalist world were not neglected, and the dash of interests between the British Empire and the United States was marked out as the strongest of those antagonisms. 1. But, as befitted the revolutionary tone of the document, the greatest emphasis fell on the revolutionary campaign against the capitalist world. Social democracy must be steered out of the way and the bourgeoisie overthrown. We have to seize power and guide it in socialist channels. The manifesto was adopted unanimously. National Koli Spondental, number 104, August 1, 1924, p. 1335. The report also appeared in Pravda, July 22, 1924. Stalin repeated the diagnosis 2 months later with added precision. CI fascism is the fighting organization of the bourgeoisie buttressed on the active support of social democracy. Social democracy, i.e. objectively the moderate wing of fascism. Stalin, Sakhinania. 6, 282. Trotsky in his speech of July 28, 1924, made a sharper distinction between them. The defeat of the German Revolution opened a new period of rule by the democratic pacifist elements of bourgeois society. In place of fascists come pacifists, Democrats, Mensheviks, radicals, and other Philistine parties. L. Trotsky, A Utopia in the America, 1926, p. 16. For this speech see p. 86, 02 below. I see pages 469 to 470 below. Vol. Lupiti. ID. 86, Foreign Relations. Point B. Without discussion. 1. It set the tone for many Comintern activity. Ties in the latter part of 1924. In a speech to the military Scientific Society a few days after the Congress ended, Trotsky opened with a long argument designed to show that objective conditions were ripe for revolution in Europe. What is lacking is the final fodder, the subjective element. Consciousness lags behind being. He repeated his diagnosis of the German failure of 1923. Only one thing was then lacking. What was lacking in the Communist Party was that degree of insight, determination, and capacity to fight was necessary in order to bring about, at the right moment, an offensive and a victory. Point 2. 4 years later, in a letter to the 6th Congress of Comintern, Trotsky described as a false evaluation the view adopted at the 5th Congress that the revolutionary situation was continuing to develop and that decisive battles were going to be waged shortly. Point 3. But at the time Trotsky himself wittingly or unwittingly contributed to this evaluation. Neither the agrarian nor the national question was systematically debated at the Congress. This was not altogether an accident. Sine neither fitted comfortably into the pattern of a turn to the left. The commitment of the Russian party to the link with the peasantry, as well as the past pronouncements of Comintern for dietated a policy of support for peasants seeking to acquire land and become peasant proprietors. Yet this endorsement of the program of agrarian parties everywhere in Eastern Europe implied an attempt to strengthen capitalism rather than to over. I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 619, 871. The text is in Viet IV Semirny Kongress Kommunistisko Inter. Nationale, 1925 to 200 to 201, and in International Presse Correspondence. Number 89, July 16, 1924, pages 1118 to 1119. Profintern, at its immediately following Third Congress, also issued a proclamation on the 10th anniversary of the World War. Iolet Profinternity I Resoliatiac, 1930, pages 149 to 151. 2 L. Trotsky, Europa and the America, 1926, p. 12. The speech, delivered on July 28, 1924, was originally published in Pravda and Izvestia, August 5, 1924. A few weeks later Trotsky extended the same diagnosis to the situation in 1918. 1919, cp 568 below. 3 L. Trotsky, the Third International after Lenin, NY, 1936, p. 250. The Russian original of this letter is in the Trotsky archives, TJI 7. 4 The major pronouncement was resolution of the Second Congress of 1920, Kommunistiski International TI Dokumentik, I9J3, pages 132 to 139. CHXXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 87. Throw it, and seemed inconsistent with any project of an immediate proletarian revolution. At the Congress only Varga hinted at this problem, one, and, as Zinoviev pointed out, none of the 62 speakers in the general debate gave any serious attention to the agrarian question. 2 Bukharin, in a speech on the draft program of Comintern 3, while he insisted on the Marxist principle that large-scale cultivation was more progressive than SMA 11 scale cultivation, held that the 80 weight of the peasantry could not be ignored, and that it was urgent to free agriculture from the yoke of industry imposed on it by capitalism, and Thalheimer, replying to Bukharin in the same debate, claimed that the demand for the partition of land among the peasants did not mean that Comintern had fallen into the past heresy of the German revisionists and preferred SMA 11 scale cultivation. 4 A single session was given to a debate on the agrarian question, opened by Kolarov, who rather perfunctorily touched on the relation of the United Front to agrarian parties. The tactics of the United Front from below could be applied to 11 such parties, but only a few. He instanced the Bulgarian Peasant Union and, more doubtful 11Y, the Croat Republican Peasant Party and the American Farmers Party, were sufficiently revolutionary for the application of the United Front from above, i.e. agreements with the leaders. As none of the leading delegates took part in the debate, and no resolution on agrarian policy was proposed or adopted, a routine resolution welcoming the foundation of the Peasant International, Krestintern, exhorted communist parties To maintain continuous contact with organizations affiliated to it, in their respective countries, and to support all movements of working peasants calculated to improve their situation or to lead to a general struggle against the ruling classes, and suggested that this might call for the constitution of a worker-peasant bloc for a more or less prolonged period. 6. The national and colonial question fared somewhat better. J. Protocol, Functor Congresser Communistica Internationale, ND, 2, 794. 2 Ibid I, 463. Varga also noted this general neglect, Ibid 2, 793. 3. For this discussion see pages 1005 to 1006 below. 4 Protocol, Functor Congresser Communistica Internationale, ND, 2. 528 to 530, 579 to 580. 5 Ibid H, 786 to 788. 6 Thiessen UND Resolution in de Beweld Congresses der Communistische Internationale, 1924, pages 134 to 136. 88 Foreign Relations Point B. 2 paragraphs in the General Resolution on the Report of Iggy registered the importance of the right of self-determination and of support for the liberation movement. 01 The colonial peoples and 01 all peoples. 01 the East, 1 and Manuelski, at a later stage of the Congress, made a special report on the question. 2 He skill fully distinguished between 4 types of problem. The first arose in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, such as China and Tunisia, where the duty of communist parties was to support national bourgeois parties in revolt against European imperialism. The British and French parties had been sluggish in supporting such movements of revolt. The second arose in Turkey and Egypt, where certain communists had assumed an unjustifiable obligation to support national bourgeois governments. The third type of problem had arisen in Germany and the Balkans, and concerned the old question who was the bearer of the right of self-determination. 3 Here 2 opposite errors had been committed. In Germany, Thalheimer had identified the cause of communism with that of bourgeois German nationalism in the struggle against the Versailles Treaty. 4 In other countries, some communists had failed to recognize at all the validity of the grievances of bourgeois national minorities, e.g. the Slovaks, the Croats, the Slovenes. The fourth type of problem was presented by a national entity seeking reunion with its compatriots in another state, Germans in Poland or Czechoslovakia, Magyars in Romania, etc. Some communists in the countries concerned had been unwilling to recognize the validity of such claims. In the desultory debate which followed, delegates of various countries attempted to defend themselves against Manuelski's strictures. Among the more vigorous participants in the debate were Roy, who pertinaciously repeated the arguments which he had used at the Second Congress in 1920, and Wen Ai Kwok, the delegate of Indochina, and same milder exchanges took place on the problems of nationalism in Turkey and Egypt. 5-2. I Kommunisticheski International Vida Dokumentik, 1933, p. 396. Protocol, Fund/Turk Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 620 to 637. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1933, Volume I, pages 268 to 271. 4 See the Interregnum, 1933 to 1924, pages 159 to 160. 5 For these discussions see pages 618 to 619, Roy and Wen Ai Kwok. Pages 639 to 640, Turkey, and pages 650 to 651, Egypt, below. CHXXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 89. American delegates spoke at length on the Negro question. 1. Nevertheless the impression prevailed that the leaders of Comintern were for the present concerned in the national question, mainly as a means of imposing measures of discipline on recalcitrant groups in European parties. As at the 3rd and 4th Congresses, interest in movements outside Europe was still perfunctory. This impression was confirmed when Manuelski reported at the last session of the Congress on the work of the Commission set up to deal with the question. The Commission had divided into 5 sections: the Koion question, the Far East, the Near East, the Balkans, and Central Europe, the Negro question. But the resolutions said to have been prepared by the sections were not ready, and Manuelski proposed to remit them to Iggy for eventual approval in the name of the Congress. 3 The remainder of the speech was devoted to replies to detailed criticisms. No thing more was heard of the resolutions of any of the sections, except the one on Central Europe and the Balkans, which was published by the Presidium of Iggy some weeks later as a resolution of the Congress. It referred to the creation by the treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain of new small imperialist states: Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Romania, Greece, and it prescribed for the communist parties of Central Europe and the Balkans, in the present pre-revolutionary period, the watchword, national separation of the oppressed peoples of Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Greece. It required the communist parties, especially in Poland, Romania, and Hungary, to carry on a determined and energetic struggle against anti-Semitism. It devoted a section to the Ukrainian question. In Czechoslovakia, Subcarpathian Ruthenia, in Poland, Eastern Galicia, and in Romania, Bessarabia and Bukovina. The goal was I Protocol, Functor Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2. 666 to 669, 704 to 708. Ibid 2, 999-1004. 3 According to the French version of the proceedings, v. Congrès de l'Internationale Communiste, 1924, p. 327, Manuelski presented a draft resolution on Central Europe, and proposed to remit the remaining questions to the enlarged Iggy. He also proposed to set up a commission to deal with the controversial questions, which was presumably to report to Iggy, but this may be a confusion with the commission set up by Iggy, CP 90. Below. Foreign Relations PTV. The reunion in a Soviet Workers' and Peasants' Republic of the Ukrainian lands now divided between Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Romania, and the parties were instructed to support the consolidation of communist parties and organizations in these regions. 1 The other aspects of the national question raised at the Congress were disposed of by decisions of Iggy to set up a standing mission consisting of members of the British, Belgian, and French parties and a representative of Iggy to follow the Negro question and organize propaganda among the Negroes, and a standing commission under the presidency of a member of the American Party to deal with the national question and the revolutionary movement in the East. Behind the ambiguities of the democratic pacifist era and of the tactics of the United Front, behind the complexities of right and ultra-left deviations, lay the all-important question of the relation of the constituent parties of Comintern to its central organs, and of other parties to the Russian party. We provided the hard or of the institution. Formerly the Russian Party was only one among the member parties. Its recent dissensions could not be a matter of less concern to Comintern than those occurring in other parties. The theory that the World Congress of the Communist International was the highest court of appeal in all matters relating to the constituent parties was still upheld. Its application to the Russian party had by this time an air of unreality. Nobody supposed that anything the Congress might do or say could defeat the outcome of the split between the Russian leaders. But the majority group was anxiol.is to obtain the formal endorsement of communist parties throughout the world for their action against Trotsky, and the degree of readiness shown by leaders of other parties to assert this endorsement was treated by the central organization of Comintern as the acid test of their loyalty. When Trotsky appeared on the tribune at the opening session of the Congress, he was greeted with loud Jathes and UND resolution and to be Welt Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924, pages 129 to 131, for the sections of the resolution relating to particular parties see pages 178, 198, 216, 227 below. 1 Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 1030 to 1031. At XXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 91. Applause, and was elected, together with Zinoviev, Bukharin and Stalin, to the Presidium of the Congress. 1. But, when the proceedings began, discipline prevailed. The leader of each important party in turn joined in the chorus of denunciation, and did his best to convict the opposition in his own party of Trotskyism. And none of those who spoke for the different party oppositions, not even Radek, dared to defend Trotsky. Rykov, after reporting to the Congress on the economic situation in the Soviet Union, ended with a brief and comparatively unprovocative account of the CI party discussion, and dwelt on the unanimity with which the opposition had been condemned at the 13th Party Congress. 2. Any danger that the verdict would be challenged at the Congress of Comintern was removed by Trotsky's refusal of an invitation to state his case at the Congress. 3. His only part in the proceedings was his authorship of the non-controversial manifesto of the Congress on the 10th anniversary of the war. A commission was set up to discuss the affairs of the Russian party. 4. But, if it met, no mention was ever made of its activities. In the plenary session a resolution was adopted without discussion which, after eulogizing the achievements of the Russian party, noted that it had already condemned the opposition in its ranks as a product of CI petty bourgeois influence, that the representatives of the opposition had declined an invitation to state their case at the Comintern Congress, and that the Russian opposition had received support from exponents of a right, opportunist deviation in other countries. The Congress formally endorsed the resolutions of the Russian Party Conference and Congress, and condemned the opposition platform. 5. Trotsky was not named in the resolution when the elections to a key took place, in accordance with the new rule established by the 4th Congress. 6. At the end of the Congress, Trotsky and Radek were both dropped from the list. It was the first formal penalization of Trotsky, who was still a member of the Central Committee of the Russian Party, and of its Politburo. Radek had already lost his SE on the party. Ibid I. 2. 2 Ibid 2, 561 to 569. 3 See Volume 2, p. 6. Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 1061. 5 Kommunistiske International TI Dokumentik, 1933, pages 162 to 163. 6 See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 33, Volume 3, p. 449. 92 Foreign Relations. Point B. Central Committee at the 13th Party Congress 2 months earlier. Stalin, who before the 5th Congress had played no part in Comintern affairs, was elected to IKKJ. He had not spoken in the plenary sessions of the Congress, being content to leave the limelight to Zinoviev. But he had been active in the Commission C, and had circulated freely among the delegates, making a good impression by his abstention from rhetoric and by his patient, matter-of-fact attention to everything that was going on. 3. Manuelski came out dearly at the Congress as a Stalin man, referring to the Lenin-Stalin line in the national question, a striking innovation in the summer of 1924.4. The controversy with Trotsky was also reflected in a new slogan which was introduced at the 5th Congress into the armory of Comintern, the demand for the Bolshevization of communist parties. In condemning Trotsky, the Russian leaders had in turn to be no true Bolshevik and dwelt on the Bolshevism of the party. The CUE for other parties threatened by heresies and deviations was an infusion of Bolshevism. They must follow the example of the Russian party and Bolshevize themselves. The word made its appearance in an article by trained in the French Party Journal in March 1924. Our motto is dear, no to Bolshevization of the Russian party, but on the contrary Bolshevization of all the communist parties. 5. Gorelsky and the German party simultaneously broached the same theme in almost identical language. 6. And in the same month, our solution of the POHSH Party Conference spoke of the task of the Bolshevization of the party. 7. At the 5th Congress of Comintern it was once more trained who launched the phrase in the context of what had happened in the Russian party. Our protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 1021. 2 for the Polish Commission see pages 196 to 197 below. 3 R. Fisher, STA and German Communism, Harvard, 1948, pages 404 to 405. 4 Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2. 622, 1002, Nguyen Iquok, CP 88 above, also quoted Stalin on the national question, Ibid 2, 686. 5 Bulletin Communist, number 13, March 28, 1924, p. 322. 6 See the Interregnum, I-923 I-924, p. 241. 7 KPP, Uchwali I Rezolutia, 2, 1955, 39. At XXVII Comintern, the 5th Congress 93. We are decisively against the Bolshevization of the Russian party, for the Bolshevization of the brother parties, for the creation of a Bolshevik World Party, which the Communist International, inspired by the spirit of Lenin, must become. Thereafter almost every orator who sought to demonstrate his hostility to the right and to Trotskyism spoke of the Bolshevization of his party. 2 Zinoviev embroidered the phrase in the peroration of his concluding speech. 3 And the resolution on the report of IKCA 11 ed for the Bolshevization of communist parties, faithful 11 YFO 11 owing Lenin's injunctions, and at the same time taking into account the inherent situation in ideology. The resolution on tactics went into the question more thoroughly. It proclaimed the Bolshevization of the parties and the formation of a single world party as the chief task of the contemporary period. Bolshevization was not to be interpreted as a mechanical transference of the WHO experience of the Bolshevik Party in Russia to 11 other parties. But certain qualities and obligations were declared essential to a Bolshevik party. It was to be a mass party, it was to be capable of strategy maneuvers against the enemy, its tactics were not to be dogmatic or sectarian, it was to be a Marxist, revolutionary party, seeking the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie, it was to be a centralized, monolithic party, not tolerating fractions, and it was to engage in regular propaganda and organizational work in bourgeois armies. Brief to, Bolshevization meant the transmission to our sections of everything that was and is international, and of general significance, in Russian Bolshevism, and another resolution of the Congress on Comintern and party propaganda emphasized that Bolshevization could be achieved only by planting Marxism-Leninism in the consciousness of communist parties and of their members. Point for the slogan of the Bolshevization. I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. I. 139. See, for instance, Ibid I. 209, Ruth Fisher, 217, Bauersel, 351, Kusinen. 363, Hansen. 3 Ibid I. 508. Plus Kommunisticheski International V Dokumentik, 1933, pages 411 to 412, 429. That the slogan was still new and unfamiliar is shown by the use in the Russian version of two alternative forms of the word, Bolshevizitsia and Obolshevi. Chini, Bolshevizorovani also occurred in an article in Pravda, January 20, 1925. Later Bolshevizitsia became the accepted form. 94. Foreign relations. Point B. Of the parties had emerged almost automatically from the debates of the Fifth Congress. It was afterwards hailed as the keynote of the Congress, the Fifth Congress, wrote Manuelski, put on the agenda the Bolshevization of the European Communist Parties. Point 1. It was therefore natural that the Fifth Congress should have devoted a large share of its attention to the affairs of individual parties. The four parties named in the general resolution of the Fifth Congress on tactics were the British, French, German and Czechoslovak parties. These were the most important. But, in addition to these, the Congress passed SPFI resolutions on the Polish, Italian, Swedish, Norwegian, and Icelandic parties, and the emissions of the Congress also incited the affairs of the Bulgarian, Austrian, and Japanese parties. The demand for strict discipline and unquestioning acceptance of the decisions of the central authority was uniform, for all parties equally. The watch word of Bolshevization was paramount. But other injuntions reflected the ambiguities and uncertainties of the general line and the different situations in the countries concerned. A study of the policy of Comintern at this time requires some examination of the policies enjoined on the principal parties and of the TTS adopted in dealing with them. I Kommunisticheski International, number 2, 39, 1925, p. 5. Chapter 28. Comintern and the parties. I. A. The German Communist Party, KPD. T. UE complexities of Comintern policy in the first months of 1924 were primarily a product of the German situation. It was in the KPD that they first became apparent, and worked themselves out to their logical conclusion. The German failure of October 1923 proved the general need for a leadership in foreign communist parties more amenable to Russian example and guidance. It also proved the particular need, nowhere more obvious than in Germany, for a leadership imbued with the true principles of the left. In the winter of 1923 to 1924 the emergence of Maslow, Ruth Fisher, and Thalmann as the new leaders of the KPD seemed to meet all requirements, personal as well as ideological. Stalin, with his usual astuteness in such matters, saw a possibility of turning the situation to his advantage. He had hitherto played no personal part in the direction of Comintern, except for a brief restraining intervention in German affairs in July 1923. He was perhaps more acutely aware than Zinoviev of the bleakness of the revolutionary prospect for the near future, in Germany and elsewhere. But he had no independent policy, and, though anxious to enhance his own power, he was not yet acting on lines explicitly inimical to Zinoviev. He now attempted a direct, though tentative, approach to the German left. In December 1923 he made a strong intervention on behalf of Maslow in the Comintern Commission which was investigating Maslow's record, and secured his tacit vindication. At the turn of the year, Stalin had several private discussions with Maslow. I see the interregnum, I9FL3 I9FL4, p. 187. 2 R. Fisher, Stalin, and German Communism, Harvard, 1948, pages 363 to 364. Claims to have been present at the meeting. According to this source, Stalin had replaced Unschlicht A. president of the commission. For the commission. 95. Foreign Relations PTV. Or with Maslow and Ruth Fisher, who came to Moscow for the session of the Presidium of IGI, on the 8 affairs of the German party. A final meeting took place on January 8, 1924, in his private apartment. Stalin discoursed on the theme of Bolshevik discipline. His interlocutors had the impression that he was offering them an alliance for the purpose of strengthening his own position in Comintern and of establishing their leadership in the KPD. How Maslow reacted at the time to these overtures is not clear, but they had no sequel. Maslow, rehabilitated in Moscow, returned to Berlin, and Stalin, like most of the other Bolshevik leaders, afterwards exhibited a strong distrust of Maslow. After this abortive excursion into the politics of the KPD, the cautious Stalin was once more content to let Zinoviev make the running. The KPD reacquired legal status in Germany on March 1924, though this did not guarantee the leaders against arrest on specific charges, and party activities continued to have a semi-clandestine character. At the beginning of April it was to hold a party congress in Frankfurt, which would confirm the new leadership in power and lay down lines for the future. For relations between Comintern and the KPD this would evidently be a crucial occasion. In February or March 1924, Manuelski was sent to Germany as delegate of Comintern. The choice was not altogether happy. Manuelski was one of the few Russian officials in Comintern who had lived in Western Europe, but his experience had been in France rather than in Germany, and the cynical, worldly tone which he affected jarred on the earnest and theoretically minded German communists. 3. He does not even see the interregnum, I923 I91L4, pages C08 Zog. Trotsky confirms that it was Stalin who, in agreement with Zinoviev, proposed to take Maslow off the shelf and send him back to Germany. Bukharin mildly objected, but was overruled. Bulletin of Oeditii, Paris, number 19, March 1931, p. 15, where, however, the incident is misstated 19 Z5. The meetings are described in R. Fisher, Stalin, and German Communal. Harvard, 1948, pages 365 to 369. Ruth Fisher refers to handwritten letters sent to her in Moscow shortly afterwards by both Stalin and Zinoviev, Ibid. Pages 399 to 400, but says nothing specific about their contents. See the interregnum, I9FL3 I924, PZ4Z. 3 R. Fisher, Stalin, and German Communal, Harvard, 1948, p. 394. Trotsky later wrote of Madwilski's intellectual versatility, and described his gifts as being literary rather than theoretical or political. Trotsky Archives. T31Z9, pages 5-6. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I-97. Appear to have been fluent in German. 1. What was still more significant was that Madwilski, who came to Germany as Zino Vive's spokesman, was so on to be recognized as an out-and-out Stalin man too. The dash of loyalties was not yet visible. Whatever Madwilski may have reported to Moscow, Zinoviev was now obliged to take a stand. In January 1924, when Icky had discussed the lessons of the October fiasco, the center and left groups in the KPT had combined, with Zinoviev's active encouragement, to bring about Brandler's downfall. Anxious, above all, to avoid an acute split in the KPT, Comintern had favored T.E. Center, and this preference had been reflected in the composition of the parties at Rahl elected in February 1924, which consisted of 5 representatives of the center and 2 of the left. But it soon transpired that the center lacked substance and support in the party, and that, once the right had been overthrown, the effective control of the party had passed to the left. This could not be undone, for it remained to square the circle by both recognizing the left and placing it under restraint. The gravest problem confronting the new leadership was that of the trade unions. The founding Congress of the KPT in 1919. His speeches at the Frankfurt Congress were translated by other delegates. Bericht über die Verhandlungen John 9. Partzeitigster KPT, 1924, pages 206. 248. This was unusual at a time when most of the proceedings of Comintern, even in Moscow, were conducted in German. 2 CP 92 above. J. For these events see the interregnum, I9 I13 I9 I14, pages 236 to 242. For at a later stage the view was fostered that Comintern had been from the first opposed to the new leadership in the KPT. At the 14th Party Congress in Moscow in December 1925, Zinoviev gave the impression that Comintern and the Politburo, WHH, knew quite well the weak sides of Maslow and Ruth Fisher had acquiesced in, rather than encouraged, the transfer of the leadership to them, because there was no other way out. And Madwilski C1 aimed that. At the Frankfurt Party Congress we were against the transfer of power to Maslow and Ruth Fisher, but 2/3 of the Party Congress were against us. 14 SFL Visa Soyoflona Communistiskoi. Part B, 1926, pages 661, 697. Our solution of Icky of April 1926 recorded that Comintern was obliged to agree to the transfer of leadership to the left, in spite of the fact that it knew that Maslow, Ruth Fisher, and Skolem were capable of committing the greatest ultra-left errors, and that at the Frankfurt Congress it struggled against the mistakes of the said group. Communisticheski International, I Documentic, 1933, p. 545. These verdicts smack of hindsight. The new leadership was accepted as an inevitable corollary of the defeat of the right and the collapse of the center. By March 1924 Zinoviev, and perhaps still more Madwilski, had begun to have doubts of its reliability, but the most that could be done or attempted at Frankfurt was to moderate the sweeping character of its victory. Foreign Relations PTV. Swayed by Rosa Luxemburg's view of the dying away of the trade unions under socialism, one had declared unanimously for a boycott of the existing trade unions, and had been divided only on the question whether it was necessary to create red unions, and the reversal of the boycott 2 years later left the party a prey to divided councils. The overwhelming majority of German trade unions were united in the General German Trade Union Federation, ADGB, which supported the SPD, and were affiliated to Amsterdam. Independent communist trade unions were at first encouraged and later condemned by the KPT, but, where such unions did not exist, German communist workers often preferred to abandon the trade union movement altogether rather than remain in unions controlled by the SPD. The acute economic stresses set up in Germany by the Ruhr crisis and its aftermath led to a rapid depletion of trade union ranks and lowered the prestige of the unions. The failure of the communist rising in October 1923 created an intense bitterness in the KPT, and especially among the leaders of the left who now obtained control of the party, against the SPD and against the trade unions supporting it, which at the moment of crisis were felt to have deserted the cause of the workers for that of the capitalists. After October 1923, when many workers left the KPT, there was also an exodus of loyal communists from the trade unions, so that the strength of the KPT and the unions was doubly depleted. A conferendo of opposition trade unionists, of whom 2/3 were communists, met illegally at Erfurt on November 25, 1923. For reasons of secrecy, Weimar had been named as the place of meeting, and the conference was referred to as the Weimar Conference. By a narrow majority it decided not to break immediately with the ADGB, as the extremists demanded, but to send a delegation to it demanding the convocation of a trade union congress. 3. For this view, which also had early Russian adherents, see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 2, p. 103, Note I, Volume 3, p. 104. 2. The membership of unions belonging to the ADGB stood at almost 71 millions in the first quarter of 1923, and fell continuously till the end of 1924, when it was just below 4 millions. The largest single drop was in the last quarter of 1903, Die Rote International, number 3, 62, March 1926, p. 170. 1 Bericht über die Verhandlungen John 9. Parteitagster KPT, 1924, p. 64 halves. Die Rote International, no. Is, 35, December 1923, pages 944. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I-99. A particular complication arose from the fact that Brandler, the now deposed and discredited leader, had been an active trade unionist and a firm supporter of a united front in the trade unions. It was difficult to dissociate this policy from Brandler's views and Brandler's supporters, and the old anti-union tradition was deeply rooted in the party left. Maslow, then detained in Moscow, and maneuvering to sew for herself and Ruth Fisher, the leadership of the KPT, conducted an active campaign against the German trade unions, and won the support of Tomsky, who At the Petrograd Provincial Trade Union Congress on December 17, 1923, impulsively came out with a sweeping attack on the German trade unions. On this question I am speaking my own opinion. This is not an official opinion. I think that those comrades who say, save the German trade unions, are wrong. I think that what is needed is not save them, but to say to them, rest in peace, you lived in shame, and you have died in shame. Here I applause. Neither the communists nor anyone else can at this time restore the German trade union movement. 1. In Germany the executive of the ATGB replied to the proceedings of the Weimar Conference by a mass expulsion of communists from the unions and by voting, on January 17, 1924, to exclude from the unions affiliated to it anyone conducting communist propaganda too, so that a total breach between the KPT and the majority unions, with the tacit approval of the new KPT leaders, seemed imminent. These developments, which seriously weakened communist influence in the German trade union movement as a WHO, proved unwelcome in Moscow, where Tomsky's freak opinion enjoyed little support. The session of the Presidium of IT in January 1924, which diagnosed the lessons of the October 946, the real meeting place was divulged in Mesdiner Nowe Boshi, Vishini, NOS 1-2, January 7, 1924, p5. I am Tomsky, Stat, Rishi, 4, 1928, 109. This was probably the meeting referred to in R. Fisher, STAN and German Communism, Harvard, 1948. p. 370, to which Stalin is said to have sent Lazovsky to contract overt Maslow's views. J. Tomsky's remark was later quoted by a German trade union delegate at the 5th Congress of Comintern, Protocol, Funkter Kongresser Kommunist, Tisken International, ND, H. 862. Quoted in Bericht über die Verhandlungen 9. Partseitiges der KPT. 1924, p. 64/8. 100, Foreign Relations. Point B. Defeat. I devoted a special resolution to work in the trade unions. In a statement doubtless intended to be read in the hortatory, rather than the indicative mood, it announced that the KPT continues to struggle with complete determination against the slogan of an exodus from the trade unions. The policy of splitting was again fathered on the Social Democrats, and trade union unity declared to be especially important in the period of the offensive of capital and of the growth of reaction. Those excluded from reformist unions, or not members of any union, must be organized in whatever form proved most convenient in order to carry on the policy of opposition to leaders who are, in fact, allies of the bourgeoisie and of fascism, and the tactics of the united front from below. The slogan Save the Trade Unions was declared to be false, but only in the sense that in order to save the unions, it was necessary to transform them. Preference was given to the factory councils as a form of organization of the dissidents. It should be possible to make the factory councils the starting points and support points for the whole work of the party among the masses, especially against the reform is trade union leaders. 2. The most significant point of the resolution was the absence of any mention of Profi and T-Ern or of the formation of independent red trade unions. This was clearly to be discouraged. These exhortations had, however, little effect, owing to a false interpretation and execution of the resolution. German communist workers continued the attempt to organize themselves outside the existing union. 3. What a later party report called the anti-trade union fever for continued to rage, and voluntary resignations, as well as expulsions, of party members from the unions were a regular occurrence. 5. Preparations were now in train for the 9th Congress of the KPTWH, which was to meet in Frankfurt early in April 1924. The I for this session see the Deltarignum, I-933 I-934, pages 236 to 241. 2. Die Lehrender durch Erlebnisse, 1924, pages 110 to 113. 3. Bericht über die Verhandlungen 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924, p. 64/17. Bericht über die Verhandlungen/LDX Partseitigster KPT, 1926, p. 24. 5. OK Flechtheme, die KPTI/Elder Weimar Republik, Offenbach, 1948. PIIS. In March 1924 it was estimated that not more than 20 or 30% at XXVII Comintern and the parties, I-101. Anxietyfied in Mosio about the turn of events in the KPT was revealed by no less than 3 immuniations addressed to it by Zinoviev in the name of IT. The first was a letter of March 24, 1924, on the trade union question. It appears to have been inspired by a visit to Moscow of 2 members of the center group in the KPT, who besought Zinoviev not to declare against the ultra-lefts in this question, since the German workers were all in favor of coming out of the trade unions and nothing will be done to prevent it. L. Zinoviev nonetheless decided to proceed. The letter recited the January resolution of IT, attacked the policy of parallel trade unions, only more invoked Lenin's dictum of 1920 in favor of remaining in the unions, and insisted on trade union unity, in the sense of the participation of communists in the Social Democratic unions. To the Sient. Letter, dated March 26, 1924, and devoted to general party policy, was designed to breathe a note of caution both about immediate prospects and about the credentials of the new leaders. It is quite possible and very probable that the decisive struggles may set in considerably sooner than many now believe. But another prospect is also not excluded, namely, that events may develop rather more slowly. The conclusion followed. The victory of the left wing of the KPT has an immense significance for the destiny of the German Revolution. This victory undoubtedly represents a reflection of deep-seated processes we are developing in the working class, or at any rate in its vanguard. But woe on us, if we should. Of party members were T-Ben enrolled in TB unions 8 again 70% a year earlier, Bericht Faber die Verhandlungen 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924. p. 332, a year later it was calculated T-Bat, Bavaria before October 1923. 6,000 communist fractions existed in Vario B organizations, only 300 now remained. Der Organisatorische Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925. p. 63, TB difference being due to TB exodus from TB trade unions. This was related by Zinoviev 3 months later at the 5th Congress of Comintern, Protocol, Funkter Kongresser Kommunistischen International. ND, I, 52, Lazovsky said on the same occasion that a majority of KPT members of trade unions went to the Frankfurt Congress desiring to make a complete break, Ibid H, 862 to 863. A Bericht über die Verhandlungen 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924. Pages 71 to 77, International Presse Correspondence, number 48, April 24, 1924. Pages 565-68, Bavaria is referred to as the second letter. 102. Foreign relations. Point B. Overestimate these symptoms, if we should regard the wish as something already achieved, if we should suppose that the majority of the German proletariat is already prepared, under the leadership of the left wing of the KPD, to throw itself into the bed. That is not yet the case. Even this qualified testimonial to the left was modified by the third document addressed by Zinoviev to the Congress. This bore the same date, March 26, 1924, and was also at first described as a letter, but Madwilski, at the Congress, apologetically called it not a letter but an article, and explained that it had been intended only for confidential communication to delegates. 2. The article was a critique of the left wing. Zinoviev discerned within the left two time-honored tendencies. 1. Represent devoted workers, who were the best hope of German communism, the other a group of leaders from the intelligentsia, some of whom were unripe elements, without Marxist training, without serious revolutionary traditions. Zinoviev noted no less than 5 recent utterances by members of the KPD, left or ultra-left, as incompatible with the Comintern line. Skolem had misrepresented Comintern policy about the United Front. Rosenberg had misleadingly invoked the authority of Rosa Luxemburg. An unnamed left comrade 3 had declared that United Front tactics served only the narrow interests of Soviet Russia. Another leftist of Russian origin, Samos by name, had proposed a solution which amounted to a liquidation of the whole practice of Comintern, and this was particularly sad. Ruth Fischer had proposed a solution. WHH was adopted on March 2, 1924, at a meeting of the Rhineland-West Phalia Party district, and which altogether rejects the tactics of the United Front. The article continued with a dissertation on major items of party policy, the United Front, the trade union question, on which, as Zinoviev gloomily admitted, the majority of our comrades from the center group share the errors of the left and party organization, and concluded by invoking International Presse Correspondence, number 48, April 24, 192.4, pages 562 to 565. Bericht über die Verhandlung an 9. Partseitigs der KPD, 1924, pages 65 to 71. Ibid p. 207. 3. He is identified as Boris, for whom see pages 1005 to 1006 below, in R. Fischer, STA on German Communism, Harvard, 1948, p. 395. CHXXVII Comintern and the Parties, I. 103. 2 alternative prospects. The first was that the new leadership would learn from the errors of its predecessor, abandon factional struggles within the party, and observe real, serious proletarian discipline vestivis Comintern. The other was that it would become intoxicated with success, pursue the factional struggle against the right, and bring the KPD into conflict with Comintern. The article ended on this warning note. After these unpromising preliminaries, the Congress assembled in Frankfurt on April 7, 1924. In view of the fear of police action against the leaders, the Congress met in secret, changing its meeting place daily. Point 2 in the records, German delegates were identified only by constituency or party function. Brandler was tactfully described as the spokesman of the Brandler group. Madwilski and Lazowski appeared as Iwanov and Schwartz, respectively. They had an uphill task, and the memory rankled. 2 years later, Bukharin recalled Ruth Fischer's outright unwillingness to discuss with us the question of the tactics of the United Front and the trade union question. Point 3 Maslow put forward a set of theses on tactics and prospects which incurred the bitter censure of the delegates from Moscow as an attempt to debolshevize Comintern. The theses were said to exaggerate the significance of the Ruhr crisis as a turning point in world politics, to ignore the role of Soviet Russia as the most important driving force of world revolution, and to accuse Comintern of sacrificing principles to tactics in the question of the United Front. Their adoption by the Congress would constitute. It was published after the Congress in Pravda, April 19, 1924, and in International Presse Correspondence, number 48, April 24, 1924, pages 559 to 562. It also appeared in the KPD journal with a tart rejoinder from the Politburo of the KPD, which suggested that a struggle against the party leadership was being waged under the guise of an attack on the ultra-left. Die International. 7, number 6, April 28, 1924, pages 239 to 250, and was eventually inquanute in the proceedings of the Congress. Bericht über die Verhandlung an 9. Partseitigs der KPD, 1924, pages 78 to 85. Lazowski later accused the left of having for a whole week not wanted to publish this letter. Protocol, Funkter Kongrester, Kommunistisken International, ND, 2, 936, but the implied censure is difficult to reconcile with Madwilski's statement, CP 102 above, that it was not intended for p-publication. OK Flechtheim, Die KPD in der Weimarer Republik, Offenbach, 1948. P 10-4. 3 Shestoi Raswaren Plenum is Spokum Kommunistiskogo Internationale. 1927, p 207. 104, Foreign Relations. Point B. A declaration of war on Comintern. Point 1 at the Congress, Ruth Fischer spoke at length for the left, girl Elias Klein, who had long served as Comintern agent with the KPD, but whose reputation had been somewhat tarnished by the October defeat for the center, and Brandler for the rump of the right. But it was one year that the left had the support of an overwhelming majority of the delegates. Madwilski was on the defensive. He began by saying that he will not tolerate an assault on the authority of the new leadership, and was in general careful not to provoke the left. 3 But, now that the right had disappeared, Brandler did not win a single vote at the Congress. It was no longer feasible to maintain the authority of the center by holding the left in check. The left, though described as the opposition, was in AC 1-year majority, and its exultant mood was sourly commented on by Lazowski. At the Congress I have had the impression that some delegates imagine that the communist movement in Germany begins with this Congress. A fairly large number of comrades at this Congress represent the opinion that to be left means to change our tactics radically and in 11 circumstances, independently of whether this appears necessary or not, or whether this will further the interests of the development of the party or not. 01. The C1 ash could not be avoided. Rival resolutions on future party tactics were submitted by the center and the left. They differed substantially in their formulation of United Front tactics, and the left resolution described the existence of the center group as unjustified. 5 When the vote was taken, the resolution of the left received 92 votes, that of the center 34. 6. The statement of the Aki delegation was published 18 months later. In International Presse Correspondence, number 148, October 31st, 1925, pages 2212. A13, the theses do not appear to have been published. ZC the Interregnum, I-923 I-924, pages 211, 219. 3 for the speeches Sie Bericht aber die Verhandlungen de 9. Partseitig. Der KPT, 1924, pages 206 to 207, Manwilski, pages 220 to 248, Fischer, Gorlski and Brandler, pages 248 to 254, Manwilski. 4 IMT. P 331. 5 for the resolution of the left, see about pages 112 to 121, and, as adopted by the Congress, pages 370-380, for that of the Center, pages 154 to 165. A draft resolution was also submitted unofficially by the delegates of IKI, but little notice seems to have been taken of it, and it was first published 18 months later. International Presse Correspondent JL, number 148, October 31st, 1925, p. 2212. 6 of it pages 34-34-1. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, Los. The other major debate of the Congress was on the vexed trade union question. Here the only new feature was a long report prepared by the Trade Union Department of the party Secretariat, and accompanied by an unusual letter addressed to the Congress by a number of officials of the department, pleading for a struggle in all circumstances and by all means for the unity of the trade union movement and for the slogan into the unions. Point 1 Lazowski, intervening in a confused debate, denounced the sentimental approach of those who said, I cannot remain in a trade union run by the reformists. Any communist party had the right to say to its members, you will work in the reformist, you in the Christian, you in the fascist, you in the Hirschdunker i.e. company trade unions. Lazowski, turning his shafts directly against the left, concluded that our left comrades are very temperamental. 2 After what was evidently vigorous discussion behind the scenes, the Center, now clearly in a minority, withdrew its draft resolution on the trade unions, and the draft of the left was referred back to the drafting commission to serve as the basis for a final text. 3. The resolution as eventually approved was less uncompromising in tone than Lazowski's speech, but covered the main points. The party Congress declares with all emphasis ran the key paragraph that a party member may not /his own volition and, without permission /the party authorities leave a trade union. On the contrary, every member /the party must also be a MEM per /a trade union, in order to bring the organized workers into action against the Amsterdammers and lead them to a revolutionary policy. I Bericht über die Verhandlungen de 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924. Pages 61-64 18ths, 97 to 103. The department was already in existence in February 1922. Die Rotuerskapps International, number 4, 15, April 1st to 22nd, pages 315. 316. It was criticized for being divorced from the political work of the party J. After the Frankfurt Congress its staff was reduced, and it was combined with the cooperative and land departments, Bericht I/per die Verhandlungen X. Partseitigster KPT, 1926, pages 59 to 60. According to R. Fischer, Stalin Ald. German Co/Millism, Harvard, 1948, pages 441 to 442, it included several Russian experts from Profintern, and had a divided allegiance, reporting to Lazowski, as well as to the Zentrale of the KPT. 2 Bericht über die Verhandlungen de 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924, pp. 332-334. J. Ibid p. 345. The center and left drafts do not appear to have been published. J. mention is also made of a draft of the Brandler Group, Ibid p. 324. 106 Foreign Relations. Point B. To leave a trade union was described as desertion in battle, only where the Amsterdammers had already brought about a EOM split, so that the full responsibility would rest on them. Held the formation of separate trade unions be undertaken. 1. After the Congress, an action committee of revolutionary trade unionists was created, evidently on the model of the NMM in Great Britain, to organize the activities of the communist minorities in the unions. 2. The patched-up truce at the Frankfurt Congress did not last, and the sequel showed that party opinion and practice continued to diverge very widely from the decisions of the Congress. As a party spokesman later admitted, the ideological conversion of the party proceeded slowly, and many members still hoped that the decisions would be hanged at the forthcoming Congresses of Comintern and Profintern in Mosea, at least to the extent of encouraging those who left, or were expelled from, the Amsterdam unions to create their own revolutionary trade unions. 3. An energetic party member named Schumacher, who was engaged, in defiance of the party Poli, in organizing a number of such unions in the Berlin region, enjoyed the indomitable popularity and support. The strongest feeling was aroused over the elections at the end of the Congress. Here, in what were evidently hard-fought battles behind the scenes, Manwilski intervened, as Radek had intervened at the previous Congress of the KPT in 1923, to prevent the total exclusion of the defeated minority from party offices. This was the traditional attitude of Comintern towards differences in foreign parties not involving a breach of Comintern discipline, and it had been reinforced by the appeal to the victorious left in Zinovniev's pre-Congress article not to pursue the factional struggle against the right. But the left treated the intervention as an act of hostility, and suspected, perhaps not without some foundation, that Comintern favored a lake of Iberic über die Verhandlungen de 9. Partseitigster KPT, 1924, pp. 389-393. 2 L. Aktivität LISR, Rapport Paul Rally 3 Congress, ND 1924, p. 309. R. Fischer, Statute die German Kommunism, Harvard 1948. p. 395. Claims that, in spite of its relatively small membership, it proved of immense help to the party. 3 Bericht über die Verhandlungen de X Partseitigster KPT, 1926, p. 383. 4 See the Interregnum, I-933 I-934, PIS 8, Note 5. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, 1, 107. Homogeneity in party organs which could make them more easily amenable to discipline from Moscow. For a supplementary list of party candidates for the Reichstag, in addition to those already adopted locally, the left put forward 24 names, only 2 of them not belonging to the left. When the closure was imposed against the 34 votes of the center and the list approved, the minority appealed to the Comintern delegation CE to bring about a modification of this decision. A petition which apparently fell on deaf ears. Then came the election to the party Zentrale. Left proposed a list of 15, of whom 2 were from the left and 4 from the center. This was already a compromise. Lazowski now took the over. Manuelski remained in the background, to propose an alternative scheme. The Zentrale would comprise 19 members, including Clara Zetkin, a figure of international importance, and another member of the right one, and 10 candidates who would be drawn exclusively from workers. These proposals were supported by the center, but rejected with indignation by a spokesman of the left, who pointed out that, in the January session of IKI in Moscow, Zetkin had voted with Radek in support of Brandler. A formal motion of the center was then rejected by 92 votes to 32, and the left list adopted. The new KPD leadership had placed itself in open opposition to the central authority of Comintern. 2. The consequences of this muted dash did not develop immediately. For the moment the left leaders seemed to be riding the crest of the wave. By way of celebrating the emergence of the party from the shadow of illegality, it was decided to create a legal paramilitary organization, the Rote Front Kampfverbund, a counterpart of the SPD Reichsbanner and the right-wing Stahlhelm, with the popular demagogue Thalmann as its leader. 3. 1. According to R. Fischer, STA and German Communism, Harvard, 1948. p. 399, Manuelski wanted to have either Brandler or Thalheimer or Weyler, a trade unionist, in the Zentrale. For these debates see Berichtfaber die Verhandlung 9. Partseitigs. Der KPD, 1924, pages 348 to 357. J. For a tendentious account of the demonstrations of May 1924, with bombs and pistols. In order to make it quite Russian, see W. Zichel. Im Dienst der Kommunistischen Terrororganisation, 1931, pages 83 to 86. A few months later the German Communist Youth League followed it by creating a similar organization, the Rote Jungsturm, Berichtfaber die Verhandlung Ex Partseitigs der KPD, 1926, p. 83. A remark of Ruth Fischer that the 108 Foreign Relations Point B. Thalmann was a Hamburg dock worker, whose gifts were those of an orator and agitator, not of a political theorist or a maker of Poli. He developed a insatiable personal vanity, and was ill at ease with intellectual leaders like Ruth Fischer and Maslow, personifying the distinction drawn by Zinoviev in his article Before the Congress one between devoted workers and leaders from the intelligentsia. He already enjoyed sufficient popularity to be placed by the Frankfurt Congress at the head of the list of party candidates for the Reichstag. 2 significant events occurred in May 1924. The first was the arrest of Maslow in Berlin on a charge of high treason. 3. Though he was able, while in prison awaiting trial, to write freely on party and political affairs and to communicate with other members of the party, his role as an active leader was at an end. His last pronouncement before his arrest was an article published in Pravda on May 25, 1924, in which he restated the case of the party left against Brandler's retreat in October 1923. The Communist Party had on its side a majority of the population. It could and should have fought, and had 11 chances of success. The other event was the holding, on May 4, 1924, of elections to the Reichstag, the first since June 1920. At the previous elections the still weak and unorganized KPD had secured only 2 seats, the SPD held 180. But the defection of the USPD majority to the KPD later in 1920 had altered the balance of forces within the left, and the SPD had also lost ground to the center party and to the right. In the elections of May 1924 the SPD obtained only 99 seats, and the KPD 62, representing masses are running away from day-to-day work and playing at soldiers, was afterwards quoted against her in the CE Open Letter of August 1925, CP3Z9. Note 3 below, and repeated by Zinoviev in his report of October 10, 1925 to the Russian Party Central Committee, CP 330, note 4 below. ICP 102 above. 2 Berichtfaber die Verhandlung 9. Partseitigs der KPD, 1924, p. 350. 3 R. Fischer, STA and German Communism, Harvard, 1948, pages 400 to 401. Suggests that the arrest took place at the instigation of the Soviet authorities. Such collusion is highly unlikely at this period, for it appeared over the initials A.M.J. Trotsky in his memorandum of 1928 on the draft program of Comintern somewhat disingenuously quoted it as a pronouncement of Pravda, L. Trotsky, the Third International after Lenin, NY 1936, p. 93J. The original of this document IA in the Trotsky Archives, T. 329. CH Sj. Comintern and the parties, I. 109. 3,500,000 votes. Though the previous figures were not strictly comparable, this was a striking victory for the KPD and for its new leadership, which had been unexpectedly successful, after the Frankfurt Congress, in breaking through the bitterness of old divisions in the party and presenting a united front to the German electorate and to Comintern. What had happened at Frankfurt cannot have been altogether agreeable either to Zinoviev or to Stalin. But for the moment nothing could be done to reverse or modify it, strengthened by their victory over the right and center groups in the party, and by the good showing of the party in the Reichstag elections, the left leaders of the KPD could approach the Fifth Congress of Comintern with confidence, in the well-grounded belief that it would applaud their policies and their leadership. 2 Developments on the eve of the Congress gave passing cause for anxiety, both, though independent of each other, involved attacks on the Comintern line from positions further to the left. The first was the growing dissatisfaction in the KPD with the policy of remaining in the reformist trade unions. The interval between the Frankfurt Congress of the KPD and the Fifth Congress of Comintern in Moscow had been marked by the much applauded initiative of the British representatives in the Central Committee of IFTU, who, at its session in Vienna at the beginning of June 1924, had demanded and secured a continuation of negotiations with the Russian trade unions. This led to further complications in the KPD, most of whose leading members, far from endorsing the British move, took a negative view of any approach by the Russian trade unions to IFTU, as constituting treason to Profintern. Immediately after the debate in IFTU, Lazowski published in Pravda an article 1e entitled The Russian Unions at the Congress 0/the Amsterdam International, which rehearsed at length the official arguments for the unity campaign. And this article 1e appeared in a German translation, with some supplementary comments, both in Preker and in the Rote. Funny. 2 Though it said nothing that was not now familiar. I see pages 551 to 552 below. 2 Pravda. June 7. 8 1924, International Presse Correspondence, number 69. June 17. 1924 pages 849 to 85 0, number 72, June 20th, 1924, pages 891 to 893, number 75. June 25th, 1924, pages 921 to 922, Die Rotfani, June 24th. 2527, 1924. 110, Foreign Relations. Point B. Doctrine in Moscow, it excited dissent and indignation on the left wing of the KPD, where it was regarded as a deliberate provocation. Ruth Fisher, already under fire from the left in her own party, described it in Hell's speech at the 5th Congress of Comintern later in the same month as a plea for reconciliation with the Yellow Amsterdam International, the Berlin Party organization formally protested against the liquidationist tendencies of the article. 1. The attitude of the German left to the trade union question at this time was as suspect in Moscow as that of the British left was popular. The second development of ill omen for the KPD leaders was the extension of an ultra-left campaign in the KPD against the policies of Comintern and especially against the tactics of the United Front. Neither Boris nor Samusay, against Vihorn Zinoviev, had uttered warnings in his article for the Frankfurt Congress too. Carried much weight. But the movement was not confined to a few isolated party intellectuals. The German Youth League, at its Congress in Leipzig on May 10 to 11, 1924, rejected by a majority the United Front clauses of their solution proposed by the delegation of Kim from Moscow. 3. At the beginning of June 1924, Korsch published in the Party Theoretical Journal an article which, under the guise of an orthodox attack from the left on Brandler and the right, by implication denounced the whole United Front policy and the current Comintern line as a surrender of the Marxist dialectic of revolution to pragmatism and expediency. Point 4. This powerful article seems to have caused some still in Moscow. Its long-term implications were significant. In Moscow, it opened the eyes of the leaders to the fact that the greater danger to their authority in the KPD might come from the left rather than from the right. In Germany, it cut the ground from beneath the left leaders of the KPD by challenging their credentials to be regarded as leftists at O, and thus paved the way for the eventual disintegration of the left. But these consequences still lay in the future. For the moment, the new threat obliged Comintern to lend even stronger support to the existing leaders of the KPD, eventually. I for this incident see Protocol, fan/Turkong Kommunistischen International, ND, 2, 923 to 924, 928. CP 102 above. 3 CP 990 below. 4 Die International, 7, No 10 to 11, June 2, 1924, pages 320 to 327. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 3. It would bind those leaders even more firmly to the Comintern line. In a manifesto on the eve of the Congress, Ruth Fisher concentrated mainly on the danger of right deviations, and issued a warning against such deviations in the British, French, American and Czechoslovak parties. Her defense of United Front tactics was noticeably lukewarm, and the slogan of the workers' government was justified as a convenient synonym in some count rise for the dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. The delegation of the KPD to the 5th Congress of Comintern was 40 strong instead of the usual 20. A majority of the delegates were said to be workers from the bench, too, but all sections of party opinion, from Brandler to Korsch, were represented. It was perhaps more than a coincidence that Zinoviev's first mention of the KPD in his opening report should have been an attack on the ultra-left, both in its anti-trade union manifestation, where he professed to believe that this danger no longer exists in the German party, and in the persons of Korsch and Boris. But he soon returned to the more familiar theme of Radek and Brandler and the sins of the right. Since a large part of the debate on the United Front revolved around the KPD, it no longer seemed necessary to keep the German question as a separate item on the agenda. But the proposal to remove it was accompanied by another warning against the ultra-left. If many people thought that the executive would without more ado hand over the German party to the ultra-lefts, they will now see that they were wrong. The executive did not do it, and never will do it. We shall struggle for Leninism. In the KPD. Point 3. The passage was noteworthy both for its incautious reference to the power of a key to hand over a foreign communist party to this or that group, and for the dear notice served by it that the present leadership of the KPD would receive support so long as Ibid 7, number 12, June 15, 1924, pages 383 to 386. This was, however, followed in the same issue, Ibid pages 395 to 401, by another assault from a writer of the ultra-left, who argued that the slogan of a workers' government, which, Pace Zinoviev, could only mean a coalition between communist and other left parties, had become impossible for Germany. Bericht/per die Verhandlungen der Ex-Parteidigster KPD, 1926, p. 24. 3 Protocol, Funk der Kongress Kommunistischen International, ND, I. 52 to 53, 66 to 67, 97 to 98. 112, Foreign Relations. Point B. It fought effectively against the ultra-left as well as against the right. Throughout the Congress, Ruth Fisher was indefatigable. She vigorously supported Zinoviev in the general debate on the issues of the United Front and the workers' government. As president of the political commission, she did yeoman service in repelling the ultra-left onslaughts of Bordega, and she maneuvered delicately on the trade union question, making it uncomfortably clear that nobody in the KPD delegation really liked the final resolution. Thalmann joined in the debate against Bordega, and at the subsequent session of it he acted as rapporteur on the Swedish question, leading the attack on Höglund. 2. He evidently attracted favorable notice at headquarters as a rising star. It is possible that the Russian leaders may already have come to look on her as potentially a more promising mouthpiece of Comintern policy in the KPD than the mercurial Ruth Fisher. 3. In spite of Zinoviev's anxieties about the ultra-left, the decisions of the 5th Congress of Comintern were confidently interpreted in the KPD as a turn towards the left. The claim seemed all the more genuine in that the debates of the Congress on the United Front and the workers' government had been largely inspired by the German experience of the previous autumn, which had ended in the overthrow of Brandler and the installation of left leaders in his place. A statement issued by the German delegation at the end of the Congress dwelt on its significance as a final judgment on the right. It noted that the Congress had also condemned the ultra-leftists, but added that their role and importance can in no circumstances be compared with those of the rightists. Point 4. A session of the Central Committee of KPD in Berlin on July 19 to 20, 1924, enthusiastically acclaimed the work of the Congress with strong emphasis on its slant to the left. The resolution adopted at the end of the session was evidently designed to play down the slogans of the United Front. I Protocol, Funk der Kongress Kommunistischen International, ND, 2. 920-92s, for the resolution see pages SS7S58 below. CP 235 below. 3 according to the account in R. Fisher, Stalin, and German Communism. Harvard 1948. P 405. Friction between Thalmann and herself developed. During the 5th Congress, at WHH. Everyone in the Russian party flat-tiered Thalmann, but some details in this account seem to anticipate later developments. International Presse Correspondence, number 84. July 9. 1924 P 1061. CHXXVJIL Comintern and the Parties, I. 113. And the Workers' Government, describing CE the Democratic Pacing. Fist phase as a new maneuver of the bourgeoisie to put the masses of the workers to sleep and deter them from the revolutionary struggle. The proletarian revolution was firmly restored to its place of honor. A pamphlet containing this resolution, together with the major resolution of the 5th Congress on tactics, was provided with an introduction which spoke of the sharp course set by the 5th Congress against the 11 right tendencies, and grouped together Brandler, Clara Zetkin, Rodek, Trotsky, Severin and Hoagland as rightists. 2. Only the embarrassments of the trade union question cast a temporary shadow over the triumphs of the left-wing leadership of the KPD in the summer of 1924. The turn to the left claimed at the 5th Congress should logic 11Y have meant a turning away from cooperation with the social democratic trade unions, the now discredited policy of Brandler and of the right. In fact, it meant nothing of the kind. The resolution of the Central Committee of the KPD, in recording its formal approval of the decisions of the 5th Congress of Comintern, expressed grave misgivings about what had been done in the trade union question. The committee emphasizes the serious doubts and warnings uttered by the German delegation against the proposed step in the question of international unity with the Amsterdammers, arrangement of a unity congress by negotiations between leaders. The demands of the English trade union left, which spring from honest pressure by English workers to bring about a unification of the trade unions on an international scale, can be accepted by Profintern only on the hypothesis that the revolutionary trade union program of Profintern is taken as the basis of the unified organization. The campaign for international unity of the trade unions will lead to a strengthening of the communist ranks and to the defeat of their enemies only if it is conceived as a mass mobilization for a revolutionary program. 3. I Die Take der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924. P 46, Foreign Account of the Session C Internationale Pro Correspondence. Number 97. July 29. 1924 pages 1257 to 125 8. 2 Die Take der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924. P 3. 3 Internationale Presse Correspondence. Number 94. July 23. 1924 pages 1211. 1212. When this resolution was passed, the 3rd Congress of Profintum was still in session, see pages 565 below. But added nothing of substance to the proceedings of Comintern. 114 Foreign Relations Point B. This was far from the Comintern line. The assumption that unity could be realized only on the basis of the program of Profintern was an assertion of intransigence which provoked an angry retort in an article by Lazowski, CE. So to understand the resolutions of Profintern and Comintern is not to understand them at all. 1 Maslow carried on the controversy in an article published as an expression of his personal view in the party journal. He accused Lazowski of basing his policy on 2 false premises: belief in the cessation of the capitalist offensive against the proletariat, and belief in the growth of a left wing in IFTU. The unity of the trade unions was a good slogan in itself, but should not be interpreted as a surrender of Profintern to the Amsterdam International. Z. But this intransigent position could not be maintained. On August 17, 1924, Ruth Fisher and Heckert, now converted to the official line or submitting to party discipline, piloted a resolution on the trade unions through a largely attended party conference in Berlin. The resolution, which was adopted with only one dissentient vote, skirted delicately round the question of relations to IFTU, but unequivocally proclaimed the duty of party members to enter the CE free trade unions, even though these were controlled by the SPD and affiliated to IFTU. 3 At the same time, a conference of trade union officials of the German Communist Youth League issued an instruction to its members to enroll in the CE free unions before October 1, 1924, and to form fractions in them, and the Central Committee of the League set a highly optimistic target of 100,000 for young communist membership of trade unions. But bitterness continued to be widely fought. I International Presse Correspondence / Jean Dintel, number 105, August 12, 1924, pages 1350. 135 to Z Die International, 7, number 15, August I, 1924, pages 488 to 494. This view was partially retracted in an article in the following issue, Ibid 7, number 16, August 15, 1924, pages 501 to 510. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 111, August CZ, 1924, pages 1433. 1434, Die Rockwerkskapps International, Noai, 46, November 1924. Pages 176 to 177, Bericht Tiber die Verhandlung an der Exparteidigster KPD, 1926. P 61. 2 months later the Central Committee of the KPD took a solemn decision that, after February I, 1925, only members of recognized trade unions could be members of the party, Ibid P 27, but this, too, remained a dead letter. Die Jugend International, Noai, September 1924, pages 2 to 26, for the letter of the Central Committee Geschichte Arbeitergegenbewegung in Deutsch Land, die Auswahl von Materialien, 1956, pages 152 to 154. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 115. In the KPD on this issue, many party members objected to the suddenness with which they had been confronted with this issue at the 5th Congress, and complained the English orientation of Comintern which meant a turning away from the German Revolution. One Schumacher continued to agitate against the decisions of the Moscow Congresses and of the Berlin Party Conference, and compelled the party to expel Hearn together with his supporters, apparently to the number of several hundred. Z. But this blood dieting did not alter the hostility to the trade unions, still widely felt in the ranks of the KPD. The Communist Youth League, which in this as in other issues leaned towards the left, was especially hostile, and a number of members of the Hamburg branch were expelled for refusing to submit to discipline on this question. 3 For a moment, however, party strife died down. A session of the Central Committee of the KPD in October 1924 was largely devoted to demonstrations of loyalty to Moscow. It Passed air solution of protest against the DAS plan, congratulated IKI on its victory in Sweden, and expressed suitable anxiety over the trend in the Czechoslovak Communist Party. Point 4. In November and December 1924 the KPT hastened to play its full part in the campaign against Trotsky provoked by lessons 0/October. As the theme that Brandler and the right wing of the KPT were German Trotskyists figured prominently in the indictment. The DAS plan had been approved by the Reichstag in August 1924 by a majority of 248 to 175. Elections to the Reichstag, which were expected to turn largely on this issue, were fixed for December 7, 1924. At the end of October rumors began to circulate of an intention of the government to place all corn. I International Presse Correspondence. Number 115. September 2, 1924 pp. 1497 to 1499. This was an article by Maslow, who had moved still further towards recognition of the cause of national and international unity in the trade union movement, and was now on the defensive. To Bericht über die Verhandlungen der Ex-Parteidigster KPT, 1926. p. 25. Schumacher had evidently made himself impossible, and even the ultra-left wing of the KPT approved his expulsion. See an article 1 by Rosenberg in International Presse Correspondence. Number 127. September 30th. 1924 pages 1694. 1695. 3 Die Jugend International. Number 6. February 1925. p. 162. 4 International Presse Correspondence. Number 139. October 24th. 1924 pp. 1846 to 1847, for events in the Czechoslovak and Swedish parties see pages 179 to 181. And 236 below. 5 see volume 2. Pages 25 to 26. 116, Foreign Relations. Point B. Munis deputies, officials, and editors under arrest for the period of the election campaign. This produced an appropriate protest. From 1kki. A curious document of this campaign was a letter, addressed on November 16, 1924, by Stalin, as General Secretary of the Russian Party, to the Central Committee of the KPT, which was widely publicized in the Russian and German party press. 1T commiserated with the KPT on being assailed by the united forces of international capital, of the national bourgeoisie, of the Junker das and of social democracy, and uttered that the German proletariat would not speak its last word at the coming Reichstag elections. But it touched on none of the current controversies either in the German or in the Russian party. The outlook in Germany was bleak. A week before the elections, Ruth Fischer in the pessimistic Art admitted that the KPT campaign, a protest against the DAS plan for the moment, simply goes against the stream. Point 3. A few days later, a letter from Zinoviev to the Central Committee of the KPT breathed the same note of anxiety about the results of the elections, and deprecated any fresh outbreak of discord within the party. The dissent which he explicitly envisaged was from Brandler and Thalheimer, whose renewed attack on Maslow and Ruth Fischer had recently been published in Pravda. For the apprehensions about the elections were justified. The KPT lost almost 1 million of the votes gained in the elections of May 1924, while the vote of the SPD increased by more than 1.25 million. The new MBER of KPT deputies in the Reichstag fell from 62 to 45. This defeat, which was attributed to the impression made by the DAS plan and the conciliatory attitude of the Western powers, had no immediate. I International Presse Correspondence, number 140, October 28, 1924, pages 1851. 1852. 2 Pravda, November 18, 1924, Izvestiya Central Nogo Komiteta Rossiyskoy. Stikisko, Party, Bolshevikov, number 8, 13, November 24, 1924. Pages 1 to 2, Die Rotfani, November 27, 1924. It apparently provoked a protest from the German embassy in Moscow. G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955. p. 157. It is not reprinted in Stalin's collected works, but is recorded in the biography Ilkranil attached to them, Sakhinania, 6, 426, where it is said to have been written on the instructions of the party Central Committee. 3 Die International, 7, no 23 to 24, December I, 1924. p. 676. 4 Pravda, December 9, 1924. For the statement of Brandler and Thalheimer in Pravda, November 29, 1924, see volume 2, pages 25 to 26, a reply from Kishka attacking Brandler and Thalheimer as German Trotskyists and emigres from Germany. Appeared in Pravda, December 7, 1924. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 27. Ian Sikanese for the party. But it naturally impaired Infinity in the party leaders, both among the rank and file and in Mosio. B. The British Communist Party, CPGB. Next to the massive KPT, the small CPGB was the party we loomed largest in the preoccupations of Comintern in the first months of 1924. The importance of the CPGB ELB attributed principally to the reunition of the arrival of CE an era of democratic pacifism, of we the coming to power of the British Labour government was the most inspiring symptom, and to the campaign for trade union unity, of which the British left was the main champion outside the Soviet Union. For a short time the CPGB began to figure, somewhat to its own surprise, as the model communist party. But, while the KPT served as the prototype of other leading European communist parties, and revealed problems already familiar in other countries, the CPGB almost from the first exhibited peculiar features of its own. These idiosyncrasies related both to its organization and to its policy. In the first place, the CPGB had never been prone in anything like the same degree to the vociferous tendencies which had marked the growth of other European parties. Unlike them, it had been eradicate not through a split, but by an amalgamation. And, as it developed, though individuals left the party, as such never split. It was also noteworthy, and at first sight, surprising, that the CPGB showed itself more directly amenable than the major European parties to the directions of Moscow. In October 1922 a reorganization of the party on lines laid down by Comintern had been effected, with some individual signs, but once again without a split. In some respects, this apparent dolly and etany of discipline will be seen as the reverse side of the lack of mass support, the failure to appeal to the masses of workers, with the reorganization of 1922 had been designed to remedy. Yet this inherent weakness of the party was in part offset by the unique position of the trade unions. In Great Britain the trade unions had been the pioneers of the workers' movement, and formed its heart or they enjoyed greater. I see the Bolshevik KRFL evolution I9 I7 I9 33. Volume 3. P42Z. Vol. I1 IPT. IE. IIG Foreign Relations PTV. Influence and prestige than any political organ of the movement. Being in fact the dominant power within the Labour Party. And the trade unions had shown more practical sympathy with the Russian Revolution than any other important British organization. Hence the prestige of the trade unions was high throughout the British political left, and not least in the CPGB. In 1922, the British Bureau of Profit-in-Turn, now established in London, displayed considerable activity, especially among the miners, 180,000 adherents of Profit-in-Turn being claimed in Welsh and English. Coalfields and 15°000 in 5. 1. A monthly journal, All Power, began to appear in January 1922 as the organ of the British Bureau of Profit-in-Turn. All in all, the CPGB seemed in Moscow a puzzling and elusive phenomenon, and Zinoviev, at the 4th Congress of Comintern in November 1922, deploring the slow advance of the movement in Great Britain, concluded, "We must begin to study England. We do not yet know the causes of this slow development." 2. By the time the 4th Congress of Comintern, followed immediately by the 2nd of Profit-in-Turn, met in Moscow, it was clear that a frontal attack in the name of Profit-in-Turn would fail to break the serried ranks of British trade unionism or shake the loyalty of the overwhelming majority of the unions to IFTU. On the other hand, from the moment when the United Front had been proclaimed, the prospects of winning trade union support for Moscow on the plane of policy, though not of organization, and thus gradually infiltrating the existing trade union structure, were more promising in Great Britain than in any other country. The spread of unemployment in the first post-war economic crisis increased the possibility of organizing quasi-revolutionary opposition groups within, or on the fringes of, the trade union movement. The annual Trade Union Congress of 1922 in Southport was the first occasion on which communist delegates attempted for the first time to work in an organized manner inside the Congress. 3. This was the starting point of what CAME. I die wrote Uerkscaps International, number 12, 23, December 1922, pp. 876 to 879, the last figure is certainly exaggerated. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, p. 456. 3. Pollitt's subsequent statement on this point may be taken as authoritative. The first attempt to work in an organized manner inside the Congress at XXVILI Comintern and the parties, JJ9, to be known as the National Minority Movement, NMM. The Second Congress of Profit-in-Turn NMM for 1922 criticized the lack of organization in the NMM, which at that time consisted of scattered and uncoordinated groups, and declared in its resolution that what was required was a national conference of the opposition to bring about the union of all opposition groups under a single center. Point 1. The British Bureau of Profit-in-Turn, refurbished by the election of 5 new members, was instructed to give effect to this decision. Simultaneously with the rise of the NMM within the trade unions, the National Unemployed Workers Movement, NUWM, also inspired and manned primarily by members of the EPGB, began an attempt to organize the unemployed. 3. The need for such an organization was widely fought, and rapid progress was achieved by the NUWM, whose representatives were received in January 1923 by the General Council of Tuesday for negotiations on the unemployment problem. A proposal of the NUWM for affiliation to the Tuesday was rejected, but agreement was reached on the establishment of a joint advisory council consisting of 3 representatives of the General Council and 3 of the NUWM, and on joint local action by the 2 organizations on behalf of the unemployed. 5. Several joint meetings were held during 1924. This toleration was due to 2 special causes. The Tuesday found itself vulnerable in the eyes of the workers on the crucial issue of unemployment, and was anxious not to expose itself to the charge of neglecting any opportunity for action, and the NUWM, working exclusively among the unemployed, offered no challenge to trade union leadership within its own sphere. Profit-in-Turn read the success as a propitious omen for communist was made at Southport last year. Our DNY communist Fredion did not do badly at all at the Plymouth Congress. 8 I9 Z3 our number of words slightly iterated, and there will be a greater appreciation of the importance of our work. But we have to do better next year. Communist RFT GIFU, 4, number 6. Ed over 19 Z3, PZ 60. IDC at let profit 1/RLIO1 Yutziak, 1930, P99. Elactil/ITITKLISR, Rapport pour LE111 Congress, ND 19 Z4, P406. J. Both the NMM and the NUWM were mentioned at the 4th Congress B. Of Comintern. Formed a party work in Great Britain, CTH, Bolshevik. RET Illusion, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, P406. 4. For an account of this meeting see W. Hannington, Unemployed Struggle. 1936, pages IZO IZI. ITUC, 55th Annual Endport, 19 Z3, pages 184, Z84. 120. Foreign Relations. Point B. Activity in the trade union movement, and sought to galvanize its supporters into fresh efforts. On February 27, 1923, the Executive Bureau of Profit-in-Turn heard airport on the British Bureau, which claimed to have been active among the unemployed, among the transport workers and in the ports. A month later, Borodin, just returned from Great Britain, reported on the successes of Profit-in-Turn, especially among the Welsh and Scottish miners. On April 15, 1923, the Executive Bureau decided to set up a commission consisting of Lazowski, Borodin and a representative of Comintern, to examine relations between the CPG and the British Bureau of Profit-in-Turn, as well as the tactics of the CPGB in the trade unions and methods of organization of the minority movement. It was decided to invite a group of British Party trade union delegates to attend the forthcoming session of the Central Council of Profit-in-Turn in Moscow. 1. The invitation from Profit-in-Turn coincided with a decision of Comintern to invite a large delegation of the CPGB to attend the session of the enlarged ICI, which was to meet in June 1923, just before the session of the Central Council of Profit-in-Turn. Early in June, no less than 10 members of the Central Committee of the CPGB, including Pollitt and Gallagher, arrived in Moscow. Pollitt, for some unexplained reason, returned immediately to London and reappeared only with the Profit-in-Turn delegation at the end of the month. The session of ICI concerned itself largely with German affairs. 3. And little attention was paid in public to the problems of the CPGB. But behind the scenes, what was afterwards called a British conference took place, and the tactics and organization of the party were critically examined. In the course of the discussions, Pollitt and Palma, Dude, who had been responsible, together with Borodin, for the original report on the reorganization of Ed over 1922, had been based, were clearly shown to possess the confidence of Comintern, and were in this sense marked out as the future. I die wrote URXK International, NOS 526, 28-29, May June 1923. p.576. The participants are named, and the proceedings briefly described, in the report of the Central Committee of the CPGB to the 6th Party Congress. In the following year, speeches and documents, 6th Conference 0/ the CPGB. 1924, pages OSI. 3 for the session C. The interregnum, I9Z3 I9Z4. Pages 177 to 181. At XXBILI Comintern and the parties, I. 121. Leaders of the party. 1 But here, 2, procedure in the CPGB differed from that of other parties. No formal change was made. The prominent figures of the first years, McManus, Bell, Murphy, Gallagher, were not censured, and did not disappear from the scene. They continued to serve the party in conspicuous and important positions. Bell, McManus, Dude, Gallagher and Pollitt were, apparently on the spot, since almost the whole Central Committee was in Moscow, elected to the Politburo, to which Horner was co-opted on behalf of the British Bureau of Profintern and Hannington on behalf of the NUWM. McManus, who had resided in Moscow for a year as British delegate to IKI, was replaced by Stewart. Before his departure, McManus was invited to join Bukharin and Zinoviev on a holiday in the Caucasus to discuss CI differences in the British Party. When the trade union delegates, accompanied by Pollitt, arrived in Moscow on June 30, 1923, the session of the Central Council of Profintern was approaching the end, and a formal resolution was passed empowering the Executive Bureau to conduct discussions with the British delegates after the session. 3. In the second CI British Conference WHH ensued, it is not clear from the records how far it overlapped the first. The British delegates had to face complaints of failure to make any substantial progress in matters of organization. The general sense of the indictment may be gleaned from the report of the Central Council of Profintern to its Congress in the following year, which aided the shortcomings of the British Bureau, failure to build up any national organization of the revolutionary minorities in the trade unions, failure even to make any statistical survey of these minorities, friction and lack of contact with the trade union section of the CPGB. 4 At the session of the Central Council, WHH preceded the arrival of the British delegates. Lazovsky had proposed to abolish the British Bureau of Profintern, which he described as an CI absolutely unsuitable form of organization. I see the revealing remarks in J.T. Murphy, New Horizons, 1941, pp. 196 to 197. Pollitt and Dude came out top of the poll in the elections to the Executive Committee at the Party Congress of October 1922. For this invitation see Communist Papers, EMD. 2682, 1926, p. 48. 3 Birk die 3. Session des Central Ratsderoten Gewerkschaftscenter. National, 1923, pages 71 to 72. This report appeared as a supplement to Die Rote Gewerkschaftscenter National, number 7, 30, July 1923. For El Activite de l'ISR, Rapport pour LE3 Congress, ND 1924, p. 246. 1 and 2 Foreign Relations PTV. And argued that the opposition itself must in the course of its development create a center. 1 This suggestion was not, however, immediately taken up. At a meeting on July 7, 1923, Pollitt admitted that the revolutionary minorities in the trad union still lacked firm organizational forms, but thought that interest in Profintern was growing. At further meetings on July 9 and 10, the slogan "Back into the trade unions" was agreed on with the British delegates, and the composition of the British Bureau of Profintern, which was now to consist of 8 members, was changed, Gallagher and Campbell being appointed joint secretaries. Gallagher, presumably as a member of the delegation with the longest trade union experience, was made responsible for directing the work in connection with the minority movement. A special commission was appointed to draw up general directions for the revolutionary opposition. What was presumably the substance of the instructions given to the British Bureau was contained in the report of the following year, already quoted. The essential aim of the British Bureau is not to organize independent revolutionary trade unions, or to split revolutionary elements away from the existing organizations affiliated to the TUC, and through it to the Amsterdam International, but to convert the revolutionary minority within each industry into a revolutionary majority. Thus the British Bureau is not an organization of trade unions, but only of revolutionary minorities. In eases where whole regions detach themselves from the existing unions, the Bureau takes all measures to liquidate these signs and to persuade the seceding elements to re-enter the mass organizations. 3. The frank rejection of the policy of splitting and the restitution of the functions of Profintern in Great Britain to the fostering of Iberic Ob. 3. Sion 2, Zetral Radlderot, Jalucha, Flint. National, 1923, p. 65. Z. Rot, Jurluka, Schlinternationak, number 8, 31, August 1923. Pages 758. 759, June 7 is Amos Print 4. July 7, and in El Active GDD, LISR, Rap. Port por I, 111 Con RI, ND 1924, p. 246, CE August 10 is presumably an error for CE July 10, Speech and Docu TI, 6 Con, O. The CPGB, 1924. PSI. WGA Uiger, TH, Roland, O. Bethund, 1947, pages 39. 40, gives a brief and vague account of the discussions. 3 El Active GDD, 1 ISR, Rapport por I, 111 Congrel, ND 1924, pp. 406 to 407, the last sentence referred to the formation in January 1923 of Arabel Mining Union in Fifeshire with local CPGB support. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 123. Minorities in existing unions completed the transition from the initial stage of Profintern policy, the building up of real organizations to the Amsterdam International and the Amsterdam Unions, to the second stage of penetration into the Amsterdam Unions through the development within them of revolutionary minorities. After the return of the British delegates to London, a meeting of the new Profintern Bureau was held to ginger up the minority movement and prepare for action at the forthcoming Trade Union Congress, which was to meet at Plymouth on September 3, 1923. At this point, however, a serious error was made, which bore witness either to lack of understanding at Profintern headquarters, or lack of experience in the British group. The Bureau proposed, in the name of Profintern, to send a delegation to the Congress, a proposal which was promptly rebuffed with the comment that it would be better to hear the Russian point of view from whatever representatives the Russian trade union movement sense, and not from those who speak for them in London. Point 1. It was a hint that resentment against Prof in turn as a rival trade union organization was not dead. The NUWM fared better. The Congress approved the action taken to set up a joint advisory council, and received an NUWM delegation, which pleaded for more close contact between the movement and the Tuesday. Haddington's speech urging support for the unemployed was politely, even enthusiastically, applauded. But the Congress, while passing a general resolution on unemployment, significantly refused to accept an amendment calling for the DOSIS co-operation between the General Council and the National Unemployed Workers Organization. On the whole, the Plymouth Congress of the Tuesday was a disappointment for the left, and Prof in turn, in Moscow drew the conclusion that the minority had come to it with insufficient preparation. 3. Failure to proceed with the organization of the NMM brought criticism on the head of Gallagher, who, according to his own account, had quite a bit of trouble with one of my trade union pals in Moscow. When a large public meeting was finally convened in London to launch J. Tuesday, 55th Annual Report, 1923, p. 298. Ibid pages 184, 284, 343 to 350. 3 L Act, v. UDLISR, Rapport pour l'Ei Leon-Gress, ND 1924, p. 246. 124, Foreign Relations. Point B. The NMM, it was announced that Pollitt was to take over from Gallagher and become its secretary. I. Pollitt, an active trade unionist, was both an abler organizer than Gallagher and more skillful in interpreting the behests of Moscow. His feet were by this time firmly set on the ladder of party promotion. The maintenance of solidarity in the leadership of the CPGB, which distinguished it so markedly from other communist parties, reflected the traditional empiricism of British politics. The leading British communists were indifferent to the issues of doctrine and theory which divided the leaders of the German, French, Italian, and other parties, and had little or no understanding of WH at these issues involved. Pollitt was in these early years almost the only exception to this rule, and the only leader who, for this reason, found it easy to speak the current language of Comintern. In the winter of 1923 to 1924, when the KPT was in the throes of its post-October crisis and the first campaign against Trotsky was raging in Moscow, the CPGB remained calm and unruffled. It was the one major European Communist Party to feel itself unconcerned in the Trotsky controversy and to have no inkling of what was on foot. In February 1924, a month after Trotsky's formal condemnation by the 13th Party Conference in Moscow, Bell, who was a member of the political bureau of the CPGB and the editor of its one theoretical journal, wrote in its pages, "It was especially Trotsky who brought this discussion to the front. WH is proof enough for all who have the slightest acquaintance with the Russian party that this crisis did not represent any danger for the unity of the party." Z. Delegates at the 6th Party Congress, which met in May 1924, found no reason to mention Trotskyism or the opposition in the Russian party. When the controversy provoked by Lessons 0/October broke out in the autumn of 1924, the CPGB dutifully made its inconspicuous contribution to the avalanche of denunciations of Trotskyism by foreign communist parties. 3 and 6. I.W. Gallagher, The Rolling Zero/The Thunder, 1947, pages 46 to 49. 2 Communist Review, 4, number 10, February 1924, p. 435, by way of contrast, the issue of the KPT journal Die Internationale for January 1924, 7. No. was devoted entirely to documents and Article 1 relating to the Trotsky dispute. 3 Izvestia, December 3, 1924. CHXXVII Comintern and the Parties, I. 125. Months later, when Bell introduced a resolution on Trotskyism to the 7th Congress of the CPGB, he had come to realize how serious the position was for the party as a result of the decisions raised by Emrad Trotsky. Point 1 But this was routine business. While sympathy for Trotsky was irritatingly not lacking among party members, the no-Trotskyite group arose to threaten party unity, and the significance of the dispute was never seriously discussed. It appeared to have no pre-deal meaning or relevance for the British party. The other important singularity of the CPGB was its relation to the issue of the United Front. The decision that the CPGB should seek affiliation to the British Labour Party was taken, with Lenin's backing, at the Second Congress of Comintern in 1920, and endorsed by a majority vote at the founding Congress of CPGB in August of that year. 3 United Front tactics may therefore be said to have been applied by the British Party even before they had been generalized by decision of Comintern in December 1921.4. Every year since 1920 an application for affiliation had been regularly made to the Labour Party, and every year it had been regularly rejected. Yet, notwithstanding these repeated snubs, United Front tactics had been the key to the not inconsiderable influence wielded by the CPGB among the workers in this period. The impression made on the loyal organizations and on the rank and file of the Labour Party was far stronger than on its leaders. In the General Election of November 1922, one communist was returned to Parliament as an official Labour Party candidate, and another with tacit Labour support. Throughout this period, the new MBER of EMunist sympathizers in the ranks of the Labour Party far exceeded the puny number of EMunist party members. 5 The main strength of the CPGB lay in its IBID pages 116 to 118. 2 As late as April 1925, when making a declaration against Trotskyism on behalf of the CPGB at the session often enlarged Icky, Bell described Trotsky as a very good comrade and a wonderful leader, a wonderful champion of the revolution, and admitted that in England and everywhere in the West, and especially among the intellectuals of our parties, there is a feeling that he ought to have special privileges, a certain right of criticism. Raswarenyi. Plenum Ispokam Communisticogo Internationale, 1925, p. 398. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3, pages 196, 226. 4 See Ibid Volume 3, pages 406 to 407. 5 At the 7th Congress of CPGB in 1925 membership had just topped the 5,000 mark age. The turnover was, however, large, a delegate observed. 126 Foreign Relations. Point B. Power to win and influence sympathizers. The trade unions were a particularly fruitful field for these tactics, and organizations like the NUWM and NMM, which aimed at the operation between party and non-party workers under party leadership and inspiration, were the most effective vehicles of EMunist propaganda and polity. The CPGB was the only party which applied United Front tactics fully and wholeheartedly and made sense of the polity of working for party ends within reformist trade unions. At a time when errors of United Front tactics were being Denoant as the root of all evil in the KPT, and when a mass exodus of German unionists from the trade unions was in progress, the United Front remained the firm foundation of all the FIE work of the British Party. The issue was brought to a head by the sweeping labour gains in the General Election of December 1923, though these involved the elimination of the two unionist MPs, by the formation of a Labour government under Ramsay MacDonald in the following month, and by the de jure reunition of the Soviet government, which was its first AET of foreign policy. Even the trade union movement appeared to move towards THC. Left. The three members of the General Election of the Tuesday, who resigned to become members of the Labour government, Gosling, Thomas, and Margaret Bonfield, were all moderates, whose departure helped to strengthen the left wing of the Election. These events focused the limelight on the British left, and on the role of the CPGB, in spite of its numerical weakness, was now seen to be a position of cardinal importance in communist strategy. The claim with which the advent of the Labour government was at first hailed in the Moscow press, CI that over a period of 5 years the membership had remained practically the same numerically, but that of that numerical strength the percentage of members who were in the party 5 years AGA is variable. CPGB, report 0/the Soviet National Congress, J9-5, pages 35. 39. Zinoviev later consoled himself with the REFL Zine that CI the tradition of mass parties does not exist in England. Protocol, Vater Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I, 94, and that small parties were characteristic of British politics. CI the party of MacDonald had numbered only A000 and I94, 14 S. Effeld. Visa Soyofloy Kommunaltickeskoi part, B, 19Z6, P 655. Zinoviev had tumbled on the correct observation that the strength of British parties resided not in their registered membership, but in their appeal to the floating voter. But this was never fully understood in Commentum, and no conclusions were drawn from it. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 127, was echoed in the journal of the CPGB. When the workers are in action, it is the duty of all to help. In the common fight, our voting principle must always be the workers against the capitalists. On that principle we are with the Labour Party in taking office. 1. But this apparently consistent pursuit by the CPGB of the United Front tactics inculcated by Comintern for the past 2 years soon led to difficulties, especially at a moment when the KPT was being loudly denounced for its equivocal application of the United Front. An ICI resolution of February 6, 1924, put the matter in a very different light, and provided an antidote to the enthusiasm created by the official recognition of the Soviet government. The Labour government, tittered the resolution, though it reflects the awakening to Das consciousness of more and more of the working masses, was not a government of the proletarian Das war, but was seeking to bolster up the bourgeois state by reforms. Its accession to power had the advantage that if, as is to be expected, the Labour Party government betrays the interests of the proletariat, it would complete the disillusionment of the masses with capitalist democracy. Meanwhile the CPGB, while proposing to the left political organizations of the Labour Party common demonstrations and other forms of common action, must adhere to its historical role. Z thus admonished. The CPGB quickly found occasion to retrace its steps. Far from displaying any inclination to adopt revolutionary ends or revolutionary means, the Labour government showed itself a model of bourgeois conformity, partly because it was a minority government dependent on liberal support, but partly also because the moderates rather than the militants were predominant in its ranks. It was recalled that Lenin, at the time of the foundation of Comintern in 1919, had replied to an attack by MacDonald on the new institution in terms of biting contempt. 3. An incautious expression by MacDonald of loyalty to the crown now provoked the comment in the journal of the CPGB that it would be intolerable if the Labour ministers thought themselves responsible. 1 Communist Review, 4, number 10, February 1924, pages 423 to 424. International Presse Correspondence, number 21, February 16, 1924, pp. 235 to 236. 3 Lenin, Sakhanovia, XXIV, 382 to 399. Foreign Relations PTV. Only to King George, i.e. to the country, to the ruling capitalist Das, rather than to the workers, land the succeeding issue spoke of CE disillusionment rapidly coming over large masses of workers. Z. The CE colonial policy of the government also came under fire. Pravda of March I, 1924, carried on its front page some caustic comments over the initials NB. Bukharin was editor of Pravda, on Macdonald's attitude to volatile prisoners in India. CE the colonial-Ayatollahist government of Macdonald, wrote Trotsky at this time, CE reveals its bankruptcy to an even greater extent than yield have been expeded. 3. By the time the 6th Congress of the CPGB, the first seen October 1922, met in May 1924, the atmosphere both in Moscow and in London was one of a hilly suspicion of the Labour government. More particularly seen the first signs of intransigence had begun to appear in the Anglo-Soviet treaty negotiations. 4. Gallagher, from the air, propounded what was now the official version of the United Front. The Communist Party does not attack the Labour Party. The Communist Party strives all the time to make the Labour Party a useful organ of the workers in the struggle against capitalism, but we do attack the leadership of the Labour Party, and will go on attacking it until the Labour movement has forced it either to Rosio to working Das Poli or to make way for a leadership that will do so. 5. Beltwad CE our firm opinion that CE the Poli of the government is that of treason and treachery to the organized working Das in this country. 6. Petrovsky, the Comintern delegate to the Congress, who worked in Great Britain under the name of Bennett 7, made a still more outspoken attack on the Labour J. Communist Review. 4 number 11, March 1924. P 467. 2 Ibid 4. Number 12. April 1924. P 507. 3 L. Trotsky. P. Let Comintern, 1924. P 18. 4 for the C pages 23 to 24 above. 5 Speeches and Documents, 6 Clearance 01 the CPGB, 1924. P 11. 6 Ibid P 4. 7 According to Trotsky, Petrovsky was CEO Bundesmenschevik of the American, i.e. the worst, school, who had returned to Russia from the United States in 1917. Become a Bolshevik and been employed for a time in military work. His main characteristic was in CE organic opportunism. Trotsky. Archives. T 3129. P 12. He doubtless owed his position with the CPGB to his knowledge of English. CHXXVLIL Comintern and the parties, I, 129. Government, whose members he ironically dubbed Socialist. Ministers 0 / His Majesty the Killed, Milisters O / Labor who brag 01. The Glory 0 / the Empire, Milisters who preach Call 51 LCE between. Labor all capital .1. This was, however, not incompatible with the course laid down in the resolution on relations with the Labor Party. The Communist Party considers it its duty to enter into the ranks of the Labor Party in order to strengthen the militant and fighting elements of the labor movement and to unmask the treacherous elements in the Labor Party and to free the workers from their influence. The Communist Party does not aim at a united front with MacDonald, Snowden, Thomas, etc., but at the organization of the mass front of the workers. This was the classic version of the United Front from below, renouncing all attempt at agreement with leaders in favor of a policy of splitting the party against its unworthy leaders. But how far this really represented the mood of the rank and file is not certain. Ruth Fisher, who, fresh from the campaign against Brandlerism in the KPD, attended the Congress of the CPGB as fraternal delegate, detected in its proceedings the loyal attitude of a left wing within the Labour Party itself rather than the attitude of a Communist Party really fighting against the government, and thought that the attempt to secure election of Communist candidates to Parliament with open or tacit Labour support was necessarily compromising. 3. Disillusionment with the Labour government and with the Labour Party leaders was, however, compensated by progressive belief in the rising strength of the left in the trade unions. The election of Cook in April 1924 as Secretary of the Miners' Federation meant that a key position had passed into the hands of the left. Fresh optimism was engendered by what appeared to be increasing sympathy in the trade unions for the Soviet cause. On May 14, 1924, the General Council of the TUC entertained J. The speech was published in full in Cumulus Review, v. No. 2, June 1924, pages 42 to 56, where it was described as Comintern's message to the CPGB-JJ. The name of the speaker was not given. Speeches all documents, 6 con / Aaron's 0 / the CPGB, 1924, pages 32 to 33. 3 Die Internationale, 7, NOS 10 to 11, June 2, 1924, pages 356 to 360, her visit to the Congress and narrow escape from arrest IA decribed in R. Fisher. STA on All German Communism, Harvard, 1948, p. 400. 13-0, Foreign Relations. Point B. At dinner Tomsky and the other trade union members of the Soviet delegation engaged in the negotiations with the British government, land about the same time the council had a more formal meeting with the same group. To the hint given in the previous September that, while delegates of Prof in turn were unwelcome, the Congress would be not unwilling to hear spokes men of the Russian trade unions 3 now Gorfood. An invitation was extended to the Soviet trade unions to send delegates to the next annual trade union Congress, to be held at Hull in September 1924. In the short interval between the 6th Congress of the CPGB and the 5th Congress of Comintern, another unexpected event strengthened the general conviction that the British labor movement was turning rapidly towards the left. The intervention of the British delegation at the International Federation of Trade Unions in favor of the admission to the Federation of the Russian Unions. Zinoviev in his main report to the 5th Congress was encouraged to assert that the chief task of the Communist International is now transferred to England in all fields. Point 5. This became one of the keynotes of the Congress. The more we in Comintern speak English, said Petrovsky alias Bennett, the more we shall spread the language of Comintern among the English-speaking workers. 6. Zinoviev showed how high expectations were running in so many Comintern circles by invoking another of those deceptive parallels dear to the heart of the early Bolshevik leaders. MacDonald was the British Kerensky. Point 7. But the implications of the parallel were not taken up by the British, or indeed I for an account of these occasion and the speeches delivered. C. M. Tomsky. Getting Together, N.D., pages 13 to 42, a pamphlet issued by the Labor Research Department. THC date March 4 is Amos print for May 4. A. Report 0 / the 56th Annual Trades Union Congress, 1924, p. 244. 3 CP 123 above. 4 for the C pages 551 to 552 below. 5 Protocol, Wien / Ter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, N.D. I. 77, see also p. 72 above. 6 Ibid I. 146. 7 Ibid I. 94, for earlier parallels in the same vein see the Bolshevik Revolution. I9 I7 I9:13, Volume 3, pages 175 to 176. Trotsky in a speech a few weeks later refused to regard MacDonald or Ario as a Kerensky, since Kerenskyism was a regime in which the bourgeoisie, having abandoned the hope of victory in open civil war, agrees to the most radical and dangerous concessions and hence overpower to the extreme left elements of bourgeois democracy. Things had not gone so far as this in Great Britain or France. L. Trotsky. Europa UND America, 1926, pages 18 to 19. This did not deter Zinoviev from reverting to the point at the 5th enlarged IKI in March 1925, CP 295. Below. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 131. By any other delegation. The main theme of the British delegates, McManus and Murphy, was to insist on the necessity of the united front. Though the Labour government had become simply a capitalist and imperialist government, it was indispensable to remain and work within the Labour movement. The growing and developing minority and opposition movements within the existing left were the only means through which a mass party Cal come into existence in Great Britain. McManus drew a somewhat optimistic picture of these movements. The Congress, he declared, must openly and decidedly maintain that the united front is to be regarded as a slogan for mobilizing the working masses for revolutionary action under the leadership of the Communist Party. Point 1. The anomaly of the situation was that emphasis on the united front, which elsewhere, and especially in the KPD, was the patent of the right, was here treated as the instrument of a move to the left. The German delegation was plainly skeptical, and showed impatience at the new preeminence accorded in Comintern to the British Party. As Ruth Fisher sardonically observed, every English comrade has 2 party tickets in his pocket, the Labour Party ticket in his right pocket, the Communist Party ticket in his left. They were members of the Labour Party on weekdays, and communists in a mild way on Sundays for recreation. Z. Ruth Fisher's skepticism was not entirely unjustified. The necessity of keeping one foot within the Labour Party fold, which was the essence of the united front policy in the CPGB, reflected the strong conservative strain in the British Labour movement. A party which stood openly and unreservedly for revolution and refused to cooperate with the constitutional left was unlikely to count for much in Great Britain, even among the British workers. Zinoviev in his final speech at the Congress conceded that the members of the British left were no revolutionaries and at present no better than the C left German Social Democrats. Point 3. I Protocol, Fan/Ter Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 14-1-144, 364-373. Ibid I, 308, a delegate of the CPGB at the organization conference in Moscow in March 1925, for the see pages 925 to 928 below, explained that every member of the CPGB was expected to carry 3 membership cards, of the party, of a trade union and of the labor party, der Organisatorisk. Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925, p. 93. El Protocol, Fan/Ter Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale 1E, ND, 2,913. 13.2, Foreign Relations Point B. But this was understood by few other delegates at the Congress. And the British question gave little trouble. The CPGB figured first among the 4 parties honored with a special mention in the General Resolution on Tactics. This passage referred in general terms to the need to support and promote the further growth of the left wing of the Labour Party, and to struggle against the Socialist Labour government of MacDonald by Dearly, exposing to the masses its bourgeois and anti-worker character. Point 1. The separate resolution on the Labour government in England described it as a government of the imperialist bourgeoisie, the faithful servant of His Majesty the King of the Empire of Capitalists, and a coalition of leaders of the Second International, who betrayed the working class in the war, with liberal politicians and conservative lords. Having dwelt on the nuance of policies of imperialism and colonial exploitation, and failure to remedy the grievances of the workers, it concluded, all these questions are merely a part of the chief problem of the struggle of the toiling masses for their liberation from the yoke of capital. This victory cannot be achieved, the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot be established, till a mass communist party is created which will wide the masses together, on the basis of an untiring struggle against the bourgeoisie and unmask the social traitors in the ranks of the working class. A mass party 0/fighting communists, such is the correct answer of the working class to a bourgeois labor government. Z. In the meanwhile, an attempt was made to galvanize into life the NMM which, while purporting to function as a spearhead for the penetration of the trade unions, had hitherto failed to acquire a comprehensive national organization. 3. The 6th Congress of the CPGB in May 1924 referred to its growth in terms which partially obscured the communist influence behind it, but accurately described its sporadic character. The bankruptcy of the trade union bureaucracy has brought into existence fighting groups of workers in 11 parts of the country, 11 battling for a fighting policy for the trade union movement. These groups are gradually being Kommunistический International TJ Documentic, 1933, p. 412. Ibid pages 445 to 448. JC also p. 81 above. JCP 123 above. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 133. Ordinated into what has come to be known as the minority movement. Point 1. And the Congress passed a resolution which, while welcoming these signs of the awakening of the workers, affirmed that the various movements cannot realize their full power so long as they remain sectional, separate, and limited in their scope and character, and that, consequently, the opposition movements can go forward only under the leadership of a powerful communist party which can unite its forces and carry through the struggle to its revolutionary goal. On the other hand, another resolution protested against the heresy of identifying the party with the minority movement and other similar organizations. The party must work in the minority movement and inspire its activity, but remain distinct from it. 2. This attitude was symptomatic of the ambiguous status of the NMM. In Moscow, the movement was assumed to consist of communists or active adherents of the communist cause. At the 3rd Congress of Profintern, Kalman had referred to the forthcoming conference of the NMM as the National Conference of Our Supporters in Great Britain, and Lazowski drew a sharp distinction between the left wing as a whole, formed by all those who are dissatisfied with the official policy, and the members of the minority movement, who have a definite political platform, i.e. all those who stand on the platform of Profintern. Point 3. In fact, the distinction was largely fallacious. The NMM, though its organization was the work of the CPGB, drew its numerical strength mainly from rebels within the British trade union movement whose support of Moscow was tempered by an underlying residual loyalty to the move. I Speeches and Documents, 6th Conference of the CPGB, 1924, p. 12. Ibid pages 34, 38, an article in the party journal forecast that the minority groups would come together in a national minority movement in the near future. Communist Review, v. Noah, May 1924, p. 16. 3. Protocol über den dritten Kongress der Gewerkschafts-Internationale. ND, pages 188, 195. It was probably during this Congress that the unrecorded decision was taken to abolish the British Bureau of Profintern, which ceased to exist in August 1924. Malaya Encyclopedia po Mezdunor Nomu Prof. J. GNU, 1927, p. 168, the last issue of the Journal of the Bureau all pf, WER, appeared in July 1924. In the words of a British participant, the Bureau was transformed into the minority movement. T. Murphy, Preparing for Power, 1934, p. 215. In the following year the Executive Bureau of Profintern in Moscow was sending instructions direct to the executive of the NMM. Communist Papers, EMT 2682, 1926, pages SI 52. 134. Foreign Relations. Point B. Meant as a whole. The first annual conference of the National Minority Movement met on August 23 to 24, 1924, and was attended by 271 delegates claiming to represent 200,000 organized workers. The chair was taken at the conference by Tom Mann as president of the NMM. Pollard was its general secretary. The most important resolution was one defining the aims and objects of the movement. These were in brief to organize the workers for the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of the socialist commonwealth, to work within the existing organizations of the workers to popularize the principles of the revolutionary C1S struggle, and to fight against the present tendency towards Socia peace and C1S collaboration, to maintain the C10 relations with Profintern, and at the same time to work for the unity of the international trade union movement. A manifesto was addressed on behalf of the NMM to the forthcoming Trade Union Congress. It boldly announced that, for the first time in the history of the Congress, a definite and organized opposition within the existing unions faces the existing leadership, and raises unreservedly the banner of revolutionary working C1S politics. In British trade unionism, it declared that the greatest need of the trade union movement was to organize the workers for common action against the capitalists, and put forward a 9-point program of action in which economic and political demands were judiciously combined. L. The aim was clearly to act as the vanguard of a left opposition at the forthcoming trade union Congress. The communist inspiration of the NMM was not formally proclaimed, but was unmistakable. As a CPGB delegate, boasted a few months later in Moscow, membership of the minority movement has been organized around our fractions, and our fractions work inside the trade unions for the creation of a minority movement. Z. The 56th Annual Trade Union Congress met at Hull on September 1924, Purcell being chairman for the year. Though it produced many demonstrations of pro-Soviet sentiment, it also, the documenta of the conference were published by the NMM in a pamphlet report of the National Minority Conference held August 113 and 114. I9FL4, ND, for an account of the conference see International Procureurs. Pondon number 113. August 26, 1924. Pages 1472 to 1474. For the resolution on trade. Union Unity AE pages 567 to 568 below. Eder Organisatorische Aufbau der Kommunistischen Partei, 1925. P94. CHCH Comintern and the parties, I, 135. Revealed the deep underlying divisions in the British trade union movement on this issue. The attitude towards the NUWM remained ambivalent. 11 meetings of the Joint Advisory Committee during the past year were reported, and unemployed workers' charter voicing the demands of the unemployed had been drawn up and distributed in 700,000 copies. Hannington, the able secretary of the NUWM, and an active member of the EPGB, addressed the Congress, and was duly applauded. But the Congress once more firmly rejected the application of the NUWM, a body composed largely of non-union work people, to affiliate to the Tuesday 1. The debate on the discussions in IFTU on the theme of trade union unity was more outspoken, and pro-Dujate some bitter attacks on Profintern and on the Soviet government. Nobody proposed to reopen the question of principle, but a motion by Pollitt instructing the General Council to work for the convening of an international conference of 11 trade union organizations was rejected as redundant in spite of the evident desire of the chairman that it should be accepted. It was after these proceedings, on the fourth day of the Congress, that the whole was given to the fraternal delegates of other organizations. Tomsky's speech was a model of tact and good humor. He ended with an appeal for international working class unity, and for action by the British and Russian workers to bring it about. He received an ovation. 3. On the following day, a motion urging the ratification of the Anglo-Soviet treaty signed a month earlier was adopted with considerable fervor. 4. On the other hand, no resolution was passed on the Dawes Plan, 5 and or. I report 0/the/6th Annual Trade Union Congress SL, 1924. Pages 158, 159, 330 to 332, 343 to 346. A resolution supporting the NUWM had been passed at the NMM conference in August 1924. Report 0/the National Minority Con/Ahrens, ND. Pages 11 to 12. Z. Report 0/the/6th Annual Trade Union Congress, 1924. Pages 311 to 319. 366 to 369 of it. Pages 395 to 400. 4 IBM. Pages 434 to 437. 5. Purcell criticized the plan in his presidential address, and a delegate asked that time might be given to discuss it. Ibid. Pages 69 to 70, 290, but the request was shelved. This omission contrasted with the importance attached to the question in Moscow, an appeal for international trade union unity issued jointly by IKI and by the Executive Bureau of Profintern in September 1924 turned largely on denunciation of the Dawes Plan, International Procureurs, 8. Number 127. September 30.1924. P. 1693. The EPOB ran a campaign against the British Labour government for its support of the Dawes Plan, but without much foreign relations. PTV. Nothing was said in criticism of TB attitude or policies of TB Labour government. TB enthusiasm for TB Soviet cause, still powerful in TB left wing of TB trade unions, was waning in TB Labour Party as a Ubali. Uben TB Labour Party met in London for its annual conference on October 7, 1924. A marked spill bad set in. TB. Defeat of TB Labour government in TB House of Commons was now inevitable and imminent, and occurred. TB conference was in session. TB fact TB it was due, directly or indirectly, to TB Anglo-Soviet treaty and to TB notorious Campbell case belt. To fen resentment against communism and desire to dissociate TB party from Moscow. Communism as we know it, observed MacDonald at TB conference pass, not being practical in common with USO, it is a product of Tsarism and of war mentality, and as succeed we behave. Not being in common with it. TB existing bans on TB affiliation of CPGB to TB Labour Party, and on TB adoption of communists as Labour candidates, were reaffirmed by overwhelming majorities. By a narrow majority of 1,804,000 to 1,540,000 it was resolved for TB first time TB no member of TB Communist Party be eligible for members BIP of TB Labour Party. 1. TB's last prohibition proved difficult to enforce since both trade unions and ITBR bodies affiliated to TB Labour Party continued to admit communists as members. But it clearly spelled TB mood of a majority of TB Labour Party, and TBRO disconcerting on TB instructions issued to TB CPGN by IKI on October 10, 1924. Ubal TB conference was in progress. Communists at TB forthcoming general election, Ubal engaging in principle in spark criticism of TB MacDonald government, were in practice to support Labour candidates. Z. Success. Report 0/the 7th Congress 0/the CPGB, ND, P25. The plan was also denounced in a resolution of the NMM conference of August 1924. Report 0/the National Minority Con/Ahrens held AI/Gus 23 and 24, I924, ND, P24. I report 0/the 2MT-/our annual co-events 0/the Labour Party. London I924, ND, pages 109, 131. 2 Columnist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, facsimile between pages 48 to 49. An article by Roy was evidently intended as an exposition of the Comintern line. Communist candidates were to be put up only where no danger existed of splitting the Labour vote, elsewhere Labour candidates were to be supported. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 137. The official Labour attitude made it difficult to believe that a united front with the Labour Party would prove compatible with a move by the CPGB towards the left. The strength of the left in the trade unions and the drive for trade union unity helped to maintain the illusion for another year. In November 1924 a large British trade union delegation attended the 6th Soviet Trade Union Congress in Moscow, was received with acclamation and unbounded hospitality, and was regarded as proof of the continuing enthusiasm of the British worker for the Soviet cause. 1. In January 1925 a special conference of the NMM was held in London to celebrate the return of the delegation. But these demonstrations had no political repercussion. After the autumn of 1924 the hostility of the Labour Party leadership, and of a majority of the rank and file, to communism, and its imperviousness to penetration by the CPGB, were not seriously in doubt. MacDonald's eloquent indecision might well have seemed to qualify Hearn for the role of the British Kerensky. But the downfall of the British Kerensky and his government opened the door, not to revolution, but to reaction. See, the French Communist Party, PCF. The French Communist Party, PCF, as it emerged from the Tours Congress of December 1920, was a conflation of two elements, former members of the French Socialist Party, whose conscious or unconscious background was that of the Second International, and a miscellaneous group of former anarchists, syndicalists and wartime adherents of the Zimmerwald left, who had gathered in 1919 round the Committee for Adhesion to the Third International. Point 3 The two groups could be conventionally distinguished as right and left. The latter, far more than the former, represented an active revolutionary outlook. 4. 2 years after the Tours Congress, the party was led by Froissart. Neither abstention nor the slogan "down with the MacDonald government" was admissible. At the same time the election must be fought. See early on. The basis of the CIS struggle, International Press Correspondence. Number 75. October 23, 1924 pages 839 to 840, it did not appear in the German edition. I for this visit see pages 57°-572 below. 2 for this conference CP 573 below. 3 see the Bolshevik Revolution. I9 I7 I9 23. Volume 3. P 142. Foreign Relations PTV. A spokesman of the right, and Suverin, a stout champion of the left, was representative of the PCF in Iggy. The incessant party strife of these 2 years. One was a struggle between a majority clinging to the old traditions and methods of social democracy, and a minority enjoying, through Suverin, the powerful support of Moscow. The struggle in the party was intensified by the foundation of the CGTU in June 1922, commanding, in the number of organized workers affiliated to it, a clear majority in the French trade union movement, and itself affiliated to Profin. Turn, this body embraced both communists and syndicalists. Both PCF and CGTU were involved in the turn of events in Moscow, when the 4th Congress of Comintern and the 2nd Congress of Profintern were held successively in November and December 1922. Froissart was now at length ousted from the leadership of the PCF and the CGTU, under the influence of the syndicalist wing, which had always mistrusted the link with communism, forced on Profintern a formal severance of its link with Comintern. 2 These events appeared to mark a decisive turn to the left, both in the PCF and in the trade union movement, and drew an involuntary tribute from Zinoviev. After we have had a communist party in France for 2 years, we have nevertheless to admit that a large new MBER of communists, who will be the best elements in our future communist party, are at present still outside the communist party, in the ranks of the trade unions. 3. Froissart's place as Secretary General of the party was taken by 2 secret Erics, trained, a school teacher and an intellectual of the party left, and Sellier, a trade unionist. Kakin, a veteran of the Zimmerwald left, was the senior party member of the Chamber of Deputies. The year 1923 was the year of the Ruhr occupation. The PCF, which enjoyed at this time a high rating in Moscow for, collaborated with the KPD in protests against this flagrant exhibition of imperialism at the expense of the German worker. TC The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, pages 416 to 420. For these developments see Avid Volume 3, pages 457 to 458, 460 to 461. 3 Protocol de Bayerton Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. Pages 37 to 38. 4 Zinoviev, in a letter of February 11, 1923, called the PCF. Our most important section, which, up to a point, holds the destiny of Communist International in its hands. Humbert Draws Archives, 0401. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 139. And a number of French communists were arrested and I'm imprisoned in the Rhineland. But, while the party machine worked better than in the time of Froissart, strife within the party was not stilled. Trained, in prison during the early months of 1923, soon obtained his release, and showed evident ambitions to emerge as the leader of the party with the approval of Moscow. But tact was not his outstanding quality. Humbert Draws, who was at this time Comintern representative in the Latin countries, reported to Zinoviev that the presence of Trained at the General Secretariat of the party is a danger which will grow if he does not modify his methods of work and administration, and accused Hearn of exercising a kind of continuous blackmail against other members of the Politburo. 1 Severin in Moscow was also a source of discord, chafing impatiently under the United Front tactics reaffirmed at the 4th Congress of Comintern. He announced United Front proposals put forward by the PCF and CGTU as too conciliatory, and by his insults rendered the whole tactic sterile. 2 Moreover, he used his authority as a member of a key to criticize the leaders of the PCF, and in particular Trained, whose pedestrian talents excited his contempt. 3. But for the moment the political line still held. In September 1923 he drew the attention of the PCF to the importance of adopting United Front tactics at the crucial parliamentary elections, due to be held in the following year. The existing national bloc, and so-called left bloc, must be opposed by the bloc of the working class in town and country. The one proviso was that the party must have nothing whatever to do with any form of parliamentary reformism, and that not the slightest attempt must be made to build a bridge between the party and the left bloc. For the National Council of the PCF took the cue, and at its session of October 13 to 14, 1923, obediently proposed a bloc. I reports from Humbert Draws of April 21, June 14, 1923 in Humbert Draws Archives. 00070277. 0278 Humbert Draws, see the Bolshevik Revolution. I9 I7 I9 Z3. Volume 3. Pages 194 to 195. 417 Note I, was appointed to the Secretariat of IKI with Rakosi and Kyosinen in 1921, and served for many years as head of its Latin section, covering Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal and Latin America. Humbert Draws Archives 0001. 2 Abid 0007. 3. For an example of these attacks, see Bulletin Communist. Number 34. August 23, 1923. Pages 5-4-5-7. For earlier resentment of Severan's dictatorial attitude. See the Bolshevik Revolution. I9 I7 I9 Z3 Volume 3. Pages 416 to 417. For International Presse Correspondence. Number 149. September 21st. 1923 p. 1290. Foreign Relations PTV. Ouvrier et paysan to match the Bloc National and the Bloc de Gauche. This was an empty gesture, since the French Socialist Party had already adhered to the Bloc de Gauche. The PCF was, however, not deterred from the pursuit of united front tactics, however unfruitful. On December 17, 1923, it addressed an open letter to all other workers' parties offering to form a common front at the forthcoming elections against all bourgeois blocs or parties, whether of the right or the left. Meanwhile, the syndicalists in the CGTU had sustained a crushing defeat. Encouraged by their victory in Moscow in the previous December, they continued to agitate throughout 1923 against any association of the CGTU with Moscow and wished to disaffiliate from Profin. Turn. At the annual congress of the CGTU at Bourgenov, Ember of that year, they made a formal proposal for secession, but were heavily defeated. 3. The course scene set both in the PCF and in the CGTU for moderation and orderly discipline, under the eye of Moscow. At this point a serious crisis, which could be traced to a variety of causes, once more broke out in the party. The most conspicuous disturbing factor was the return from Moscow in the autumn of 1923 of Severin, the delegate of the PCF to Italy, and his resumption, from November 1923, of the active editorship of the party journal, Bulletin Communist, which he had founded in 1920. Humbert Draws reported to Zinoviev that this step, which had been taken against his advice, had led to a series of painful incidents. Severin, a young intellectual, who does only what he pleases, had offended nearly all the party leaders, and was on the worst of terms with Train Plus. But, beside these personal animosities, political issues soon raised their head. The defeat of the October Rising in Germany had played into Severin's hand by throwing doubt on the tactics of J. Bulletin Communist, number 43, October 2, 1923 p. 77s. International Presse Correspondent Flow. Noah, January 2, 1924, pages 3-4. 3. The Congress was freed by protest from the PCF against the C's Zion proposal, Bulletin Community, number 43, October 2, 1923, pages 776 to 778, and by an appeal from the Executive Bureau of Profintern which denounced CI schism in the CGTU a crime. 8. The greatest betrayal of the interests of the international proletariat, Die Rote Überlassung/Internationak. Number 12, 3s. December 1923. Pages Luioi 4, for accounts of the Congress, the results of which were hailed with great relief in Moscow. See about pages 948-9 SI, 968 to 970. For report of November 23, 1923 in the Humbert Draws Archives. 028s. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I.P. The United Front. Severin seems to have seen the opportunity of making Train responsible, as Brandler had been held responsible in the KPT, for United Front errors, and of attacking Hearn from the left. The third Congress of the PCF was to meet at Lyons in January 1924. In articles appearing in the Bulletin Communist on the eve of the Congress, Severin attacked the CE weakness of the party leadership during the past, thought that the Central Committee had left too much of the work to its bullet beret, and accused Train of having claimed that the Politburo was CE directed by Hearn. Train was also blamed for having failed to put the question of the United Front on the agenda of the Congress. 1. Humbert Draws reported to Moscow a CE-laden crisis in the party which might break out at the Congress. A letter from Icky of January 12, 1924, dwelt on the need to work for the conquest of the masses, and to CE struggle against the militarist fever, but warned the PCF of the danger of carrying united front policies too far. Determined and inexorable struggles against the Bloc OJ, the LEJT, and against the National Bloc. No concessions, no promises. He who is sure the Bloc OJ, the LEJT, is against the working class. 3. Though this did little more than reiterate what had been said in the previous instruction of September 1923, the emphasis seemed to resect the greater caution in pursuing united front policies, inculcated by the lessons of the German defeat. Otherwise, neither the Icky letter nor the report to the Congress on the work off Politburo, drawn up by its secretary, Train, touched on the contentious issues which had arisen in the autumn of 1923 in the German and Russian parties. These were still sub judice in Moscow, and the decisions on them, though actually taken before the Congress met on January 21, 1924, were apparently not known in Paris or referred to at the Congress. In these circumstances the Congress passed off peacefully and uneventfully. J. Bulletin Communist. Noah, January 4, 1934, pages 1-3, number 3. January 18, 1934, pages 65 to 67. Humbert Draws Archives. 0008. 3 Congress National, Adrels et Resolutions, 1934. Pages 5-6. It was also published after the Congress in Pravda. February 7, 1934. 4 Bulletin Communist. Noah, January 4, 1934, pages 31 to 36. 5 The Russian decision was taken by the 13th Russian Party Confer. Ince on January 18, 1934, CTHLL Interregnum, I-923 I-924, pages 338 to 339. The German decision by Icky on the following day, Ibid P 339. 142 Foreign Relations. Point B. Adopting resolutions on the Ruhr, on an election program for the Bloc of Rear et Paysan, on the colonial question, and on trade union unity. J. Lazowski, who attended the Congress in person, persuaded a reluctant and skeptical majority of delegates to recognize that it was not enough to concentrate on the trade unions belonging to the CGTU, and that party work in the CGT unions was also necessary. Point 2 The resolution on CE tactics and organization contained some barbed shafts apparently planted there by Severin. The Congress, indulging in a tactful measure of self-criticism, referred in its resolution to CE numerous grave errors which had occurred in the process of correcting the excessive CE federalism of the first years of the party. These included CE excessive centralism, CE too mechanical a discipline, and a tendency for the Politburo to absorb in the major functions of policy making to the exclusion of the Executive Committee. 3. Though the Congress had been careful to apply these criticisms, not only to the leadership, but to the whole party. Suverin afterwards treated them in the Bulletin Communist as proof of general lack of confidence in the party leadership and in the Politburo, and referred to them as having denounced CE the bureaucratization OE, which trained is the incarnation point for a minor incident of this period arose out of the attitude to be adopted to the British Labour government, carried away by the same wave of enthusiasm which at first engulfed the CPGB's. The Executive Committee of the PCF on February 5, 1924, adopted the text of an open letter to the Labour government, drafted by Rosmer, promising it virtually unconditional support. Traint and Suzanne Girald, the secretary of the Paris organization, voted against the resolution approving it. 6. Severin's campaign against Traint might have been success. R3 Congru National, A Dream Lead to Resolutions, 1924, pages 33 to 48, 66 to 76. No other official record of the Congru was published. Alazovsky's account of these proceedings is in International Prose. Correspondemare. Number 27. February 26, 1924, p. 294. 3 Congru National, Adrels et Resolutions, 1924. Pages 27 to 32. The results of the Congru were formally approved by Guy on February 4, 1924. PRADA February 7, 1924. 4 Bulletin Commune, STE number 7, February 15, 1924. Pages 177 to 178, number 10. March 7, 1924, p. 250. 5 CP 127 above. 6 Bulletin Communist. Number 14, April 4, 1924, pages 250 to 251. The letter appeared in El Humanidad. February 8, 1924. At XXVJJL Comintern and the parties, I. 143. Full if he had not rashly involved himself with Trotsky and the opposition in Moscow. While Severin's long residence in Moscow gave him a unique interest in, and understanding of, the affairs of the Russian party, Trotsky enjoyed a personal prestige throughout the PCF. During his sojourn in Paris in 1914 to 1916, he had met most prominent members of the French extreme left, and since the foundation of the PCF he had been regarded as the expert on its affairs in Comintern. Won the campaign against Trotsky in Moscow was received with mixed feelings in the French party. Since PRTA had thrown open its columns to articles and speeches of the contending factions, nobody could complain if the Bulletin Communist, under Severin's editorship, did likewise. But, while PRTA increasingly played down the utterances of the opposition, Bulletin Communist appeared to treat Trotsky's articles as by far the most important contributions to the debate. And it was not long before Severin tempered his professed neutrality with eulogies of Trotsky and criticisms of the official line. In the issue of December 27, 1923, which published Trotsky's letter of December 8, he ventured the opinion that the letter expressed great communist truths, which have only one defect, i.e. that they are not sufficiently developed, and in the next issue he added that those who accuse the opposition of forming a fraction are momentarily blinded by polemical passion. 3 A month later, when tension had increased on all sides, Severin once more proclaimed a magisterial impartiality, which nobody was now prepared to accept. We defend the majority against the minority when the latter is mistaken or talks nonsense, and we defend the minority against the majority when the latter is unjust. ICTHTL Bolshevik RBT Illusion, I9 I7 I9 S3, Volume Z, 14 Z143, 417 to 419, 4S7. I late as March 19 Z5, trained, who led the campaign against Trotskyism in the PCF, said at the 5th enlarged Icky. Comrade Trotsky enjoyed very great prestige in France. In the years of the war he struggled side by side with our fighting revolutionaries and had a profound influence on our French communist movement in its infancy. From that time on Comrade Trotsky always actively helped us to deal with difficulties as they arose. This explains his great authority in our movement. Rasworm Newplum Spokamacom. Municipal Kogo Internationale, 1925, p. 104. 2 C Thilderrignum, I9S3 I9S4, pages 30130Z, 316 to 319. 3 Bulletin Community, number 52, December Z7, 1923, pages 945 to 948, Noah. January 4, 1924, pages 4S, 4 Trotsky's letter CTHTL Interregnum. X3 I9S4, pages 310 to 311. 144, Foreign Relations. Point B. In substance this was a declaration of support for the opposition. Severin excused himself for having failed to print an important article of Stalin on the ground that it was of purely Russian interest and confined to personal amenities. When the question came up for discussion in the Executive Committee of the PCF in February 1924, a month after Trotsky had been censured at the 13th Russian Party Conference in Moscow, Severin proposed a resolution expressing the conviction that all those who had participated in the November-January discus Zions in the Russian party were inspired by anxiety to facilitate the realization of the historical tasks of the party of the proletariat, and animated by an equal desire to work for the greatness of the party, and ending with an appeal for party unity. Though Severin had few personal followers, the crisis had brought into being a new group in the PCF which shared both his loyalty to Trotsky and his dislike of the present party leaders. Its leaders were Rosmer and Minute, who had participated in the foundation of Profintern, and now stood while to the left in the PCF. After a debate in the Executive Committee lasting over several meetings, Severin's resolution was carried against the adverse votes of Traint, Suzanne Girald, and Simard, a lone trio of faithful supporters of the official line against Trotsky. 3. Traint, whose authority was thus gravely threatened, now opened his counterattack. With or without explicit backing from Moscow, he was still able to control the party Politburo. On March 6, 1924, that organ decided to recommend to the Executive Committee that Severin should return to his post as French member of IKI in Moscow, and should be replaced as editor of the Bulletin Communist by a party member named Kalzin. 4. Traint, in the name of the Politburo, now proceeded to exercise a hitherto dormant right of control over the editor of the Bulletin Communist. The issue of March 14, 1924, became a battle ground. An article calling for a united front solely from below. I Bulletin Communist, number 6, February 8, 1924, pages 145 to 151, 4 Stalin's. Article 1E of December 15, 1923, see the Interregnum, I9Z3 I9Z4, pages 315 to 316. For this decision CP 141, note 5 above. 3 Bulletin Communist, number 14, April 4, 1924, p. 251. 4 Ibid number 12, March 21, 1924, p. 309, number 14, April 4, 1924, p. 353. The recommendation was endorsed by the Executive Committee, apparently at its meeting of March 18, see below. CHXXBLLL Comintern and the parties, I, 145. And without or against the leaders appeared with a note from the party secretariat expressing disagreement and promising a rectification in the next issue. Train sent an article answering Severan's past attacks and demanded its insertion. Severan complied. But, when the proofs of the issue reached the POHT Bureau, it was found that Train's article was followed by a crushing editorial rejoinder. Severan was instructed to remove this, and again complied. But, when the issue finally appeared, the center of the blank space beneath Train's article was occupied by a note from the editor complaining that the party secretariat had forbidden her to make the slightest correction of the inexact statements of the author of the present article, and curtly adding that those who are afraid of communist criticism disqualify themselves. Point 1 After this, no quarter was given or expected on either side. A meeting of the Executive Committee, reinforced by the secretaries of the regional party federations, on March 18, 1924, confirmed Severan's removal from the editorship, and the Politburo transferred the argument from the personal to the political ground by putting forward a set of political theses. These condemned the too tolerant attitude to the British Labour government adopted in the open letter, criticized the attitude of the right wing of the KPT, and declared that the new leadership had saved the unity of the party, and entirely approved the decisions of the 13th Conference of the Russian Party, which condemned Trotsky. Severan submitted counter-theses which, while admitting that errors had been made in Germany, affirmed that these had not discredited United Front tactics, claimed that the members of the Russian opposition had all been artisans of the Russian Revolution and appealed for reciprocal effort to maintain unity, and asserted that the function of communists in Great Britain was to support the left wing of the Labour Party, without ever merging in it. The theses of the Politburo were carried. Severan, Rosmer and Menet voting against them. Menet made a declaration accusing the party leaders of mechanical centralism, and refusing to take sides in the Russian dispute. To the issue of the Bulletin Communist of March. I Ibid No. 2. March 14, 1924 pages 289 to 291. 302. 2 Ibid number 13, March 28, 1924 pages 323 to 327, number 14. April 4, 1924. Pages 352 to 353, number 15. April 2, 1924 pages 364 to 367. 146 Foreign Relations Point B. 21, 1924, appeared under the new editorship. Severan's last editorial coup was a letter to subscribers, protesting against the circumstances of his dismissal, which was published in El Humaniem of March 27, 1924, with a reply from the Executive Committee, denouncing the letter as a further breach of discipline. Severan completed his defiance by publishing a printed translation of Trotsky's collection of recent articles, the NM course, with a preface, dated April 15, 1924, in which he alleged that Trotsky had been subjected to witticisms of a crying injustice and to almost unbelievable personal attacks, and described him as a master of communist thought whom history will know as the authentic continuer of the work of Marx and Lenin. 1. After this washing of dirty titan, the PCF settled down to fight the Eledians off May 11, 1924. Everything else in the results was overshadowed by the landslide in favor of the Bloc de Gauche. The Bloc National everywhere sustained a crushing defeat. The PCF secured nearly 900,000 votes and increased the numbers of its seats in the Chamber of Deputies from 9 to 25, but its success was concentrated in the region of Paris, which provided 14 of the seats, and a few other large cities, and was eclipsed by that of the Socialists. 3 Severan, back in Moscow, burned his boats by delivering a speech in defense of Trotsky at the 13th Congress of the Russian Party in the latter part of May. He declared that Trotsky's name was a synonym for revolution, that the attacks on him had been a grievous blow to the RKP and, with it, to come in turn, and that it was possible to discern any differences of principle in this struggle. He claimed to have been authorized, by a vote of 22 to 2 in the Executive Committee of the PCF, to intervene in the debate in order not to support the opposition, but to put an end to the polemics in the Russian Party and in Comintern. 5. These documenta allow appeared in Bulletin Communal, number 14, April 4, 1904, pages 354 to 355. A. L. Trotsky, L. E. Kunevcho, 1904, for the nephew Korl C. The Interregnum. I-923 I-924. P. Loss. 3. Trotsky, who knew French conditions while, noted that C. E. the Communata, with a far stronger party organization and party press obtained far fewer votia. T. Ban T. B. Socialists. L. Trotsky, Piet let Cominterna, 1904, p. 15. 4. Trinad late ISE.dr all CI communal ticketskoi party, Bal Hebeku. 1904, pages 37 1-373. Esselbid. Pages 371 to 373. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, 1, 147. This intervention sealed Severan's fate when the 5th Congress of Comintern opened in June 1924. At a session of the enlarged ICI held in advance of the Congress, the French delegation denounced Severan's breaches of discipline in the PCF, and proposed that he should be deprived of his vote in ICI. This curious halfway house being motivated by doubt whether a party delegation was entitled to propose the revocation of an appointment made by ICI. Severan then asked for half an hour to reply to the charges against Hearn. This was refused on the motion of Rodek. After a legalistic argument, it was decided not to withdraw Severan's right to vote, but to set up a commission of the Congress to consider his case. 1. Zinoviev in his main speech at the Congress spoke critically of Severan and Rosmer, and described the PCF as the second most important party of the Communist International after the British, perhaps a tribute to the coming into power in France of a left government, or a deliberate snub to the KPT. Not much attention was given to French affairs, but the section on the PCF in the principal resolution instructed the party to improve its organization, to pay more attention to regions outside Paris, including rural areas, and to apply United Front tactics in an appropriate form. 11. The commission set up to consider the Severan affair reported to the session of ICI, which immediately followed the Congress, in favor of Severan's expulsion from the party on 3 charges: a breach of discipline, his declaration in the Bulletin Communist, meaning, presumably, his comment on the refusal to permit publication of his reply to Train's article, his letter to subscribers, and is unauthorized publication of the French version of Trotsky's new course with a preface directed against the party and against the Communist International. The recommendation was endorsed by the enlarged ICI, only 5 members of the Italian delegation voting against it on the plea of extenuating circumstances. A significant rider was added to the resolution to the effect that an open letter should be addressed to I Bulletin du V Congrès de l'Internationale Communiste, No. June 15, 1924, p. I. Internationale Presse Correspondence, No. 70, June 18, 1924, pp. 857 to 858. A slightly different version appeared in V Congrès de l'Internationale Communiste, 1924, pages 341 to 342. A protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. SI, 95, Kommunistiske International Dokumentik, 1933, pages 413 to 414. Foreign Relations PTV. All members of the PCF in order to remind them of the true meaning of party discipline. Point 1. The letter, sent after the Congress in the name of ICI, while congratulating the PCF on its progress, complained of insufficient cooperation with the trade unions. The CGTU was not mentioned, and of the prevalence of errors of the kind for which Severin had just been expelled. It concluded that a certain individualist, petty bourgeois, anarchist spirit has dominated so many leading comrades, and denounced the cult of personal and private opinions and unwillingness to submit to discipline. 2. Al-Humanite celebrated Severin's downfall 11 by accusing her of having regarded herself as a personal force, and by preaching a sermon on the evils of individualism. In our party, which the revolutionary struggle has not yet completely purged of its old social democratic deposit, the influence of personality still plays too great a role. It is only through the destruction of the 11 petty bourgeois survivals of the individualist I that we shall form the anonymous iron cohort of French Bolsheviks. J. The purpose of the resolution and of the letter was evidently to improve discipline in the PCF and to install the faithful trained firmly in the leadership. It was no coincidence that Trained, whose position depended mainly on the support of Moscow, was the earliest and most enthusiastic advocate in any foreign party of Bolshevization. For it was decided that Trained should confine himself to the major task of directing party policy in the Politburo, and Samart succeeded Hearn as secretary of the party. But jealousies within the party were strong, and discipline difficult to enforce. Bolshevization implied both a strengthening of the central organs of the party at the expense of individual MEMs, which Severin had already denounced, and a strengthening of the influence of Paris at the expense of the provinces. Even El-Humanite, the party organ, was said to cater exclusively for I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 132, 1032 to 1034, Kommunistiske International TI Dokumentik, 1932. Pages 47-1-472. A copy of the letter IA in the Humber Draws Archives, 0296, no pub. Lished version has been traced. El-Humanite, July 19, 1924. 4C pages 92 to 93 above. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 149. Parisian readers. In defense of the current line, it was claimed that the Parisian workers formed the hardcore of the party, that the number of workers in the party was growing, and that the opposition was confined to a small group of intellectuals. At Ian Ferrani of party secretaries in September 1924, Rosmer and Manet openly attacked the decisions of the 5th Congress of Comintern and defended Trotsky and Severin. 1. Nevertheless, authority gradually began to make itself fight. The last issue of the Old Bulletin Communist with its eclectic tradition came out on November 14, 1924, and a week later a new party journal, Kayaz du Balkavis, made its first appearance. Its role as the custodian of party orthodoxy was emphasized. The introductory manifesto in its first issue, after mentioning the progress made in the reorganization of the party on a cell basis, Z declared that something infinitely more important was now required: the ideological Bolshevization of the party. The second issue described the present ideological composition of the party as 20% of Jurassism, 10% of Marxism, 20% of Leninism, 20% of Trotskyism, and 30% of Confucianism. In order to make itself capable of leading the proletarian and peasant masses to the decisive battles, the party must achieve 100% of Leninism. 3. A test of this new display of firmness was soon to come. On November 22, 1924, Rosmer, Manet, and another party dissident named Delagarde, complaining that their previous protest had been boycotted by the party press, issued an open letter in the form of a broadsheet to members of the party. They coupled a denunciation of the bureaucratic regime in the PCF with the defense of Trotsky. We think that it is Trotsky who at the present time thinks and acts in the true spirit of Lenin, and not those who pursue him with their attacks while draping themselves in the mantle of Leninism. The party leadership could hardly fail to read to this challenge. The open letter was published in the Kayaz du Balkavism together with a long reply by the party Politburo, and on December 5, 1924, a hastily summoned party conference expelled Rosmer, Manet, and I. Ferrat, H. Stoire Dupart, Communist Francaise, 1930, p. 164. For this question see pages 924,928 below. 3. Kayaz du Balkavism, May, No. November 21, 1924, p. I. Number 2, November 28, 1924, p. 6. Every issue carried at its head the famous quotation from Lenin: without revolutionary theory, no revolutionary movement. Vol. 3 pt. IF. Foreign Relations PTV. Delagarde from the party. 1. Other episodes followed which showed that Train and his lieutenants did not always temper zeal with discretion. After Passel's return from the Soviet Union with the British Trade Union delegation too, he was invited, together with Fimin, to address a meeting in Paris in support of trade union unity, and the meeting was duly announced for December 19, 1924. But, when Purcell discovered that it was sponsored exclusively by the PCF, the French Communist Youth League, and the CGTU, and was, as a matter of course, boycotted by the CGT, he withdrew his acceptance. 3. This disagreeable incident was crowned by a further gaffe on the part of the PCF, which published in El-Humanite of December 24, 1924, an open letter proposing a united front with the British trade unions, in which not only the CGTU and CGT, but also the CPGB, were ignored. Indignation was aroused on all sides. Purcell once more had occasion to pray to be saved from the ill-judged enthusiasm of his friends. Preparations were now in hand for the 4th Annual Congress. of the PCF to be held in January 19Z5. As the time for the Congress approached, increasing anxiety about the position in the PCF began to be fought in Moscow. 4. In the first place Comintern. Ikayazdu Balkavism, no, December 12, 192. Pages 210 to 225. The text of a declaration read by Rosmer at the conference and of the expulsion. Decision R in La Revolution Pro-Uterine, January 1925, pages 23 to 24. This was a communist syndicalist monthly journal founded by Rosmer and Minute. After their expulsion. For this visit see pages 57-572 below. 3 loud complaints against these compromising proceedings by the PCF were voiced in letters from Herklet, the CGTU representative in Moscow, to CGTU leaders in Paris. The letters were published some months later by the French Party Opposition in La Revolution Pro-Uterine, October 1915, pages 11, 12, and Bulletin Communist, number 3, November 6, 1925, pages 47 to 48. The principal sources for the views of Comintern on the PCF, and for train summons to Moscow, are Herklet's letter of January 3, 1925, to Rosmer, Bulletin Communist, number 5, November 20, 1925, pages 75 to 77, and letters of January 12, 1925, to Minute and to another member of the opposition. Thomas C., La Revolution Pro-Uterine, number 10, October 1925, pages 10 to 12. Herklet, who was not a party member, had expressed his sympathy with Minute and Severin in April 1924 before the expulsion of the latter from the party. Ibid pages 9 to 10. He is not an impartial witness, and his account is probably exaggerated, but the main facts are substantiated. Herklet soon recanted, and published in El Humanite, September 2, 1925, an article attacking the opposition. The publication by the opposition of his earlier letters was a reprisal for this act. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, 15-1. At this time constantly assumed the role of moderator of disputes in foreign communist parties, and disliked the arrogation to themselves by these parties of disciplinary functions. A French commission set up by it censured the Politburo of the PCF for having provoked the insubordination of Rosmer and Minute by refusing to publish their original protest of October 5, 1924, and Zinoviev made overtures for their reinstatement. 1. Secondly, the party was severely taken to task for its clumsy mismanagement of the trade union unity campaign. Thirdly, and this was perhaps the greatest, though least openly avowed, matter of concern, the recent turn to the left, in supposed obedience to the dictates of the 5th Congress of Comintern, of the leaders hip of the PCF, had begun to prove compromising. On November 24, 1924, the transfer to the Pantheon of the ashes of Georges was the occasion of a mass demonstration of the workers of Paris on a scale not seen for many years, and this orderly tribute to a dead leader, whose appeal for international proletarian solidarity had marked national overtones, was widely acclaimed by the extreme left as a symptom of the revolutionary fervor of the masses. It was at this moment, after the collapse of the Labour government in Great Britain, and the gradual disintegration of the left coalition in France, that Train launched, apparently without prompting from Moscow, a vigorous campaign against the dangers of fascism, which he detected in all other parties, discerning a fundamental identity between fascism, social democracy and anarchism. 3. The impulsive Doriot, the leader of the Communist Youth League, made things worse by a speech in this is indirectly affirmed by Train, who used Humbert Draws of having intrigued in Mosio to sow the reinstatement of Rosmer and Minute. CP 152, note 2 below. CP ISO above. 3. This theme was developed in Theses on the International Situation, prepared by Train for the 4th Yeaming Party Congress and submitted to the Politburo of the party at the end of November 1924, Kayazdu Balkavism. Number 2, November 28, 1924, pages 89 to 101. The line was not new, see pages 82 to 84. Above, but seems to have been adopted in the PCF quite suddenly. Theses on the International Situation in Bulletin Communist, No 4J, October 24, 1924, pages 10 IJIOIS, treated the Demeritite Aeofist era as still in being, and did not mention fascism, nor did an article by Train published in Communisticheski International, number 8, 37, December 1924, Eels. IJI 148, but probably written not later than October. At the end of the year the CGTU issued a strongly worded warning against fascism and against the passivity of the government in regard to fascism, El Humanite, January J, 1925. 152, Foreign Relations Point B. The chamber in which he allowed himself to be provoked by taunts from the right that communists supported a policy of violence. The rising class has the right to employ violence against the class we is declining. Against the decadent bourgeoisie. Proletarian violence is legitimate. 1. This rhetoric caused serious alarm in Moscow, both for a general and for a particular reason. In general, the unreasoningly unfab hour able international situation in the autumn and winter of 1924, and the rearrant nightmare of a coalition of European powers against the Soviet Union, imposed Oshis Poli, and rendered obsolete the leftist attitudes adopted at the 5th Congress of Comintern. The Estonian Rising of December 1924, only more illustrated the dangers of premature action. Repetition of this VSAO on a larger scale elsewhere was not to be thought of. In particular, the reunition of the Soviet Union by the Frna government in October 1924 had inspired seeding hopes in Mosio of detahing Franny from the incipient Anglo-German rapprochement set on foot by the London Agreement of August 1924. At such a moment, the revival of visions of the PCF as an eatably revolutionary party preparing to seize power in the name of the proletariat and of Comintern was highly inconvenient. These preoccupations led to a summons to Train to appear in Mosio in the new year of 1925. Never, reported an unfriendly OB server, has Train had so complete a head washing as he reeved these last days in Mosio to the 3 items in the indictment were the expulsions from the party, the Itmo. Il Humadlight, December 10, 19:1.4. For the discussions with Train CP 150, note 4 above. Previous friction between Train and Comintern headquarters is amply documented. Humbert Draws, who mistrusted him from the first, CP 139 above, had a disagreement with Train at the time of the first Trotsky crisis at the end of 1923, after Minute and Rosmer's expulsion from the party in Diem. Her 19:1.4, they wrote an article / referring to this disagreement, and alleging that Humbert Draws at that time shared Trotsky's views. Humbert Draws Replied in Kayaz du Bolshevism, number 10, January 1.3, 1925, pages 678 to 680. Denying that his differing with Traint had anything to do with the Trotsky heresies, this provoked a disagreeable retort from Traint, implying that Minit's and Rosmer's allegations were insubstantiated, and Using Humbert draws of having seen used his influence in Mosio in an attempt to sow the reinstatement of Minit and Rosmer in the party, Ibid number 12, February 6, 1925, pages 738 to 740. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 153. Sphere of Pushism created in the party and the question of trade union unity. On the first item, Zinoviev told Traint firmly that no more expulsions could be tolerated, and that the regime established in the French party cannot last. On the second item, Traint's concentration on the fascist danger came under attack. Bukharin jested that, since Traint had unearthed social fascists, anarcho-fascists, and a fascist senate, nothing remained but to discover communist fascists. One Zinoviev declared that Traint's theses on the international situation, as well as Sellier's still more violently anti-fascist theses on the national situation, were nothing but bad journalistic articles. But Zinoviev's remark, if correctly reported, was perhaps not intended to be taken seriously. For, while Sellier's theses appear to have been dropped to a compromise was evidently worked out which enabled Traint to maintain his theses and save his face at the forthcoming party congress. Traint is said to have welcomed the strictures passed on Hearn in Moscow as cordial criticisms, and returned, chastened but edified, to Paris. The third item in the indictment of the PCF, the question of trade union unity, recalled the Purcell fiasco of December 1924, and was complicated by relations with the CGTU. On January 9, 1925, during Traint's stay in Moscow, Zinoviev at a session of the Presidium of IKI exhorted the PCF to institute a campaign for national and international unity in the trade unions, and the CGTU was simultaneously prompted by Prof. in turn to address a proposal to the CGT for a joint conference in September 1925, when the CGT was to hold its annual congress, with a view to the unification of the French trade unions. Faced with these demands, the PCF, on the eve of its fourth congress, held a special right opposition in the PCF, which at first denied the existence of a fascist danger, later leaned heavily on it to justify its demand for a united front of all parties opposed to fascism, so that undue insistence on the fascist danger became a deviation of the right. Communisticesky International. Number 3, 40, March 1925, pages 140 to 141, but at Moscow in January 1925 it was a deviation of the ultra-left. The theses had been published in El Humanite, December 15, 1924, and in Kayaz du Bolshet Fjizme, number 6, December 26, 1924, pages 412 to 424, they announced the end of the Dimmock, Radic pacifist period, dwelt Longland loudly on the imminent fascist danger. We are not moving towards fascism, it is already here, and demanded a broad single front against fascism. So far as the imperfect records show, they were ignored at the Congress in Janu, Airy 1925. 154, Foreign Relations. Point B. Conference on the trade union question. This, evidently after so many divided opinions, marked its agreement with the unity proposals made by Prof. in turn and by the CGTU, while demanding the greatest vigilance on the capital question, so that we may find ourselves in the vanguard of the proletariat and not towed along by it, and it drafted a solution for submission to the Congress. The crucial point of the resolution was that communists should encourage the maintenance in the old cat of trade unions, a majority in which had pronounced in favor of the CATU, thus preventing a split and working to obtain a position of majority and control in the CGT itself. I. The policy of peaceful penetration of the reformist unions, originally adopted for countries where a large majority of workers were enrolled in these unions, was thus declared applicable to Count Rise where the Red unions already commanded a majority of organized workers. The fourth Congress of the PCF met on January 17, 1925, at Clichy in the suburbs of Paris in a confused and tense atmosphere. It coincided with the publication of Zinoviev's circular letter on the Bolshevization of the parties, which demanded the creation in France of a mass revolutionary party. 2. It was headlined in El Humanite as the Congress of Bolshevization. 2 sets of theses on behalf of the opposition, signed by Bert Helen and Laureate, were published in advance. The economic theses denied that the democratic pacifist era had come to an end, and predicted that American economic hegemony might delay for so many time longer the collapse of capitalism. The political theses protested against the regime of blind obedience in the party which was equivalent to dictatorship. 3. The Congress was attended by 239 delegates, of whom 224 were described as workers. 4. Simard made. Simard's original theses on trade union unity appeared in Kayaz du Bolshevism, number 6, December 26, 1924, pages 42 to 428, for reports by Simard on the discussions in Moscow and Paris. Ibid no 2, January 30, 1925, pages 700 to 702, and International Presse Correspondence, number 20, February 3, 1925, pages 263 to 264. 2. For this letter CP 294 below. 3. Kayaz du Bolshevism, number 2, January 9, 1925, pages SSSSS8. 4. No official record of the Congress or of the resolutions adopted by it was published. El Humanite, January 18 to 23, 1925, carried fairly full daily reports of its proceedings, and some of its resolutions were published. Ibid January 2, 1925. The account of the Congress which follows is derived from this source, except where other sources are indicated. Many of the theses on the resolutions were published in advance in Kayaz du Bolshevism. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 155. The main report on party affairs. But the sensation of the first day's proceedings was the reading by Traint of an intercepted letter of November 26, 1924, from Severin in Moscow to Rosmer in Paris, which had probably been communicated to Traint in Moscow. Severin had called the Russian party a party with necks bowed, and continued, salvation would be found in a great crisis imperiling the revolution. Then the whole party would turn to Trotsky. Tonois and Laureate, as the principal spokesmen of a right opposition, dissociated themselves from Trotsky and Severin, but protested against the recent expulsions and against the growth of centralization and dictatorship in the PCF. Only Laureate openly attacked the resolutions of the Fifth Congress of Comintern on the United Front and on the reorganization of the parties. On the second day, Kakin put forward theses on the application of United Front tactics to the forthcoming municipal elections in May 1925, at the first ballot on May 3rd the bloc of Rear et Paysan, sponsored by the party, was to put forward its own list of candidates. At the second ballot a week later it would be prepared to negotiate a common list with any other party on the basis of immediate demands in cases where failure to do so might mean a victory of the right. On the following day, January 19, 1925, Train presented his theses on the international situation, maintaining that the democratic pacifist era has passed, and that we are witnessing a veritable fascization of social democracy. This seemed to confirm the view of a turn to the left as a logical result of the ending of the democratic pacifist era after the defeat of the British Labour government and the weakening of the Bloc de Gauche in France. Humbert Draws, the delegate of Vichy to the Congress, tweeted on the need for the Bolshevization of the PCF, denied that any differences of opinion had occurred. For summary of the Engrais International Presse Correspondence. Number 707, February 700, 19705, pages 400-4°70, Trains account, Die Internationale. 8, number 70, February 19705, pages 60 to 670, Communisticheski International, number 3. 40, March 19705, pages 130 to 144. The program of the blow of Rear et Paysan and theses on the aptly cation of these edicts to the municipal elitians had already been published in Bulletin Communist, number 45, November 7, 19704, pages iOS 5 Los 8, Kayazdu. Bolshevism, number 4, Diember 170, 19704, pages 7054 to 7059. The polity was explained in detail by Train after the Engrais exhibit number 13, February 15, 19705, p. 789. 2 for Train's thesis CP 151, note 3 above. Foreign Relations PTV. Sine the 5th Engrais of Comintern between Vichy and the Front Party Politburo, and long the slogan of the normalization of the PCF, we was intended to imply a cessation of the procedure of the expulsion of dissidents, but was repeated without any clear or consistent meaning for several months. On the major tactical issue, Humbert Draws admitted that the masses still supported the Bloc de Gauche, but declared that they must be wooed away from it before they become fascist, an injunction which was compatible with the from below interpretation of the United Front, and did not contradict the hypothesis of a turn to the left in Comintern polity. The Engrais ended on January 22, 1925, with the adoption of resolutions and the election of Intrali Amity. The juridical issue of party discipline was solved by a compromise. The previous expulsions were reaffirmed, but nobody else was to be expelled. The right of the opposition at the Congress to oppose was thus tacitly confirmed. A new Intral committee was elected unanimously, the first 3 names, in that order, being Semard, Train and Suzanne Giraud. Suzanne Giraud was the most powerful figure in the Paris organization of the party, and her rise to power indicated the growing predominance of Paris in the party. Uncles. Train's theses on the international situation were approved in principle, but it was pointed out that they were 2 months old, and the Central Committee was instructed to bring them up to date. The 2 main points on which they were said to require modification were the intensification of the pain of the imperialist powers against the Soviet Union and the need to counteract it, and the development of national liberation movements among the Eolonial peoples of North Africa. A separate resolution on Eolonial questions had treated little attention, and seems to have been adopted without debate. Finally the Congress adopted a party statute. We firmly established organization by Eels as the basis of the party, and a resolution prescribing that the reorganization should be completed by April 1925, 3. And this on Aurich trained, in his subsequent account, to describe. No publication of a revised version of the theses has been traced. CP 352 below. 3. The text of the statute is in Kayaz du Bolshv, Isma, number 6, December 26, 1924, pages 429 to 436, for the resolution on reorganization CP 924, note 3 below. CHXXVIIL Comintern and the parties, 157. It as a genuine party congress of Bolshevization, and to claim that the Bolshevized party will Bolshevize the proletariat and the working masses of France and the colonies by strengthening its apparatus and its organization. The outcome of the Congress had been unexpectedly satisfactory. The required steps towards the Bolshevization of the PCF had been taken. No further measures of discipline had been imposed. The resolutions had been carried unanimously, but the tradition of uninhibited freedom of dissent in the party had been sitched rather than killed. The Italian Communist Party, PCI. The Italian Communist Party presented a baffling problem. In a country where industrial development was limited to a few special regions, and the workers were not strongly organized, the parties of the left had throughout the period of their growth been dominated by intellectuals, and questions of theory had loomed larger than questions of organization. In this respect, the Italian left stood at the opposite extreme to the British left. Both Marxism and syndicalism had their enthusiastic adherents, and this division still further weakened the Italian left as a political force. Moreover, the Marxists disputed among themselves. The Italian Socialist Party, SI, which joined Comintern in 1919, embraced several different nuances of Marxist doctrine, and Cerruti, who led its delegation at the Second Congress of Comintern in 1920, did not hesitate to cross swords with Lenin in the name of Marxist orthodoxy. When the split CME at late born in January 1921, the newly born Italian Communist Party, PCI, achieved an unwanted doctrinal purity, but at the cost of losing such mass support as the PSI had enjoyed. At the Third Congress of Comintern in June-July 1921, Terracini, the spokesman of the PCI, had opposed the tactics of the United Front, and Lenin denounced Terracini's opinions as leftist. Follies only the doctrine of the United Front had been proclaimed by ES. The attitude of the PCI was patently unacceptable. For Train's account CP 154, note 4 above. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, pages 140 to 141, 256 to 257. 3 C Ibid Volume 3, pages 225 to 226. 4 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVI, 441. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, pages 406 to 407. Foreign Relations PTV. Able to Moscow, and it was rendered untenable when, at a Congress of the PCI at Rome in March 1922, Bordiga, who had led the left minority at the Lake Congress, and had since been the Secretary General and leading personality of the PCI, put forward theses which became the official program of the party. These denied the view that it was necessary for the party, in order to make a revolution, to have under its leadership a majority of the proletariat, and rejected the policies of the United Front and of the formation of communist fractions in non-party workers' movements. 1. From this moment it became clear, in Moscow, that the only hope of gearing the PCI to the Comintern line was to oust Bordiga from the leadership. But the vociferous tendencies of the Italian left soon brought about another change. At its Congress in Rome in October 1922, the PSI again split into, shedding its right wing. At the Fourth Congress of Comintern in Moscow in the following month, at the moment when Mussolini was consolidating his seizure of power in Italy, both PCI and PSI were represented, and a proposal was adopted to negotiate a fusion between the PCI and the main body of the PSI led by Sarat Hillel. But this was the beginning, not the end, of the Italian embarrassments of Comintern. On January 6, 1923, the Presidium of ICI resolved that the fusionists in the PSI should call for a summary of the theses Communistic International, number 7. 44, July 1925, pages 115 to 117. They were several times referred to at the Fifth Congress of Comintern, Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND, I, 101, 155 to 157,256, 2,600. In spite of efforts of Humbert Droz and Kolarov, who attended the Rome Congress as delegates of ICI, Bordiga's theses were carried by an overwhelming majority. Report of March 26, 1922, in the Humbert Droz Archives, 0003. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, via 3, P456, Bordiga, who consistently opposed 11 plans for a united front with other parties against fascism, CP 84 above, later claimed that Lenin had been opposed to this decision, an imputation which Zinoviev indignantly denied. Shistoy RAS. Shareni I plenum ispokam Kommunistiskiskogo Internationale, 1927, P444. According to Die Kommunistische Partei Italiens, German trans, from Italian. 952, P43, a majority of the Italian delegates accepted the decision, and Gramsci replaced Bordiga as leader of the delegation, Humbert Droz Riga 11 ed. Later that, after the Fourth Congress, Comintern H was obliged to remove Bordiga from the leadership of the party and open a campaign in the party against the ultra-left ideology, K. J. Amir Mistikeski International, number 2, 51, February 1926, P86. But Bordiga remained in effective control of the party throughout 1923, while Gramsci was in Moscow, and in 1924 still retained the support of a majority of the rank and file, CP 163 below. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 159. A party congress, if this were not realized within 6 weeks, they should declare themselves the only true representatives of the PSI and carry out the amalgamation with the PCJ.I at this point. The persecution of all left parties by the newly installed fascist regime made further progress difficult. But, when the PSI contrived to hold an illegal congress in Milan in April 1923, it soon transpired that the difficulties were not purely external. Though it was claimed that 40% of the delegates were in favor of fusion with the PCI, the majority was uncompromisingly hostile, and carried a resolution stating that its delegates who had agreed to fusion at the Fourth Congress of Comintern in the previous November had exceeded their mandate. It also refused to elect any fusionists, now commonly referred to as terzi, internazionalisti or Tierney, to the party's Central Committee. Z. The Congress represented the final defeat of Seredy by Nini in the ranks of PSI. Seredy, who had been arrested after his return from Moscow in February 1923, was released from prison, and became the recognized leader of the Tierney. He was hailed in Moscow as the prodigal son who had repented of his error at the Lake-Born Congress of 1921, when he had prevented the accession of the PSI to Comintern by his refusal to accept the 21 conditions. 3. But trouble also arose from the communist side. Though some supporters of fusion had been introduced into the Central Committee of the PCI in April 1923 under pressure from ICI for the rank and file of the PCI showed little enthusiasm for the fusion, which its delegates had been induced to approve in Moscow, and dissension occurred between the two Comintern representatives in Italy at this time, Manuelski and Rakosi, on the tactics to be followed. 5. The session of the enlarged ICI in June 1923, which was attended by delegates both of the PCI and of the PSI, attempted to grapple with this confused situation. Zinoviev, still whole. I. Humbert Droz Archives, 0006. Kommunistiske International 5 Documentic, 1933, pages 389 to 390. See also Airport on the Congress by Humbert Droz from Paris, Humbert Droz Archives, 0007, commenting unfavorably on the attitude of Nini. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 FJ3, via 3, pages A5 A6. Tried Ledzizny Ibor Baltalianskoy Kommunistikiskoy Party, Russian. Trans. From Italian, 1953, P641. 5. Humbert Droz Archives, 0007. 160. Foreign Relations. Point B. Heartedly committed to the policy of the United Front, attacked Bordiga and the Central Committee of the PCI for their intransigence. He minimized hostility in the side to the fusion, attributing it to the conditions of white terror which had made the Milan Congress not truly representative. He proposed that the PSI should be admitted to Comintern as a sympathizing party, and that the PCI and the PSI should then establish a united front under the Comintern aegis. 1. This proposal pleased neither side. After an Italian delegate had protested against Zinoviev's attacks on the PCI, representatives of the PCI and the PSI both accepted the proposal in principle, the former with an open lack of enthusiasm. 2. During the session a letter was received from the Central Committee of the PSI dated June 10, 1923, accepting the principles that lay at the foundation of Comintern, but declaring that the Fourth Congress had given to these principles an extreme authoritarian character. The letter made it plain that the PSI refused to abandon either its name or its autonomy, and that Comintern must accept it as it was without further discussion or not at 11. Failing this, the party would be obliged to take action against the Tierney, who agitated for fusion at 11 costs. J. Notwithstanding these discouragements, the enlarged ICI was anxious to leave no stone unturned to demonstrate its desire for union, and adopted a solution providing for a bloc for common action between the PSI and the PCI. The PSI was invited to send delegates to Moscow as soon as possible to bring about its adhesion to the Communist International, by way of easing the situation in the PCI. It also recommended that 2 representatives of the party minority should be added to the Central Committee, and this was accepted under protest by the majority. whose spokesman, in voting for the main resolution, made no secret of his dislike of almost everything in it. This compromising and ambiguous conclusion made the worst of both worlds. A majority of PCI, including the whole of its left wing, was outraged by the proposition that an invitation to Iras Wiren Plenum Central Nogo Comedal de Communal Go Inter. Nationala, 1923, pages 22 to 25. Zebed pages 48 to 49, 72 to 73, 78. 3 Abid pages 264 to 265. 4 Communisticheski International T1 Documentic, 1933, pages 389 to 390. 5 Ras Wiren Plenum Central Nogo Comedal de Communal Go Inter. Nationala, 1923, pages 265 to 267. CHXXVII Comintern and the Parties, 1, 161. Mosio should be extended over its head to its long-standing enemy and Real. On the other hand, the suggestion that the PSI should adhere to Comintern rather than negotiate with it, on equal terms affronted the leaders of the PSI, who proceeded to break off negotiations with Mosio and to expel the tyranny from the party, one thus ending any hope of a compromise. But the intransigence of the PSI merely produit a responding pheno. Menon on the other side. The intraliamity of the PCI, still dominated by Bordagists, far from holding out a wheeloming hand to the tyranny, rigidly insisted on the principle of individual adhesion to the PCL's personal jealousies no doubt also played their part. Serity, in view of his past reward, is said to have enjoyed no confidence in the PCI, and not even among the tyranny. 3. This total defini by the leaders of the PCI of United Front policies continued to excite annoying in Comintern circles, and Humbert Draws, who at this period divided his time between Paris and Rome, set to work to shake Bordagas Unguilioni pre dominani in the party. Gramsci, who, after attending the 4th Congress of Comintern in November 1922, had remained in Mosio throughout the greater part of 1923, being the pivot of the intergroup, we sought to establish a halfway house between Bordagas' extreme left position and the now discredited right. In September 1923, Togliatti, Gennari and Tasia, who had been present with Gramsci at the enlarged IKI in Mosio in the previous June, were arrested on their return to Italy. 3 months later they were released, and Togliatti being the principal collaborator of Gramsci, who had meanwhile moved from Mosio to Vienna, in building up the intergroup in the PCL4 on December 26, 1923, Humbert Draws reported to Zinoviev that Bordagas' majority was far from homogeneous, and hoped to encourage the moderate wing of the majority to be more irritable of urine polyies within the next few months. I'll bid. P46-7. A letter of Humbert Oras to Zinoviev, December 26, 1923, Humbert. Oras Archives, 0008. 3 bid. 0020. F. Bellini and G. Galli, Storia di El Partito Comunista Italiano, Milan. 1953, pages 101 to 106. For the Turin group to which Gramsci and Togliatti originally belonged CTH, Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1914-3, Volume 3, p. 141. Orden, Njageo was Supre ed in October 1922. 162, Foreign Relations. Point B. The Center Group apparently secured control of the Central Committee. On January 26, 192 plus, Humbert Draws included with somewhat premature optimism that the extreme group of Bordaga is being reduced to a small minority, and the majority forms a center which still hesitates, but, after discussion, RA highs to a policy more realistic and more advantageous for the party. On the other hand, fears were fight that, if matters were pressed too far, Bordaga might call me out in open revolt. 2 arrangements were made at this time to start a new party journal in Milan under the Tide unit, and since it was to be financed, initially at any rate, from Comintern funds 3, it could be taken for granted that it would conform to the Comintern line. Gramsci was to be its editor, and its first issue appeared on February 12, 192 plus. A few weeks later, Humbert Draws reported once more that Gramsci was consolidating a centre position independent of Tosca on the right, and of Bordaga on the left. 4. This did not, however, dispose of the problem of the tyranny. On February 8, 192 plus, a somewhat cryptic instruction was sent from the Presidium of IKI to the Central Committee of the PCI. Complete fusion with the PSI was declared to be still the goal. Failing this, the inquest of the largest possible number of members of the PSI, but an open split in the PSI and the formation of a separate party of Terzi Internazionalisti was deprecated, as this could be read as an endorsement of Bordagas' insistence on individual adhesion. The reluctance of IKI to give clear directives in disputed questions of tactics was only again in evidence. Meanwhile, it was symptomatic of the toleration of democratic form still shown by the fascist regime that, at the elections of April 10, 192 plus, the first to be held under the regime, the PCI and the tyranny were able to form as one workers' bloc and put forward candidates. The result was an unexpected swing. The joint list received 268,000 votes and secured 19. Both these reports are in the Humbert Draws Archives, 0008, 0012. Ibid 0014. 3 on February 1924. Humbert Draws reported that he had drawn 50,000 lire from Comintern funds to enable the contract with the printer to be signed. Humbert Draws Archives, 0013. In spite of this benefaction, however, the party leaders complained a few weeks later of a cut in their budget. Ibid 0027. 4 Ibid 0034. 5 Ibid 0017. For a further letter from IKI of February 29, 1924, attempt to clarify the tactics to be adopted. See Ibid 0028. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, 163 seats, of which 15 went to members of the PCLI. Gramsci was one of those elected. Relying on the immunity of a deputy, he now returned to Italy to take an active part in the affairs of the PCLZ. The issue in the PCI came to a head at a meeting of party secretaries. WHH took the place of an enlarged Central Committee, held at Corno in the latter part of May 1924.33. Groups now took the field. The center group led by Gramsci and Togliatti commanded a majority in the Central Committee, and stood between the right group of Tosca and Bordagas' left group. All 3 put forward draft resolutions. Bordagas' draft accepted the united front only with workers, not with other political parties, proposed to pursue the struggle against the PSI, inducing the tyranny, insofar as these formed an organized group, and demanded absolute independence of action for the PCI, inducing independence of Comintern. Tosca's draft gave unconditional support to the policies of the United Front and the worker peasant government, and specifically rejected the theses Adopted under Bordiga's leadership at the Rome Congress of 1922.4. Togliatti's draft professed to Williami the left orientation manifest at the Conference, but supported the principle of the United Front, though it suggested that a more precise formulation was required than that of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in order to counteract the misinterpretations which had occurred in the KPT. It strongly emphasized the need to keep in step with Comintern and the fatal consequences for the party of a break with Moscow. Bordiga's skill, elegance, and determination completely read the day. His resolution saw 41 votes against, 10 for Tasius and 8 for Togliatti's. But this rude rejection of Togliatti's tactful attempt at a compromise did not alter the situation, since the center group apparently retained its majority in the Intra Committee. In a feat, the whole issue was transferred to I for a preliminary report of April 11, 1924, estimating the number at 18 seats with 13 communists. See Humbert-Draw's Archives, 0045. In February, Humbert-Draws had hoped only for 8 seats with 5 communists, Ibid 0014. F. Bellini and G. Galli, Storia dei Partito Comunista Italiano, Milan. 1953, pages 110 to 11 I. 3. An account of the meeting in Lo Stato Operaio, May 29, 1924, WHH. Has not been available, was summarized in the KPT publication Materialen. Zum wie well Kongress der Comintern, 1924, pages 54 to 58. 4 CP 158 above. Foreign Relations PTV. The 5th Congress of Comintern, which opened in Moscow in the following month. On the eve of the Congress, an event occurred in Italy which proved to be a turning point in the history of the regime and in the attitude of other parties towards it, the murder of Matadi on June 10, 1924. The PCI issued an appeal to workers and peasants, which was published in Unit 5 days later, to unite under the slogan "Down with the government of fascist murderers." But little attention was paid to this event by Comintern, which was preoccupied by the internal problems of the PCI. All 3 groups in the PCI were represented at the Congress. Gramsci remained in Italy, and Togliatti, under the pseudonym of Ercole, spoke for the center. Bordiga appeared in person and under his own name. One Zinoviev in his opening report approached the Italian question in a conciliatory mood. The PCI must admit the tyranny to the party and even to the leadership. The door must be left open for other members of the PSI. As for the 3 fractions in the PCI, Zinoviev tactfully refused to inquire which was in a majority, but Bordiga and his friends, though they were good revolutionaries, must shed their dogmatism in order to render greater services to the Italian Revolution. Z. As the Congress proceeded, Bordiga emerged as the spokesman of the ultra-left on all major issues 3, but left the affairs of the Italian party to his lieutenant Rossi, who referred openly to differences of opinion between us and Comintern, defended the Rome theses, declared that the slogan of the workers' government was acceptable if, but only if, it were a synonym for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and argued that the United Front could mean only unity of the working masses under the single leadership of the Communist Party. 4. Tosca, appearing as Rienzi, who frankly admitted that he represented a minority of the party, expressed complete solidarity with Zinoviev, but even he believed, since nearly 1/1 the members of the Italian delegation used pseudonyms, it is rarely possible to identify individuals. Tosca, who appeared as Sarah at the enlarged IKI of June 1923, Raswarently I pledlam ispola del Comiteta. Comutistica Bluternactionale, 1923, pages 234 to 235, spoke at the 5th Congress under the name Rienzi. Rossi may have been Greco, cp. 367 below. Protocol, Functor Codal Grester Communistiscan Internationale, ND. I, 100 to 102. JC pages 77 to 78 above. 4. Protocol, Functor Congrester Communistiscan Internationale, ND. I, 154 to 157. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 165. That the United Front formulas of the 4th Congress needed modification in the light of the Hangsarum 1. The rising star of the Italian party at the Congress was Togliatti, whose strategy position as the leader of the intergroup seeking to mediate between the followers of Bordiga and the minority right wing brought him nearest to the standpoint of Comintern. He himself, as at the Como Infereni in May 1924, leaned to the left rather than to the right, being unwilling to make further concessions in order to ignite members of the PS. 2. The Italian mission of the Congress wrestled for 4 days with the party differences. It succeeded in drafting a program of action for the Italian party. But when Madwilski, as president of the commission, presented the program to the Congress, he was obliged to admit that the left had refused to accept the program, or to participate in the party Central Committee. The commission had considered that 2 further documents were also required, an appeal by Comintern to the Italian workers for fusion with the PCI, which would bring about, first of 11, a split in the ranks of the PSI, and then a concentration of 11 revolutionary forces in the PCI, and an open letter to the members of the PCI insisting, in view of the long-standing attitude of the left, on the necessity of real, and not merely formal, discipline in the party. Madwilski proposed that the drafting of these documents, and any further consideration of the Italian question, should be left to the session of the enlarged IKI which would follow the Congress. Togliatti, while accepting the conclusions of the Commission on behalf of the Center Group, frankly declared that the DOS in the program which repeated the invitation of June 1923 to the PSI would in no way help to win over the socialist masses in Italy, and constituted an obstacle to acceptance of the standpoint of Comintern by the majority of the PCJ.3. What happened in the next few days is not clear. But, when the Italian question came up again at the immediately FO 11 owing session of IKI, a certain relaxation of tension was apparent. Bordiga, at the concluding session of the Congress itself, had adopted a comparatively tolerant attitude to the general resolution on TTS, 4 and the left group in the Italian delegation informed J. Ibid I, 253 to 257. 3 Ibid H, 1012 to 1014. Ibid I, 375 to 379. CP 80 above. 166. Foreign Relations. Point B. The Italian Commission that it would cooperate in carrying out the decisions of the Congress in a disciplined manner. Madwilski now stated that, while resignations were not permitted by the statutes of Comintern, it would be prudent in the interests of unity to accept the resignation of the 4 Italian leftists from the Central Committee of THC-PCI, and the Commission recommended that the Central Committee of the PCI should be composed of 9 members of the Center Group, 4 members of the Right, and 4 Tardini. Madwilski admitted that this decision constituted a serious intervention in the inner life of the party, but argued that there was no alternative. Nobody contested this view. Bordiga in turn declared that the members of the left would not merely sub-MIT to the decisions of the International and of ICI as a matter of discipline, but would do everything to carry them out. 1. On this surprising note of concord, the program of action was accepted unanimously, and the proceedings ended. The program declared that the PEI, while supporting all steps of constitutional opposition designed to weaken and defeat fascism, could never be merely a left-wing in such an opposition, and must become the indispensable core round which a DAS opposition must be formed. The invitation of June 1923 to the PSI could no longer be considered as addressed to its present counter-revolutionary leaders, but to the worker socialists who formed the mass of the party. The Central Committee of the PCI must work for cooperation with the so-called left, the group of Bordiga, and the Party Congress should be convened within 6 months. Both the appeal to the Italian workers and the open letter to members of the party recommended by the Italian Commission were duly dispatched on July 23, 1924, apparently without further discussion. 3. Bordiga and Togliatti were both elected members of I Protocol, Femter Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2. Law 8 Law 9. This did not deter Bordiga and his friends from voting, later in the same meeting, against the expulsion of Suverin, CP 147 above, or Bordiga from recording his protest against the trade union resolution, c. p. 556 below. 2. Kommunistische International TI Documentic, 1933, pages 464 to 469. 3. The date is given in A Tibble and M. Kimo, Iolet Commenterna, 1909. p. 331. The appeal was published in Pravda, July 30, 1924. J. The open letter has been traced only in Bulletin Communist, number 33, August 15, 1904, pp. 79a 794. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 167. And Togliatti was further rewarded for his share in bringing about the settlement by being elected to its presidium in the place of Bordiga. 1. The Third Congress of Profintern, which immediately followed, contributed to the spirit of compromise by simultaneously re-amending both the policy of infiltration of the fascist trade unions and the policy of appealing on the workers to abandon the fascist unions and form proletarian unions. These pro-eatings led to a irritating détente in the PC. The revulsion against the Mattati murder temporarily strengthened and the opposition to fascism, but the advantage of this accrued rather to the PSI and to the bourgeois opposition than to the PCI, though the latter gained so many new members. 3. The Communist Youth League, a majority of WHH had supported Bordiga's views at the 5th Congress of Comintern and at the ensuing 4th Congress of Kim, now rallied to the official line. 4. The formal decision of the Tierney to merge with the PCI was taken on August 15, 1924. On September 27, 1924, Maffei on behalf of the Tierney informed Zinoviev that the fusion operations are now complete everywhere, and asked for 2,000 lire to liquidate the financial obligations of the group, request which Humbert Draw supported. 6. Airport from the Central Committee of the PCI to ICI of October 7, 1924, claimed that the numbers of the party had increased from 12,000 before fusion to 20,000 after, and reported that 11 of the district party congresses, except Naples, where Bordiga still had a majority, had endorsed the resolutions of the 5th Congress. 7. But uneasiness was still rife in sections. I Protocol, Funkter Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2. 1021. Bordiga had been elected to the Presidium after the enlarged ICI of June 1923, A. Tibble and M. Kimo, Iolet Commenda, 1929, p. 317, but told Humbert Draws in February 1924 that he refused to play the role of a marionette in the Presidium of ICI. Humbert Draws Archives, 0020. For these resolutions CP 562 below. 3. Die Comintern Board Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 185. Plus Ibid p. 189. 5. Tried Let's Iznia Bor by Italianskoy Kommunistiskoj Party, Russian. Trans. From Ida 1953, p. 642. 6. Humbert Draws Archives, 0057, 0060. 7. Ibid 0064, Die Comintern Board Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 185, claimed only 2,500 new members from the fusion. According to an Article 1e in Kommunistische International, No. I. 38, January 1925, p. 122, the PCI had 3,000 members at this time, the Youth League 10,000, and Unit the Daily Circu. Lashon of 40,000, but 11 these figures are probably exaggerated. 168. Foreign Relations. Point B. Of the party. Bordiga continued to agitate against the Desi Zions of the 5th Congress and the current party line, and to win extensive support. Tosca refused a mandate from the Executive Committee to take charge of trade union work, and proved as intransigent on the right as Bordiga on the left. Maffei, the leader of the Tierney, protested that he was being treated in the PCI as a fifth wheel of the coach. Meanwhile a fresh embarrassment arose. Criticism of Bacci's favorable references to Mussolini at the time of the Soviet-Italian negotiations in January 19,242 had been symptomatic of an incompatibility between party principles and the exigencies of Soviet diplomacy. But for some time it seemed possible to keep them in separate compartments. Trotsky in May 1924 gave an interview to an Italian correspondent which was devoted to attacks on the Versailles Treaty and French imperialism, and to the potential value of Soviet-Italian economic relations, and avoided ideological issues. 3. But the Mattati murder sharpened all animosities and appeared to raise an issue of principle, and scandal broke out anew in the party when in July 1924, a few weeks after this event, Urena, the new Soviet ambassador, gave a banquet for Mussolini. 4. It was intensified when it became known in October 1924 that Urena intended to invite Mussolini to the reception of November 7 on the anniversary of the revolution. This produced a protest from the Central Committee of the PCI to the Presidium of ICI and to indignant letters from Humbert Draws, who complained that workers who try to demonstrate will be beaten up and arrested in the streets, and on the same day Mussolini will be the guest of the Russian ambassador. He thought that the Communist Party and the Russian Revolution will be completely compromised among the Italian proletariat by these proceedings, and urged I. Humbert Draws Archives, 0056, 0062, 0066. SC the Interregnum, I-933 I-934, P-249, Note 2, at the 5th Congress of Comintern Togliatti demanded the removal of Bombassi from all responsible party posts. Protocol, Funkter Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale. ND, I. 376. 3 per JTA, May 10, 1924. 4 Humbert Draws Archives, 0065. According to a barman, one who served Jed, 1945, PISS, instructions were sent from Moscow to cancel the banquet, but Urenap resisted. This sounds an unlikely story. Barman was not in Italy at the time, and misstates the episode. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, 169. That Urenap should be replaced by someone who does not pay court to fascism. Point 1 But diplomati proprieties took precedence over the susceptibilities of the PCI. A dispute whether or not to boycott the fascist parliament was settled by a decision to send a single communist deputy to the opening session on November 12, 1924, to read a declaration of protest. At the end of 1924, Humbert Draws was relieved at his own request of his post as peripatetic Comintern representative in the Latin-speaking countries of Europe, and returned to Moscow. He complained that he had become too familiar a figure to the Italian police. He recommended that he should be succeeded by Manuelski. The appointment of Rakosi would be very badly received. Point 3. Manuelski never resided for any length of time in Rome, but during the next few years was a frequent visitor to the communist parties of Western Europe. Humbert Draws retained his position at the head of the Latin Cedion of the Secretariat of the Czechoslovak Communist Party. The foundation of the Czechoslovak Communist Party took place in Prague in December 1920 as the result of a split in the Czech Social Democratic Party, which carried half its members into the new party. A similar split occurred in the Social Democratic Party of the German minority and Protestant Independent Communist Party. At the Third Congress of Comintern in July 1921, which admitted the Czechoslovak Party to membership, pressure was brought to bear to effect a fusion. 5 And from November 1921 onwards, a single Czechoslovak Communist Party, containing Czech, German, Slovak, Magyar, and Russian sections, carried the banner of communism. And the Czechoslovak Republic. Its leader was Bimerl, a former Czech Social Democrat who during the war had headed the anti-war and anti-nationalist section of Humbert Draws Archives, 0065, 0066. Coder.Munisticheski International, No. 1, 38, January 1925, p. 125. J. Humbert Draws Archives, 0059, 0061, 0071, 0075. 4 For an abortive attempt to found a party in Moscow in 1918. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 73, Note 2. 5 Kommunisticheski International v. Dokumentik, 1933, p. 165. The German party was invited to send delegates to the Congress, Protocol to 3. Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1921, p. 12, but apparently failed to do so. Foreign Relations PTV. The party and was thus regarded as belonging to the extreme left. Like the KPD, the Czechoslovak Communist Party was a mass party, claiming 170,000 members in 1922.1. Like the KPD, it included in its membership a high proportion of former social democrats, and a high proportion of industrial workers. Z. The development of the Czechoslovak Communist Party was, in some respects, analogous to that of the KPD. Its origins accounted for some social democratic leanings. But, unlike the KPD, it had never lived through a period of illegality and systematic persecution by the authorities, and therefore had more respect for legal and constitutional forms. It was ready to interpret the slogans of the United Front and the Workers' Government in the broad sense of cooperation with social democrats and other left parties for specific ends. In the heyday of the United Front, this line met with full approval in Moscow. At its session in July 1922, the enlarged IKI condemned a dissentient group in the Czechoslovak Party, led by one Jilik, for its opposition to United Front tactics and to centralize discipline in the party, and endorsed the policy of the creation of a United Front to win over a majority of the Czechoslovak proletariat. Point 3 A crisis occurred in September 1922, and Jilik and his immediate followers were expelled from the party. 4 The issue came before the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, where the discussion ran on parallel lines to the debate on German affairs. Smerl's leadership, like that of Brandler in the KPD, received a vote of confidence. The opposition charge against Smerl of having attempted to draw the workers into a government coalition with left elements of the bourgeoisie was dismissed as completely. J.C. The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3, p. 451. In 1924, the first year or which detailed figures were available, the total was 136,726. Of these, 61 feet 56 inches percent were Czechs, 20 feet 95 inches percent Germans, 7 feet 57 inches percent Slovaks, 5 feet 4 inches percent Magyars, 3 feet 57 inches percent Ruthenes, and 0 feet 95 inches percent Poles. 6 Eskolovensky 6 Asopis Historiki, 3, 1955, number 4, p. 578, cf. p. 586, note 72. Where the number of paying members is said to have been just under 100,000. One of the total membership in 1924, 73% were said to have been former Social Democrats. Of those who belonged to trade unions, 45% were affiliated to Profintern, International Presse Correspondence, number 4. January 6, 1925, PSI. For the trade union question, see pages 171 to 173 below. 1 Kommunisticheski International v. Dokumentik, 1933, pages 281 to 284. 4 Ibid p. 360. 5 For the latter, see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3, pages 452. 453. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 171. Unfounded. On the other hand, as in the KPD, reprisals against the left were not in order. The expulsion of Jilik and his supporters was described as inopportune, and was revoked. And the attribution of party shortcomings to the transition from a social democratic party to a communist party left the impraise Zion that the opposition case had after all had some justification or excuse. 1 The policies of the United Front and the Workers' Government were wholeheartedly endorsed by the First Congress of the Czechoslovak Party, 2 held in Prague on February 2 to 5, 1923. The Congress followed immediately on the KPD Congress at Leipzig, where the issue had been fiercely contested between so-called right and left factions, and victory had gone to the right. 3 The principal resolution of the Prague Congress corresponded so closely to that of Leipzig that it was reasonable, shocked, assumed direct imitation or a common inspiration. The main result of the Congress was to confirm Smerl's cautious leadership, and to set the seal on the interpretation of the United Front, approved at the Fourth Congress of Comintern. Disputed issues in the Czechoslovak Party, as in other parties, soon became interwoven with trade union problems, which were Here particularly complex. The split between communists and social democrats at the end of 1920, which had led a year later to the formation of a united Czechoslovak Communist Party, was reproduced in the trade union movement, when a large number of unions joined Profintern. The last trade union congress in which both social democrats and communists participated was held in January 1922, and was hopelessly divided in questions of policy. The social democrats and their sympathizers commanding some 238,000 votes, and the red trade unions affiliated to Profintern 220,000. A complete break was now unavoidable. During 1922, communists and communist trade unions were expelled from trade unions and federations affiliated to Amsterdam, and in I Communistische International Vida Documentic, 1933, pages 360 to 362. To the founding Congress, which in most parties was treated as the first, remained in the Czechoslovak Party outside the numbered series. 3. See the interregnum, I-923 I-924, pages 157 to 158. 4. Zinoviev, at the 5th Congress of Comintern, when rightist tendencies were under attack, made play with the similarity and implied that Radek had been responsible for both resolutions, Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I, 85, for an account of the Prague Congress. See Československé časopis historiky, 3, 1955, number 4, pages 557 to 561. Foreign Relations PTV. October of that year the Red Unions held a separate Congress, and decided to create an organization of their own, known as the Multinational General Trade Union, the term CE multinational, referring to the diverse nationalities of Czechoslovakia. This came into being in January 1923.1. Throughout the 1920s the number of Czechoslovak trade unionists affiliated to Profintern seems to have exceeded the number affiliated to Amsterdam, but a large number of unions remained independent of either body, so that the Red Unions did not at any time represent an absolute majority of the organized workers. Even within the Red Unions obstinate divisions persisted. National animosities still kept Red Czech and Red German unions apart. Even in the same industry, some of the German unions, though affiliated to Profintern, maintained a separate organization of their own at Reichenberg, which was a rival to Mohs. In general, Mohs proved unpopular throughout the movement, and many red trade unions, in defiance of injunctions from Moscow, at first refused to join it. 3. Nor were the leaders of the Red Unions easily persuaded to adapt themselves to the growing pressure from Profintern to pursue united front tactics with the social democratic unions, and to maintain trade union unity by instructing communist workers to remain in these unions. One of the charges brought against the Gilak opposition by the enlarged IKI in July 1922 was that it had CE helped to strengthen the tendency to splitting operations in the trade unions, thus putting a brake on the systematic and planned conquest of the trade unions. 4. When expulsions of communists from the social democratic unions affiliated to Amsterdam became common, and the Red I wrote to Werkskaps Internationale, number 6, J.I., June 1924, pages 353 to 357. The new organization was known in Russian as Meznationalny Obsluhy, Professionalny Soilz, MOS, or, by its Genin initials, IAV. Statistics for 1924 showed about 230,000 trade unionists affiliated to Profintern and 220,000 to Amsterdam out of a total of 867,000, Ibid no 7 to 8. 42 to 43, July-August 1924, p. 15. 3. These difficulties were aired at the session of the Intralia Unkil of Profintern in June-July 1923, Bericht die 3. Session de Central Ratster. Roten Werkskaps Internationale, 1923, pages 69 to 71, and were frequently discussed in the literature of the period. Freie Tuschenel, Etwinchi and German textile unions was particularly used. Bericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationalbahn for bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 30. For Communistische International Vida Documentic, 1933, p. 8a. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 173. Unions set up their own organization, the 4th Congress of Comintern so far relented as to issue the injunction to unite into strong trade union organizations all workers excluded from the Amsterdam trade unions. 1. But the immediately following C&D Congress of Profintern repeated the warning to the Czechoslovak Slovak UNS against the irration of new organizational forms, Z and the policy of refusing to unten any voluntary defeations from social democratic to red trade unions remained in force. On April 2, 1923, the Executive Bureau of Profi Anti-Ern instructed Mohs, in conjunction with the Communist Party, to do everything possible to preserve the unity of those reformist federations which are not yet split by the ideological organization of its partisans within the reformist organizations. 3. But in Czechoslovakia, even more than in Frani, the preponderance of Red over Amsterdam unions made these ustities of compromise seem pointless and pusillanimous. To strengthen the Red unions by drawing into them the minority of communists and communist sympathizers still left in the Amsterdam unions was the only policy which made obvious sense, and, in spite of warnings from Moscow, it was freely pursued. The first serious crisis which disturbed the even tenor of Czechoslovak party affairs occurred in the winter of 1923 to 1924, when the party, by analogy rather than through any direct interest, became involved in the controversies in the German and Russian parties. The policy and outlook of Smrl closely resembled those of Brandler, and, when Brandler, after the German failure of October 1923, swung to attacks from the left wing of the KPD, Smrl became automatically vulnerable to similar attacks in the Czechoslovak party. Moreover, Smrl not only took no side in the controversy about Trotsky, but evidently regarded the campaign against Ern with disfavor. For a party conference, Ibid p. 36 2. 2. Die Zeit let Profintern wie Resoliatiak, 1930, p. 100. 3. L-Aktivität LISR, Rapport pour LE3 Congress, ND 1924, p. 35. CE ideological organization meant that red unions belonging to reformist federations were not formally to join Profintern, but to confine their loyalty to it to the ideological plane. For Trotsky had, however, a low opinion of Smrl, whose opinions he compared to CE a spot of melting grease. Consistency is to Smrl what sincerity was to Tartuffe, or disinterestedness to Shylock. Trotsky Archives. T 3129, pages 9 to 10. 174. Foreign Relations. Point B. Met at Brno on May 4 to 5, 1924. The left wing was formed mainly by Slovak and German-speaking delegates and by the representatives of the Communist Youth League. 1. The predominantly Czech right was still firmly entrenched, but Smrl continued to steer a mid-IE course, and once again an attempt was made to reach a compromise. The resolution of the conference endorsed the pronouncements of Icke on the situations in the Russian and German parties, and declared that the maintenance of unity in the Russian party was essential. But it refrained from any direct condemnation of Trotsky, and expressed surprise at the sharp forms taken by the controversy. Point 2. Now that the German and French parties had been called to order, this amounted to a gesture of defiance. The conference also adopted resolutions on the trade union question and on the reorganization of the party in factory cells. 3. On the latter issue, the party right, represented by Bubnik, Hula, and Muna, fought a delaying action, seeking to maintain the existing party fractions in the factories, and to relegate the introduction of a cell system to the distant future. 4. In these circumstances, the Fifth Congress of Comintern, meeting 6 weeks after the Brno Conference, found in the Czechoslovak party one of the most awkward obstacles to the much advertised turn to the left in policy and leadership. The 19 voting members of the Czechoslovak delegation were drawn from every wing of the party. As the sniping began at once in the opening report of Zinoviev, who detected opportunist errors in articles by Hula, a recognized spokesman of the right, and by Vanek, described as an incurable centrist, and called for fresh proletarian forces in the leadership. Zinoviev drew an explicit parallel between Smrl and Brandler, and accused the Czechoslovak party of neglecting the peasant and of following I Československé časopis historiky, 3, 1955, number 4, p. 569. International Press Correspondence, number 53, May 9, 1924, pages 636 to 637. Material and Zoom v. Kongres der Komintern, 1924, pages 43 to 44. 3. For these resolutions see Zalazny Komunistic Strany Československa. 1954, pages 160 to 168. 4. Československé časopis historiky, 3, 1955, number 4, pages 569 to 570. 5. PTIV Severní Kongres Komunistického Internationala, 1925, 2. 244 to 245 lists 20 Czechoslovak delegates of whom 19 had voting rights. The list may not be reliable. Bubnik appears on it, though there is no other evidence of his presence at the Congress, and Vasiliev, CP 177 below, does not. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 175. Brandler's interpretation of the slogans of the United Front and the Workers' Government. I. Smrl, in the name of the majority of the Czechoslovak delegation, cautiously admitted that our party is in truth not a perfect Bolshevik party, inasmuch as outside the Russian party no such party exists in the Communist International, but repelled Zinoviev's specific strictures against it. Z. This provoked a curt retort from Ruth Fischer, who accused Smrl of practicing diplomacy, and once more compared her with Brandler. 3. Two dissentient left-wing groups in the Czechoslovak party made declarations criticizing the party leaders, and Urath, who was beginning to emerge as the leader of the party, left and the faithful spokesman of the Comintern, supported Zinoviev and attacked Smrl and Radek in terms which had by now become familiar. 4. Kravik spoke with more frankness, but less discretion, than Smrl in defending the decisions of the Fourth Congress on the United Front and the Workers' Government, against Zinoviev's present interpretations of them. On one point, however, in spite of acknowledgement from Ruth Fischer, see I talk about Russia, he remained obstinately silent. 5. The Czechoslovak right was still guilty of the unforgivable sin of seeking to escape into neutrality on the issue of Trotskyism. 6. After another Czechoslovak delegate of the left had accused the majority of following the road of parliamentarian and the bourgeois constitution, and alleged that all mention of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of the conquest of power has disappeared from the propaganda lexicon of the Czechoslovak Communist Party. 7. Zinoviev, in his speech at the end of the debate, summed up heavily against Smrl and Kravik, accusing them of diplomacy, lack of frankness and opportunism. But he was forced to admit that the chief responsible political leader of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia is Comrade Smrl on the strength of the preponderant influence which he enjoys in the movement. Kravik was more sharply attacked for balancing J. Protocol, Fund/Ter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 68 to 70, 85 to 86, 98 to 99. Ibid I. 159 to 162. 3. Ibid I. 207 to 208. 4. Ibid I. 209 to 211, 214 to 217, 3°0-3°4. 5. Ibid I. 385 to 390. 6. Smrl and Urath were the Czechoslovak delegates on the Russian commission set up by the Congress, Ibid 2, 1061, which apparently never met. CP 91 above. 7. Ibid I. 408. Foreign Relations PTV. His extreme leftist errors of the past with rightist errors in the present. I. The Political Commission, which drafted the resolution of the Congress on the work of Icke, added to the original draft. C1 Oz is criticizing the behavior of the Polish and Czechoslovak parties. The Czechoslovak party was not free from opportunist errors and deviations, and had failed to combine parliamentary action with mass action in such a way as to prepare the proletariat for revolution. Z. The main resolution on tactics, also drafted by the Political Commission, reiterated the charge of right tendencies in the Czechoslovak party, similar to those which had led to bankruptcy in the KPD, and called on the party to recognize its past mistakes and struggle against right deviations. It concluded with the ominous recommendation that fresh forces should be drawn into the party central committee, and that the leadership should meet the just demands of the minority in a comradely and unprejudiced manner. Point 3. But the comparative mildness of the language, and the absence of names, showed that no alternative leaders, over whom Comintern could cast its mantle, had yet emerged in the party. Smrl's authority was still unbroken. THC policy of sapping and mining was continued in the discussions of the national question. This was a subject on which communist parties in the newly formed states were notoriously vulnerable. Earlier in the year, Kravik had written an article in the Comintern journal on the minorities in Czechoslovakia, denouncing the policy of national oppression pursued by the Czechoslovak government, but not saying a word about self-determination or the right of secession. 4. And Sommer, a member of the KPD from Bohemia, had criticized the Czechoslovak party on this score in the German party journal. As a more crucial problem was that of Subcarpathian Ruthenia 6, a region at the I. Protocol, Fund der Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I. 498 to 5°0. Ibid 2, 594, for the final text see Kommunistické International v. Dokumentik, 1933, p. 394. 3. Ibid p. 415. plus Communisticeschi International, number 3, 1924, Eels. 91 to 122. 5 Die Internationale, 7, number 9, May 20th, 1924, pages 3-8-312. 6. This was its official Czechoslovak name, in Russian it was known as Subcarpathian Russia, Rus not Russia, the ethnography, not the polytile term, in Ukrainian as Carpatho Ukraine. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 177. Easternmost tip of Czechoslovakia, more closely allied by linguistic and religious affinities to the Ukraine on its eastern, than to Slovakia on its western, frontier, its incongruous status in the Czechoslovak Republic had been recognized by a promise of autonomy, which was not fulfilled. The first elections held there, in the spring of 1924 had resulted in a triumph for the communists, who, in spite of prohibitions on meetings and arrests of agitators, had won 40% of the votes, 100,000 out of 250,000, and emerged as by far the largest party, a victory doubtless to be attributed mainly to the agrarian discontents of the poor peasant population. One Zinoviev, in his report at the Fifth Congress of Comintern, referred to the elections in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, and, though admitting that many Czech comrades had worked heroically with the local communists, seized the occasion to accuse the party leaders of indifference to the peasant, and, by implication, to the national question. Smrl attempted, not very wholeheartedly, to rebut the charge, too, and the subsequent attitude of Czechoslovak delegates, who were either silent on the issue of Subcarpathian Ruthenia or contented themselves with perfunctory references, suggested that it had so much justification. In the middle of the proceedings a delegate arrived from the Communist Party of the region, a section of the Czechoslovak Party, Vasiliev by name. In the still unfinished debate on Zinoviev's report he expressed effusive sympathy with Zinoviev's criticisms of the Czechoslovak Party, and himself attacked it for failure to take an interest in the agrarian question, or to come out openly in favor of the incorporation of Subcarpathian Ruthenia in the Soviet Union. 3. The attack was continued in the debate on the national one for descriptions of the election. See Communisticeschi International. Number 3, 1924, COLS 393 to 410, Krestinski International, number 2, May 1924. Pages 40 to 42. According to Vasiliev's speech at the Fifth Congress of Comintern, see below. Not a week passes without workers' and peasants' blood flowing. In Subcarpathian Russia, this was no doubt a picturesque exaggeration, but extensive repression of peasant discontent and of communist propaganda was certainly practiced. Protocol, Funkter Kongress Kommunistisken International, NT, I. 74,160. 3 Abit I, 429 to 43. I. Vasiliev's precise status is obscure. He spoke on behalf of the Communist Party of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, and said in the course of high speech, "We love our Czechoslovak Communist Party." But he arrived in M08 Cow late, and apparently alone. His name did not appear in the list of members of the C2 Czechoslovak delegation, CP 174, note as above. Foreign Relations PTV. Question at a later stage in the proceedings. Manuelski, in his introductory speech, noted the desire of the people of Sub-Carpathian Ruthenia to join the USSR, and referred wistfully to the Erdenta of 3,500,000 Germans in Czechoslovakia. 1. Krabik rashly attempted to reply for the party. He supported the cession of Subcarpathian Ruthenia to the Soviet Union, but refused to accept the same case for the cession of German Bohemia to Germany, whether on the assumption that the proletarian revolution in Germany would precede that in Czechoslovakia, or on the converse assumption, such a solution would be damaging to the revolutionary cause. Lenin had made it clear that to recognize the right of secession did not necessarily mean to advocate secession in particular cases. The argument left things as they were, and exposed the Czechoslovak right to the damaging charge of resisting national policies likely to disrupt the bourgeois republic. The party left maintained a masterly silence on the issue. 3. The subsequent proceedings in the commission of the Congress were, as usual, unreported. The failure to present an agreed draft to the Congress was evidence of the difficulties encountered. The resolution eventually issued by the Presidium of IKI 04 with its reference to Czechoslovakia as a new small imperialist state and its apparently unqualified advocacy of national separation was an implied criticism of the party leaders, and injected a new element of bitterness into the party struggle. But the right stood its ground. At the last session of the Congress, Smrl, Muna and Neuruth, 2 rightists and 1 leftist were elected to IKI, and even the stubborn Krabik was appointed to the International Control Commission. 5. When the new IKI met on July 8, 1924, immediately after the end of the Congress, Smrl was elected to the Presidium with Neuruth and Muna as candidate members of that body. 6. I for the speech CP 88 above. A protocol, Fan/Ter Kongress der Kommunistisken International, NT, 2. 661 to 666. 3. Skripnik later accused the Czechoslovak Party of legalistic prejudices in the national question, meaning apparently that it feared legal sanctions if it came out for the cession of Czechoslovak territory. 14 SSV Socialism. Komunistický Party, B. 1926, p. 686. 4. See pages 89 to 90 above. 5. Protocol, Fund/Ter Kongress der Kommunistisken International, NT. 2 1022. 6. Pravda, July 9. 1924. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 179. The proceedings of the Fifth Congress, while they had driven a rift into the Czechoslovak Party and prepared the way for future action, did not destroy Smrl's ascendancy in the party or establish the rigors of Comintern discipline over it. But scarcely was the ink dry on the decisions of the Congress when sniping was resumed between Krabik and Neuruth in the party. Press on the question of the United Front. 1. Pressure from Moscow, fortified by the decisions of the Congress, soon made itself felt. When the Party Executive Committee met on July 31 and August I. 1924, to hear reports from Smrl and Neuruth on the Congress, 17 votes were cast for the resolution proposed by Neuruth against 13 votes for the alternative resolution of Ula, the spokesman of the right. Both texts professed to accept unconditionally the resolutions of the Congress, but the left resolution proposed to postpone the Party Congress, originally planned for the end of September, by a month in order to permit of a large-scale party discussion, and the acceptance of this proposal was a moral victory for the left. Z. Krabik sharpened the issue in a defiant article entitled What is at Stake?, in which he argued that, if the Fifth Congress of Comintern had in fact called for a change of policy, a change of leaders was inevitable. 3. Zinoviev now intervened in person with an article, which, though moderate and correct in tone, challenged the cautious Smurl, in terms which could not easily be evaded, to come out openly and declare where he stood. Point 4. Smurl responded to the challenge in a long and carefully considered speech at a party conference in Kladno on September 28, 1924, which was symptomatic of the embarrassments of the original leaders of quasi-autonomous communist parties when faced with the demand for CE Bolshevization on monolithic gains. In a desperate bid to retain the leadership, he attributed the friction in the party to the fact that everyone was overworked and tired, and C1 aimed that the danger of a split was now past. The I International Prelkeo Respondam. Number 86. July 11, 1924, pages 1094. 1095, number 90. July 17, 1924, pages 1134 to 1136. The discussion turned on the hypothetical question whether the Czechoslovak Communist Party could conceivably form a united front with Masaryk and Benes. Z. Seskolovjensky Kasapy Historiki. 3, 1955. Number 4. P. 577, International. Prasekeo Respondens. Number 107. August 15, 1924, pages 1382 to 1383. 3 Abid number 120. September 16, 1924, pages 1598 to 1599. 4 Bid. Number 120. September 16, 1924, pages 1583 to 1585. 180. Foreign Relations. Point B. Workers, he significantly added, had taken no part in these discussions. He admitted that he had been personally unwilling to sit in judgment on Trotsky, and that some elements in the party, while condemning the Russian opposition, would have preferred to see the inflight played down and softened, subject to a reservation about the final resolution on the national question. He thought it absurd to advocate the cession of Magyar Districts of Czechoslovakia to Horthy's Hungary. He repeated over and over again that he accepted unconditionally the decisions of the Fifth Congress. But he drew attention to the apparent inconsistency between the attitude of the Fourth Congress, we had allowed freedom for men river on the issue of a workers' government, and of the Fifth Congress, we had reorganized it only in the form of a dictatorship of the proletariat. His speech was full of barbed shafts at the expense of the left. Some bears of the party, he yieldly remarked, had begun to make Ian Zion to the left a sport or sometimes even a career. The immediate reply in an article from Neuroth, who only more ACUS F. Merle of Tumu and Diploma and of not honestly eating the resolutions of the Congress, and openly raised the question of his fitness for the leadership. L. Manuelski, in a broad side from Mozio, wrote that the question was one not of declarations of allegiance, but of Ian Erit Poli. F. Merle had emptied the decision of Politai Leontent and turned it into a kind of Talmudic decision of revolutionary texts. He had been sitrant in the German controversy, and again in the Ion Tripeswai. About Trotsky, such salne was unworthy of the leader of a great party. 2. Preparations were now in train for the party congress was to meet at the end of October 1924. The debate raged in the party press throughout October, overing the whole field of polity from the national question and the question of the worker peasant government to party organization. F. Merle afterwards reeled the frenzied Freudian activity supported by against himself and the other right leaders we had creed. 1 International Press Correspondence, number 130. October 7, 1924, pages 1726. 1734, number 133. October 14, 1924. Pages 1769 to 1772. 2 Abid number 137. October 21, 1924, pages 18-1825, Force Merle's reply C. Ibid number 141. October 30, 1924, pages 1871 to 1873. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 181. The Congress. 1. Feelings were exacerbated by a division on national lines. A majority of the Czech members of the party were apparently supporters of Smrl or of the right. The left received the solid support of Germans, Magyars, Slovaks and Ruth N.S. Bubnik was reported as describing the campaign of the left as an attack by Germans, Slovaks and Magyars on the Czechs and the Czechoslovak Communist Party. 2. The Presidium of Igi, recognizing that the resolution of the Fifth Congress on national separation was a sore point, and anxious not to alienate the Czech element in the party, issued an authentic explanation. The party, while committed to an unconditional right of self-determination and secession, could also support movements of national minorities for autonomy. But it must also argue that, even on the assumptions of bourgeois democracy, autonomy was only a halfway house to a federation of national republics, and the ultimate revolutionary demand could only be for a union of workers and PES republics. 3 Zinoviev, in the usual letter from Igi to the party on the eve of the party Congress, attacked both Smrl, who was implicitly put on the same footing as Brandler, and Zapotocki, the secretary of the party, who had said that the resolutions of the Fifth Congress must be accepted on grounds of discipline, and the KPT obsequiously passed a resolution expressing concern over the affairs of the Czechoslovak Brother Party, expressing regret that its influential leaders had failed to take a clear line on the decisions of the Fifth Congress of Comintern, and hoping that its forthcoming Congress would elect a leadership which provides a guarantee against any opportunist theory and practice. 5. It was in these conditions that the Czechoslovak Communist Party held its second Congress from October 31 to November 4, 1924. The Congress was attended by 145 voting delegates, 146. Ibid number 67. April 24, 1925 p. 905. 2 Seskolovensky Kasapy Historiki. 3, 1955. Number 4. Pages 580 to 581. Some exaggeration must be suspected here, since Czechs formed 61% of the party membership, CP 170 note 1 above, but the general picture is confirmed by a supporter of the left, CP 183 note 3 below. JCI the CI explanation. Dated October 15, 1924 is in protocol, fan/her. Congress der Kommunistischen International, ND. 21°52-1°53. International Presse Correspondence. Number 144. November 4, 1924 pp. 1942-1943. Esti International. 7 no 21 to 22. November I 1924. P 660. Vol. 3 pt. IG. 18 Foreign Relations PTV. Delegates with consultative rights and 86 guests. 1. The guests included Manuelski as delegate of Comintern, and Train and Katz as representatives of the French and German parties. The leaders had forestalled attack by accepting in advance the draft theses submitted by the left opposition to the Executive Committee. These included the admission that the Congress regards as justified and well-founded the criticism directed against the Czechoslovak Communist Party at the Fifth Congress. Point 2. Smrl observed the same caution on the vexed issue of the trade unions. He was all in favor of trade union unity, though he added that, in practice this is far more complicated than in other countries, owing to the existence in Czechoslovakia of a strong revolutionary trade union movement. Manuelski argued that, after the fall of the British Labour government, the mood among the British workers offers to Comintern the possibility of giving reality to its principles and methods, and that the advance of Comintern in England must to a certain extent also influence our line in trade union matters. The leaders of red trade unions were warned not to seek salvation in a peculiar kind of organizational fetishism, which sought to maintain these unions at any cost, but to put trade union unity and the penetration of the social democratic unions first. 3. Since Smrl had declined battle on any major question, the Congress passed off without serious political conflict, and the main contested issue of the Congress was the composition of the Executive Committee. It was clear from the sequel that Manuelski had come with instructions to support the left, but not to carry his support to the point of splitting the party. In a cunning speech, he made a direct attack on Krabik, the most vulnerable member of the right, accusing Smrl only of exaggerated caution and excessive leniency towards right deviations. He professed to be insufficiently informed on inner relations in the party to offer advice on the elections. Train denounced the account in Československé Kasapy Historiky, 3, 1955, number 4. Pages 586 to 593 is based on the published protocol of the Congress, which has not been available. International Presse Correspondence, number 133, October 14, 1924, pages 1,68. 1,69, number 137, October 21, 1924, pages 181-1822. 3. These speeches were summarized in Die Rote International, number 12, 47, December 1924, p. 255. CHXXBM Comintern and the Parties, I. 183. Krabik and Zapotocki in more violent terms, and Katz also took Krabik as his main target. 1. Krabik made things easier by withdrawing his candidature for the Executive Committee, and a compromise was reached on a list consisting of 18 members of the left and 14 of the right. Both Smrl and Zapotocki were included. Manuelski intervened at the last moment with a speech asking for a unanimous vote in favor of this list. WHH was adopted with only 2 adverse votes and 1 abstention. The new Politburo was composed of 6 leftists and 5 rightists. 2. Cautiously and with some personal concessions, the Czechoslovak Communist Party had been brought into line, but not without the prospect of further struggles ahead. Point 3. F. The Polish Communist Party, KPP. The Polish Communist Party, KPP, we had been outlawed early in 1919 within a few weeks of its foundation for continued as an illegal or semi-legal organization to play an active role in Polish political life. Under the leadership of a group of 3, Warski, Walecki and Werekostrazwa, the so-called 3 WS, it profited by the period of economic stresses and political discontents through which Poland was passing, and won new adherents from other left groups. The United Front Polii claimed by in December 1921 presented particular difficulties in Poland, where relations between the illegal KPP and the legal Polish Socialist Party, PPS, had been marked by acute mutual jealousies and rivalries, and it being the subject of International Presse Correspondence, number 145, November 7, 1924 pp. 1960 to 1969, only the speeches of the 3 visiting delegates were printed in this journal. Ibid number 145, November 7, 1924 p. 1969, number 154, November 28, 1924 pages 2100 to 2102. Zapotocki afterwards said of the decision to give the left a majority in the party executive committee, this was pushed through by Manuelski. There was a great struggle. We submitted. Ibid number 56, April 2, 1925 p. 777. 3. An account of the Congress by a supporter of the left in Die International. 7 no 23 to 24. December I 1924. Pages 691 to 696. Made the significant admission that the left drew its adherents from the Slovak, German and Russian rather than from the Czech regions, and was weak in ideology as well as in organization. The influence of the former leaders had been in no way broken, and the position of the new executive committee would be far from easy. 4. See the Bolshevik Revolution. I9 I7 I9 Z3. Volume 3. P 145, its official name down to 1924 was the Polish Communist Workers' Party, KRPP. Foreign Relations PTV. Fieri Controversy at the 30 Inferni of the KPP in April 1922. The opposition was led by Slazarski, whose position was described as quasi-syndicalist, anti-parliamentarian, and similar to that of the KAPT in Germany. 1. He had the United Front as a polity of compromise, an emanation of NEP. We represented an irreversible trend in Soviet polity. When Lenin says, we go no further, I readily believe that this is his senior opinion. But unfortunately it is impossible. The economic dictator of Russia is a peasant. The question of the relation of the Communist International to this polity in France USO the Soviet Republic would like to use any means to support its polity. In this respect the influ. Any of social appeasers and opportunists have a great influence on the polity of governments. The tactics of the United Front are at eon with the opportunists, and permit the utilization of this influence. Warski Dino on Slazarski's view as a pseudo-revolutionary trend. We has nothing in and with Comintern, we is completely alien to it. 1. After what was evidently a bitter debate, our solution submitted by Warski on the United Front, requiring the KPP to address itself to the socialist parties and das trade unions with proposals for and struggle, was agreed by 26 votes to 9 with 4 abstentions. 3. A resolution on the TAD unions REFL the unity campaign now being assiduously pre-A from Mosio, the KPP warned its members to defend the unity of the das trade union movement, and in its struggle against the Amsterdam International not to seek to for the KPTC the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 23, Volume 3, p. 138. 1. The records of the conference have not been available, but were quoted in 2 articles by Warski in Komunisticheski International, number 23, November 4, 1922, COLS 6105 to 6120, number 24, April 5, 1923, COLS 6601 to 6634. The passage from Slazarski's speech was quoted textually by Zinoviev at the Fourth Congress of Comintern, Protocol Dividenden Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923, p. 210. 3J Regula, History Kommunistische Partij Polski, 1934, p. 59. This history, written by a police agent working in the KPP, reflects official bias and understates the importance and the independence of the party in the 1920s, but is generally reliable on matters of fact. Besides the majority led by Worski and the minority led by Slazarsky, an intermediate group headed by Krajewski approved the principle of the United Front, but rejected any approach to the PPS, Voprosi Istrii, number 7, 1960, p. 85, quoting Unpublished Archives. The Unit Front resolution is in KPP, Achwali. Rizalkia, I, 1953, 141 to 143. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 185. Tear away from it unions affiliated to it in order to annex them to the Red International of Trade Unions. 1 No agreement was arrived at on the agrarian question, where 3 conflicting views were propounded, none of which, according to a later verdict, genuinely adhered to the Bolshevik line. Z theses advocating the confiscation of land without compensation and its distribution to the peasants were eventually accepted only as a basis for discussion. Their substantive adoption was successfully opposed by a left group which desired the conversion of land confiscated from the landowners into state or collective farms. 3 No resolution was passed on the nationalities question, a further symptom of actual or potential discord. In spite of these divisions, however, the year 1922 was marked by a signal advance in party tactics. In August 1922, a union of urban and rural proletarians, which was no more than a legal cover name for the party, put forward a list of candidates for the forthcoming E1 elections to the Polish Diet, and issued a manifesto to the toiling people of Poland. 4. At the elections of November 5, 1922, the union, notwithstanding police repression, secured 130,000 votes, 27,000 in Warsaw, 15,000 in the Dąbrowa Basin, the rest in other industrial and mining centers. This gave the union 2 seats in the Diet. 5. This measure of success did not save the KPP from criticism. At the Fourth Congress of Comintern in Moscow in the same month, Zinoviev in his first speech cited the questions on which differences existed in the Central Committee of the party, the agrarian question, the question of nationalities, and partly the question of the United Front. A small minority had even been against the United Front altogether. 6. In the course of the debate, Iubit I, 170. 1 Raswirny plenum ispokome communistickskogo in Temechnila, 1925. p. 352. 3 KPP, Akamali Arizalukya. I, 1953, 144 to 167, Voprosi Istrii, number 7. 1960 p. 85. KPP, Ukali Arizalukya. I, 1953. 284 to 292. 5 Birik über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924. Pages 46 to 47, J. Regula, History Kommunistische Partij Polski, 1934, p. 67. 6 Protocol Dividenden Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. Pages 48 to 49, in reporting on the Congress to the Third Congress of Kim, Zinoviev also spoke of OE, a group of Polish comrades who OE came out against the United Front, Birik L. Vom 3. Welt Congress der Kommunistischen Jugend Internationale, 1923, p. 233. 186, Foreign Relations. B. Domsky, a veteran critic of the official line L while professing to dissociate herself from Slazarsky, who, though present at the Congress, did not speak, had denounced both the Polish party leaders and Radek, and attacked the slogans of the workers' government and the United Front. And Zinoviev in his reply took a sharper line, quoting with indignation Slazarsky's attack on NIP and on the Soviet government at the Polish Rady conference, and warning supporters of such views that they were treading a slippery path. 3 No commission to deal with the affairs of the Polish party was set up by the Congress, and no resolution was adopted by it, but a commission appointed by the Presidium of Iki examined the question after the end of the Congress, heard representatives both of the majority of the Central Committee of the KPP and of the opposition, and recorded its conclusions in a letter of December 19, 1922, addressed to the party as a whole. 4 The charges brought by the opposition against the Central Committee of Opportunism and Liquidationism were pronounced devoid of all foundation, and indignation was expressed at the attacks on the Soviet government made by the chief representative of the opposition at the party conference of the previous April. In the agrarian question, it was conceded that the party, though with a certain delay and in face of opposition, was now proceeding on the right lines. In the Idomsky's prominent role as an independent critic in the KPP dated from an article by him which appeared in the Berlin Rotfani on July 22, 1920, welcoming a report that the Soviet government was prepared to enter into peace negotiations with Poland, and arguing against a continued military advance. The struggle of Soviet Russia against Polish reaction is not purely military, it rather has a frankly political aim, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This dictatorship can, however, be lasting only if it comes from within. Only people in the mass who, like the Russian people, have made their own revolution are able and willing to bear and to survive all the privations and struggles connected with social revolution. On the other hand, a Soviet regime introduced from without by foreign troops would meet with far stronger resistance from the possessing C1 asses, and find far weaker support in the working masses. In his reply to the debate at the Fourth Congress, Zinoviev reminded Domsky of the CI error. Domsky retort, in a written declaration, that he had merely warned the Russian party against an error which had later been recognized by Lenin as such. Protocol Dividenden Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923, pages 208, 983. 2 Ibid pages 164 to 168. 3 Ibid p. 210. 4 KPP, Uchwalaj Rizalkia, I, 1953, 179 to 188. No Russian text of it. Letter has been traced. Kusinin, Unschlicht, and Vargo were members of the Commission, Voprosi Istrii, number 7, 1960, p. 87. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 187. National question, the party was reminded, with pointed reference to the Luxembourgist heresy, one that the traditional views of Polish communists still persisted in some quarters, and that National issues must be solved in accordance with the real interests of the revolution. The result of this verdict was to confirm the cautious leadership of the three Ws who were convinced upholders of the United Front policy. During the following months, with the right coalition in control of the Polish government, hostilities against the PPS were avoided, and a certain amount of tacit collaboration was practiced. But the bitterness of the struggle within the party over the issues of the United Front was not extinguished. It may be assumed that some members of the KPP were impatient for a more forward policy, and similar divisions occurred among the leading Poles in the Russian party, of whom Dzerzhinsky and Radek supported the three Ws, and the less influential Unschlicht appears to have wanted more active measures. When, however, the Second Congress of the KPP assembled at a villa in Bolshevo on the outskirts of Moscow at the end of August 1923, the situation was well in hand. The Congress was attended by 49 Polish delegates, others had been prevented by the police from making the journey. Besides Zinoviev, Radek, and Lazovsky, who were present as representatives of Comintern and of the Russian party, Brandler, Kakin, Smrl, Kusinin and Skripnik represented the German, Frna, Czechoslovak, Finnish and Ukrainian parties. Dzerzhinsky visited the Congress and had an enthusiastic reception. 3. The polity of the United Front was cemented by a general resolution on the political situation and the tactics of the party, and by a manifesto issued as the Congress ended to the whole toiling people of Poland. The resolution, as befitted a moment when the hopes of communists sent red on the impending German Revolution, played the main emphasis on foreign polity, the theme being that the aim of party I for the Polish heresy in the national question. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I923, Volume I, p. 422. See the Interregnum, I923 I924, p. 223, Note I. 3. For the reminiscences of the participants. Z. Polowaki, No. 2, 1958. Pages 133 to 148. The Proceedings of the Congress are published. Ibid. No. 3, 1958. Pages 127 to 199, No. 4, 195 8, pages 129 to 201, No. 1, 5, 1959, pages 143 to 166, No. 3, 7, 1959, pages 183 to 224, No. 4, 8, 1959, pages 69 to 171. 188. Foreign relations. Point B. Action should be to disrupt the links which bound Poland to the capitalist powers, and to hasten the revolution in Germany which could alone end German dependence on the West. The manifesto spelled out the domestic application of the United Front in plain terms. The Second Congress of the KPP, in the name of hundreds of thousands of workers marching under its banners, addresses itself to all parties in whose ranks workers and poor peasants are also marshaled, first and foremost to the PPS and to the CE Liberation Party, one with an appeal to form a common front in the struggle. Jor the immediate aims, OJ the masses, OJ the Polish people, Jor their salvation, J Rom the assault, OJ reaction. Z. A lengthy resolution was adopted on the unity of the trade union movement. 3. Nor were the controversial agrarian and national questions neglected. The agrarian theses put forward at the Third Party and Perennia a year earlier were now formally adopted as party polity, together with resolutions on the alliance between worker and peasant and on the slogan of the worker-peasant government, the epitome of the United Front in its application to Poland. 4. The national question was still more delicate in view. A left-wing peasant party now in opposition to the right-wing peasant party of widows. KPP, Uchwali Rezolucja, I, 1953, 193 Z07, 243 to 251. An article by Brand, a young intellectual of the KPP, published in the Journal of Comintern, argued that the communists could succeed where Pilsudski had failed in rallying the masses against the government of the bourgeoisie and the rich peasants, and elaborated the theme of the United Front with less restraint than the official resolution and manifesto to the Pilsudski parties, in whose readiness to fight we ourselves have very little belief, but in which significant numbers still put their faith. We offer the united struggle, for the sake not of Pilsudski, but of the C1 year cut E1 ass program. We need not fear that, if our common fight is victorious, we shall thereby have worked for Pilsudski, a new Morochowski government, coming to power as the result of aerial struggle of the worker and peasant masses against the bourgeoisie, would be a step forward in the direction of the proletarian dictatorship. Communisticki International, No. 28 to 29, December I, 1923, COLS 7589-7617. Pilsudski was, in terms of Polish politics, a leader of the opposition to the National Democrats, and was regarded by the KPP as a spokesman of the petty bourgeoisie. KPP, Uchwali Rezolucja, I, 1953, 117. L. Ibid. I, 234 to 242. Ibid. I, 208 to 224. The criticism was later made that, while the slogan of the land for the peasantry was now E1 early proclaimed, the last contradictions within the peasantry were neglected, and the alliance with the peasantry treated simply as a special case of the United Front. Raswire nie plenum ispokama. Commune, Statiskogo Internets, Onola, 1925, p. 352. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 189. Of the past association of the party with the heresy of the rejection of national self-determination. The Congress resolution for the tide for our and your freedom, the motto used by Russian supporters of the Polish insurrections of 1830 and 1863. Its first concern was the danger that the Polish government might intervene against the German, as it had done against the Russian Revolution, and it developed the theme that only the threefold revolution, Russian, German, and Polish, could ultimately enable the three peoples to live together in brotherhood and security. The Polish working masses were exhorted to recognize and support the striving of the Ukrainian and White Russian peasants and workers for liberation from the rule of capitalist landowner Poland and for union with Soviet White Russia and the Soviet Ukraine. No question was raised of a desire of the German minority for union with Germany, though the resolution contained clauses denouncing anti-German sentiment in Upper Silesia and the other ceded territories, as well as anti-Semitism. The resolution ended with a call for a common struggle for liberation from the yoke of capitalism and for a union of free and equal socialist republics. A short separate resolution exhorted the Polish workers of Upper Silesia to lend support to the German proletarian revolution. Point 3. Shortly after the Congress, the communist parties of the Western Ukraine, LE, Volhynia and East Galicia, and Western White Russia, LE the eastern provinces of Poland in which a majority of the population was White Russian, were organized as autonomous units within the KPP. The situation in these regions was complicated and confused. Incorporated in Poland. They suffered under the repressive rule of an administration notoriously intolerant of the rights of minorities. The most effective propaganda against Polish rule in these regions was ICP 187, note I above. 2 KPP, Okmlia Rizalkia, I, 953, 22 SC3, the last quoted phrase was omitted from this version, but appeared in the Russian version of the resolution. In Communisticki International, number 7, September 1904, COLS 177 to 184. 3 KPP, Ochwalia Rizalkia, I, 1953, Z3ZZ33. A Communist Party of Upper Silesia had been formed on December 19 during the plebiscite period, but in 19ZZ was incorporated in the KPP, Z Polowaki, number 3, 1958. PISO, note 88, Calendar Communist NAI 935 OT, 19ZS, PZ 44, listed as an autonomous section of the KPP, but no other evidence of this status has been found. 19.0 Foreign Relations Point B. Organized from centers across the frontier in the Ukrainian and White Russian Soviet republics respectively, one ended was conducted in the name of the communist parties of these republics, which were sections of the RKP, B. On the other hand, the principle had always been accepted by the Russian party and by Comintern that communist parties functioned within the territorial limits of a given state, so that the KPP could claim to exercise authority over communist movements in the Western Ukraine and Western White Russia. In 1921, at the time of the Third Congress of Comintern in Moscow, an agreement was reached for the joint control of party activity in the Western Ukraine by the KPP and the Ukrainian party. Z, but it evidently did not operate without friction. 3. The situation was further complicated by the existence in these regions of small groups of a nationalist intelligentsia which, though willing to receive communist support in the struggle for national independence, did not desire to commit themselves, either politically or ideologically, to Moscow. A communist party of East Galicia, not officially recognized either in Warsaw or in Moscow, had apparently existed since 1919. In 1922 it affiliated to the KPP while retaining its own independent central committee. 4. The next development came when, 4 days after the treaty recognizing Polish sovereignty over East Galicia had been officially signed at the Conference of Ambassadors in Paris, the Congress of the sizable Ukrainian Social Democratic Party met in Lvov on March 18, 1923. In the atmosphere of indignation excited by the action of the Allied powers, the Congress was, by the campaign of the Red Army in 1920, kept alive hopes in these regions of deliverance from the East. In the early 1920s, people in the Ukrainian villages of Polzia and Volhynia were constantly encouraged by rumors that Putin's legions were coming. In the spring, M. Stokov, Tovinin, Lvov, 1936, p. 28. Communisticki International, number 7, 1924, pages 170 to 172, records the agreement, but gives no text. It quotes a declaration made on the occasion by the Polish delegation. This spoke of the eventual union of Soviet Poland and a Soviet Ukraine, since world revolution would make frontiers unimportant, but refrained from demanding a secession of East Galicia from Poland. The demand for secession was first accepted at the Second Congress of the KPP. In 1923, CP 189 above. 3. Skripnik, referring to it at the Second Congress of the KPP, claimed that it needed revision in the direction of greater practicality. Z. Polowaki. No I. 5. 1959, p. 165. 4 KPP, Okwalia Rizalkia, I. 1953, 127. CHCH Comintern and the parties, I. 191. Captured by the communists, land for the first time communism became a serious force in East Galicia, where, according to a hostile witness, the pro-communist orientation grew through. Out 1923 this made it necessary to regularize the relations between the KPP and the local party, and in the latter part of 1923 the Communist Party of the Western Ukraine, KPZU, became an autonomous unit of the KPP on the same footing as the Ukrainian Communist Party within the Russian Party. 3. In December 1923 the same procedure was applied to Western White Russia, where, so far as is known, no separate communist party had hitherto existed. A Communist Party of Western White Russia, KPZB, was founded as an autonomous unit of the KPP. 4. The events of the autumn of 1923 in Germany and Poland quickly impinged on this situation, and showed the close links existing at this time between the destinies of the KPP and the KPD. The abortive German Revolution of October 1923 was followed in the following month by widespread disturbance in Poland, where the economic situation was seriously less desperate. A general strike instigated and supported by the KPP, and publicly proclaimed by the PPS on November 5, 1923, 5 was a complete, though momentary, squeeze, and led to open insurrection in Krakow, where the garrison went over to the strikers. I. M. Stokov, Tovinin, Lvov, 1936, pages 40 to 43. Exhibit p. 31, where a not very convincing parallel is drawn between this national communism and the Schlichter campaign in Germany at the same period. For WHHC the interregnum, I9, I13, I9, I14, pages 179 to 186. 3 KPP, Ochwalia Rizalkia, I, 1953, 127 to 128. M. Stokov, Tovinin, Lvov, 1936, p. 30, alleges that the Warsaw Central Committee named its regional organization the Communist Party of the Western Ukraine, merely in order to fool credulous Ukrainians, that 70% of the party were Poles and Lus, and that Ukrainians were used simply as organizers among the Ukrainian peasantry. Exhibit p. 33, J. On the other hand, Koster's law implies that the KPP recognized the autonomy of the Western Ukrainian Party under pressure from Moscow. Communisticki International, NOI, 1924. COLS 295 to 296. The strongest external influence on its subsequent course seems to have come neither from Warsaw nor from Moscow, but from Kharkov. 4 KPP, Ochwalia Rizalkia, I, 1953, 191. 5 The extent of KPP responsibility for the strike is contested. J. A Polish delegate at the 5th Congress of Comintern in the following summer claimed that the general strike had been proclaimed under our influence. Protocol. Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, I, 285 to 286. 192 Foreign Relations. B. But the KPP lacked the power, and the PPS the will, to exploit the revolutionary opportunities of the situation, and the movement was quickly crushed. The fiasco of the German Revolution was capped by a similar fiasco in Poland. No immediate indignation was shown in Moscow to condemn the Polish, any more than the German party leaders. but divisions in the KPP were too sharp to save the 3Ws from charges of passivity by the left minority. We had suffered defeat at the August Congress. Immediately after the Congress, an open challenge to the leadership was delivered in an artide in the September issue of the party journal, now Ziegler, by Domsky, who only more advocated not only the policies of the KPP, but the whole union of the United Front from above as propounded by Comintern. He denounced the tactics of men who were involved in this conception as incompatible with Bolshevism, and called Brandler and Thalheimer, as well as Worsky and Kosterswa, neo-Mensheviks, summing up the alternatives as either united demagogy or revolutionary agitation. Point 2. After the failures of Edover and November 1923, the campaign was taken up by Lenski, another old-standing member of the Polish party. Lenski, who had worked since 1917 in various Polish organizations in Moscow, and was now head of the Polish CDN of the Intrali Committee of the Russian party, used the journal published by the CDN, Tribuna Komunistyczna, as a platform to attack the Polish leaders for their interpretation of the United Front, for their failure in the Krakow insurrection, and for their support of Trotsky. Point 3. These attacks fitted in opportunely with what Maslow was saying in Moscow about Brandler for and proved not unwilling to Zinoviev, the decision having now been taken to Ian Dem, Brandler, Thalheimer, and Radek as the authors of the German I for the delay in Moscow in passing judgment on the KPTC. The Inter. Ranlin, I-923 I-924, pages 226 to 233. J. An article on the Polish disturbances in Die. Roterbergskapps International, number 12, 35, December 1923, pages 951 to 955. While admitting that in Krakow the communist organization was still too weak to take over the leadership, praised the role of the KPP in conventional terms. Now Ziegler. Number 9, 1923, pages 421 to 432. 3. Z. Polowacki, number 4, 1958, p. 287. J. For a list of Lenski's articles, see Ibid. Pages 3-9-310. These items form part of a lengthy biography of Lenski, whose real name was Leszczynski, and bibliography of his writings. 4. See the Interregnum, I-9LD3 I-9LD4, pages 231 to 232. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I-193. Disaster. The same arguments applied almost automatically to the failure of the KPP in November. The discrediting of the 3 WS11 was the logical counterpart of the downfall of Brandler. The right wing in the Polish party, as in the Czechoslovak party, was condemned by analogy. When the Polish leaders intervened in the Russian party controversy and came out openly in defense of Trotsky and then of Radek, they sealed their own fate by incurring the unqualified hostility of the triumvirate, and fell into the pattern already established in the German and Czechoslovak parties of a right wing tainted with Trotskyism. But for the moment, like the Czechoslovak leaders, they retained the confidence of a majority of their party, which could not easily be shaken from without, and they earned a respite by accepting, though under protest and with implied reservations, the resolution of IKI of January 1924 on the German disaster. 1. The respite was, however, of short duration. The proceedings in Moscow were an invitation to malcontents in the Polish party. What was described as a group of Polish comrades working, partly in Poland, partly abroad, issued in Berlin a manifesto, which served as the platform of a left opposition. The manifesto drew an explicit comparison between the disturbances of November 1923 in Poland and the events of October in Germany. The charge was made that the leaders of the KPP had remained passive in face of this opportunity, and had left it to the PPS to make the running. The manifesto attacked current conceptions of the United Front through the usual formula of a demand for unity from below. It criticized the party's Central Committee for concealing from the party the decisions of IKI on the Russian and German questions, and called for an immediate party conference. The signatories were a group later known as the 411, Lenski, Domsky, Osinska, a sister of Unschlicht, and Adamski, whose identity is uncertain, but who seems also to have worked in Moscow. 1. The complaint was afterwards made. 1. For the attitude of the Polish leaders at this time, see Ibid pages 234 to 235. 24-0-24-1. The manifesto was published, without the names of the signatories, in Die Internationale, 7, number 4, March 31, 1924. J. The 4 signed a later declaration of May 2, 1924, CP 195, note 1 below, in which they referred to themselves as authors of the earlier manifesto. Lenski had come from Moscow to Berlin en route for Paris early in 1924, Z. Polowacki, number 4, 1958, p. 288. 194. Foreign Relations. Point B. That the manifesto had been published before it had been communicated to the Central Committee of TBKPP.I. The Central Committee, Ubik, was still controlled by TB. 3WS, attempted at a session in March 1924 to stern TB. Tide of criticism. In a long resolution it confessed that not only our party, but other parties of the Tver International, did not SUC seat in guarding against serious errors. TB disease of left-ism had been overcome at the Second Party Congress. But the party had failed to utilize TB Krakow Rising, and had fallen a victim to the error of pursuing TB United Front at all costs. In TB Trade Union question, TB resolution attacked the renunciation by communists of public discussion and criticism in TB name of trade union unity and of a false idea of United Front tactics, and denounced the tendency to obliterate TB ideological differences between communists and reformists. In TB national question, TB had been cases of CE mistaken interpretation by individual comrades of TB correct decisions of the Second Congress. These were put down to TB inexperience of the young parties of Western White Russia and the Western Ukraine, and to failure to distinguish between communist revolutionary and petty bourgeois radical tendencies in these parties. In particular, the party was accused of an undue reluctance to resort to methods of violence. Our party has not yet been prepared to undertake great struggles. The idea of armed struggle, i.e., the only means of destroying TB bourgeoisie, has not yet been inculcated by the party in the masses. At TB same time a further resolution condemned Domsky and this group as Dicer Enizer Zubo bad attempted to form a fraction and to balk TB their TBCs around in TB country and T brought about TB International. Point 2. TB's ball fared recantation. J. A. Regula, Histor Komunistische Partij Polski, 1934, p. 93, identifies Adamski with Damoskyi, an official of the Soviet Commissariat of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Adamski is mentioned in Z. Polowacki, number 3, 1958, p. 168, note 193, as a member of the Polish Bureau OE, the Russian Party Central Committee in 1922. I Protocol, Fan/Ter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. I-288. The text in KPP, Uchwalia Relalikia, 2, 1955, 39-51 omits several passages of self-criticism, using the passage on the neglect of armed struggle, as well as the resolution directed against Domsky and his group. CHXXVILI Comintern and the parties, I-195, which accepted much of the criticism but denounced the critics, did not appease the opposition. Domsky in a further article accused the 3Ws of Menshevism and opportunist practices, and the 4 issued on May 11, 1924, a further statement confirming their original manifesto, and stating that they fully accepted the resolutions of the Second Congress and objected only to the practice of the existing Central Committee. 1. When the Fifth Congress of Comintern met, the situation in the KPP was similar to that in the Czechoslovak Party. The authority of the right leadership had not been broken, but the delegation included vocal members of a left minority too who enjoyed the patronage and encouragement of Zinoviev and of the other Russian leaders. Zinoviev in his opening report accused the Polish leaders of having displayed much too much diplomacy in the German and Russian questions. He declared that the Central Committee of the Polish Party was not united, and expressed the conviction that at the moment when the Polish communist workers learn where the shoe pinches, where something has gone wrong in the leadership, what is the real dispute between their Central Committee and the International, and, especially, the Russian Party, at that moment the Polish workers will stand on our side. 3 Speaking on behalf of the Central Committee, Krajewski tried to find a halfway house. He admitted that the December letter supporting Trotsky had been an opportunist error. Hutt defended the committee against other charges, and claimed that it was now in full agreement with. These are quoted in J. A. Regula, Historia Komunistyczna Partii Polski, 1934. Pages 92 to 93, and may probably be regarded as authentic. The Intraliamity is also said to have deprived the KU of the right to exercise responsible party punitions. Z. Polowaki, No. 4, 1958, p. 288. It has not been ascertained where the article and statement were originally published. They were included in a Leadion of documents prepared by the KPT for its delegation to the 5th Congress of Comintern, Material and Zumbi. Welt Kongress der Comintern, 1924, pages 58 to 64. 2 Domsky, but not Lenski, was included in the list of the Polish delegation. In Vietnai IV Semierni Kongress Komunistyckiego Internationala, 1925, 241 to 242 Alensky, who had been in Paris in the spring of 1924 working on El Humanite and in the PCF, is said to have been to the 5th Congress as a member of the Front delegation. Z. Polowaki, No. 4, 1958, p. 288 IJA. Regula, Historia Komunistyczna Partii Polski, 1934, p. 101, though he does not appear in the list of Front delegates. 3 Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. I. 99 to 100. Foreign Relations PTV. The views of Moscow. He singled out Domsky for attack on the ground that he had opposed the agrarian and the national resolutions of the Second Party Congress, and had been against the United Front in general. The speech was, however, heard with impatience and with frequent interruptions. The example for WHH was set by Zinoviev himself, and Lenski, on behalf of the left opposition, made a long reply dismissing Krajewski's apologies as CE insincere. 1 The 3 leaders, who remained silent in the plenary sessions, made a declaration reserving their case for the forthcoming debate in the Polish Commission of the Congress, and reiterating their agreement with the CE tactical line laid down by Zinoviev. Z. But, under pressure of opinion at the Congress, a shift of forces took place in the Polish delegation. A group led by Krajewski and Skulski, a Pole said to have served as political commissar of a Bashkir division in the Red Army, went over to CE the 4, who now commanded a majority in the delegation, and were thus enabled to issue a statement condemning the declaration of the CE3WS as CE fractional and unauthorized. 3. The scene was now set for the debate in the Polish Commission. It was presided over by Stalin, and lasted for 3 days. Lenski appeared as principal prosecutor. Having denounced Morsky as an enemy of Bolshevism and exposed the records of Wilecki and Kostrzewa, he admitted that CE the most important reason for our coming out against the policy of the right leaders was the Russian and German question, and argued that the KPP-CE must cease to be a barrier between Russian Leninism and the West. He was followed by Skulski, who might be assured to have represented the Russian view. He assailed the CE3WS with quite as remarkable vigor as Lenski, but, unlike Hearn, did not ask for their removal from the leadership. It was enough, he declared, that the majority should be supported by CE the political authority. I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. I. 283 to 288, 295 to 300. Krajewski was a brother of Domsky, their real name was Stein, and a son in Iotworsky, J. A. Regula, Historia Komunistyczna Partii Polski, 1934, p. 101. Lenski apologized for his poor German and spoke in Russian. Vietnai IV Semierni Kongress Komunistyckiego Internationala. 1925, I. 280. This passage was omitted from the German version. A Protocol, Funkter Kongress Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. I. 451. 3 of it to 584, for the events leading up to the issue of the statement. See. J. A. Regula, Historia Komunistyczna Partii Polski, 1934, pages 101 to 102. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 197. Of Comintern, and that a discussion should be opened in the party. Worsky put up a weak defense, arguing that the December letter in support of Trotsky had been prompted by a desire to avoid a split in the Russian party. He probably did not help himself by quoting a remark alleged to have been made by Petrovsky, on some unspecified occasion, in the presence of Krajewski, to the effect that the United Front was a piece of humbug invented specially for the sake of Shishirin's policy. Before the Genoa conference, Kostrzewa and Wilecki were openly defiant, and stoutly maintained that the decisions taken in Moscow about Trotsky and about the German party were disastrous blunders. 1. Stalin summed up in a cautiously worded but incisive speech. He dwelt once more on the short comings of the Polish leaders, especially in their attitude to the Russian and German questions, and demanded more resolute handling of the opportunist opposition. He was, however, against the cutting off of leaders from above. Let the Polish Communist Party at its next conference or Congress reconstitute its own central committee. Z. The national question was also used as a subsidiary instrument meant to discredit the Polish leaders, but this proved somewhat difficult. The KPP was not, like the Czechoslovak Party, divided within itself on national lines. The Slav minorities were represented by the subparties of the Western Ukraine and Western White Russia, and the membership of the main party was almost exclusively Polish and Jewish, nor did any divergence arise between right and left on the national question. While therefore, the KPP was theoretically vulnerable in virtue of its past association with Rosa Luxemburg and the heresy of the rejection of national self-determination, a point of which critics never failed to are-minded, it continued to present a united front on national issues. A delegate of the KPZU at the Fifth Congress claimed that the social question in the West Ukraine was inextricably linked with the national question, leading to demands. I1 bid. Pages 103 to 110, Regula quotes extensively from the records of the debate in a Comintern publication Sprav Polka NAV Kongressi Kominternu, which has not been available. As Stalin, Sakhinania, 6, 264 to 272, it originally appeared in Bolshevik. Number 11, September 20, 1924, pages SI 55. 3 CP 187 above. 198, Foreign Relations. Point B. First for national independence, and now for union with the Soviet Ukraine, he challenged the KPP to take a clear line in favor of this demand. These issues were doubtless ventilated at length in the unpublished proceedings of the Commission on the National Question. The conclusions of the Congress left the situation in the KPP obscure and ambiguous. Manwilski, when he reported to the Congress on the work of the National Commission, took Worski severely to task for minimizing the importance of the German problem in Poland. On the other hand, he warned the KPZU against pressing its claim for autonomy too far. It must remain subordinate to the KPP in Warsaw, not to the Ukrainian party in Kiev. The resolution on this question, eventually adopted by the Presidium of AK2, was relatively indulgent to the KPP, for, while it stressed the importance of self-determination for Ukrainians and White Russians, it approved the action already taken in these questions and, except for a passage on Upper Silesia, did not raise the German problem at all. The resolution drafted in the Polish Commission was also approved not by the Congress itself, but at the subsequent session of AK3, probably an indication that its text had been the subject of hard bargaining. It pronounced a severe condemnation on the leadership of the 3WS, whom it described as CE incapable of carrying out in action the line of the Communist International, and called for an extraordinary party conference to CE correct the political line and elect a new central committee. Meanwhile, the Politburo and Orgbureau of the KPP were to be replaced by a special bureau of 5, which would convene the conference and provide for the temporary leadership of the party. In the interim, the rule in the party statute giving members of the central committee an ex officio vote at party conferences was suspended, a clear indication that the CE3WS still had a majority in the central committee. A representative of AK was to be appointed to the KPP, and the disciplinary measures taken against the 4 signatories of the opposition manifesto were I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. H. 694 to 696. For this resolution and for Manwilski's report see pages 89 to 90 above. 3 Protocol, Fund/Ter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. H. 1 degree 3 degree. CHXXVIII Comintern and the parties, I. 199. Withdrawn. The text appeared in the resolutions of the Congress 1, and was followed up by an open letter from AK to the members of the KPP. This sharply attacked the 3WS for the failures of their leaders, accusing them in particular of having thrown the influence of your party into the scale for the Russian opposition and against the RKP. A majority of the Polish delegation at the Fifth Congress had declared against them, and the Polish Commission had agreed with the majority. It remained for the party to act accordingly. No record appears to exist of the appointment of the proposed Bureau of 5. But Lenski, together with the principal opposition leaders, was dispatched to Poland with instructions to prepare for a party conference or congress. 3. The 3WS with 2 of their chief supporters were retained in Moscow. 4. The new leadership issued a lengthy declaration of policy, which contrived, in accord and with the current Comintern policy, to give a certain left turn to current slogans, and the party's central committee adopted a resolution on the same lines. 5. But the illegal conditions in which the party worked, and perhaps the divisions within it, postponed the formal ratification of the change by a party conference J and the 3 months contemplated in Moscow in Juli, as the limit for the convening of the conference elapsed without any action being taken. Whether by design or not, the turn to the left at the Fifth Congress of Comintern encouraged a renewal of subversive activities in the eastern provinces of Poland, taking the form partly of passive resistance to taxation and to government edicts, and partly of partisan warfare against Polish police and armed forces. After the Congress, Skulski was apparently smuggled. I Thesen UND resolution and to be well Kongresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1924. Pages 179 to 180, the Russian version in Viet IV Semirny Kongress SL. Kommunistiskiego Internationale, 1925. To 166. Followed in Commune. Istikeski International TI Documentic, 1933. Pages 463 to 464. Adds to the article, providing for the extraordinary conference the words, within 3 months. At the latest, the version in KPP, Uchwalia Rezolucja. 2, 1955. 59 to 60. Follows the German text down to this point and omits all the rest. 2 International Presse Correspondence. Number 108. August 19th. 1924 pages 1395. 1396, where the letter is dated simply July 1924. 3 Z Pola WA/Key. Number 4. 1958 p. 289. 4 J. Regula. Historha Komunistycznej Partii Polski, 1934, pages 113 to 114. 5 KPP, Uchwalia Rezolucja. 2, 1955. 61 to 70, 71 to 81. 200, Foreign Relations. Point B. Across the frontier to take charge of these operations, fell into the hands of the Polish police, and was rescued from his place of confinement by a partisan detachment said to have been sent out from Minsk. 1. At a conference in October 1924, the Communist Party of Western White Russia passed a resolution deciding to proceed to the organizational and political preparation of the armed struggle, and the period is said to have been one of rapid growth in the hitherto insignificant membership of the Western White Russian Party. 3. How far the movement had the support of the KPP in Warsaw, it is difficult to ascertain. St. Antial evidence suggests that the main external impetus came from Minsk, and Domsky was afterwards said to have described the movement as mere anarchism. 4. But the new leaders of the KPP had condemned their predecessors for passivity in face of the Krakow insurrection of November 1923, and had passed resolutions in favor of armed struggle. 5 Though what was being plotted in the eastern borderlands was a peasant rising, rather than a proletarian revolution, and was inspired by a nationalist rather than a communist outlook, it was not easy for self-proclaimed leftists to dissociate themselves from an activist policy, or to disown a campaign which had the support of Minsk, or of Moscow. Meanwhile, the Polish government strengthened its repressive measures against the communists. On October 14, 1924, Lenski was discovered and arrested by the police, and committed to prison. 6 Police persecution and the arrest of the de facto leader struck an untimely blow at a party already in disarray. As the sequel showed, the rank and file of workers who formed the core of the KPP had never really reconciled themselves to the deposition of the 3Ws. Domsky herself, in a characteristically IJA Regula, Histor Kommunistische Partij Polski, 1934, pages 1 and 0-121. This is the sole source for Skulski's adventure. For further references to the resistance campaign, see about P130, where it is said to have reached its highest point in the summer of 1924. 2 Die Komintern Bordem 6. World Congress, 1928, P323. 3 El Jakalo, Zakotiniayu Belarus, 1931, cited in NP Walker, Belorussia. Harvard, 1956, P125. 4 KPP, Uchwalia Rizalukya, 2, 1955, 246, Shistoy Raswire Nuplinum. Ispokama Communistikisko Internationala, 1927, P207. SC pages 193 to 194 above. 6 C Polawaki, number 4, 1958, P289. CHXXVII Comintern and the Parties, I, 201. Outspoken article, admitted a prevailing impression that the change in leadership came from without, and found no basis in the party itself, and confessed that the political passivity of the workers is still great, though he claimed that this was being overcome. J. On the other hand, activists of the extreme left were not satisfied that either Comintern or the new leaders of the KPP had moved sufficiently far in their direction. An ultra-left group in the Polish Communist Youth League denounced the decisions of the 5th Congress of Comintern, describing the slogans of the United Front and the worker peasant government as sources of opportunism. 1 Skulski herself, in an article in the party journal in January 1925, wrote of the tactics of the United Front as no longer relevant, and declared that social revolution for a government of the dictatorship of the proletariat, a communist government, must be our watchword. 1 In the struggle for power, Jaworski, detained in Moscow, tried to rehabilitate herself in the eyes of the authorities by an elaborate recantation, which was published in Pravda with an editorial note, stating that the article confirmed the position taken up by the 5th Congress of Comintern, and curtly expressing a hope that Jaworski would liquidate his error finally. Formerly herself one of Rosa Luxemburg's principal lieutenants, he now blamed the Luxemburgist tradition for the Polish party's negative attitude to the Bolshevik conception of leadership in the party, and to the role of the party in the revolution. This was essentially a Western attitude adapted to parliamentary institutions in a party concerned with the organization of revolution. Such opportunism could not be tolerated. Trotsky's denunciation of the party bureaucracy, which had been endorsed by the then leading group in the Polish party, was a repetition of Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of Lenin's conception of party organization, and was an attack on the revolution and on the dictatorship. I Pravda, January 6, 1925, International Press Correspondence, number 4. January 6, 1925, Pisa. Komunisticheski International, number 1, 38, January 1925, P115. The author of the Arctic 1E, evidently a supporter of Domsky, C1 aimed at supporters of these views were in a minority even among the youth, HUD admitted the general weakness of the party. 3 Naupier Zieglid, January 1925, pages 716 to 717, quoted in J. Regula. Histor Kommunistische Partij Polski, 1934, P121. 202 Foreign Relations. Point B. Of the proletariat. 1 The publication of Jaworski's article showed the usual desire in Comintern at this time to keep alternative lines open, and not to commit itself irrevocably to a single group in a foreign party. But it changed nothing in the situation of the KPP, whose fortunes remained at a low ebb. G. The Bulgarian Communist Party, BKP. The Bulgarian Communist Party, BKP, had from the first strong claims to be regarded in Moscow as a model party. Bulgarian radical intellectuals of the latter part of the 19th century had, almost without exception, received their advanced education in Russia, and were as firmly oriented towards Russia as those of most other countries of Eastern and Central Europe were towards the West. Blagoev, the founding father of the Bulgarian socialist movement, and venerated till his death in 1924 as the grand old man of the BKP, finished his education at the University of Petersburg, where he founded in 1883 to 1884 what was apparently the first social democratic group on Russian soil. Z. The Bulgarian Social Democratic Party dated from 1892. It split in 1903 into narrow and broad factions closely followed the split in the Russian party between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, and a bond of sympathy, and from time to time of practical collaboration, united Russian Bolsheviks and Bulgarian Narrows. Both were matched in a firm opposition of principle to the First World War. The transformation of the Narrows into the Bulgarian Communist Party, BKP, and their prompt adhesion to the newly founded Communist International in 1919, followed by their unquestioning and wholehearted acceptance of the 21 conditions in the following year, confirmed the reputation of the BKP for loyalty and orthodoxy. 3 Even when, after 1921, with 1 Pravda, December 5, 1924, the article was reprinted in International Press Correspondence, number 161, December 12, 1924, pages 2208 to 2210, with an announcement that it was to appear shortly in Bolshevik, it never in fact appeared there. Jaworski was described by Trotsky as a revolutionary social democrat of the old type. I. Clara Zetkin, who eventually became a pillar of Stalinism, Trotsky Archives, T 3129, pages -8. Z for this group and its relation to Plekhanov's Liberation of Labor Group. In Geneva, C. J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, pages 12 to 13. 3 B. Serge, Memoirs d'Un Révolutionnaire, 1951, p. 195, recalls hearing Kolarov and Kavachev at the Kremlin Tribune speak with pride of their party, the only European socialist party faithful, like the Bolsheviks, to a CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 203. The postponement of the revolution in Europe, revolutionary fervor began to be mitigated, in the councils of Comintern, by diplomatic calculation. The privileged position of the BKP remained intact, and even received fresh reinforcement. Bulgaria, second only to Germany, was a victim of the hated Versailles peace settlement. One, her neighbors, Yugoslavia, Romania and Greece, like Poland and Czechoslovakia, were agents and protégés of the victorious powers. Hence the sympathy fight in Moscow for the wrongs of Bulgaria reinforced the revolutionary cause, and the alliance between communism and nationalism, which was attempted in Germany in 1923, was far more easily realized in Bulgaria, where party activities had been driven underground and were not exposed to continuous public criticism. The espousal of territorial revision by the Soviet government, which sometimes embarrassed the relations of Comintern with the communist parties of the victorious countries and of their satellites, was an additional asset in relations between Comintern and the BKP, and rendered them unusually close and friendly. The strength and authority of BKP gave it a commanding position in the Balkan Federation of Communist Parties, which was founded at a conference in Sofia in January 1920. The membership of the federation at first fluctuated. At one moment, doctrinal intransigence. The Bulgarians ranked second only to the Hungarians among the international officials of Comintern in its first few years. Kavachev attended the Halley Congress of the USPT with Zinoviev in October 1920 and the Leghorn Congress of the Psi with Rakosi in February 1921. 4. These congresses see the Bolshevik RET Illusion, I9 I7 I9 S3, Volume 3, pages 217 to 218. 225 Kolarov played a conspicuous role at all congresses and sessions of IKI in Moscow, undertook many important missions for Comintern in Western Europe. J. Rothschild, the Communist Party 01 Bulgan A, 1959. P300, was a secretary of IKI from 1922 to 1924, and became a member of IKI at the 5th Congress in 1924. Hungary would, of course, have qualified for the same role but for the abortive revolution of 1919, which made it impossible throughout these years to build up any communist movement in Hungary. For the early history of the Federation, C. J. Rothschild, the Communal Party 01 Bulgaria, 1959, pages 223 to 233. It was in fact a revival of a social democratic Balkan Federation errated in 1910, and the Eamon numbering of its later Ian Ferenies, we made its Mosio Ian Fereni of Diember 1922. The 5th, apparently took Ian of two pre-1914 conferences. Birkt Aberdai. Tatei der Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale Bom for Bisbee. World Congress, 1924. P38, Eels the Ian Ferenies of Diember 1922, Diember 1923 and July 1924 the 1st, second, and 3rd, yet another numbering appears. In A. Tibble and M. Kimo, Iolet Cominterna, 1929, P375. 2°4 Foreign Relations PTV. It was designed as a Danube-Balkan Federation, at another. Turkey was included. From 1922 onwards it consisted of the communist parties of Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Greece L, and Romania. Z. At an important conference in Moscow on December 8-12, 1922. Following the 4th Congress of Comintern III, the Federation issued a manifesto proclaiming as its aim the establishment of Soviet republics in the Balkan countries and of a Balkan Federation of Socialist Federal Soviet Republics. It demanded national independence for Macedonia, Thrace, and the Dobruja, and protested against the transfers of minority populations between Greece and Turkey, and Greece and Bulgaria, which were to be carried out under League of Nations auspices, as being designed to further the cause of Greek imperialism. For the Comintern, I for accounts, differing in minor details, of the origins of the Greek Communist Party, see International Press Correspondence, number 29, February 29, 1924, pages 335 to 336, and K. H. Kabachi BTAL, Communisticalski Party Balkan. Skikstran, 1930, pages 175 to 186. Founded in November 1918 under the name Greek Socialist Workers' Party, it was a mixed party of the left. No social democratic party existed in Greece, comprising a variety of opinions, and, though it adhered to Comintern in 1920, the struggle continued between those who confined themselves to a vague ideological sympathy for communism, and those who wished for rigid ideological and organizational links with Moscow. The latter tendency gradually gained the upper hand, and opportunist groups were expelled in October 1922 and again in September 1923. It was not till its third extraordinary Congress in November 1924 that the party finally accepted the EU conditions, adopted a statute on the approved Comintern model, and changed its name to Greek Communist Party. For this Congress, see International Press Correspondence, number 13, January 20, 1925, pages 163. 164, the statement in A. 1 and M. Kimo, Iolet Cominterna, 1929. P351, that it took the name Communist in 1920 seems incorrect. The Romanian Communist Party had been created in 1921 by a split in the socialist movement, apparently under joint Russian and Bulgarian pressure. It was handicapped from the outset by these two powerful influences, which required it to campaign for the cession of Bessarabia to Soviet Russia and of the Dobruja to Bulgaria. For its early history, see the Bourses quoted in J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, p. 199, note 104. The demands of the BKP varied between a Soviet Dobruja, a free and independent Dobruja, and outright cession to Bulgaria, see about pages 198 to 199. 3. The implication, see about p. 234, that the decisions registered at the conference had in fact been taken at the Congress is an unsubstantiated conjecture. The only recorded decision of the Congress was to exhort the Yugoslav Party to participate in THC Balkan Federation, Communisticheski International TJ Toku. Mantic, 1933, p. 365. International Press Correspondence, number 8, January H, 1923, pages 61 to 62. The manifesto carried the fictitious date line. Sofia, December 1922. The Bulgarian Party Council, without referring to the Conference of the Federation, adopted a resolution in similar terms on January 22, 1923, Communisticheski International, no 26 to 27, August 2, 1923, COLS 7323 to 7327. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 205. Representative at the conference seized the occasion to criticize the Yugoslav Party for its incorrect attitude to the national question. The headquarters of the Balkan Federation, which had been transferred soon after its foundation to Vienna, moved in 1923 to Berlin, and thereafter to Moscow, too. And such permanent organization as it had was exclusively Bulgarian. 3. Zinoviev in June 1923, at the moment of reproaching the BKP for its defects. Still referred to its Central Committee as standing at the head of the whole Balkan Federation. Point 4 When the Greek party rose in revolt against the opposition of the Balkan Federation to the polio population transfers, it was the Bulgarian party who in March 1923 sent an emissary to Greece to smash the revolt. 5. An attempt to set up a parallel trade union federation for the Balkans under Bulgarian hegemony proved less successful. In the autumn of 1920, the newly founded International Trade Union Council, Mesoprof, in Moscow sent a delegation, headed by Glebov, to Sofia to organize a Bulgarian Congress of Trade Unions and a Balkan Trade Union Conference. The Bulgarian Congress was held in October 1920, and resulted in the adhesion of a united Bulgarian trade union movement to Mesoprof. Point 7 On November 3, 1920, the PROJE Balkan Trade Union Conference convened in Sofia, being attended by delegates of the Bulgarian, Yugoslav and Romanian trade unions. All these declared their adhesion to Mesoprof. Greek delegates were prevented from traveling to Sofia, but a Greek trade union congress in September had already decided to withdraw from IFTU and, by a vote of 96 to 48, to cooperate with the Greek Socialist Workers' Party. I Josip Broz Tito, Politiki is Gestich Central Nag Komitet KPJ, 1948, p. 19. This account accepts the myth that the conference was held in Sofia. For the attitude of the Yugoslav Party, CP 223, note 3 below. To notice of the transfer of the headquarters to the Hotel Lux, the Comintern Hotel, in Moscow in July 1924 was given in a statement signed by Dimitrov. International Press Correspondence, number 103, August 8, 1924, p. 1329. 3. The statement in Encyclopedia J. Legislavage, Zagreb, 1958, 3, 321, that Filipovi, alias Biskaya, for whom CP 401, note 3 below, was at one time president of the Balkan Federation, even if true, does not invalidate this observation. 4. Komunisticki International, note 26 to 27, August 24, 1923, Colonel 7352. S. International Press Correspondence, no. 5, July 9, 1923, p. 1009. 6. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, p. 207. 7 Ibid pages 49 to 50. Glebov's account of his mission is in Die Internationale. RB Turbuegelg, number 2, February 1921, pages 40 to 44. For the Greek Congress. See Die Rotgewerkschafts Internationale, number 9, December I, 1921, p. 80. 206 Foreign Relations. Point B. The then name of the Greek Communist Party. 1. The Sofia Conference also established a secretariat for the Balkans and Danubian countries, purporting to comprise trade union organizations in Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Romania, Turkey, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, and to maintain contacts between them and Mesoprof. Z. But the secretariat never seems to have been operative in the last 3 countries. The Yugoslav Trade Union organization was outlawed, together with the Yugoslav Communist Party at the end of 1923 and the Romanian trade unions, whose representative had supported all the resolutions of the Sofia Conference of November 1920, so on altered their course under official pressure and declared, at their Congress of October 1921, against association with any political organization or program. 4. The Bulgarian trade unions, alone in the Balkan countries, remained affiliated to Profintern, a situation recognized by a resolution of the Executive Bureau of Profintern of December 3, 1922. We appointed the Bulgarian organization as the representative of Profintern in the Balkans with the mandate to maintain contact with other Balkan trade unions. As the Balkan Trade Union Secretariat faded out of sight, the default of the BKP in June 1923 and the defeat of the insurrection of September 1923 marked a crucial turning point in its history. Though not officially outlawed, it lost the protection of a legal or semi-legal status, and the organizations connected with it, including the Red Trade Unions, were broken up. Henceforth the leaders of the BKP resided on foreign soil, and directed increasingly difficult underground operations in THC country itself. The change profoundly modified the relation of the party to Comintern, the abandonment and condemnation at THC behest of Comintern of the passive policy adopted in the June Rising, and the substitution of a forward policy with disastrous consequences in September, produit the first serious split in Icon Grand du Conseil International de Syndicates Rouges pour la période de I5 Juillet I9Z0 Juillet I92 Moscow, 1921, p. 48. Ibid pages 49-50. 3 CP 222 below. 4 Die Rotgewerkschafts Internationale, no I, 12, January 15, 1922. Pages 44-45. 5 Bid. Number 12, 23, December 1922, p. 903. 6 See the Interregnum, I9Z3 I9L4, pages 191 to 195. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 207. The ranks of the party, henceforth, acceptance of the correct view of these events became a touchstone of party loyalty. Secondly, the now recognized party leaders, Kolarov and Dimitrov, dogged in all their activities by persistent police persecution, and conscious of criticism and dissent within the party itself, became far more directly dependent than hitherto on Comintern. It was indeed to their prompt readiness, in the crisis of June 1923, to become the spokesman of Comintern policy that they owed their position. In the years after 1923 the BKP underwent the same process of Bolshevization as other communist parties in the sense of more direct and disciplined subordination to directives laid down in Moscow. But, in the case of the BKP, the process could be built on a firm foundation of common tradition and common interest, which was often absent in other parties, and worked with LCSS. Friction and less appearance of compulsion reluctantly accepted. The confidence of Comintern in the leaders of the BKP was clearly demonstrated at the 6th Conference of the Balkan Federation, held in Berlin in December 1903 and attended by Bulgarian, Yugoslav, Greek, and Romanian delegates, and by a representative of Comintern. Though it did not repeat the demand of the conference a year earlier for the creation of Soviet republics, its main resolution reaffirmed the principle of national self-determination to the point of secession, and applied it specifically to the Croats in their struggle against Serb Haga New York, to Macedonia and Thrace, and, in Romania, to Bessarabia, which was said to display a firm national revolutionary trend to unity with the USSR, Transylvania, the Dobruja, and Bukovina. The Greek Communist Party was instructed to defend the minority subject to oppression by the Greek government, Turks in the ceded territories, Bulgarians in Macedonia and Thrace and Romanians, Albanians, and others elsewhere, to protest against forced Hellenization of ceded territories by forced expulsion and settlement of populations, and to do all in its power to promote the carrying out of the resolutions relating to Macedonia and Thrace. 2 Since each of these prescriptions accorded closely with the policies of the BKP and of Comintern, ICP 204 above. 2. The initial communique on the conference did not quote or summarize the resolution and played down its importance, merely stating that it provided 208 foreign relations. B. And was embarrassing or distasteful to one or other of the remaining parties. It was not difficult to discern the sour from we they derived. Under the official interpretation of the events of 1923, the J-on error of the BKP had been its failure to cooperate with the peasant movement, and the September Rising had been, not a communist enterprise designed to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, but a joint worker-peasant insurrection operat, through revolutionary entities representing a huge majority of the Bulgarian people, the toiling masses. 1. The corollary of this diagnosis was the continued cooperation with the peasantry in the name of the United Front. The Polity found its first expression in the formation of a blow between the communists and the left wing of the peasant union. We put forward E&D dates for the Elition to the Bulgarian sovereignty in November 1923. In spite of the general atmosphere of gerrymandering and intimidation, the blow saw 217,000 votes, and 31 peasant and 80 communist deputies took their seats in the sovereignty. 2. But the experiment proved unpropitious. The communists took willingly to their parliamentary role, and their leader, Sakharov, an old debater in the days of the Narrows, issued a declaration disavowing responsibility for the September Rising, dissociating the group from Comintern, and undertaking that they would restrict themselves to the institutional and parliamentary procedures. Kolarov and Dimitrov, now settled in Vienna, thereupon issued a declaration in the name of the party Intraliamity expelling from the party Sakharov and anyone who followed his lead. Only one of the deputies, however, re-entered and returned to party orthodoxy. 3 Key in their solution of February 1924 only more. 4 CL the application of general directives of principle to the special conditions of individual Balkan countries. And that CL no differences of opinion of great importance had arisen. International Press Correspondence, number 9, January 15, 1924, p. 91. The text of the resolution appears to have been published for the first time as an annex to an Article 1e by Kolarov in Communisticheski International. Number 3, May June 1924, Eels. 133 to 154. The Maya in question. CP 212 Clow. I see the CL open letter to the workers and peasants of Bulgaria. Signed by Kolarov and Dimitrov in International Press Correspondence, number 161. Edober 15.1923. Pages 1376 to 1377. 2 J. Rothschild, The Communist Party of Bulgaria, 1959. P. 148. 3 Abid pages 152 to 153, International Press Correspondence. Number 2, January 4, 1924. P. 16. The Presidium of the Balkan Federation also issued a statement. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, 1, 209. Described the Bulgarian insurrection of September 1923 as a popular rising and endorsed the action of the BKP on that occasion. 1. Other more dubious ventures were also attempted. Since the fall of Stambulevsky, 2 of his former ministers, Todorov and Abov, had maintained some sort of peasant union organization among the Bulgarian exiles in Yugoslavia, and received funds from the Yugoslav and Czechoslovak governments for the purpose. As a result of the new rapprochement between Bulgarian communists and peasants, Todorov visited Dimitrov in Vienna early in January 1924, and proceeded thence via Berlin to Moscow, where he conducted negotiations with Dimitrov and Kolarov, presumably under the aegis of Comintern, and also visited Chicherin, who expressed inability to intervene in Comintern affairs. 2 The basis of the negotiations was evidently the desire of both parties to bring about the overthrow of Sankov's government, but no obvious means of doing so presented themselves, and no firm obligations seemed to have been undertaken by either side. Todorov wanted arms and, above all, money. Kolarov and Dimitrov wanted Todorov to break his association with the Yugoslav and Czechoslovak governments and to join Krestintern. Todorov afterwards C1 aimed to have extracted from Comintern a subsidy of 20 million dinars. The figure was surely exaggerated. Whatever promises he made in return were not honored. Darker still were the relations between BKP and the internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, IMRO. Macedonia was a territory of mixed population on the confines of Yugoslavia, Bulgaria and Greece. The Bulgarian claim to it had been recognized by Russia and Turkey in the abortive San Stefano Treaty of March 1878, and was thereafter never relaxed. IMRO. On the events in the BKP, denouncing attempts by some of its pusillanimous and treacherous elements to split the party, Ibid number 3, January 8, 1904. PZ4. Iberic aber die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen International. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 19Z4, P4Z. For the sour reason for these negotiations C.J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, pages 160 to 165. The only circumstantially on is. In K. Todorov, Balkan Firebrand, Shiego, 1943, pages 200 to 210, in view of Todorov's Hariter and Reord, no statement by Hearn, and, indeed, no state meant by anyone, about the negotiations in Beeped without Ushin. An earlier work by Todorov, Politilka Historia Sovremena Bugarsk, Bell. Grade, 1938, was he completely silent on the subject. 210, Foreign Relations. Point B. Dated from 1893, the epithet interni in its tide distinguishing it from an external Committee for the Liberation of Macedonia from Turkish rule established in Sofia. Its program was the Union of Slav Macedonia with a Greater Bulgaria. Subsidized by the Bulgarian government, it controlled de facto an extensive territory, terrorizing such parts of the population as did not voluntarily submit to it. Bulgarian claims to some parts of Macedonia were once more recognized in the Serb-Bulgarian Treaty of 1912, but, after the Second Balkan War in 1913, the whole of Slav Macedonia passed into the hands of Serbia, the predominantly Greek sector of Macedonia falling to Greece. This allocation was confirmed by the peace settlement of 1919. IMRO resumed its role of resistance, no longer to the Turkish, but to the Yugoslav oppressor. But a split now occurred in its ranks. Its leaders, Alexandrov and Protojarov, continued to follow an openly pro-Bulgarian line, demanding the annexation of Macedonia to Bulgaria. But a small group, headed by one Dimov, started in 1919 to agitate for an independent Macedonia within a Balkan federation and to denounce all existing Balkan governments. The adherents of this group were commonly known as Federalists by way of distinction from the pro-Bulgarian autonomists. Unable to make headway in his campaign, Dimov in 1920 joined the BKP, which stood for a Federalist rather than a big Bulgarian solution of the Macedonian problem. 1. In the winter of 1921-192, a crisis occurred in the affairs of IMRO. Stambulski, irked by the pretensions of IMRO or anxious to improve his relations with Yugoslavia and with the West, cut off the usual subsidies. This led to an approach by IMRO to the BKP, which was presumed to have the resources of Comintern behind it, and in May 1922 Proto-Jurab traveled to Genoa at the moment of the Genoa conference for a conversation with Rakovsky, whose Balkan origin and experience made him a natural channel of communication with Moscow. The result appears to have been inconclusive. But during the next 12 months, a rapprochement occurred between the two organizations, of which the main symptom was a declaration of IMRO supporting the cause of Macedonian independence and I.J. Rothschild, the Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, p. 176. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 211. Dissociating itself from the policies of the Bulgarian government. 1. It was perhaps significant that the Balkan Federation of Communist Parties, always the mouthpiece of the BKP, took the occasion of its conference in Moscow in December 1922 to demand independence for Macedonia and Thrace within a future Federation of Balkan Republics. Z. In the spring of 1923 an emissary of IMRO, Vlachov by name 3 visited Moscow in the hope of C1 inching an agreement which would bring much needed cities, and these seem to have been promised on condition that IMRO made its peace with Dimov and the Federalists and firmly adopted the policy of independence for Macedonia. 4. During Vlachov's absence, however, a more alluring prospect opened before the IMRO leaders. They were apprised of a coup being planned by the army and right-wing politicians against the Stambulski government, and invited to support it. The bond was common hatred of Stambulski's attempted appeasement of Yugoslavia, the inducement to the IMRO leaders the hope of returning to their former status as honored pensioners of the Bulgarian government. Some tacit understanding was undoubtedly reached, and at any rate so many sections of IMRO assisted the military group which overthrew Stambulski. 5 Radek, at the session of the enlarged IKI in Moscow a fortnight later, attempted to have things both ways. While reproaching the BKP for its passivity in face of the reactionary attack on the Stambulski government, he also attacked it for its failure in the past to pay sufficient attention to the Macedonian question or to the underground revolutionary Macedonian organization, which 11 for a long time past has sympathized with the Russian Revolution, and was 11 a social factor with which we could have formed a bloc for the struggle against Stambulski. A PROC Lama. By IKI to 11 the Bulgarian workers and peasants contained a special section beginning 11 peasants of Macedonia. T. Ibid P 177. CP 204 above. 3 Vlachov Soviet connections and sympathies were said to date from the time when he was Bulgarian consul general in Odessa after the revolution. J. Swire, Bulgarian Conspiracy, 1939, p. 184. 4 J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, p. 179. 5 J. Swire, Bulgarian Conspiracy, 1939, pages 164 to 166 J. This account by a British journalist later resident in Sofia was based on a careful sifting of the evidence. 212 Foreign Relations. Point B. Macedonian revolutionaries, which urged them to unite with the workers against the hated Ksank government. 1. The complexities of local politics, in the Balkans and elsewhere, were often underestimated in Moscow. Of all policies and expedients tried by the BKP before the events of 1923, cooperation with IMRO seemed the one which had been most hopelessly and irretrievably shattered by these events. In the first bitterness of the defeat of the September insurrection, a communist publicist accused IMRO of having helped to suppress the rising, and of provoking the arrest of communists by betraying their secrets to the government. 2. But the underlying logic of the situation soon prevailed. The weakness and humiliation of the BKP, and the insistence of Comintern on united front policies, encouraged the quest for allies even where prospects seemed most clouded. The situation of a year earlier was now reversed. The BKP was the suitor, and IMRO could afford to wait. The resolution of the Sixth Conference of the Balkan Federation held in Berlin in December 1923 included a detailed statement on Macedonia. Control of Macedonia, it declared, in virtue of its geographical position, guarantees mastery of the whole Balkan Peninsula. Macedonia was treated throughout as a single national unit partitioned between Yugoslavia, Greece, and Bulgaria. Thrace, somewhat weakly and without argument, was bracketed with Macedonia, and the aim was defined as a voluntary union 0/independent Balkan republics, including Macedonian and Thracian republics. During the winter of 1923 to 1924 tentative overtures seem to have been made by the BKP. 4 The IMRO leaders held back I Raswire Plenum Ispolitelnogo Komiteta Komunistikiskogo Inter. Nationala, 1923, pages 257 to 258, 302-3 degree 3, for the general tenor of Rodek's speech, and of the proclamation, see the interregnum, I9Z3 I9Z4, p. 193. International Presa Correspondence, number 159, October 10, 1923, p. 1357. Number 160, October 12, 1923, p. 1367. The charge may have been true, C.J. Swire, Bulgarian Conspiracy, 1939, pages 175 to 177. 3 Communistikeski International, NOS 3-4, May June 1924, pages 139 to 145. For the whole resolution CP 207 above. 4 For the tenuous and indirect evidence C.J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, pages 181 to 183, it seems fair to conclude that advances were made. It was rumored that IMRO had been in receipt of subsidies, not only from the Bulgarian, but from the Italian government, and that the curtailment or threatened curtailment of Italian subsidies as a result of the Italo-Yugoslav Agreement of January 27, 1924, contributed to IMRO's financial CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 213. But it was not compatible with their principles to reject any potential source of support, and in April 1924 serious negotiations were opened in Vienna. Vlachov, now established there as Bulgarian Consul General, was the principal negotiator for IMRO. Kolarov and Dimitrov no doubt acted for the BKP. At the end of the month, Alexandrov, Protozhorov, and Sholev appeared on the scene to endorse the agreement reached and to sign the documents. The first of these, dated April 29, 1924, was a declaration signed by Protozhorov and Sholev. It committed IMRO to fight for the liberation and unification of the separated segments of Macedonia into a completely independent political unit within a Balkan federation, which would be CE alone capable of paralysing the annexationist designs of the Balkan states. In this cause, IMRO would rely CE exclusively on the moral support of European progressive and revolutionary movements and on the moral, material and political aid of the USSR, and would CE establish contact with the communist parties of the Balkan states. A supplementary protocol of the following day provided for the reincorporation in IMRO of all CE federalist groups which had split away from it, and for the publication in Vienna in French of a monthly journal, La Fédération Balkanique, to publicize IMRO's new policy. These documents were C1 early not intended for the public. The alliance with Moscow was not to be revealed. The two documents designed for publication were a manifesto to the Macedonian people and a declaration to be read by the Macedonian deputies in the Bulgarian Sobranie. These made no mention of the Soviet Union or of communism, but pledged IMRO to CE the liberation and reunion of the separated parts of Macedonia, and denounced the Greek, Yugoslav and Bulgarian government by name as oppressors of the Macedonian people. Both documents were dated May 6, 1924. The manifesto was published in the first number of La Fédération Balkanique on July 15, 1924.1. The most startling feature of IMRO's change embarrassments, this speculation can be neither confirmed nor refuted with any confidence. Photostatic copies of and 4 documenta are included in the annexes to a later anonymous pamphlet, Le Tratral de Local Magdalene, N. 1927. Written by Vilakhov, the original Bulgarian version of the pamphlet Isman, T.S. T. N. A. Makinsko-Delo, was published in Prague in 1926, D. Vilakhov, Makinija. Skopje, 1950, p. 300. Vol. 3 pt. IH. 21-4, Foreign Relations. Point B. Upfront was the cavalier attitude to its main existing source of revenue. The Bulgarian government could scarcely be expected to continue to pay subsidies to an organization which openly attacked it. No record exists of any document signed in Vienna on behalf of the BKP or of Comintern. But the counterpart of the agreement can hardly have been other than a promise of liberal financial support from Moscow. A visit of Alexandrov to Rakovsky in London in May 1924 was somewhat belatedly reported in the press, and denied by IMRO, when it probably took place. Dimitrov could feel satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations. In an article referring to the agreement in general terms, he remarked that, while the Macedonian organization of Todor Alexandrov had allowed itself to be used both for the overthrow of Stambulski and for the suppression of the September Rising, events had opened the eyes of a great part of the Macedonian emigration and many members of the autonomist organization, who now refused to be the tools of the Bulgarian bourgeoisie. Ziradic, during his visit to Moscow in June-July 1924, was apparently induced to adhere, in the name of the Croat Republican PES Party, to the Macedonian Manifesto of May 6, 1924.3. The BKP might now be said to have recovered from the low ebb of its fortunes in the autumn of 1923. A tentative understanding had been reached with Todorov as spokesman for the emigres of the PES Union, and what seemed a firm agreement had been concluded with the much more formidable and influential IMRO. At this moment, in the middle of May 1924, the underground party succeeded in holding a 2-day conference at Mount Vidica, not far from Sofia. In opposition, which still, I. The Times, July 19, August I, 1924. I. J. Swire, Bulgarian Conspiracy. 1939, p. 181. S. Christo, Heroes and Assassins, NY 1935, p. 176, speaks of Rakovsky's talks with Alexandrov and Protozhorov, but makes Hern, Aron Usli at this time, ambassador in Paris. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 57, May 28, 1924, pages 687. 688. 3. The statement rests on a declaration of the BKP after the disowning of the agreement by Alexandrov and Protozhorov, Ibid number 126, September 26, 1924, pages 1677 to 1678, and must be regarded with some reserve. I. J. Swire. Bulgarian Conspiracy, 1939, p. 182, reports IMRO support corner Radi as well as COR the communists. For Radi's visit to Moscow, see the interregnum. I9Z3 I9Z4, pages 199 to 200. CHXXVLLL Comintern and the parties, I. 215. Condemned or criticized the policy of the September Rising, was beaten off, and the proceedings amounted to a vote of confidence in the absent Kolarov and Dimitrov, who were re-elected to the Party Central Committee and confirmed as the directors of its Foreign Bureau. Merrick, the chief organizer of the conference, became secretary of the illegal party. When therefore Kolarov and Dimitrov appeared in Moscow in June 1924 at the 5th Congress of Comintern, the prestige of the BKP had been completely restored. Kolarov, as a leading official of Comintern, opened the proceedings, and presided as Zinoviyev's deputy at many of the meetings. The BKP presented no problems calling for discussion. Its policies, as embodied in the resolutions of the Balkan Federation, were vigorously upheld, and served to point the shortcomings of other Balkan delegations. Manwilski in his report on the national question attacked the opposition in the Yugoslav party, and the Greek party as a whole, for their recalcitrance. From the Yugoslav point of view, the Macedonian question took second place to the question of Croatia, and the replacement of the old demand for the cession of Slav Macedonia to Bulgaria by the demand for an independent Macedonia made little difference. From the Greek point of view, the constitution of an independent Macedonia implied the cession to the proposed new unit of the sector of Macedonia which had belonged to Greece since I9I2, and an independent Thrace meant the loss to Greece of the territories acquired in 1913 and 1919. The Greek Communist Party refused to recognize or publish the resolution of the Balkan Federation in favor of Macedonian and Thracian independence, and protested against it to come in turn. Such an attitude Manwilski described as reminiscent only of Austro-Marxism. Maximos, the Greek delegate, pleaded that the Greek Communist Party accepted in principle the slogan of autonomy for Macedonia, and had merely asked, in view of the unpopularity of the slogan in Greece at a time when 750,000 Greek refugees from Turkey had just been settled in Greek I for the sources for this conference, the last two he held high the party. On Bulgarian soil for more than 20 years, C.J. Rothschild, the Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, pages 157 to 159, a communique on the confer. Ints, hut no detailed record of the proceedings, was belatedly published. In International Presse Correspondence, number 1 JJ, August 22, 1924, p. 143-8. 216, Foreign Relations Point B. Macedonia, for some delay in putting forward the slogan and for special regard for Greek conditions. 1. But the Greek party was not very important, and Maximos's protest was dismissed without discussion. The resolution of the Congress on national questions in Central Europe and in the Balkans contained an uncompromising chapter on Macedonia and Thrace, referring to the partition of Macedonia between Yugoslavia, Greece, and Bulgaria, and to the partition of Thrace between Turkey, Greece and Bulgaria. It endorsed the demands of the 6th Conference of the Balkan Federation of December 1923 for CEA, unified independent Macedonia and a unified independent 3, and declared it the task of the Balkan Federation to synthesize and to lead the polity of the Balkan Communist parties in these questions. It was a mark of the ascendancy of the BKP, and of the confidence which it enjoyed at this time in Moscow, that Kolarov was elected a member, and Dimitrov a candidate member, of IKKV. As soon as the Congress ended, the 7th Conference of the Balkan Federation was convened in Moscow to reinforce these policies. It censured the opportunists of the Yugoslav opposition and the seceders from the Greek Communist Party, who resisted them. Its principal innovation in comparison with the more audacious pronouncements of the 5th Congress was an emphatic statement that the position in the Balkans is not only revolutionary, but the revolutionary eresis is reaching its acutest stage, and that Bulgaria stands immediately on the eve of a protocol, Functor Congress Elder Communistiskan International, NT. H. Pages 629 to 630, 691 to 693, 4th Yugoslav opposition, which was apparently not represented at the Congress, CP 226 below. Athesum UND resolution and to be well Congresses der Communistiskan International, 1924, pages 127 to 128, for the chapter of the resolution on the Yugoslav question CP 227 below. The resolution also contained a brief CD on approving CE the action of the Romanian Communist Party in putting forward the slogan of the separation of Transylvania and the Dobruja from the Romanian state in the form of an independent territory, IBID P 133 no. Romanian delegates spoke at the Congress, though 6 appeared in the list of delegates. Protocol, Functor Congress der Communistiskan International. ND, H, 1054. In December 1924 the Greek Communist Party at length held a Congress which condemned the previous attitude of the Central Committee and declared for the right of CE self-determination to the point of sex. Zion. P.R.A. January 6, 1925. 3. Protocol, Functor Congress der Communistiskan International, ND, H, 1021. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 217. Fresh civil war. The militant mood in the BKP inspired by the rapprochement with IMRO, and already registered at the Vidicha Party Conference, was still in the ascendant. In the BKP, however, as in other parties, the optimism prevailing at the 5th Congress of Comintern suffered a quick reaction. The success enjoyed in the summer of 1924 by the Bulgarian spokesman in Moscow was not reflected in party affairs elsewhere. The tentative negotiations with the emigre leaders of the Peasant Union and the agreement signed with IMRO both quickly came to grief. Both were deeply shrouded in the atmosphere of complicated duplicity and political unreality characteristic of Balkan affairs in this period. When Todorov angled, perhaps successfully, for SI dies from Moscow in the first months of 1924, the discussions were obscured by willful misunderstanding or by a desire of each party to double-cross the other. Todorov, anxious though he was for fresh sources of support, had no intention of abandoning his present and perhaps more reliable sources, the Yugoslav and Czechoslovak governments, but for the moment his left hand could disclaim what his right was doing. The communists were bent, as a condition of their support, on detaching the Peasant Union from its bourgeois financial basis, and they perhaps reflected that, if Todorov could be sufficiently promised by a communist alliance, this result would automatically follow. The dash of interest seems to have come to a head when Todorov and Dimitrov met again in Vienna in August 1924, and arranged for negotiations to be resumed in Prague later in the month. At this point a split occurred among the Peasant Union leaders, Todorov and Abo both desiring, if the worst to the worst, to sacrifice the support of Moscow for that of the bourgeois governments, and Atanisov and Stoyanov, who are said to have escaped from a Bulgarian prison with the aid of the communist underground organization, favoring the opposite policy. Negotiations in Prague, at WH Abov, Atanisov and Stoyanov represented the Peasant Union, resulted in an agreement. WH included an arrangement for a division between the Peasant Union and the BKP of offices in the Bulgarian government, meant to be formed after the overthrow of the Tsankov regime, but which was thereupon rejected by Todorov. Somebody. International Presse Correspondent, LL, number 99, August 1, 1924, pages 127%-1273. 218, Foreign Relations Point B. Disclosed Todorov's flirtation with Moscow to the Yugoslav and Czechoslovak governments, and Todorov, under fire from both sides, did his dishonest best to extricate himself from the communist entanglement. Finally, when prolonged and disreputable recrimination on all sides made it clear that the project of an alliance between the BKP and the Peasant Union was dead, and, after Todorov and Abov on the one hand, and Atanisov and Stoyanov on the other, had engaged in mutual invective in the Yugoslav and Bulgarian press, Dimitrov in April 1925 published his version of the story, which made Todorov the principal villain, in a Bulgarian newspaper. 1. Relations between the BKP and IMRO were altogether more serious, for IMRO had effective power in Bulgaria which the Peasant Union had not. The leaders of IMRO faced, however, a dilemma similar to that of the Peasant Union. Alliance with Moscow was ultimately incompatible with dependence on SI dies from their present paymaster, the Bulgarian government. Whether at the time of the conclusion of the Vienna agreement Alexandrov already contemplated the possible necessity of disowning it, and for that reason left his two colleagues to sign it alone, or whether he repented too late of what had been done, cannot be guessed. What is known is that, after his return to Bulgaria, on June 5, 1924, he sent a communication to Vlachov in Vienna urging Hern to stop the publication of the manifesto and the Laheying of Lafedbation Balkanik. In spite of this protest, Vlachov, supported by Sholev, who had remained in Vienna, issued the first number of Lafedbation Balkanik containing the manifesto on July 15, 1924. A fortnight later, Alexandrov and Prototarab, who were still in Bulgaria, denounced the manifesto as a fabrication, though they hesitated between the version that the signatures had been forged and the version that Sholev and Vlachov had negotiated the agreement without their authority. In the second number of Lafedbation, I for the sources for this not very important, but characteristic, episode. C.J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, pages 163 to 168. K. Todorov, La Vérité sur l'Organisation Révolutionnaire Intérieure. Macmonian, 1927, p. 12, alleges that Alexandrov and Prototarab found the initial subsidies from Soviet sources inadequate, and fell back into the arms of the Bulgarian government on the promise of an annual subsidy of 12 million levies for the Vienna Agreement CP 213 above. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 219. Balkanik on August 15, 1924, Vlachov denounced Alexandrov and Prototarab, and produced circumstantial arguments for the genuineness of the document. On August 31, 1924, Alexandrov was assassinated. Direct responsibility for the AET was never established, but the illusion of the Bulgarian government may be assumed. No attempt was made to identify the murderers, and the Bulgarian government issued a story, we was promptly denied by the BKP, but read like an attempt to justify the killing of Alexandrov, of an alleged plot by the BKP and a CDN of IMRO to start a rising on September 1924. During the first stage of these events, the leaders of the BKP endeavored to minimize the incompleteness of the break, and issued a statement to the effect that the party supported IMRO and the Poli of Independine for Macedonia, but remained organizationally distinct and did not concern itself in IMRO's internal dissensions. 1. But the Sayandal went from bad to worse. On September 13, 1924, Dimov was assassinated in Sofia, and 3 months later, Sholev was murdered in Milan. This let loose a widespread campaign of assassination in the ranks of IMRO, at first directed against those suspected of communist sympathies, but later degenerating into a personal vendetta in Mikhailov. Alexandrov Swakesser played a leading part. The last hopes in Moscow of cooperation with IMRO were extinguished by a proclamation of IMRO of March 1925 reaffirming its loyalty to the Bulgarian government and another ambiguous Comintern experiment had ended in disaster, and in the winter of 1924 to 1925, the fortunes of the BKP had once more reached a low point. H. The Yugoslav LJ Communist Party, KPJ. The outlawry and official persecution of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, KPJ, brought to an end its legal activities. I International Press Correspondent No. 1 and 6, September and 6, 19 and 4, pp. 1677 to 1678. For the sources for these events, C.J. Rothschild, The Communist Party 0/Bulgaria, 1959, pages 188 to 191. For the circumstances of Alexandrov's murder. C.D. Vlachov, Magnija, Skopje, 1950, pages 307 to 308, S. Christo. Heroes and as, N.S., N.Y., 1935, pages 180 to 189, J. Swire, Bulgarian Conspiracy. 1939, pages 188 to 189. The first 2 accounts implicate Prototarab, who was assassinated 4 years later for his alleged complicity. The third fairly and squarely accuses Mikhailov. 220, Foreign Relations. Point B. On Yugoslav soil in the autumn of 1921.1 in July 1922 it held in Vienna what was alternatively described as a Q enlarged session of the Central Committee or as the First Party Conference. 2 full party congresses had been held legally in 1919 and 1920. It was a stormy conference, and 3 leaders of a left opposition walked out when their criticisms of Markovic, the secretary of the party and hitherto its virtual leader, were rejected. Though Markovic appears to have retained his authority by the narrowest of margins, the newly elected Central Committee was composed exclusively of his supporters. Z. On receiving a report on the conference, Comintern insisted, in accordance with its usual tactics, at this time, on the admission of one of the minority leaders, Kaklerovic, to the Central Committee, and on the expulsion from the party, on grounds of breach of discipline, of Milkic, one of Markovic's leading supporters. 3. The Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, showed the same desire to hold the balance even in the Yugoslav party. Kahn, the Polish delegate, who acted as rapporteur on the question, insisted on the need to outlive the traditions of the Second International, which sounded like a criticism of the majority, but deprecated the demand of the minority to declare the decisions of the Vienna Conference invalid, owing to its failure, inevitable in the underground conditions in which the party now worked, to observe certain provisions of the party statute. 4. The Congress resolution condemned the passivity shown by the party in face of official repression, but approved the I See the Bolshevik Revolution, I-9 I-7 I-923, Volume 3, p. 227. A decree outlawing communist organizations and activities was passed on December 29, 1920, but it was not rigidly enforced, and communist deputies continued to function till TB passage of a new law for TB protection of the state in August 1921. TB only available account of TB proceedings, said to be based on party archives returned from Moscow to Belgrade in 1958, is in an article entitled Rad Isaac Lux I, 11, I-111 Conference I KPJ in Aljadaraj XX Vika, Z. Bornik. Radolf J.A., ed. D. Jankovic, I, 1959, 237 to 249. According to TB's account, only 21 delegates were present, besides Hackert as representative of Comintern. This seems to contradict the statement in Josip Broz Tito, Politiki Lyra Jeltic. Central Nagkomitet KPJ, 1948, p. 19, TB's was Tito's report to the 5th Party Congress, T-Bat Markovel, S. majority was 15 to 13. 3 Istorij XX Vika, Z. Bornik Radolf J.Q., ed. D. Jankovic, I, 1959, 249. Milkil had been a delegate of the KPJ at the Second Congress of Comintern. In 1920, TB nature of his offense is not recorded. 4 Protocol de Bayern Kongresses der Kommunistischen International, 1923. Pages 937 to 94 1. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 221. Decisions of the Vienna Conference. Anxious, as everywhere, to avert schisms and secessions, it declared that no issues of principle were involved, that the dissensions at the conference had been provoked exclusively by causes of a personal character, and that active comrades from the ranks of the minority should be admitted to responsible party work. When the resolution was presented to the plenary session, a delegate of the minority in the Yugoslav delegation, claiming to represent a left and anti-opportunist standpoint, asserted that the so-called minority in reality enjoyed the support of a majority of the party, and proposed that the leadership should be equally divided between the two factions, and a majority delegate retorted that a new central committee had already been elected by the Vienna Conference and had been endorsed by 80. After this exchange, which boded ill for future harmony in the party, the resolution was adopted unanimously. What was, however, evidently the most important decision about Yugoslav affairs was not taken by any organ of the Congress, nor, for obvious reasons, published. It was proposed to create a legal Yugoslav Workers' Party, which, not being ostensibly communist and admitting non-communists to membership, would escape the legal ban, but would be dominated by the members of the illegal party and would serve the ends of communism. This was confirmed by a formal resolution of the Central Committee of KPJ, which also drafted a statute and program for the new party. 3. The creation of a legal party was the answer to the reproach leveled at the illegal party of CI passivity and failure to penetrate the masses, and to the increasingly strong pressure of Comintern for united front tactics. These were expressed in the program, which strongly emphasized the practical demands of the workers and played down potential revolutionary implications. On January 13 to 14, 1923, the Independent Workers' Party of Yugoslavia, NRPJ, held its founding Congress in Belgrade and adopted its program and statute. 4. It also launched in Belgrade a weekly journal Radnik, the Worker I Komunistički International v Dokumentik, 1933, pages 363 to 365. 2. Protokol do Vierten Kongressister Komunističken Internationale, 1923. Pages 944-945. 3. Istorijski RA of KPJ, 2, 1950, 271. 4. Ibid 2, 272 to 290. 222. Foreign Relations Point B, which carried on its tied page the slogans Proletarians of 11 countries, unity and the liberation of the workers is the task of the workers themselves, as we 11 as several 10 calories journals. Either or not this camouflage RA11Y deceived the authorities. The new party enjoyed official toleration and a legal status for 18 months. A simultaneous attempt was made to revive a legal independent trade union movement. The Yugoslav trade unions had suffered from the same repressive measures which were applied to the party. A Yugoslav Central Trade Union Council was said in 1920 to have a membership of 200,000 workers. It was sympathetic to Moscow and sent delegates to the trade union conference in Sofia organized by Mesoprov in November of that year. 1. This was dissolved and outlawed at the same time as the KPJ in 1920 or 1921. Independent trade unions gradually 11Y struggled back to life, and early in 1923 established a council and held a conference, which adopted a statute and program, modified on those of Prof in turn, and went back to the old name of the Yugoslav Central Trade Union Council. But they claimed no more than 24,000 members. In addition, a few unions were affiliated to IFTU, a few belonged neither to Prof in turn nor to IFTU, and some Croat unions were associated with Radic's party. Point 2. But, except for the SMA-11 group of industrial workers at Belgrade, the trade union movement remained insignificant. The first appearance of the new party was at the Yugoslav elections of March 18, 1923, whereas at the elections of November 1920 the then legal KPJ had secured almost 200,000 votes, and as 8 seats, the NRPJ now obtained only 24,000 votes and had no deputies. The defeat was attributed not only to the 10 period of illegality and persecution, but to the isolation of the party from the masses and to its failure to appeal to the peasantry and to the oppressed nationalities. 311 issues were to 100 large in party controversy in the next few years. Nor did the creation of a legal party put an end to the dissensions in the KPJ. The second party conference held in Vienna in May 1923 mustered 37 delegates and was attended by Milutin and Smrl. ICP 205 above. Die Rotuerskis/Internationale, number 9, 32, September 1923, pages 829. 830, El Actividad del ISR, Rapport pour l'E3 Congress, ND 1924, pages 333. 334, LISRO Travail, I-934 I-938, 1928, p. 255. J. Krestinski International, No 1-2, January-February 1925, pages 15 to 17. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 223. As representatives of Comintern, it adopted resolutions on all the major issues confronting the party, old and new, the political situation, the question of fascism, the agrarian question, the trade union question and relations between the legal and illegal parties. All these issues became a battlefield between the hitherto dominant Markovic group. Markovic himself was in prison, and a vigorous left opposition. Though Milutin is said to have supported Markovic, the left proved victorious by a large majority, and a new central committee of a predominantly left complexion was elected, Kaklerovic succeeding Markovic as Secretary General. No resolution was passed on the national question, but it was a sign of the times that a number, perhaps even a majority, of members of the Central Committee were non-Serbs, and a Croat, Kvijic by name, was appointed party delegate to attend a enlarged IKI in Moscow in June 1923. Kvijic appeared at the session under the name of Viladic, and, when Zinoviev reproached the KPJ with erroneous views on the national question, he defiantly replied that the trouble was due not to erroneous views, but to the police repression to which the party was subjected. 2. The national question, which was soon to become a major stumbling block and bone of contention in the affairs of the KPJ, had played no part in its early history. 3. The KPJ had been formed out of two disparate elements. The Serb Social Democratic Party before 1914 had been a party of the Second International. Unlike all other social democratic parties of Central and Western Europe, it had voted against war credits in the Serbian Parliament in 1914, thus winning for itself a largely undeserved reputation as a party of the extreme left. It appears to have taken no further action against the war. Its membership was based on the relatively small group of skilled and organized workers in Belgrade. Its intellectuals were Marxists in the Luxembourgist tradition, which rejected nationalism as an outworn Istorijek XXVika, Zbornik Radov J.A., ed. Dejankable, I, 1959, 249 to 268. For a briefer account see Historiski RFJ KPJ, 2, 1950, 92. Araswaren Uplina Mispolitelnogo Komitet Communisticus Inter. Nacionala, 1923, p. 75. 3 Tito in his report of 1948, cp 220, note 2 above, explicitly stated that it was raised for the first time at the Conference of the Balkan Federation in December 1922, and that both right and left in the KPJ shared the same. Incorrect. I.e. anti-national, attitude. 224, Foreign Relations Point B. Superstition. Former Serb Social Democrats formed the nucleus of KPJ on its foundation in 1919, and down to 1923 continued to dominate it. The Croat and Slovene Social Democrats before 1914 were few in number, and shared the mild and rightist traditions of Austrian social democracy. They did not join, or failed, to make any impact on the KPJ, whose Croat and Slovene MEM bears were mainly either peasants or nationalist intellectuals in revolt against the imposition of Serb supremacy on the new state and its institutions. The Croat and Slovene elements in the party were initially weak, and had little influence on its policies. Its hitherto predominantly Serb leaders, headed by Markovic, regarded appeals to nationalism as bourgeois and non-Marxist, and this enabled them to reject, as irrelevant to party doctrine, Croat and Slovene attacks on the unity of the Serb Croat-Slovene state, and to maintain a Serb ascendancy in the party. Moreover, this ascendancy could be justified in terms of doctrine by pointing to the proletarian and trade unionist character of the Belgrade Party organization, which made it more distinctively proletarian than other sections of the party. Zinoviev, at the session of the enlarged IKI in June 1923, while acquitting Markovic personally of error, alleged that other party leaders declared that the workers had no fatherland, and that they were not interested in the national question. 1. These views could plausibly be described in Comintern vocabulary either as right or as ultra-left. But, when in the autumn of 1923 the German fiasco and the Trotsky controversy in the Russian party brought about a crisis in Comintern, and attacks on the right leadership of the German, Polish, and Czechoslovak parties were in fashion, Markovic and his colleagues were also denounced as rightists, with covert encouragement from Moscow, by an opposition which, though it too had Serb leaders, relied heavily on Croat and Slovene support. The rift between left and right in the KPJ, once brought into the open, quickly spread to all the current issues under debate in Comintern, the United Front, the attitude to the peasantry, trade union unity, party organization, and the relation of the legal to the illegal party. The dispute came to a head at the third party. Iral Hireni Plina Mispolitelnogo Komitet Communisticus Inter. Nacionala, 1923, p. 33. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 225. Ian Fereni, held illegally in Belgrade in December 1923 and attended by 65 delegates, at we the left mandated a substantial majority. One the most important and controversial of the resolutions adopted by the Ian Fereni related to the national question. It roundly condemned the dictatorship of the imperialist polity of the Entente and of the Serb ruling class, to which the Croat and Slovene bourgeoisie had capitulated. It reionized the right of self-determination to the point of secession, though, having affirmed the principle, it hedged on the application. Reionation of the right was not incompatible with agitation against secession. The unity of the Serb, Croat, and Slovene peoples in a single state was the product of geographical and economic considerations, and served the cause of historical progress and the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat. On the other hand, the struggle for the independence of Macedonia was unconditionally approved. A separate resolution was devoted to Macedonia and 3. The claim of these territories to autonomy was asserted. In party terminology, no clear distinction was drawn between autonomy and independence, and a voluntary union of independent Balkan Republics was proclaimed as the goal. Resolutions were also passed on the national and international situation, on the agrarian question, on fascism, and on the trade unions, which were described as living organs of the United Front. By a curious procedure, the NRPJ published these resolutions in Radnik as draft resolutions of its own, and submitted them to a party referendum. Z. The result of the irration of the legal NRPJ was to make it. The fullest account of the conference is in Istorija XX Vika, Z. Bornik. Radova, ed. Dejankable, I, 1959, pages Z68Z8Z, according to WHH the resolutions were adopted by majorities of varying sizes. Historiski RA of KPJ, 2. 1950, 59, speaks of a huge majority. For the left. 2. The resolutions were reprinted in Ibid H, 60-89, in the form in which they appeared in Radnik. It is uncertain how far they had been modified for purposes of publication in order to give them legal form. Ibid H, 59, Z71. Where small stylistic changes are mentioned, since the originals were not available, having been either lost or deposited in Moscow. The summary of the resolution on the national question given by the Yugoslav spokesman to the 5th Congress of Comintern 6 months later. Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommune. Istiskan International, ND, 2, 658-660, corresponds fairly accurately to the text as printed. The conference also passed resolutions on party organization, on relations with the legal party and on anti-militarist agitation. WHH were not suitable for publication. The section of the trade union resolution relating to foreign relations PTV. Throughout the year 1924 the effective Communist Party of Yugoslavia and to transfer to it the dissensions previously existing in the KPJ. In the referendum which was held in February 1924, the members of the NRPJ approved by an immense majority the resolution submitted to them, and also elected a central committee, from which the right was apparently excluded. 1. This led to the formation within the Belgrade Party organization of an opposition group which denounced the referendum as fraudulent, and threatened to split the party. Z. At the 5th Congress of Comintern, in June-July 1924 the national question was the burning issue in the Yugoslav party. Manuelski censured the right Serb leaders Markovic and Milojevic, who were not present at the Congress, for an indifference to the question reminiscent of the Second International and of Austro-Marxism. Markovic, he declared, treated the question whether the Serbs, Croats and Slovenes were one nation or three as purely academic, and argued that nothing short of a European proletarian revolution could solve the Macedonian problem. Milojevic went still further, denying that the Serbs, Croats and Slovenes were different nations, and maintaining that all that was needed was a revision of the Constitution. 3. The official spokesman of the party confined himself to a summary of the party resolution of December 1923, and added that the representative of the minute section of the KPJ, which opposed the resolution, would read a statement in the Commission explaining the opposition standpoint. For such a state. Communist fractions in the unions was also not published. Istorija XX Vika. Zbornik Radova, ed. D. Jankovi, I. 1959, 281 to 282. I. Istoriyski RA of KPJ, 2, 1950, 271. The approval of the resolutions is. A. Ibid H. 59 to have been unanimous. Ibid 2, 310 to 311. 3. Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 628 to 630. It is noteworthy that me one of Jacob I.'s heterodox Arctic 1 ES were also pub. Isht and Radnik. Some unobtained data to Markov I.'s personal views on the national question, WHH may have fluctuated. In the first years of the party, the Serb majority of WHH he was the recognized leader, dismissed. The question is irrelevant. In 1923, when the question was first becoming, Iod, Markov I, then in prison, published the book Nacionalno Pitanje v Svetlosti. Marxism, in which he admitted that Serbs, Croats and Slovenes were CE3 nations, and spoke with warm approval of Stalin's pamphlet of 1912 on the national question, but denied that any strong demand for Cisin or Federation existed in Yugoslavia, and favored the solution of autonomy. Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. H. 658. Et. XXV all Comintern and the parties, I. 227. Meant, if it was made, is not on record, and evidently produced no effect. Manwilski, reporting to the Congress on the work of the Commission, ignored the Yugoslav question altogether, land. The resolution eventually issued by the Presidium of Iki was quite uncompromising. The Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, it tittered, are three different nations, any pretense to the contrary was a mask of Serb imperialism. The national question in Yugoslavia was not a constitutional question, though. The KPJ should take an active part in the campaign for a revision of the constitution. The slogan of the KPJ must be the right of self-determination in the form of a demand for the separation of Croatia, Slovenia, and Macedonia and for their transformation into independent republics. Point to the Conference of the Balkan Federation, held in Moscow immediately after the Congress, pointed out the dose connection between national revolutionary movements and the peasant question, and condemned the opportunist standpoint of Markovic, Milojevic, and their supporters. In the Yugoslav Party. Point 3. The visit of Erdik to Moscow, and the adhesion of the Croat Republican Peasant Party to the Peasant International 4 occurred while the Fifth Congress was in progress. It did not imply acceptance of communism, and had, strictly speaking, nothing to do with Comintern. Nobody mentioned it at the Congress. But it had the effect of sharpening the antagonisms within the KPJ. On the one hand, it made Comintern, and the party leaders who followed the Comintern line, more attentive to the national aspirations of the non-Serb units of the Yugoslav state, and more conscious of the services which they might render to the revolutionary cause. It may while have accounted for the emphatic terms in which the demand for the secession of Croatia and Slovenia was formulated in the Congress resolution. On the other hand, the success enjoyed by Erdik in Moscow, implying agreement on a program designed to end Serb supremacy and lead eventually to the breakup of the Yugoslav state, excited keen jealousies and resentments in the Serb section of the party. The I for Manwilski's report CP 89 above. For this resolution see pages 89 to 90 above. For the special section relating to Macedonia and Thrace CP 226 above. J for this conference and its resolution see pages 216 to 217 above. See the interregnum, I-923 I-924, pages 199 to 200. 228 Foreign Relations. Point B. Defenders of the Comintern line waged an uphill battle against increasingly powerful attacks by the opposition. But Erdik's flirtation with Moscow also provoked an intensification of official repression. Even earlier the toleration accorded to the NRPJ had begun to wear thin. According to the report of Iki to the Fifth Congress of Comintern, the party is not legal in all parts of Yugoslavia and is frequently disturbed by waves of police persecution. Point 1 On July 12, 1924, the NRPJ and its journal Radnik were officially banned, and the fiction of a distinction between legal and illegal parties ended. 2. An attempt was made to evade the ban on Radnik by starting a new journal under the name of Okovani Radnik, the worker in chains, and for 2 months the Radnik and Okovani Radnik were published alternatively and side by side. But before the end of the year, both had been effectively dosed down. 3. Meanwhile, at the end of July 1924, the right-wing Serb government of PAIC fell, and was succeeded by a more liberal coalition under Davidovic. This was hailed in Comintern Surtees as the Yugoslav expression of the democratic pacifist era. The change came, however, too late to benefit the Yugoslav communists. The struggle within the party grew more and more bitter. The majority of the Central Committee of the NPRJ published its theses on the dispute in the last issue of the illegal Radnik on September 28, 1924. Counter theses from the opposition, issued on October 3, 1924, reserved the issues of principle for the decision of the party Congress, but refuted the charge of a right deviation. The national question was firmly dealt with. The opposition defends and represents the point of view that so much significance cannot be attached to the national question as to thrust back social, economic, and das interests into a secondary place. The opposition maintains that the task Jabirik über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 43. Potsdamik is Historisch KPJ, 1919-1941, 1953, p. 33, Historiski RA of KPJ, 2, 1950, 271. For our solution of the Central Committee of the NRPJ. Of July 18, 1924, protesting against the ban, see Ibid 2, 307 to 310, but the text has evidently been modified to take account of the change of government at THC end of the same month. 3 Ibid 2, 483. Note 87. 4 Commu 7 Listikeski International, number 2, 39, February 1925, pages 161 to 162. For the thesis Historiski RA of KPJ, 2, 1950, 310 to 318. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 229. Of the Marxist proletariat is purely negative, and that the proletariat in its national polity not take up a position of so ill pretty illy, see the danger then threatens that its C1 struggle will be equated with the bourgeois nationalist polity. The majority replied in a final statement, and the Yugoslav Workers' Youth League, SROL, we had been errated at the same time as the NRPJ and was banned with it in July 1924, also. Came out with a long resolution supporting the Intraliamity, and condemning the opposition. Z. The main strength of the opposition was among the industrial workers of Belgrade. The trade union journal Organizo I Radnik served as the mouthpiece of the opposition, and at the decisions of the 5th Congress of Comintern and of the 7th Inferni of the Balkan Federation, we had endorsed the national resolution of the 5th Congress, and endured the Yugoslav opposition. 3. At this point, however, on cells of moderation and compromise temporarily prevailed. At the beginning of November 1924, a platform of agreement between the majority and the opposition in the NRPJ was drawn up and adopted by both sides. It represented a substantial endorsement of the official view on the vexed national question. It finally declared that Serbs, Croats and Slovenes were 3 different nations, and that the theory of a single nation with 3 names is a mask for great Serb imperialism. The party had erred in failing to make inert the idea of a struggle for the right to an independent Croat or Slovene republic, and the opposition was condemned for having insufficiently appreciated the signifying of the national question. The Radikviaseo was dismissed in Ocius and erupted sentence. The slogan of the worker-peasant government was never made sufficiently inert, especially at a time when Radik was stressing on his side slogan 6F worker-peasant government. The text of the opposition thesis has not been available, but this passage is quoted in KH Kabachi VTAZ, Community Tekeski Party EBAZ Kanski Stran. 1930, PISO. These documenta are in Historiski AHIVKPJ. 2, 1950, 318-330, 4. The SROJC Abid 2, 482, Note 82. 3 Community Tekeski Internet Lionazi, Noe, 39, February 1925, P161, 4. The Conference of the Balkan Feed Rate on C pages 216 to 217 above. 23 degrees Foreign Relations BTV. Which made practical work difficult among the Croat working. C1 asses. The opposition was also criticized in passing for its attitude to the questions of party organization and of the trade unions. 1. What nullified this attempt at compromise remains obscure. Circumstantial evidence suggests that pressure was applied from Moscow, or more specifically by DLE Bulgarian leaders of the Balkan Federation, which had not been mentioned in the draft platform. In the middle of November 1924, the Central Committee of the KPJ intervened to reject the platform. Z. The NRPJ, which had never been an independent entity and had lost its sole raison d'etre with the loss of its legal status, could only follow suit. At a party conference on November 25, 1924, the leaders put forward a solution which, while textually repeating much of the platform, sharpened the points of difference with the opposition, and introduced several new paragraphs, designed to give it a more sharply leftist character. One of these declared that the situation in the Balkans was revolutionary, and spoke of the need for the creation of a united Balkan fighting front and of the prospect of eventual counter-revolutionary intervention and eventual war in the Balkans. This would call for a struggle for a government of workers and peasants and for a federation of worker-peasant Balkan republics. Another passage proclaimed it the duty of the party to demand the formation of independent states in Croatia, Slovenia, Macedonia, and Montenegro. The opposition was also sharply criticized for the use of Organizo I Radnik in its campaign against the political line of the party. The resolution was declared to close the party discussion and was evidently presented to the opposition as an ultimatum. 3 of 88 party organizations which were invited to pronounce on the resolution, 79 supported the Central Committee and only 1, Belgrade, the opposition, 8 expressed no opinion. Among those supporting the Central Committee, 16 organizations proposed to postpone a final judgment on the dispute till the next party Congress. 57 organizations proposed to exelude the opposition from the party, 30 unconditionally, 27 only in the event of its refusal once again to submit to the decisions of the party. 4. Historiski RA of KPJ, I, 1950, 331 to 336. Abid 2, 93, 475, Note 19. 3 Abid 2, 336 to 343. 4 Abid 2, 343. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, Z3I. Thereupon Milojevic and a number of opposition members left the party, whether by a voluntary act or under a formal sentence of expulsion is not clear. I Markovic, who had just been released from prison, was apparently not involved in these proceedings. These events took place against a background of further political change in Yugoslavia. On November 6, 1924, the promised government of Davidovic was overthrown, and the high-handed PIC, the sworn enemy both of Radik and of the communists, returned to power. Since the concessions made or promised by Davidovic to Croat and Slovene nationalism had been among the main charges against Ern, a sharp attack on Radik and his party was the obvious sequel. A prominent feature of the campaign was the publication of a Zinoviev letter in the form of an alleged agreement signed by Zinoviev and Smirnov, the secretary of the International Peasant Council, on behalf of Comintern, and by Radik on behalf of the Croat Republican Peasant Party. One of the provisions of the agreement was that the propaganda of the party was to have a genuinely communist character and conform to the program and resolutions of the Third International. Point 3. The document was a barefaced forgery, and the protests of Comintern were followed by protests from the Balkan Federation and from the International Peasant Council. 4. In the midst of the clamor excited by this publication, in the first days of January 1925, Radik was arrested and thrown into prison. The government seized the favorable opportunity to hold elections, which were fixed for February 8, 1925. They were conducted in an atmosphere of intimidation, according to the Yugoslav delegate at the 5th enlarged IKI in April 1925. The right opposition left the party, explaining their secession by the fact that the KPJ addressed itself to the party of Radi with a proposal for the creation of a united front, Raswire New Plenum Ispokamo Communistic Iskogo. Internationala, 19 ZS, p. 335. There is no record of any specific approach to Radi : after the admission of his party to Crescentum, which took place 5 months before the final split in the party, nor was this the main point of difference between the factions. 2 Calendar Communist NAI 9Z5 God, 1925, p. 514, dates his release. October I 9Z4. 3. The text was printed in Pravda and Izvestia, January 7, 1925, with loud protestations of its fraudulent character. 4. International Presse Correspondence, number 10, January 13, 1925, pages 108. ILO, number 15, January 23, 1925, pages 176 to 178. 232. Foreign Relations. Point B. Communist account. The country on election day resembled a great armed camp. Of nearly 3 million votes, the CI National bloc supporting the PASIC government received just over a million. The Croat Republican Peasant Party of Verdict secured 530,000, an increase of 60,000 over the figure of 1923, and the rest of the votes were distributed between smaller national parties and splinter groups. The CI Independent Workers' Party, an attempt to replace the banned NRPJ, having 18,000.1. The most impressive achievement was perhaps the increased vote, in face of severe repression and the imprisonment of its leader, for the Croat Republican Peasant Party. But this provided little consolation to the communists, who were left to reflect that, thanks to their errors, the bourgeoisie had captured the support of large numbers of the peasantry. Point 2. Here, as in other communist parties, the turn to the left had led to sectarianism and isolation. In the winter of 1924 to 1925, the KPJ, divided against itself and outmatched by its adversaries, was driven completely from the field. The Swedish Communist Party. Among the lesser national communist parties, none gave more trouble in the period of the Fifth Congress of Comintern than the Swedish. It had been created in 1921 by a split in the Swedish Left Social Democratic Party on the basis of the 21 conditions. Its leader Höglund enjoyed particular prestige as one of the heroes of Zimmerwald and a participant in the founding Congress of Comintern in 1919. But revolution was not a live issue in Sweden, and traditional attitudes were strong. At the session of the enlarged IKI in Moscow in June 1923, Höglund had been responsible for an unusual discussion on the question of religion. Both Zinoviev and Bukharin sharply criticized a recent article in which he had argued that at present it is less important to attack heaven than earth, and that the religious beliefs of a Krestiansky International, No. 1-2, January-February 1925, pages 18 to 20. The figure of 1,300,000 for an opposition bloc is a hypothetical total reached by adding together the national parties and left splinter parties. Die Common. Turn Floor Dem 6. Well Congress, 1928, p. 268. Raswarny plenum is Paloma Communisticogo Internationale, 1925. Pages 335 to 33-6. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, 233. Party member were a matter of indifference to the party. Point 1. Lund retorted that he was not against anti-religious work as such. Hud wished to avoid crude anti-religious propaganda which does harm to the party, and to he cautious about attacking religious people in the party. He claimed that this accorded with practice, if not with theory, in the Russian party. A special resolution of the enlarged IKI defined the attitude of communist parties to religion in comparatively moderate terms. It was admitted that in a mass communist party rank and file members will sometimes be found who are not fu11y emancipated from religious inclinations and prejudices. But it was nonetheless the duty of party leaders to struggle against religious prejudices and preach atheism in the appropriate form. Outside the party, cooperation with the 11 workers could be sought on a broad front, irrespective of religious beliefs. 3. But no sooner had this scandal been forgotten than Höglund started another. In November 1923, after the schism in the Norwegian Communist Party, he wrote an article in the party newspaper Politiken protesting against the tactics of IKI in expelling Tranmere. 4. After this act of defiance he was summoned to Moscow, where a compromise was rather surprisingly achieved. But Höglund continued to offend against Comintern, one disciplined by refusing to take sides in the controversies in the Russian and German parties, and proclaiming the neutrality of the Swedish party in the Norwegian schism. 6. By this time, perhaps not without encouragement from Moscow, opposition to Höglund had begun to appear in the Swedish party itself, though Höglund still commanded an overwhelming majority, and Zinoviev admitted that the opposition to Hern had no support outside Stockholm. 7. I Raswarny plenum Central Nogo Komiteta Kommunisticogo Internationale, 1923. Pages 28 to 29. 53 to 54. 2 Abid pages 80 to 81, for warnings against anti-religious excesses in the Russian party. See the interregnum. I-923 I-924. Pages 17. 86. 3 Kommunisticheski International Vita Kuventik, 1933. Pages 373 to 374. 4 For the crisis in the Norwegian party. See the Bolshevik Revolution. I-9 I-7. I-933. Volume 3. Pages 45 8-459. 5 Protocol, Funter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. I-251. Where IKI was said to have set aside its differences with Höglund, in the hope that this would bring about tranquility in the Swedish party. 6 For an account of the grievances against Höglund. See Internationale. Presse Correspondence, number 105, August 12, 1924, pages 1349 to 1350. 7 Protocol, Funter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. I-95. 234 Foreign Relations. Point B. Höglund's position seemed a classic example of a CE right deviation in the style of Brandler, and the Comintern leaders set out to use the Fifth Congress to break his control of the Swedish party. He spoke in the general debate in mild terms, saying that the applicability of united front tactics depended on circumstances, and that no differences of principle existed in the Swedish party, but that certain gross breaches of discipline by members of the minority would have to be dealt with at the forthcoming party Congress. This provoked violent personal attacks on Höglund, on familiar lines by Kuusinen, speaking as Finnish delegate, and by the delegate of the Norwegian party. A split now occurred in the Swedish delegation itself. The majority of the delegation handed in a statement protesting against the attacks of the Finnish and Norwegian delegates, but a minority of 3 protested against the protest. Meanwhile the affairs of the Swedish party were referred to a Scandinavian commission in which Bukharin and Kuusinen were the dominant figures. 3 A resolution was drafted in which the CE right wing of the party was condemned for refusing to conform to Comintern directives, and Höglund's past errors were enumerated. The Swedish party was forbidden to hold its congress till all members of the party had had time to declare through a referendum their attitude to the resolutions of the Fifth Congress of Comintern. Finally IKI would send a representative to the Swedish Communist Party to assist it to carry out these resolutions and to prepare for the party congress. The resolution on the Swedish question, though it appeared among the resolutions of the Fifth Congress, was not in fact submitted to the Congress, but to the session of IKI immediately following it. Here the issue finally came to a head. Höglund declared that the resolution constituted CE a vote of non-confidence in the present party leadership, and avoided giving a direct protocol, Finn, Tur Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, NT. I. 344 to 351, 360 to 363. 2 Abid I. 439, to 591. 3 for the list of members see a bit to 1063, representatives of the Swedish and Norwegian parties were doubtless heard, but were not members of the Commission. 4 Kommunistiska International V Dokumentik, 1933, pages 469 to 471. Höglund had originally summoned the party Congress 8 for July 19, 1924, i.e., 10 days after the end of the Congress 8 of Comintern, Protocol, Finter. Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND, I, 251. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 235. Answer to the question whether he was prepared to comply with it. After an attack by Bukharin, and a further appeal from Zinoviev for unconditional acceptance, Thalmann bluntly said that Höglund could not remain in Comintern, or, by implication, in a party affiliated to it, unless he accepted the resolution. The proceedings ended with a further refusal by Höglund to say anything more and with the formal adoption of the resolution. 1. Even now the authorities were extraordinarily reluctant to proceed to extremes, and hoped against hope for a compromise. On July 23, 1924, a week after this final scene, a letter from Icky to the Swedish party protested against the attitude of the right majority in the party central committee, and complained that Höglund had failed to answer the question whether he would submit to the decisions of the Congress. Icky does not wish it concluded to remove Comrade Höglund from the central organ of the party unless he himself wishes to set aside international unity in the struggle. Z. But this letter produced no result. 3 weeks later, on August 11, 1924, the Presidium of Icky passed a resolution warning Höglund for the last time of the fatal consequences to herself, to which a further struggle against Comintern would inevitably lead. It recited his past errors, noted that since his return to Stockholm he had denounced the resolutions of the Fifth Congress as a Jesuitical comedy, and called on the Swedish party to put an end to the state of disorder. 3. The scene now shifted to Stockholm, where representatives of Icky arrived in the middle of August with a mandate to insist on carrying out the proposed referendum of all party members on the resolutions of the Fifth Congress. On August 18, 1924, Höglund, still supported by a majority of the Central Committee, published a statement rejecting the demand for a referendum. On the following day, at a meeting of the Central Committee, the delegates of Icky pressed for the immediate holding of the referendum and for the transfer of the party newspaper Politiken to a board consisting of one representative of the Höglund group. IBID H 103 to 1044. International Pressakeo Ispandl. Number 108. August 19, 1924 P 1396. 3 IBID No. JJ 6. September S 1924. PISI 4 JA Tibble and M Kimo. Ioletcom, Anterna, 1929, P 323. Dates the resolution August 8, 1924. Foreign Relations PTV. One of the opposition, and one of Icky. These demands were once more rejected. Then, on the night of August 20th to 21st, 1924, the opposition organized a coup and seized the offices of Politiken. A statement was issued in the name of Icky that Höglund had put herself outside the party. Höglund had now had enough. He retired with his immediate supporters to found a new party, and a new party organ Den Nye Politiken. The party referendum was at length held on September 6, 1924, and showed an overwhelming majority in favor of acceptance of the resolutions of the Fifth Congress. 1. Meanwhile, a formal letter from Icky to the Swedish party branded Höglund and his associates as renegades and enemies of communism, and recognized the party led by Kilbom, Samuelson, and other members of the opposition as the only Swedish Communist Party. When the dust of the conflict had settled, it was claimed that the party had retained 6,000 of its former 8,000 members and that Höglund's new party numbered 1,500. In the Riksdag elections of October 1924, the Swedish Communist Party received 65,000 votes and Höglund's party 24,000. 3 Thereafter the Swedish Communist Party, like the Norwegian party after the expulsion of Tranmere, lapsed into docile insignificance. At the height of the dispute with Höglund, steps had been taken to set up a federation of Scandinavian communist parties, on the analogy of the Balkan Federation, comprising the parties of Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. This was achieved at a conference held in Oslo on January 20-22, 1924, though delegates of the Finnish party failed to appear. Hansen, the principal Norwegian delegate, was elected secretary of the federation, the headquarters of which were established in Oslo. These events are related in a communiqué of Icky and International Presse Correspondence, number 124, September 23, 1924, pages 1654 to 1655. Out of about 8,000 party members, 6,064 took part in the referendum and 5,282 voted in the affirmative. IBID number 140, October 28, 1924, pages 1856 to 1857. IBID number 117, September 9, 1924, pages 1529 to 1530. A Tibble and M. Kimo, Ioletcom Interna, 1929, p. 323, S2 letters from Icky to the party of August 28 and September I, 1924. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 140, October 28, 1924, pages 1856. 1857 according to the figures of Mandates Commission of the Fifth Congress. V. Congress del International Communist, 1924, p. 332. This report was not printed in the German edition of the proceedings. The Swedish party numbered 12,000, but such claims made at congresses were frequently inflated. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 237. Annual conferences were contemplated. 1. The session of Icky, which immediately FOU'd the Fifth Congress of Comintern, and condemned Höglund, gave its formal approval to the new federation. Further conferences of the federation were held in November 1924 and in April 1925, the latter being concerned to promote a left-wing movement in the trade unions. 3 There, after its activities appear to have dwindled, when in March 1926, Icky decided to create national secretariats in Moscow for Finland was placed under a different secretariat from the 3 other Scandinavian countries. J. The Workers' Party 0/America. In the United States, the Legal Workers' Party of America had completely superseded the Illegal Party, which was finally liquidated early in 1923.5 in the years between 1923 and 1926. It reflected with unusual precision the shifts and variations of the Comintern line. This was a natural consequence of its remoteness from American political realities. Unlike most European parties, which had some mass following whose demands and interests imposed on the party a certain life of its own, unlike even the British party which, though itself weak and numerically insignificant, Kant enjoyed the support of a large mass of sympathizers in the trade unions. The American Party was almost totally isolated in the American scene, and received its lifeblood by constant transfusions from Moscow. Its most direct approach to the workers was through the Trade Union Educational League, TUEL, a body founded in 1920 in Chicago by Foster, a radical trade union leader. At the end of 1921, after Foster's conversion, IA Tibble, 5 Letko Turna, 1924, p. 70. Protocol, Fund/Turkongrester Kommunistiskan International, NT. 2, 1044. 3 A Tibble and M. Kimo, Io Let Interna, 1929, p. 376, Einjar. Arbeit und die Kampf, 1926, p. 203. 4 CP 909 below. 5 See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 FL3, Volume 3, p. 423. The change was approved by Commentum at a meeting of the American Commission held during the 4th Congress in November 1922. The fullest record of the proceedings, which have not been published, is in T. Draper, The Roots of American Communism, NY 1957, pages 383 to 386. For the letter from Mickey admitting the Workers' Party to Commentum as a sympathizing party, see International Presse Correspondence, number 8, January 11, 1923, p. 60. Foreign Relations PTV. To Communism, the League adhered to the Communist Party of America, and was adopted as the American Bureau of Profintern. It published a monthly journal, the Labor Herald. But its success in infiltrating the unions was limited, and its status as the trade union section of the party remained indeterminate. In the summer of 1922, a Comintern delegation of 3, Pogany, the Hungarian, Walecki, the Pole, and Reinstein, the Russian-American came from Moscow in an attempt to put the affairs of the party in order, and in August 1922 attended the last ill-fated Congress of the illegal party at Bridgman, Michigan, which W/S broken up by the police. When the two others departed, Pogany remained in the United States as Comintern representative. 3 adopted the alias of Pepper, and played for some years an influential role in the affairs of the American Party. The Bridgman Congress elected Hearn to the Central Executive Committee, and before long he attained the key position of Secretary of its political committee, the American equivalent of the Politburo. Point 4. If he occupied a more dominant position than Gorelsky or Manuelski in Germany, than Humbert Ross in France and Italy, or even than Bennett in Great Britain, this was due not so much to his own personality as to the greater readiness and eagerness of the American Party to listen to the voice of Moscow. Apart from its numerical weakness, the American Party was handicapped as an effective organization by its polyglot character. In the early 1920s, not more than 1/10 of its membership was English speaking, and the party was divided into language federations, the Finnish contingent being at this time by far the largest. 5. I4 The Origin and Development of TUELCJ O'Neill and G. Wimmer. American Communism, NY, 1947, pages 164 to 179, a Profintern report in Die. Wrote to Eriksketches International, number 8, 31, August 1923, p. 761, described it as CF, the organ of Profintern in America, and its second Congress on September 1 to 2, 1923, was reported ibid no. IO2, 33 to 34, October-November 1923. Pages 895 to 89-6. FOT Reinstein See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, pages 116. 27. 3 Some doubts exist about Pogany's formal status. The factional strife of the numerous Hungarian refugees had become a nuisance to Commentum in 1922, and Pogany was apparently Jane of those whose removal to other fields of work was welcome. T. Draper, American Communism and Soviet Russia. 1950, pages 57 to 58, but, if he was not formally appointed Commentum representative in the United States, he acted with great effect in that capacity. Ibid p. 38. 5 Ibid p. 190. CHXXVII Comintern and the Parties, 1, 239. When Pepper first became a power in the American Party, enthusiasm for the United Front was at its peak in Moscow, and the abandonment by the American Party of the illegal methods which had led to the Bridgman fiasco was designed to deliver it from its isolation, and to pave the way for a wooing of other groups on the left of American politics. In October 1922, Pepper made his debut with a pamphlet for a labor party, advocating the creation of a new mass party by the joint efforts of the communists and other groups of the left, and his fluent pen soon enabled Hearn to outshine native-born but less articulate Americans in the party press. During the war, various radical groups had appeared in the United States, especially in the Middle West, calling themselves at first labor, and later farmer labor, parties. A national farmer labor party came into existence in 1919, and a farmer labor candidate actually ran at the presidential election of 1920. After many negotiations and intrigues, the Farmer Labor Party of Chicago called a convention to meet in Chicago on July 3, 1923, with a view to the formation of a broad coalition of the left. The American Workers' Party, as well as other left parties, received invitations to send delegates to Pepper this same day. First-rate opportunity for the application of United Front tactics. He made active propaganda throughout the party for the new move, and won over a majority of the hesitant Central Executive Committee. At the convention, the communists threw the weight of their organization and of their oratory behind a motion for the immediate formation of a federated Farmer Labor Party, which was carried by a large majority. In the enthusiasm of the moment, the communists, by general consent, the objectors having withdrawn from the convention, took the lead. A communist, Manley, by name, was appointed secretary of the Federated Farmer Labor Party, and the Chicago organ of the Workers' Party, the Voice 0/Labor, was renamed the Farmer Labor Voice to become the organ of the new party. This resounding success, however, quickly backfired on the victors. While communist drive and energy had carried away a majority of delegates at the Congress, communist predominance in the new party seemed on reflection obnoxious to all but a few extremists in the old farmer labor groups. The Congress was, I'll bid, pages 43 to 48, 75. 240, Foreign Relations Point B. Followed by a general defection from the ranks of the Federated Farmer Labor Party, which soon became a mere adjunct of the Workers' Party without serious pretensions to an independent status. The Pyrrhic victory at Chicago LO had the paradoxical effect of loosening the cohesion of the communist leadership. Foster seems from the first to have disapproved of the vigorous policies pursued by Pepper at the Chicago Convention, which had fatally alienated the moderates in the farmer labor group. Pepper and Ruthenberg, now working in Dose Harmony, decided to nip this opposition in the bud at the Central Executive Committee. On August 23, 1923, they introduced their solution, which not only enthusiastically reaffirmed the prospects of the Federated Farmer Labor Party, but expressed dissatisfaction with the trade union work of our party, which failed to give support to the policies of the executive. This resolution, with its implied censure of Foster, was carried by a majority of 9 to 3. Foster, a Russian-born New York Marxist named Biederman, and Cannon, another moderate, voting against it. But the balance between the opposing forces was indirectly and insensibly redressed by another step taken at this time. The National Party headquarters, hitherto located in New York, were removed on September 1923, to Chicago as the center where such mass support as the party enjoyed, or could hope to enjoy, was heavily congregated. And Foster's following and influence, negligible in New York, were at their strongest in Chicago. An open rift in the party leadership was now imminent, and was evidenced by polemical exchanges between Pepper for one group and Cannon for the other in the party press, while Pepper extolled the virtues of party discipline and the united front. Cannon tartly retorted that Marxism provided only some general principles to go by, and that there is no pattern made to order from European experience that fits America today. But at this point Foster suffered a fresh setback. The powerful trade union organization, the American Federation of Labor, AFL, took alarm at the apparent ease with which communists had captured the farmer labor movement, and decided on countermeasures. The annual convention of the AFL, IT Draper, American Communism Anti-Soviet Russia, 1960, p90. A quoted ibid p82. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, X, 24X. Held in Portland in October 1923, refused a seat to Dunn, a well-known member of the Workers' Party, who held a trade union mandate, and banned all contacts between unions affiliated to it and the TUEL. The natural retort was an instruction from Foster to members of the TUEL to deny their membership of it when questioned. 1. But this had the effect of converting the TUEL into a conspiratorial underground organization, and destroying its utility as a propaganda organ. A new twist was given to the affairs of the American Party when, in the autumn of 1923, the name of Senator La Follette of Wisconsin began to be canvassed as potential farmer labor or third-party candidate for the presidential election in the following year. Pepper impetuously saw in La Follette a potential American Kerensky who would lead the first revolution against the existing reactionary order in the United States, and thus prepare the way for the second proletarian revolution, and he began to write boldly of the La Follette Revolution. 1. Here, above all, was a heaven-sent opportunity to apply the tactics of the United Front, and to establish contact between the Workers' Party and a broad popular movement. Foster and Cannon, though less ecstatic about La Follette's prospective campaign for the presidency, agreed that the party should support her, and when the Third Congress of the Workers' Party met in Chicago on December 30, 1923, it seemed that no important issue of principle divided the two groups. The letter addressed by Comintern to the Congress was presumably inspired by Pepper's reports, but was discreetly vague. It hailed the formation of the Federated Farmer Labor Party as an achievement of prime importance, but thought that the need still existed for a united front of all proletarian and farmers' parties and organizations. 3. The unsolved question which confronted the Congress was, however, the latent struggle for the leadership. The numbers of the delegates supporting the Pepper-Ruthenberg and Foster Cannon groups. Ibid p. 216. Some of Pepper's more extravagant utterances are quoted ibid pages 82. 84. J. Trotsky called Pepper the type of the accommodator, the political parasite. Trotsky Archives, T. 3129, p. 4. 3. The second year 0/the Workers' Party 0/America, 1924, pages 56 to 61. This was the report of the Central Executive Committee to the Congress. J. The letter was not apparently published by Comintern. Foreign Relations PTV were about equal. The balance was held by the New York German communist leader Lohr, who commanded the 15 votes of the German Party Federation, and was an out-and-out opponent of the policy of support for La Follette. Unable to upset this bully, he preferred to give his votes to the group we espoused less wholeheartedly. He might also have preferred Foster personally to Pepper. In this situation the Pepper-Ruthenberg group, finding itself in a minority, refused to sub-MIT to the Congress the theses supporting the La Follette bully, and substituted a motion referring the issue to Comintern for decision. This was carried without opposition, but a vote of Inter on Foster's leadership of TUEL was defeated by a combination of the Foster Cannon and Lohr groups, and, when elections took place, the same majority effectively ousted the old leadership. The victors did not press their victory to extremes. The new neutral executive committee was composed of 8 Fosterites, including Lohr, and 5 Pepperites. Foster Hearn president and Cannon vice president. Hud Ruthenberg retained his post as secretary. The political committee consisted of 4 Fosterites and 3 Pepperites. The Congress seemed to have done nothing irretrievable, but it had brought to light a deep rift in the American Party which festered and remained unhealed for the rest of the decade. After a period of relative independence, the American Party now fell once more under the shadow of Moscow. Pepper, with his intimate knowledge of the Soviet scene, here enjoyed an enormous advantage, and saw how the Trotsky affair could be used to serve his purposes. Lohr, who had met Trotsky in New York in 1917, was an ardent Trotskyite, and in his German language newspaper in New York claimed the results of the Third Party Congress as a victory for Trotsky's house. Pepper now demanded from the Central Executive Order a vote of EN5 in the Russian Central Committee and the Russian Party, and thus placed Foster and Cannon in the position of having either to disown their ally Lohr or to be worn out in favor of Trotsky. Foster and Cannon staved off the attack on the plea that the Corn Committee had insufficient information, and was not called on to T.T. Draper, American Communism and Soviet Russia, 1960. Pages 89 to 91. For a confused contemporary account of the Congrès Internationale Presse. Correspondence. Number 27. February 26, 1924, pages 292 to 299. At XXVII Comintern and the parties, Z43. Pronounce on a controversy in the Russian Party. This struggle extended over 2 meetings of the Central Executive Committee. On March 7 and 18, 1924, almost 2 months after the Inter pronounced on Trotsky in Moscow, and shortly afterwards a delegation consisting of Foster, Pepper, and Algin, a member of Lohr's group, left for Moscow to seek the advice of Comintern on the policy of the American Party. The immediate issue in dispute was the attitude to be adopted at a farmer labor convention. We was to meet in St. Paul on June 17, 1924, to consider the question of the La Follette candidature and any alternatives. The The first surprise which greeted the delegates on their arrival in Moscow was Adcision to withdraw Pepper from his work in the American Party and employ him in Moscow. Adcision. We must have given great satisfaction to Foster, whether or not he duly inspired it 3 a substantive decision on the ISSU success. In fronting the American Party proved way harder to achieve. The turn to the left we Comintern was now preparing to exude, and the growing disillusionment in Moscow with the British Labour government made the united front with the bourgeois presidentially ended and increasingly suspect. But no clear-cut solution was in sight. As late as the middle of May 1924, Comintern sent a non-committal telegram to Chicago declaring the St. I.T. Draper, American Communion and Soviet Russia, 1960, pages 106 to 108. The decision to send a delegation to Moscow had been taken after an argument on tactics in the Central Committee on February 15 to 16, 1924, Ibid. P. 103, it was the logical sequel of the resolution passed at the Third Congress to leave the decision on the La Follette issue to Comintern, CP 242 above. As the causes and circumstances of Pepper's withdrawal remain obscure. According to Lovestone, Dale, Worker, Sheetsco, December 13, 1924, Lore. Had he taught in New York at the beginning of March 1924 that Pepper was to be removed, but the source of his information was not disclosed. According to Foster, Pepper had proposed to add 4 new members to the Central Executive Committee in such a way as to restore control to the Pepper-Rothenberg group, and his removal was due to Foster's protest against this maneuver. Ibid. December 30, 1924. In any case, Pepper's removal must have been decided on before Foster's arrival in Moscow sometime in April 1924. The exact date is unknown, but he was still in the United States on March 25, 1924. The decision was known in Chicago on April 11, 1924, on which date Rothenberg sent a letter of protest to Comintern against it. T. Draper, American Communism and Soviet Russia, 1960, p. 111, note 44. Pepper was in good standing in Moscow, as his appearances at the 5th Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924 showed. In the following year he was appointed head of the newly created information section of IGI, International Presse. Correspondent Flow. Number 69, April 27, 1925, p. 929. Foreign Relations PTV. Paul Convention of June 17 to be of momentous importance for the Workers' Party and urging that every effort should be used to make it CE a great representative labor and left-wing gather. In point 1 during the next few days the delegation in Moscow was purged of its taint of Trotskyism, and was brought into line. Rothenberg had cut the ground from under its feet by telegraph into the 13th Russian Party Congress then in session. An assurance of the support of the American Party for the leadership of the old Bolsheviks. Point 2 in Moscow the American question was debated in a commission of IGI presided over by Rodek, a symptom that it was not of primary importance. The main embarrassment was that Trotsky was vigorously opposed to the policy of support for La Follette, which he regarded as a piece of monstrous opportunism and pandering to the worst petty bourgeois illusions. Point 3 it was necessary both to disown Trotsky and to accept his view as substantially correct. This task was duly carried out by the commission. Foster and Algen were induced to sponsor a motion censuring Lohr for a reprimand was judged sufficient at this time, and no proposal was made to remove Hearn from the Central Executive Committee. At the same time the La Follette alliance was effectively jettisoned. The resolution adopted by the Presidium of IGI on May 20, 1924, proposed that the Federated Farmer Labor Party should proffer its support to La Follette on the condition of his accepting its program in toto and placing the whole management of his campaign in its hands. This extravagant proposal was sure to be rejected, and was tantamount to a refusal of support. On La Follette's rejection of it, the Workers' Party would publicly repudiate Hearn, and run its own presidential candidate. S1. Further detail of Foster's stay in Moscow throws light on the situation. He and Lazovsky drew up a new draft program for a daily worker, Chicago, May 16, 1924. 2 T. Draper, American Communism and Summit Russia, 1960, p. 108. 3. These views were expressed in the preface to L. Trotsky, Piatlet. Cominterna, 1924, p. 17, dated May 20, 1924. J. They must have been known earlier to those taking part in the discussion. T. Draper, American Communism and Soviet Russia, 1960, p. 110. Exhibit pages 23-24, note 57. J. The resolution did not appear in any Comintern publication. Foster afterwards claimed credit for adding the proposal to run a communist candidate to the original Comintern draft. Ibid p. 110. CHXXVII Comintern and the parties, I. 245. The TUEL, it was dated May 17, 1924.1. It seems clear that throughout this period Lazovsky and Profintern supported Foster, and that this support helped to counterbalance the preference shown by Comintern for the Rothenberg group. Z. Foster hastened back to the United States with the still unpublished resolution of May 20, 1924, in his pocket. It seems to have been pure coincidence that La Follette chose this moment for a step which was bound to come, and might indeed have come earlier. Perturbed by the compromising character of communist influence in the farmer labor movement and of Workers' Party support for himself, he issued to the press on May 28, 1924, while Foster was on the high seas, a statement denouncing communism as an enemy of the progressive movement and of democratic ideals, and maintaining that the Workers' Party was acting on instructions from Moscow. The Workers' Party could now save itself some embarrassment by representing its new line of out and out hostility to La Follette as a retort to La Follette's attack. Point 3. The St. Paul Convention ended in confusion. On July 4, 1924, a convention in Cleveland, from which communists and their allies were firmly excluded, nominated La Follette for the presidency. On July 8, 1924, the Political Committee of the Workers' Party, by a majority which this time included Rothenberg, decided to carry out the Comintern mandate and nominate its own candidate, and a few days later Foster and Gitlow were named as communist candidates for the presidency and vice presidency. Point 4. By this time the 5th Congress of Comintern was in full swing in Moscow. But, since the turn to the left in the American Party had already been executed in the resolution of May 20, 1924, nothing remained to be done. Zinoviev frankly admitted that on this issue we have wobbled somewhat, since we know America tooted, and added that in the end I did. Rot. Geberluck International number 6, 41. June 1924. Pages 348 to 352. Rodek is said to have expressed mistrust of Foster and favored Rothenberg. T. Draper. American Communion and Sui Runa, 1960. Pages 110. 112, but this rests on the evidence of a member of the Rothenberg group, who was not present in Moscow. 3 Lbid. P 114, Trotsky in a note of June 4, 1924 pointed out how opportune the decision to withdraw support from La Follette had been. L. Trotsky. P. at L. T. Cominterna, 1924. P. 17. 4 T. Draper. Amcan Communal and S. of G. T. Runa, 1960. Pages 115. 117. Vol. 3 pt. I. Foreign Relations PTV. Had decided against the tactics of cooperation. 1. Pepper, who still figured as a delegate of the American Party, spoke at length of the difference between labor movements in Anglo-Saxon and continental countries. C1 aimed at the British example of united front tactics with labor was applicable to the United States, and accepted what had been done with evident lack of conviction. 2 other delegates, Dunn and Amter, the former a follower of Foster, the latter of Rothenburg, spoke for and against the abandonment of the attempt to cooperate with labor and progressive parties. 2 Kolarov somewhat belatedly suggested that the Farmers' Party was becoming more radical and more inclined to the idea of the formation of a worker-peasant government in the United States. 3 Zinoviev summed up by expressing confidence in both Foster and Rothenburg and inviting the two groups to coalesce and work together without factional disagreements. 4 The Congress as a whole understood nothing of the situation and showed little interest in it. It was embarrassing only insofar as it reflected on the controversy of principle about the United Front and the workers' government. The relations of the American Party to ICI reversed the conventional pattern. The party was only too ready to receive the firm directives which ICI was unwilling and unable to give. The paradox was only apparent. The American Party was too remote from American political realities to frame an intelligible policy for itself. But, for the same reason, ICI, even if it had understood American conditions, could not have framed a policy for it. In a country where theory was despised and action was all important, the party was under no temptation to become a theoretical sect. But no effective course of action was open to it. When the election took place in November 1924, La Follette secured 4,300,000 votes, against 14 millions for Coolidge, the successful Republican, and 8 millions for the Democrat, the Communist vote just topped 33,000. Debs had soared 800,000 votes in the presidential election of 1912. Though no better result could have been expected, this ignominious defeat caused a fresh outburst of recrimination in the party between the factions. I Protocol, Funkter Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND. I 52. 2 Ibid I, 304 to 316, 417 to 421. 3 Ibid H, 782. 4 Ibid I, 506. Et. XXVII Comintern and the parties, I, 247. A majority led by Foster, who wished to reject in political cooperation with the non-communist left, and to return to his old trade union base, masked an uncompromising policy under the slogan of the United Front exclusively from below. A minority, headed by Rothenburg and Pepper, desired to maintain cooperation with the moribund farmer labor movement. Even after the fiasco of the presidential election, Pepper, in an article which appeared in the Comintern Journal in January 1925, described the La FO11 Ed Party in sympathetic terms as an inevitable stage in the revolutionizing of the American proletariat. 2 months later, the same journal published an article by Foster and Cannon, attacking the minority view that the time was ripe for a campaign for a class farmer worker party. This was immediately FO11 by an article by Rothenburg in support of Pepper. At Horn, the picture looked somewhat different. The Central Executive Committee, speaking with the voice of the Foster Cannon majority, issued an uncompromising statement on the results of the discussion in the party. In 11 the great cities, the farmer labor policy of the minority had suffered defeat. In New York, the majority group had been victorious over the minority and the lower group together. In spite of the sneers of the minority at half-educated workers and syndicalists, the leaders claimed to enjoy the full confidence of the party. Pepper and Lovestone were criticized by name. Rothenburg, as the party secretary, was spared. The statement ended with an appeal for the speedy liquidation of factionalism. 3 BLLT Comintern was still unwilling to come out wholeheartedly in support of Foster. A proposal of the majority to hold an immediate party congress, which would have ratified their victory, was vetoed from Moscow, presumably under the influence of Pepper. 4 and representatives of both factions were summoned to attend a session of the enlarged ICI in Moscow in March 1925. Theses propounded by Foster and Rothenburg respectively, and published in the Daily Worker, Chicago, were summarized in American Labor Yearbook. I 925, 1925, pages 161 to 164. Z Kommunisticheski International. Number 1, 38. 1925, pages 105 to 114. Number 3, 40, 1925. Pages 77 to 99. 100-26. 3 International Presse Correspondence. Number 35, March 13th. 1925, pages 534 to 535. 4 An account of the controversy based on contemporary reports in the Daily Worker, Chicago, is given in J. O'Neill and G. Werner. American Com. ML/Nism, and Y 1947. Pages 199 to 202. Chapter 29. The Year of Locarno. T. Disillusionment over Soviet relations with the Western world, which set in towards the end of 1924, marked an acute reaction from the hope and confidence engendered by the flow of recognitions and by the apparent trend to the left in Western Europe earlier in the year. At first each blow seemed to be tempered by some fresh gain, Germany's acceptance of the Dawes Plan in August by the signature of the Anglo-Soviet Treaty, the scandal of the Zinoviev letter in October by the French recognition. But it soon transpired that the blows were real, the compensating successes illusory. When Chicherin addressed TSIK on October 18, 1924, on the international situation, he could still acclaim with a note of self-congratulation the success Zion of recognitions of the USSR. The impending French recognition provided a gleam of fresh light on the Western horizon, but it scarcely relieved the blackness of that quarter of the diplomatic sky. Referring specifically to Western support of the unsuccessful Georgian rising of the previous August, and to the fall of the Labour government in Great Britain with the accompanying outburst of hostile feeling towards the USSR among the English propertied classes, Chicherin spoke of the recently opened world offensive of imperialism and the united front of bourgeois governments against the USSR. Later in the speech, the growth of Western tendencies in Germany, and the striving of a large section of the ruling classes to gain admission to the League of Nations were fitted into the same picture. 1. Throughout the winter of 1924 to 1925 the relations of Moscow with the West continued to deteriorate. Before the end of 1924, Soviet observers had diagnosed the birth of an Anglo-Franco ISSR, Central Nielspolitelny Komiteti. So LLYFJA, I. Sessia, 1924. Pages 62 to 63, 66, for further passages of the speech relating to Genetisi. Pages 6-68 above. CHXXIX the year of Locarno 249. American bloc against the Soviet Union, of which the DAS plan was the symbol, and into which Germany was being half reluctantly, half unconsciously drawn. In November 1924, at the 6th Congress of Soviet Trade Unions, Zinoviev noted that the short-lived CI democratic pacifist period had passed away and had given place in the West to the blackest bourgeois reaction, signalized by the conservative victory in Great Britain and the Republican victory in the presidential election in the United States. 1. Radek in an article in Pravda on January 1925, analyzed the situation with his usual hard-headed brilliance. The era of pacifism and democracy, he wrote, had been replaced by a new imperialist front against the Soviet Union. The reign of recognitions of the Soviet Union by a reign of hostile actions from a whole series of states against the Soviet Union. The turning point had been the British rejection of the Anglo-Soviet Treaty. Can one suppose, asked Radek, that the United States of America and England are already preparing aerial war against the Soviet Union? He did not think so. But they were organizing CI pressure on a grand scale in order to enforce concessions. He concluded that CI would be the height of folly not to confess that the Soviet Union is entering on a period of international dangers. 1. The note of alarm was made surely by a new consciousness of the military weakness of the Soviet Union. Never since the end of the Civil War, not even at the time of the Curzon ultimatum, had anyone in Soviet Russia seriously thought in terms of war against Western Europe. Franz, early in 1924, when he first assumed responsibility for military affairs, stated in public that the Red Army was a match for the armies of neighboring countries, but not of the great capitalist powers. 3. The first effect of the military reforms of 1924, though they formed the basis for the Red Army of the future, was to draw attention to its I shall toy S.E.D. Pro, E.I.N.L.N.Y.K.H. Sudov SSSR, 1925, pages 19 to 20. Kamina Hortley afterwards described Coolidge, the new American president. 8. Representing the most reactionary financial and big business circles of American imperialism and capitalism, El Kamina, Stat, Rishi, 11, 1929. 25 2. The article was reprinted in International Presse Correspondent, number 8. January 9, 1925, pages 86 to 87. J. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhanmi, 3, 1927, 103 to 104. 250. Foreign Relations. Point B. Present shortcomings, the Soviet leaders became fully conscious, perhaps for the first time, that the Red Army in its existing condition was not a serious fighting force. 1. Franz in a speech of December 7, 1924, detected clouds that were beginning to thicken anew on the Soviet horizon, and accused Great Britain of instigating a return to the old methods of direct pressure. Z. These genuine apprehensions opportunely coincided with a desire to build up the authority of Franz, who in January 1925 replaced Trotsky as People's Commissar for War and President of the Revolutionary Military Council. 3. Stalin, speaking in the Party Central Committee a few days after Trotsky's resignation from these offices, declared that the international situation has begun to change radically, and that the question of intervention is again becoming actual, and his conclusion pointed to the need to be ready for everything, to prepare our army and in general to raise our Red Army to the proper level. Franz, in a series of speeches delivered in the first months of 1925, harped on 3 themes: the growing danger from the capitalist world, the growing military strength of the Soviet Union, and the need to build up that strength to meet the danger and the peaceful intentions of the Soviet Union. On the last point, Franz found himself personally vulnerable to charges of desiring war against Romania in order to recover Bessarabia, and in a speech of February 16, 1925, sought to exculpate himself from the charge. He confessed that he had no love for the Romanian ruling class, but we are profoundly convinced that the preservation of peace and the fact of our peaceful progress will lead to the solution of a whole series of questions, including the Bessarabian question. 6. J. for avowals in the Sense, Volume 2, p. 396. The same view was current outside the Soviet Union. Maltzahn told the British ambassador in Berlin on December 27, 1924, that the Red Army had deteriorated considerably and was no longer much good even against Poland, Diaboman, and Emutilitor. 0/Peace, 3, 1930, Lau. 2. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhanmi, 2, 1926, 154. 3. Volume 2, p. 33. Plus Stalin, Sakhanmi, 7, 12, 14. This speech was published for the first time in 1947. 5 speeches of January 21, February 4,16 and 24, 1925, M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhanmi, 3, 1927, 9 to 14, 40 to 46, 71 to 87, 93 to 106. 6. Bid. 3, 1927, 82 to 83, for an appeal by Rakovsky to Italy and Japan, not to ratify the Treaty of October 28, 1920, by which the 4 Allied governments had assigned Bessarabia to Romania, Seal Lofel Dia, February 20, 19 as CHXXIX the year of Locarno 25. 1. The 3 themes were demonstratively woven together at the Third Union Congress of Soviets, which met in May 1925. Chicharin began with an emphatic declaration of peaceful intent. The basic content of our foreign policy, its primary assumption, its first requisite, is its profound anxiety for peace. The working masses want peace, and not only the working masses in our union, but throughout the whole world. But he admitted that the unfavorable elements, the elements making for the unification of world reaction, have recently become stronger, and that the present moment presents greater difficulties than the preceding period. 1. The Congress listened to a detailed report by Franz on the organization of the Red Army. No such report had been made to a Soviet Congress since Trotsky's reports in the Civil War. Franz dwelt on the growing menace from the capitalist countries, the hostile attitude of Poland and Romania, and reports that Estonia intended to cede the Baltic islands of Isle and Dago to Great Britain. The moral was to pay much more attention than hitherto to the question of the armed forces, and a strong, powerful Red Army was described as the best guarantee of peace. At the same time, Franz rejected all charges of Red imperialism. The Soviet Union spent less on armaments than any of the great European countries. and proportionately less than the smaller ones. The Congress, in its general resolution on the report of the government, drew attention to dangerous attempts to bring about once more in different ways a hostile encirclement of our Union, and instructed the government to give due attention to the Red Army and Red Fleet and Air Force, bearing in mind that the effective strength of the armed force of the Union remains, as was demonstrated throughout the struggle of the Soviet state for survival, the fundamental guarantee against attacks on the worker state. The Congress also adopted a detailed resolution on the strengthening of the Red Army. 3 Such pronouncements helped to produce an atmosphere of national enthusiasm congenial to the development. An interview in the journal d'Italia in the same sense with Urena, the Palpred, in Rome, was reported about February 21, 1925. I Tret IS Softov SSSR, 1925, pages 84, 98. Ibid pages 481 to 514. 3 Trettage S. Softov SSSR, Post-Nobliniya, 1925, pages 5 to 6, 38 to 44. 252. Foreign Relations. Point B. Of socialism in one country, itself a product of the growing antipathy to the West, and fear of the West, which marked the Locarno period. The year 1925 in the Soviet Union was one of industrial revival, of growing national self-confidence symbolized and stimulated by the doctrine of CE socialism in one country, and of the beginnings of an effective reorganization of the Red Army. Franz in his speech of February 16, 1925, pointed to the growing economic and political consolidation of the Soviet Union. This did not mean, however, that the danger of war had diminished. It had rather increased, seen the growing strength of the Soviet Union increased the alarm of bourgeois capitalist countries and their desire to form a united front against it. Elsokonikov some weeks later made the same point in an address to an all-union financially and foreign. 3 Zinoviev, speaking in August 1925 in the German emission of Iki, added elegantly to the same argument. It is just these 5 years that are error, because it is just now that Russia is growing, and the bourgeoisie understands quite well that, if it misses these 5 years, it has missed everything. Sine our Red United Front is also growing. And he included impressively that the years from 1925 to 1930 are absolutely decisive for the fate of the Socialist Republic. In Russia. 4 A little later Kamina took up the tale, expressing to Amozio Distriot Party and Fereni on November 22, 1925, the belief that the capitalist countries were being impelled to intervene against the Soviet Union by the thought that in a few years we shall be, if not the realest, one of the realest, most packed, most energetic, most self-conscious countries in the world. 5 The year of hostile intervention by the capitalist world was combined with the rapidly growing confidence in Soviet strength. But, by a strange paradox, this confidence also served to make the fear more real, since it appeared to provide the adversary with a J. Proctor Franz recorded that Chicherin liked to refer to the anti-Soviet coalition as a co-crusade. Proctor Franz Noglas, 9101/224038. A phrase recalling the intervention of 1918 to 1919. A. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadai, Ij. 1927, 79. 3 Sozialistic Iskohozyaistjo, number 4, 1925, pages 8 to 9. 4 Der Neukurs, 1925, pages 33 to 34. For the session see pages 327 to 329 below. 5 International Presse Correspondence, number 160, December 4, 1925. At XXIX the year of Locarno 253. Compelling motive to intervene before it was too late. R. Whole Poly in the past year of the revolution, said Zinoviev to the Congress of the Metal Workers Trade Union on November 25, 1925, has been in the main dictated by the struggle to win time. 1 To gain time, and stave off disaster, till the Soviet defense should be impregnable, was now the goal of Soviet foreign policy. This was the mood of the anxious year of Locarno. The winter of 1924 to 1925 revealed a instantly increasing preoccupation in Moscow with the need to woo Germany away from an incipient Western orientation. Negotiations for a Soviet Germany Murile Treaty, foreshadowed in the agreement of July 29, 1924, 1 at length opened in Moscow on November 15, 1924. Kersen's opening speech from the Soviet side was a major pronouncement on Soviet economic policy. He attacked the inventional Ionichon of a division of labor between industrial and agricultural countries, with the Soviet Union ranged in the second category. After showing that Russian industrial development was in full swing even before the revolution, and that this had strengthened commercial relations between Russia and Germany, he went on. The development of industry at whatever cost is for our country requirement we see conditioned not only by the immense extent of our territory and the size of its population, but by the immediate demand of the peasantry. Its inevitability stands in direct connection with the political achievements of the working class in the October Revolution. The speech ended with a long defense of the monopoly of foreign trade. The Soviet Union, as an economically weak state, was obliged to regard the maintenance of the monopoly not as a technical question of the method of conducting foreign trade relations, but as a major question of principle, in some degree as a question of the existence of the Soviet Union. These were Ibid number 161, December 8, 1925, p. 2413. A CP 62 above, a memorandum from the economic expert of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs of September 11, 1924, urged the importance of not allowing Great Britain to forestall Germany in Soviet markets. Oswardages. AMT 4829/242004-8. 254. Foreign Relations. Point B. Points on which no compromise was possible, and which must form the cornerstone of any treaty. Point 1 on the political issue. Soviet spokesman missed no opportunity of driving home their dissatisfaction with the new turn in German policy towards the West. The official economy newspaper appealed to Germany to overcome the peculiar psychology elaboration which had overtaken German policy in the obtaining of the Das Plan. And Kersen, in an interview in the same newspaper 2 days later, feared that Germany had abandoned her traditional economic attitude towards Russia under pressure of the Hague MO New York of Anglo-American epital. The inclusion of an Anglo-German commercial treaty on December 2, 1924, though long expected, did nothing to allay these fears. On the Soviet side, the same month was full of diplomatic activity designed to counteract growing pressures on Germany from the West. On December 4, 1924, Kopp, formerly Soviet representative in Germany and intimately concerned in the early stages of the secret military agreements 3 Naomi MBER of the Collegium of Narkomindel, suggested to Dr. Franz the need for an understanding about Poland, and hinted that a joint German-Russian pressure could be brought to bear on Poland in the matter of the German-Polish frontiers. He asked for a mutual exchange of views. Proctor Franz in reporting the conversation to Berlin, put in his own plea for an immediate exchange of views with the Soviet Union on the Polish question in a concrete form before the approaching arrival of the new foreign ambassador. For on December 13, 1924, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs authorized the ambassador to enter into confidential discussions with Chicherin, and to inform her that Germany desired to keep in permanent touch with the Soviet Union over Polish affairs. It was left to the ambassador's discretion to add that the name of German and Soviet Poli. Il Kursin, Voprozi Vneshny I Torgofli, 1928, pages 316 to 326. The opening speech from the German side was made by Proctor Franz and Litvinov was also present. Oswardiges AMT, 2860/554°-2. Both speeches were fully reported in Ekonomikeskias November 22, 1924. Tool bid. November 18, 1924. 3C The Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 33, Volume 3, pages 317, 362 to 363. 4 Oswardiges AMT, 4562/154862-5, in a conversation between Proctor Franz and Chicherin on the next day no mention was apparently made of Kopste Marsh, IBID 2860/554605-8. CHXXIX The year of Locarno 255. Must be to push Poland back to her ethnography frontiers. Point 1. Before the ambassador yelled AET on this instruction, less welcome news reached Mosio from Berlin. Maltzahn, a firm advocate of German-Soviet collaboration, who at the time of Rapallo was head of the Eastern Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to NCNA the end of 1922 had been Secretary of State, i.e. Principal Permanent Official, in the ministry, was appointed German ambassador at Washington. Coming at this June tour, the appointment inevitably appeared as a fresh move towards a reorientation of German Poli. Rodek, in an article in Pravda, described Maltzahn's transfer as a Washingtonian canassa, a German surrender to Anglo-American epital and roundly dubbed Karl von Seebert, designated as Maltzahn sui esier, a vulgar Anglophile. Point 3 For Proctor Franz the departure of Maltzahn meant the loss of his principal friend and Ian Fodden in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and sharpened his mistrust of Stresemann and his outspoken hostility to the Western orientation. In the controversies of the year 1925 he was more often in sympathy with the views of the government to which he was edited than with those of the government he represented. The rift we opened at this time between Hearn and Stresemann was one of emphasis and personal preoccupation rather than of principle. Neither denied the necessity for Germany of a foreign policy which took account both of East and of West. But while Stresemann, absorbed in the difficult negotiations with the West, looked with growing impatience on the continuous flow of protests from the East for Proctor Franz, who now regarded the IBID .2860/554636-554,638. In view of Stresemann's subsequent forgetfulness, real or feigned, of this instruction, CP 275 below, it may be significant that it was signed not by Stresemann, but by Maltzahn J. But it can scarcely have been sent without Stresemann's authority. It was sent on the day after the important German note of December 12, 1924, to the Secretary General of the League of Nations, expounding at length Germany's conditions for entry into the League, CP 66, note 1 above. This timing became characteristic of Stresemann's diplomacy. A conciliatory GC, steer to the West was immediately balanced by a corresponding gesture to the East. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 Z3, Volume 3, p. 365. 3 Pravda, December 17, 1924 J. According to G. Hilger, Weir U. and Dieter Kreml. 1955, p. 130, Schubert C. had never made a secret of the fact that he could not bear the Russians. Stresemann's attitude was fairly summed up by a phrase in a memorandum of April 1925, we cannot expose the Rhineland to perpetual vexations in order to PIASE Russia. Stresemann Notglass, 3166/7312/158681. 256, Foreign Relations. Point B. Maintenance of close collaboration between Germany and the Soviet Union as his life work was increasingly irritated by policies which appeared to ignore this essential factor, or to relegate it to a secondary place. It was in these circumstances that Proctor Franz on December 20, 1924, acting on his instructions of a week earlier, assured Chicherin of the desire of the German government to keep in touch with Hearn on the Polish question, referring in particular to his exhaustive conversation with Kopp, who had been the first to raise it. The conversation threw a curious search light on the underlying character of Soviet-German relations at this time. Each side was ready at moments of tension, and in order to impress or influence its partner, to play the Polish card. Point 1 But neither side regarded positive action against Poland as within the realm of practical politics at this time, and neither trusted the other sufficiently to assure binding commitments for the future. Hence any attempt by one of the partners to broach the question always provoked hesitant reactions from the other. On this occasion Chicherin received the German communication with great interest, yet not without a certain nervousness. He complained that, while the Soviet government had proposed a continuous exchange of views on political questions in general, the German government appeared to limit the exchange to the Polish question. When, nevertheless, Proctor Franz, in accordance with his instructions, alluded to the common aim of pushing back Poland to her ethnography frontiers, Chicherin welcomed the hint and described it as of special importance. The conversation ended with a promise by Chicherin to consult higher authorities on the divergences which had come to light, and to resume discussions later. When the report of this conversation reached Berlin, a reply was sent to Proctor Franz on December 29, 1924, which displayed for the origin of this phrase the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 3, p. 364. 2 Oswaldertiges AMT, 4562/154904-6. Nearly 3 years later Proctor Franz reported an interview with Chicherin in which the latter recalled THC. Here are the conversations we took between Berlin and Moscow at the end of 1924 and the beginning of 1925, and had as their purpose an underhanding directed to a pushing back of Poland to her ethnography frontier. IBID 1841/419296. CHXXIX The year of Locarno ZS7. Some eagerness to throw on Kopp the responsibility for having first raised the question, but approved the ambassador's language. In particular, your allusion to our intention, together with Russia, to push back Poland to her ethnographic frontiers, corresponds to our view here. Point 1. Before receiving this comment on the earlier conversation, Proctor Franz had a further meeting with Chicherin during the night of December 25 to 26, 1924. This time, when Proctor Ransaw again referred to Kopp's remarks, Chicharin tartly rejoined that Kopp had spoken as a private person and had exceeded his authority and with the approval of the Politburo. Chicharin now submitted to the ambassador a formal proposal for the conclusion between the two countries of a pact of neutrality, by which each party would bind itself not to enter into any political or economic alliance or agreement with third parties, directed against the other, and to coordinate its action with that of the other in the matter of joining, or sending an observer to, the League of Nations. A neutrality pact, though not in itself a novel conception, acquired in the German context the particular meaning of an agreement with Germany to counteract the German move towards the West. Chicharin added, playing on chronic German fears of a Soviet approach to France, that the Soviet Union would assure an obligation to conclude no agreement with France against Germany provided Germany assumed a corresponding obligation in respect of Great Britain vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. See, we shall do nothing with her at the new French ambassador, he concluded, see if you do nothing with Chamberlain. 3. The delicate state of the incipient German rapprochement with the Western powers made the proposal for a Soviet-German neutrality pact highly embarrassing to Berlin. Stresemann, fully conscious of its nature and purpose, adjourned its further consideration while he elaborated his security proposals for the IBID 2860/554677-9, 4562/154907-9. Too early in 1925 Kopp was appointed Soviet representative in Tokyo, c. p. 878 below, as a former associate of Trotsky, see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, VAL 3, p. 317, though not known to have been implicated in his recent activities, it may have been thought desirable to remove Hearn from Moscow. 3 Oswardages AMT, 4562/15492-1-15493 degree, 156,559, Proctor P. Translator. Referred to. Chicharin's proposals of December 29. The date of his report. On them to Berlin. 25-8, Foreign Relations Point B. West. These were finally recorded in his memorandum to the French government of February 9, 1925. To this it was necessary to await a reply. Stresemann was, in fact, engaged in an astute balancing feat arguing in a private meeting on February 16, 1925, in favor of a continuance of economic negotiations with the Soviet Union. He explained that the fact that the Western powers are still preoccupied by the dangers of a Russo-German political understanding is a political asset of considerable value for Germany. 1 But Stresemann's evasive tactics soon provoked impatience in Moscow. In the latter part of February 1925, Proctor Francois begged his brother in Berlin to call on Schubert and plead for an early answer to the proposals of December 29, but this produced nothing but further explanations and excuses. To fear of the German rapprochement with the West made Soviet politicians more forthcoming. Rykov in a rambling conversation with Proctor Francois on February 24, 1925, spoke of the need for a Soviet-German military alliance. 3. Chicharin, 4 days later, tactfully reminded the ambassador that Russia needs Germany to rebuild her military power, and Germany needs Russia as an arsenal. After covering much old ground, Chicharin started a new era. Soviet policy was, he said, now turning more and more towards Asia. This inevitably meant conflict with Great Britain and, since France would take sides with Britain, Russo-German military cooperation cannot be excluded. 4 A few days later, in his speech at the session of TSIK in Tiflis, Chicharin sounded a warning note. Objective reality has proved that at this moment something has happened, which amounts to an attempt to eradicate a single front against the Soviet Republic. The passage in the speech relating to Germany still breathed a note of optimism. In the final analysis, whatever agreements Germany concludes with the Western powers, German politicians will always. I Oswardages AMT, 2860/554842-5. 2 Ibid 4562/154991-2. The ambassador is unlikely to have been mollified by the receipt from Schubert of 2 memoranda on Germany's attitude to the League of Nations which had been handed to d'Auvergne, Ibid 4562, 154-993-5003. 3 Ibid .4562/155006-9. 4 Ibid 4562/155024-7, for the turn towards Asia, as exemplified in the Soviet-Japanese Treaty of January 20, 1925, CP 625 below. At XXIX the year of Locarno 259. Reonize the need to sow their rear in the East. We may be irritated that, whatever violations may have been apparent in German policy, and there have been, are, and will be violations in the final analysis, Germany will not break with us, will not abandon that policy of friendly relations with us. We has already lasted for some years. 1. Only more the need for German policymakers and strategists to secure their rear by assuring themselves of Soviet support against eventual Polish aggression was invoked as the crowning argument against too exclusive a German involvement with the West. But the speech ended on a grim note by canvassing the possibility that, as a result of some unfavorable circumstances, a united front of imperialist states may all at once again be formed against the Soviet Republic. From this time the argument between Moscow and Berlin proceeded with increasing urgency, and with frequent outbursts of mutual exasperation. On March 10, 1925, Krestinsky pressed Stresemann for an answer to the December proposals of the Soviet government. Stresemann had repeatedly said that German dealings with the West changed nothing in German relations with the Soviet Union. It was difficult to see why they should be an obstacle to negotiations for the proposed Soviet-German peace. Stresemann unconveniently excused the delay on the ground of the death of Ebert, we had heard on February 28, 1925, and promised an early answer. He gave Krestinsky an account of the German memorandum of February 9, which, though still unpublished, had been widely discussed in the European press, and repeated the usual apologia for German policy. 3 days later, Stresemann received from the Secretary General of the League of Nations a long-awaited ANC one favorable reply on the legal obligations which Germany would incur as a member of the League, and this strengthened his hand to deal at length with Moscow. On March 19, 1925, in instructions sent to Proctor Ransaw for communication to the Soviet government, Stresemann, ISSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komiteti, Soziba, 3 Sessia, 192s. Pages 31 to 33. Ibid P60. 3 Oswardages AMT, 4S62/15S014-6, the version in Gustav Stresemann. Vermachnis, 2, 1932, SI2, omits the passages referring to the Soviet proposal for a neutrality peace. Plus Legal 01 Nations, Official Journal, April 1925, p. 490. Foreign Relations PTV. Offered the fullest official exposition yet attempted of the Implications, for the Soviet Union, of Germany's entry into the League. If the Soviet government, argued Stresemann, was really interested in the deepening of German-Russian relations, it must welcome a step which would strengthen Germany's position in European politics. Even under the provisions of Article 16 and 17 of the Covenant, Germany would be able to protect her neutrality by exercising the right of veto. It was true that membership of the League would constitute a barrier to active intervention by Germany against Poland. But a policy of pressing back Poland to her ethnographical frontiers is in any case scarcely practical politics in the foreseeable future. Finally, Germany's position in the League as a member of the Council would enable her to counteract all anti-Russian tendencies. In conclusion, Stresemann proposed that detailed discussions should be held with the Soviet government on the implications for German-Soviet relations of Germany's possible entry into the League. 1. Dr. Francois received these instructions with consternation. They would, he pointed out to Stresemann in a telegram of protest, inevitably be regarded by the Soviet government as an indirect rejection of the Soviet proposals. In a long and argumentative reply, Stresemann insisted on the original instructions. These were carried out in an interview with Litvinov, Chicherin being Sikh, on April 7, 1925, and the substance of the instructions was embodied in a memorandum, subsequently handed to Hearn at his request. After a rehearsal of Stresemann's arguments, the memorandum ended with a proposal for a confidential discussion with the Soviet government of the implications of Germany's membership of the League for Germany's relations with the Soviet Union, followed by the most tentative of suggestions that this discussion might be a first step towards the treaty so much desired by the Soviet government. If the government of the USSR falls in with this line of thought, it would at the same time permit of an approach to the elucidation of the question whether, and in what way, a positive understanding about general political aims would be possible. IOS Wardages AMT, 4S62/ISS068 ISS090. LBID. 4S62/JSSJ4J4, JSSJ46SJ. CHXXIX the year of Locarno. Litvinov's attitude was bitter, but resigned. If Germany entered the League, the Soviet government would 11 not declare war or break off diplomatic relations, and would even remain ready, as before, to re-eve any inerrant proposals of the German government. But, in that event, he 11 saw no possibility of re-evening any positive result in the most important questions, such as the ethnography frontiers of Poland. 1 Stresemann's arguments continued to seem as unconvincing to Dr. Francois as they had seemed to Litvinov. On April 10, 1925, 3 days after the interview with Litvinov, he hastened to Berlin in an attempt to undo the harm Stresemann's policy was owing to Soviet-German relations, penning on the journey a memorandum in which he gave vent to his pessimism at the new turn in German policy. 3 On April 15, 1925, Stresemann tartly re-ordered in his diary that, while he negotiated with Krestinsky in one room, Seebert was negotiating in the next room on similar lines with Dr. Francois. For the negotiations between Stresemann and Krestinsky were pursued in conversations on that day and on April 25, 1925. Krestinsky complained that, while Germany openly took the initiative in negotiations with the West, the design of the Soviet proposals was continually postponed. Stresemann now for the first time admitted the priority of the Western negotiations, excusing the delay in beginning the Soviet designs by the slowness of the Western powers in replying to the German memorandum of February 9, 1925. He repeated that Germany had refused to reunize her present eastern frontiers, or to eat an additional obligation under Article 16, and that the surety was not pointed against Russia, but the inclusion of a surety treaty with Russia before the signature of IBID 4562/155178-81. Chicherin's illness may have been diplomatic. He saw Dr. Francois briefly on the following day, but would add nothing to what Litvinov had said. IBID 4562/155182. The memorandum handed to Litvinov was also communicated to Krestinsky in Berlin, IBID 4562/ISS229-42, and is printed in T-Sheeter, Problemator Apollo Vertrags, 19s6, pages 7-82. Simons, President of the Supreme Court, in his capacity as acting president, in the interval between Ebert's death and Hindenburg's election, wrote to the Chancellor on March 20, 1925, to suggest that Dr. Francois should be recalled to Berlin for a discussion of the consequences of Germany's membership of the League of Nations, IOS Wardages AMT, 1692/397761S, J. It is not C1 here. From the records whether Dr. Francois in fact Carr on instructions or on his own initiative. 3 IBID.4S62/JSS21JJS. 4 Stresemann Noglass, 7129/147779-80. Foreign Relations PTV. The Security Pact would be an act of bad faith vis-a-vis the West, which Germany must avoid. 1. Once Stresemann had come to terms with the West, he could then reinsure himself by some fresh agreement with the East. The present object was simply to keep the Soviet negotiators in play. This policy of procrastination, and the continued absence of the German ambassador from his post, did nothing to make opinion in Moscow any less restive. The bomb explosion in Sofia Cathedral in April 1925 caused a widespread revival of the anti-Soviet campaign in the European press, and later in the month Hindenburg's election as president of the German Reich caused a fresh wave of alarm in Moscow. Zinoviev voiced the fear that this would lead to the creation along the line Germany, France and Poland of a nervous, insecure situation, in which the Entente would do its best to set Hindenburg Germany against the Soviet Union. 3 The obvious disquiet also aroused in Western Europe. The Hindenburg election made a diagnosis of that event at first a little uncertain. But, as the British hand became ever more visible as the directing force behind the negotiations for a security pact, the pact was seen more and more clearly in Soviet imagination as the instrument through which the conservative government in London, in bloc, ably hostile to the Soviet Union, would organize the anti-Soviet front and complete the isolation of the Soviet Union in Europe. The American press had recently published what purported to be a memorandum on the security negotiations submitted by Austin Chamberlain to the British cabinet in February 1925. IOS Wardages AMT, 456Z/155Z03-8, 155ZZ3-9, the version of the first conversation in Gustav Stresemann Vermachnis, 193Z, 2, 513-514, is much abbreviated, and erroneously states that it took place before Dr. Francois' arrival from Moscow. Stresemann's reference to a treaty with Rizai Obaker, since the original Soviet proposal had been for an open pact, but Stresemann had presumably already rejected the idea of a publicity which might have been fatal to the Western negotiations. German Sensitiveness on the point is correctly explained in L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Age Years, 1930, 606. Berlin wanted no repetition of the Rapallo scandal. See pages 396 to 397 below. 3 key Ternats attack Konferencie Rossiyskoy Kommunistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 19Z5, PZZ7. Stalin a few days later thought that, though CE the imperialist groups in the leading country might be able to CE patch up an agreement for a united front against the Soviet Union, there was no reason to suppose that such an agreement would be stable or successful. Stalin, Sakhanovia, 7, 100. CHXXIX the year of Locarno. The memorandum referred to the Russian problem as CE that incessant though shapeless menace, and had gone on to discuss it in the context of European security. Russia is not, therefore, in a sense, a factor of stability. She is, indeed, the most menacing of our uncertainties, and it must be in spite of Russia, perhaps even because of Russia, that a policy of security must be framed. 1. Chicherin in his speech on foreign relations at the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 noted that the Geneva Press is beginning to clamor for the transformation of the League of Nations into some kind of universal alliance against the USSR. And in a later passage he expressed a perhaps genuine uncertainty about British intentions. England's policy consists in officially denying any hostile intentions towards us, yet in fact, wherever we turn, we meet the opposition of English agents. Is the English government trying to get ready to strangle us, or is it on the contrary, trying to isolate us and so strengthen its position in relation to us? Is the English government preparing a new campaign? 1 excerpts were published in Chicago Tribune, March 6, 1925, and the full text in the World, NY, May 10, 1925, in a reply to Ramsay MacDonald in the House of Commons on May 11, Austin Chamberlain refused to make any statement, affirmative or negative, on its authenticity, and added, "It is not in the public interest to give information as to what memoranda are prepared in the Foreign Office for my consideration or use." House 0/Commons. 5th Series, Klxeith, 1454-1456. This was regarded as tantamount to an admission that the memorandum had been written in the Foreign Office, though not by Chamberlain herself. Rumor attributed its authorship to Tyrrell, THC and Assistant Undersecretary, according to H. Nicholson. George V. 1952, p. 405. It was prepared as THC result of a concurrence of all the senior, and some of THC junior, members of the staff of the Foreign Office, summoned by Chamberlain, with a nice economy of truth, denied to Rakowski that such a memorandum had ever gone out from this office, a selection 0/papers dealing with the relations between His Majesty's government and the Soviet government. I-92 I-927. Command 2895, 1927. p. 40. It never seems to have been reprinted in English, but a German translation under the Tide Chamberlain's secret memorandum 0/February 20th. I-925 appeared in Europeisk Gesprach, number 9, 1925, pages 463 to 460, and a Russian translation in Mesdenordnaya Letopis, no 8 to 9, August-September, pages 77 to 80. Stresemann informed the Reichstag that Austin Chamberlain had denied the authenticity of the memorandum, and was ridiculed by Radek in Pravda, November 27, 1925, as an almost innocent virgin. Later he told Krestinsky that Chamberlain had assured her that the memorandum was an invention from beginning to end. Gustav Stress. Manvermachnis 2, 1932, 529. Had this been true, it is inconceivable that Chamberlain should not have denied its authenticity in the House of Commons. Foreign Relations PTV. Against us, or is it trying to create an atmosphere more favorable to itself for negotiations? In the same speech Chicherin reverted to the position of Germany, and predicted that, as soon as Germany sat down with her former enemies in Geneva, they would be strong enough, despite the wish of the German government, to prevent it from continuing its existing friendly relations with the Soviet Union. After the Congress ended, a leading article in Izvestia embroidered the same theme. The logic of things is stronger than any subjective intention, and no doubt can remain that, after her entry into the League of Nations, that is to say, after she has submitted to the orders of the Western imperialist powers, Germany will become, sooner or later, probably sooner, a helpless plaything in the hands of the imperialists. It requires no further explanation to show that Germany's definitive orientation to the West and her entry into the League of Nations can objectively lead only to a worsening of relations between Germany and the Soviet government. 3. Some capital was made in the Comintern press out of an international union against the Third International which held a Congress in Geneva at the end of May 1925, and in which British influence seemed predominant. 4. Nor had Comintern been back ward in furthering Stalin's injunction to communists to use the DAS Plan CE to exploit to the utmost any and every contradiction in the bourgeois camp with the object of disintegrating it and weakening its forces. 5. The KPT, in tune with Moscow, based its propaganda on the theme of the DAS Plan as the instrument of a dual exploitation of Germany by the Western powers and of the German proletariat by world capitalism, and offered the choice London or Moscow. 6. At the session of the party Central Committee in May 1925, Ruth Fisher called Hindenburg I tret ISS to SSSR, 1925, pages 87, 94. Tool bid. p. 83. A few days earlier D'Aubernon had recorded the hope that the entry of Germany into the League of Nations will have a decisive influence on the relations between Moscow and Berlin. D'Aubernon, an ambassador. 01 Piece, 3, 1930, 163. Aziev Gestia, May 24, 1925. International Presse Correspondence, number 114, July 31, 1925, pages 1581. 1583. 5. Stalin, Sakhanovia, 7, 52. 6. R. Fisher, Stalin, and German Communism, Harvard, 1948, p. 391. CHXXIX The year of Locarno 6. S. The candidate of England for the presidency, and the resolution adopted by the committee described the support given by the German bourgeoisie to the Guarantee Pact and to Germany's entry into the League of Nations as CE of British imperialist policy. 1. In this suspicious atmosphere official discussions languished for some weeks, and revived only when Krestinsky, on June 2, 1 foot 925 inches, returned the formal reply of the Soviet government to Proctor Francois's memorandum of April 7.1. Its tone was conciliatory, but stubborn. It recognized the good intentions of the German government, but thought that, if the Western pact came into being, the logic of events would see lead gradually to a complete reorientation towards the West and to a drawing of Germany iota combinations of one or other group of Entente powers against the USSR. If Germany persisted in her plans, the Soviet Union would have to seek other paths, though it had no such intentions or desires at the present time. Point 3. This hint made some impression. On May 29, 1925, the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs drew up a memorandum headed CE Draft Directives for the Conduct of Further Political Discussions with Russia. The CE directives were designed to satisfy Soviet demands without the offense to the Western powers likely to be caused by a political treaty with the Soviet Union. Enter. The new scheme now proposed, the neutrality pact desired by the Soviet government, would be replaced by a preamble to the projected commercial treaty. The preamble was an anodyne document which would bind the parties to CE conduct their mutual relations in the spirit of the Rapallo Treaty and refrain from any measures that might endanger the peace of Europe. For one advantage of this document was that its projected incorporation in a commercial treaty still to be negotiated gave reasonable assurance. I die monarchistus GE/AHRUND die take Victor KPT, 1925, quoted ibid. Pages 427 to 428. A CP 260 above. 3 Oswardages AMT, 4562/155328-4:1, printed in T-Sheeter, Problemtemde. Rapallo Vertrags, 1956, pages 8-87. This line was followed up in a leading article in El Rostia, June 13, 1925, which ended with the whamming that, if GER many fell in with the designs of the West, CE the Soviet Union will have to look after the defense of its own interests in some way other than the strengthening and broadening of its political and economic relations with Germany. 4 Oswardages AMT, 4562/155320-3. The draft, which followed the main lines of the memorandum handed to Litvinov on April 7, 1925, CP 260 above, was several times amended, and finally approved on June 21, 1925, ibid. 4562/155443-7, the final text with Stresemann's signature will be found. 266, Foreign Relations. Point B. Of a prolonged delay. On June 10, 1925, Stresemann told Krestinsky that he had never refused to negotiate with Russia, but repeated that he was not disposed to conclude a treaty with Russia so long as our political situation in the other direction is not cleared up. He did not apparently mention the draft preamble. 1. Nor was this document ready in time for it to be handed to Litvinov, who, passing through Berlin, had a conversation with Stresemann on June 13, 1925. Litvinov professed himself very greatly disturbed by the state of Russo-German relations, and thought that the German attitude to the negotiations for a trade treaty made a very odd impression. He described British foreign policy as completely anti-Russian, and feared that Germany would be drawn into the charmed circle of English policy. But he obtained only an evasive answer to the crucial question whether these negotiations between Germany and Russia were not dependent on a previous agreement on the Western Pact. Z. On June 16, 1925, the French reply to the German memo, random of February 9, 1925, was at length received in Berlin. Its tenor was sufficiently favorable to portend the success of the Western negotiations. Stresemann breathed a sigh of relief, and could now afford to turn to the East. The task of hastening the laggard negotiations for a commercial treaty with its new political preamble devolved on Dr. Franz. After sitting idle for more than 2 months in Berlin, the ambassador was in the worst of moods. He had quarreled with Schubert, he had threatened to tender his resignation to Hindenburg, and he insisted that, if he was to return to Moscow, he should be accompanied by Dirksen, who was in charge of Russian affairs in the Eastern Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and could ibid 4562/155449-56, and is printed in T-Sheeter, Problemator Rapallo Vertrags, 1956, pages 87 to 91. The form of the preamble was evidently suggested by the Soviet Czechoslovak Treaty of June S. 1922, see pages 426 to 427 below. I Oswardages AMT, 4562/155357-9, abbreviated in Gustav Stresemann. Vermachteness 2, 1932, 516, immediately before seeing Krestinsky, Stresemann had received a visit from D'Auvernon, and had told him that, if by our entry into the League of Nations we really hazard our relations with Russia, we must obtain some corresponding compensation, ibid 2, 102. 2 Oswardages AMT, 4562/155374-84, Litvinov, playing the Polish ear in reverse, suggested that, if Germany persisted in her Western Poland might try to get into touch with Russia. At XXIX the year of Locarno, undertake the distasteful task of expounding the official view of the pact to Narkomindel, and of putting fresh life into the lagging negotiations for a commercial treaty. On June 21, 1925, he had a lengthy conversation with Stresemann, who urged her to return to his post without further delay. Dr. Franz still made show of resistance. He described the proposed preamble to the treaty as worthless, and played on Stresemann's fears by pointing out that the Russians with their temperament are capable of allowing themselves to be carried away and to conclude an agreement with Poland which would guarantee the Polish frontiers. He announced that he would start for Moscow in 3 days' time, but would travel by sea for the sake of his health. Stresemann offered Hearn a special saloon coach for the railway journey, and the offer was apparently accepted. 1. Before the end of June, Dr. Franz and Dirksen were in Moscow. At the moment when Dr. Franz was about to leave Berlin, the Soviet government exploded in Moscow a mean which had been long in preparation and was designed as a demonstration of dissatisfaction with the behavior of the German government. In the middle of October 1924, 2 young German students, Wolst and Kinderman by name, arrived in Moscow with the far-fetched and ingenuous intention to visit the remotest parts of the Soviet Union. Hilger, an official of the German embassy in Moscow, on his way back from leaving Germany, met them by accident on the Riga-Moscow train, and gave them a visiting card with his address, inviting them to visit Hearn on their arrival. This they failed to do, and on the night of October 26, 1924, were arrested on a charge of spying. Hilger's visiting card, found on one of them, was treated by the OGPU as prima facie evidence of embassy complicity. 3/8 student named Dietmar, a citizen. IBID 4562/15542732, abbreviated in GULTQFJ Stresemann Vermachteness, 2. 1932, pages 518-519. See the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7 I9 FL3, Volume 3, p. 323. 3. The fullest available account of this incident, with references to the Sources is an article in Journal 0/Intra-European Affairs, XXI, number 2, July 1961. Pages 188 to 199. The main sources are the archives of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs and G. Hilger, where Dieter Kreml, 1955, pages 140 to 147. The latter is to be preferred, where the two conflict, to K. Kinderman, in the Toils. 0/the OGPU, N. Trans, 1933. For Dr. Francois reports on the arrest and on his representations to Narkomindel C. Oswardages AMT, 2860/ 554,653, 554,750, 554,86. 268 Foreign Relations Point B. Of one of the Baltic states, who had joined them in Moscow, and was afterwards suspected of being an agent pro-Aljacatur, was arrested with them. The young man, in spite of official protests, had been in prison and under investigation for more than 3 months when, on February 10, 1925, the trial began in Leipzig. Of several alleged OGPU agents, accused of planning or carrying out murders and other crimes on German soil. The principal accused was Skoblovsky, who had played a leading part in organizing the abortive communist rising of October 1923. Among the charges against him were the murder of a renegade German communist and plots to assassinate Seat and Stins. 1. The trial received extensive publicity in the German press. The evidence implicated the KPD in a campaign of violence and terror, and suggested at any rate occasional collusion between the accused and Soviet officials in Berlin. On April 22, 1925, the trial ended with death sentences on Skoblovsky and on 2 Germans, and lesser sentences on the other defendants. Z. Krestinsky, who before the trial began had warned Stresemann of its disagreeable implications for Soviet-German relations, and urged in vain that it should be kept out of the newspapers. 3. Now begged Stresemann, in his conversation of April 25, 1925, to intervene on behalf of the condemned man Erquist, which was categorically refused. 4. From this moment it was apparent that Walsh and Kinder man had provided the OGPU with a heaven-sent opportunity to stage a counterpart to the Leipzig trial, and could eventually be used as hostages for Skoblovsky. The slowness of the OGPU to act on this realization may perhaps be attributed to general considerations of foreign policy. Neither side at first was anxious to allow the case of these 2 foolish young men to inject a fresh element of the Z-word into Soviet-German relations. It was only when, in the summer of 1925, the extent and irreversibility of I see the interregnum, I-91L3 I-91L4, pages 209, no, note I. For details see International Presse Correspondence number 66, April 24, 1925. P. 892, A. Brandt, Dirchika Prozel, 1925, is an account by one of TB Defense Counsel of irregularities in TB trial. 3 Auswärtiges AMT, 2860/5547835, Chicherin made similar, representa. Dons to Dr. Floransaw, IBID 2860/5548838. For the record of this conversation CP 262, note 1 above, on July 21, 1925, Krestinsky made renewed representations to Stresemann that the death sentence on Skoblovsky should not be carried out. All Auswärtiges AMT, 4562/155,620. CHXXIX the year of Locarno. Stresemann's commitment to the West became gradually dear. That the decision was taken in Moscow to put the young men on public trial. On June 19, 1925, while Stresemann was still wrestling with Dr. Francois in Berlin, the Soviet press published a long and detailed indictment of Walsh and Kinder men, who were now accused not only of espionage, but of mounting a plot to kill Stalin and Trotsky, which neatly matched the charge against Skoblovsky. The indictment specifically alleged that they had enjoyed the help and advice of Hilger. The trial began on June 25, 1925, the day on which Dr. Francois, accompanied by Dirksen, started on his return journey from Berlin. Ulrich was the presiding judge, and Krylenko the prosecutor. 1. Witnesses, including the accused in their confessions, continued to implicate Hilger. When the ambassador reached Moscow, his representations to Chicherin brought these personal attacks on Hilger to an end, but did not suffice to save Walsh and Kinder men who, on July 3, 1925, were found guilty and sentenced to death. The score was now even. The lives of the young men were in no danger, so long as Skoblovsky was not executed, and an exchange could presently be effected. On July 8, 1925, Dr. Francois was informed by Narkomindel that the death sentence on the young men would not be carried out, added that the matter could be settled in a friendly manner between the two governments. See the amount of heat generated on the German side puzzled Moscow, and was interpreted as a political demonstration. Meanwhile, the discussions of the delayed commercial treaty were resumed, side by side with negotiations on a demand from Dr. Francois for a withdrawal of the charges against Hilger and the German embassy. It had long been recognized on the German side that the success of the commercial negotiations depended on the state of political relations between the two countries. 3 On July 1925, Dirksen, in the presence of Dr. Francois, expounded to Chicherin the views of the German government on the proposed commercial treaty and the preamble for the differences of principle on the commercial treaty. Krylenko's speech was published in PRLWDA, July 3, 1925, and is reprinted in N. Krylenko, Sidibny Rishi, I-91T1 I-930, 1931, pages 61 to 98. 2A Ololodages AMT, 4562/1555668-9. 3 Ibid 4829/242047-8. 4 Ibid 4562/1555530-2. Foreign Relations BTV were clearly defined. The German government sought to override the foreign trade monopoly and obtain direct access to Soviet industrial and commercial concerns. No concession was forthcoming on this point. Though the existence of the monopoly made most favored nation provisions of the ordinary kind almost valueless, a great deal of discussion revolved around the assertion of this principle. The Rapallo Treaty had admitted an exception to the principle in favor of Soviet trade with countries which were previously part of the former Russian Empire. This exception was reaffirmed. The Soviet government now claimed an extension of this exemption to Soviet trade with the smaller Asian countries, Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, Xinjiang, and Outer Mongolia. In practice, Soviet trade with these countries was conducted on a totally different basis from Soviet European and overseas trade, escaping almost entirely from the restitution of the monopoly of foreign trade. To this claim was strenuously resisted by the German negotiators. Walrath in a letter to Schlesinger The German negotiator, of Loon 24, 1925, explained that the German government would agree to the exclusion from the application of most favored nation rights of trade with the Baltic states, Persia, Afghanistan, Xinjiang and Outer Mongolia, but not with Poland, Finland, Turkey, or China. 3. Stresemann herself, as the result of a conversation with Krestinsky in Berlin, on June 22, 1925, complained that the Soviet Union wanted to exclude Germany from most favored nation rights in respect of trade with China and others, as if these states belonged to Russia, and B.C. Amy sarcastic over the limited interpretation placed by the Soviet Union on most favored nation treatment. The Soviet negotiators pressed for the extension of extra territorial rights to the premises of the trade delegation in Hamburg, and made demands for credits to facilitate German exports to the Soviet Union. This was an essential condition of an expansion of Soviet-German trade. 5. But it was clear that the real obstacles, a good account of them in general terms is given in L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 583-590. 2 see pages 631-638 below. 3 Oswardages AMT, 4829/242127. IBID 2860/555311-4, Gustav Stresemann Vermatchness, 2, 1932, ISO. S. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 589. In 1923 the German government had advanced half the price of 20 million PUTs of Soviet wheat to be purchased by German importers, the advance to be spent on German CHXXIX the year of Locarno. Were political agreement would be reached on these subsidiary issues, only the political obligations had been over the preamble, as was to be expeded, he continued to give trouble. GR and Port Sorn on its empty platitudes, and ironically suggested to Dirksen that CE it might be used as a preamble to a veterinary agreement. Point 1 in a more formally in versa. With Broth Francois a few days later he hurried aroused the preamble as he insisting of CE vague hints and pretty phrases, more appropriate for an after-dinner toast than for a treaty, and he submitted an alternative draft we was in substantia identiale with the neutrality P proposal of December 1924, and would have been incompatible with Germany's membership of the League of Nations. This he threatened to publish, apparently to the embarrassment of the German delegation. 3 Pravda kept up the heat in a leading article. We declared that CE important circles of the German bourgeoisie are more and more being taken in tow by English imperial policy, and that even German nationalists had become CE mercenaries of English imperialism. In the middle of July, a proposal to break off the negotiations was seriously incited in Berlin. Stresemann, in a memorandum of July 13, 1925, to the Ebinet, explained that it had proved impossible to reach an agreement on the lines laid down in the directives to the German delegation. A proposal to postpone further negotiations till the autumn had immediately encountered CE. The suspicion of the Soviet government, has been raised to the highest point owing to the German negotiations with the West, and postponement would be interpreted as CE an attempt to turn German policy away from Soviet Russia to the West. Goods for the Soviet Union, a few Fajardages AMTSC 6S/3170 OZ, see also the Interregnum. I-9013 I-9014. PZ6. Note 3, a proposal for a similar advance of 100 million marks on the surety of the 19Z4 harvest was desuade said but apparently came to nothing. Forskongen zur Osteuropäischen Geldschick 2, 19 SS, 317. Note 94. Schlesinger, the commercial expert of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wrote to Broth Francois on January ZZ 19Z5 that the erudite negotiations entrusted to me are coming out to be extraordinarily difficult. Proctor J.J. Randflock Knackles 9101/ZZ7171Z. I Oswardigal AMT4S6C/LSS609 is. Z Ibid 456C/LSSS99. IS 5610, the remark about the toast evidently rankled and was reeled by Stresemann in a conversation with Krestinsky on December 5, 19Z5, Gustav St. Telemann Vermatchness 2, 193Z. S3Z 533. 3G Hilger, where you Dieter Kreml, 19 SS. P14s. 4 Pravda. Uli 10. 19Z5. 272. Foreign Relations. Point B. Moreover, the strained condition of German commercial relations with France and Poland also made a German-Soviet agreement highly desirable. The treaty was necessary to Germany, both politically and economically, and concessions on the outstanding issues would have to be made to obtain it. But it was also necessary, without breaking off negotiations, to postpone the signature till agreement had finally been clinched with the West. A struggle ensued in the German cabinet, which discussed the matter on no less than 4 occasions between July 14 and 22, 1925. Finally, on July 28, 1925, Stresemann was able to instruct the impatient Proctor Francois that the German government would ably agree to the extraterritoriality of the whole premises of the Soviet trade delegation in Berlin, provided other outstanding Soviet demands, including one for the extraterritoriality of the trade delegation premises in Hamburg, were dropped. 3. This was evidently regarded as completing the negotiations, and at the end of July 1925 Dirksen returned to Berlin. 4. Meanwhile the stubborn bet between Proctor Francois and Narko Mindel over the case of Wolst and Kinderman had been pursued simultaneously with the commercial negotiations. 5. And ended in an agreement which took the form of a communique. CE from the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. Published in Pravda and Helvestia on August 8, 1925. The communique rehearsed a statement received CE some time ago from the German embassy relating the casual nature of Hilger's relations with the two young men, and added the bare comment that the judgment of the court did not mention Hilger. It concluded by recording that both governments agreed to regard the incident as closed. But this partial concession in Moscow did not remove the text of the memorandum IA in Awardager AMT 2860/SSS443SS. G. Hilger Wehr Dieter Kreml, 19 SS, P180, comment on it as a turning point in German policy. For the directives, CP20 SIXS above. Z. Awardages AMT 4484/0963333S, 0963449S1, S26S, 3169KS. Quotations from the German archives in Zeitschrift Wissenschaft, v. 19S7, no. 3, pages 473 to 474, show that pressure to conclude the agreement came on political grounds from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that other departments were lukewarm or hostile. 3 Oswardages AMT 4484/0963440-4. 4 Ibid.2860/SSSS46. 5. At one point Dr. Franz proposed to break off the commercial negotiations and send a delegation horn, but Theo was vetoed by Streeman. Ibid 4S62/1 SS642, ISS6SS. On this occasion more realism was shown in Berlin than in Moscow. At XXIX the year of Locarno 273. The major difficulty of the Soviet attitude to Germany's negotiations with the West. Soviet objections to these had in no way abetted, and were more and more openly expressed. Litvinov, passing through Berlin on his return from his cure in Western Europe, saw Stresemann again on August 8, 1925. Stresemann once more attempted to defend the preamble, and thought that Chicherin underrated its value as a safeguard against any prejudice which the Soviet Union might fear from Germany's pact with the West. One person, in an interview in Paris, sourly observed that, inasmuch as the negotiations about the pact and the entry of Germany into the League of Nations are clearly designed to isolate the USSR and to set up a bloc of all European states against it, the people and government of the USSR cannot look with sympathy on such efforts to consolidate peace. Point 2. At the end of August 1925 a flutter of alarm was felt in Berlin when 8 high-ranking Soviet military officers passed through the city en route for Paris. The mission was assumed to be the result of negotiations with the French ambassador in Moscow. 3. But it was Litvinov who, back in Moscow and now apparently in charge of the German negotiations, made the next move by suggesting, almost casually, to Dr. Franz on August 26, 1925, that the unfortunate preamble need not be connected with the treaty now being negotiated here, for and Stresemann, who wanted the commercial treaty, provided that he could first make sure of the pact with the West, and did not want the political preamble at O, hastened to fall in with the separation of the two. S. The negotiations with the West were now drawing to their triumphant conclusion. Italy, to the annoyance and disappointment of observers in Moscow, was drawn into the net. 6 on. I'll bid. 4562/155723-7. On the previous day D'Auvergne had confided to his diary the prediction that the proposed security pact would relieve Germany of the danger of being drawn into the hands of Russia. D'Auvergne. In Ambassador 0/BA, 3, 1930, 184. L.E. Temps, August 8, 1925. 3 Oswardages AMT, 9524/671528. 4 bid. 2860/555743-8. According to this report by Dr. Franz of the conversation, Litvinov on his return had taken over the direction of European affairs, and Chicherin of the Far East. There is no other evidence of any such division of functions. A fortnight earlier Dr. Franz had reported that Litvinov had a far stronger influence than Chicherin. This may have been a symptom of Stalin's growing authority. 5 bid. 2860/555732. 6 IZFJFD, September 8, 1925, in a leading article headed CI Italy's complicated maneuvers, deplored Italian participation in the security pact. 274, Foreign Relations. Point B. September 15, 1925, invitations were issued to Great Britain, France, Italy, and Germany, together with Poland and Czechoslovakia, to meet in conference at Locarno on October 5, and it was clear that agreement on the security pact was in sight. The news gave a fillip to the commercial negotiations in Moscow, where the elimination of the preamble had removed the one remaining obstacle. A week later Dr. Franz was able to announce that a positive outcome was in sight, and that both sides were at work on a final text. But this did not prevent the maintenance of a formidable press bombardment against the proposed guarantee treaty. On September 22, 1925, Pravda carried a leading article on the threat 01 of war, which CONC1 used that British actions were objectively nothing less than a systematic and prolonged preparation of war against the USSR. 2 days later, a particularly violent article in Izvestia entitled Facing the Danger 01 in Irrevocable Steps spoke of the two phases of the League, and CONC1 used that any day a situation may arise in which, according to the Constitution of the League of Nations, Germany will be obliged to range herself in a camp hostile to the Soviet Union. On the same day, Chicherin informed the ambassador that he was leaving on the following evening for Warsaw en route for Berlin, where he would spend so many days, and seek medical advice, proceeding thereafter to so many spots in Western Europe by the Soviet charged affair in Berlin relayed the same information to Schubert, with the supplementary remark. One of those remarks which obviously mean the opposite of what they say, that the visit to Warsaw had no kind of volatile significance. Point 2. Though Chicherin's journey was repeatedly referred to as a private one, he departed from Moscow with full ceremonial, the guard of honor and the whole diplomatic corps, attending her at the railway station. 3. Chicherin's 3-day visit to Warsaw was barren of any concrete result. 4. But, in spite of the formal denial in Izvestia 5, I Oswardages AMT, 2860/SSS86S. 2 Ibid 4S62/ISS849SI, ISS8SS6. 3 Ibid .4S62/LSS868. 4 CP 446 below. 5 Izvestia. October 1925. Wrote that the visit was not a demonstration against Germany, it was England which sought to isolate the Soviet Union and to incite its neighbors. It was true that the Soviet Union regarded Great Britain and not Germany as the real enemy, but Chicherin knew that he could make no impression on the former, and hoped to impress the latter. CHXXIX the year of Locarno 275. Everyone recognized its significance as a warning served on Germany that, if she sought new friends in the West, she could no longer count on Soviet support against her principal bugbear in the East. Chicherin reached Berlin from Warsaw on the evening of September 30, 1925, 2 days before the German delegation was due to start for Locarno, and at 10:30 on the same evening, began a conversation with Stresemann which lasted for 4 hours. After his usual tactical opening on the activities of Comintern, Stresemann announced his readiness to proceed at an early date to the conclusion of the commercial agreement in order to counter the talk about a Western orientation. Having thus prepared the ground, Stresemann attempted to refute the charge of concluding an Anglo-German alliance against Russia, and the discussion followed now familiar lines. Chicherin created a diversion by referring to Dr. Franz's proposal of December 1924 for common action to push Poland back to her ethnographical frontiers. Stresemann expressed his astonishment and dismay at such a proposal, which, he said, was totally unknown to Herne, and sent for Schubert who, after a perfunctory search, was equally unable to confirm it. While these inquiries were in progress, Chicherin fell asleep, and on this inconclusive note the conversation appears to have ended. On the following day, October 1925, the German government decided in Simple on acceptance of the proposed commercial treaty, leaving the outstanding details to be settled in Moscow. A communique to this effect was issued with the following concluding paragraph. It is a particularly fortunate coincidence that the decision of the government of the Reich on the conclusion of the treaty could be communicated personally to the People's Commissar, Chicherin, who is in Berlin. 2. The still more fortunate coincidence by which the decision was made public on the eve of the Locarno negotiations was not I.O.S. Wardages AMT 2860/555899-910, much abbreviated in Gustat, Strill. Mansvermatchness, 2, 1932, 523 to 526. Stresemann's forgetfulness seems to have been genuine, but was surprising. The phrase occurred not only in Instructions of December 13, 1924, see pages 254 to 255 above, but in those of March 19, 1925, see pages 259 to 260 above, and according to G. Hilger N.A. Meyer, The Incompatible Allies, NY 1956, p. 154, was a formula in common use. Z. Gustat, Stresemann's Vermatchness, 2, 1932, 526. J. Schlesinger reported to Proctor Francois on October 2, 1925, that the German-Russian trade, foreign relations BTV, mentioned the most important item in the decision, though this, too, was not made public, was the approval of a credit of 100 million marks for the Soviet government to be arranged through the German banks. 1. This concession was the final signal that the German government at last meant business. Meanwhile, nothing was omitted that might do honor to Chicherin and to the government which he represented. He was entertained by the Chancellor on the day after his arrival at a luncheon at which Stresemann, Siecht, and Gessler were also present, 2. And arrangements were made, at his own request, for Hern to be received by Hindenburg. 3. On the evening of October 2, a few hours before the departure of the German delegation for Locarno, Stresemann and Chicherin had yet another meeting. On this occasion Stresemann, obviously embarrassed, was obliged to admit that the phrase about pushing back Poland to her ethnographical frontiers had occurred in the instructions sent to Proctor Francois in December 1924, though he tried to transfer the responsibility for it to Kopp and, in general, to minimize its importance. He was clearly alarmed at the possibility of a public disclosure of such a démarche on the eve of the Locarno conference. Stresemann explained to Chicherin that he could not afford to conclude an agreement which might be suspected of covering great secret military preparations by Germany, and for which we should have to bear a blow across the neck. Nackenschlag, on the western frontier. The rest of the conversation turned mainly on the relation of Germany's entry into the League to Article 16 of the League Covenant. Stresemann explained the difference between de jure exemption from Article 16, which would require an amendment of the Covenant by a majority of League members, and de facto exemption, which would be secured through an authoritative interpretation of the article. He repeated that Germany had no intention of ship had at last CE after a stony voyage of many years reached a CE peaceful haven. Proctor Frank Launaglas, 9 IOI/Z 1.7 I. A note on this question submitted by Stresemann to the Cabinet on October I, 1925, IA in Auswardages AMT 2860/555923. Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, October 2, 1925, F. von Rabenau, Siegt. AUS Einem Leben, I-9 I-936, 1940, p. 420. 3. The request had been made in Moscow in the conversation of September 24, 1925 with Proctor Francois, CP 274, note 2 above. CHXXIX the year of Locarno 277. In the League additionally L at the last moment, by way of ensuring, or demonstrating, that the eastern aspect of German foreign policy would not be lost sight of, Dirksen was included in the German delegation for Locarno. 2. During the whole period of the Locarno negotiations, Chicherin remained in Berlin. On October 2, 1925, he held a general reception for the press and repeated his fears that Great Britain would succeed, through the Surety and the League of Nations, in drawing Germany into anti-Soviet paths. England, he declared, will not let a single opportunity pass without exploiting it to the full for her anti-Soviet purposes. Under this article, Article 161, Germany will fall into a position in which England, aided by Franey, will be able to apply the strongest pressure to Germany, while England will strive to appear as the defender of Germany in relation to Franey. Add to this that England promised Germany great benefits at the expense of Poland, and you have the policy of the Erd and the Whip. 3. On October 6, 1925, he was relieved by Hindenburg. No serious political conversation took place. Chicherin several times emphasized the importance of close relations between the Soviet Union and Germany, and Hindenburg steadily evaded the issue. 4. Chicherin also seized the occasion of his stay in Berlin to visit Th. for an ambassador, and moved the possibility of a visit to Paris during his sojourn in Western Europe. 5. And this project was duly leaked in Diplomatie CIRC-1 as a further hint to the German government. 6. Chicherin remained in Bern until the eve of the return of the German delegation from Locarno before continuing his journey to Wiesbaden. His parting shot was a press interview of October 15, in which, while admitting that a Soviet OB server, J. Auswardages AMT 2860, 555,911-7, the date, here incorrectly given as October I, IA corrected to October 2 in the copy in Schubert's file, IBID 4562/25922. According to L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 606, which doubtless reproduced Chicherin's impression, C.E. Stresemann gave a definite undertaking to Chicherin not to accept Locarno or enter the League without previous modification of Article 16. 1 H. von Dirksen, Moscow, Tokyo, London, N. Trans, 1951, p. 68. This detail is missing from the original German edition of the work. 1 Izvestia, October 4, 1925, a further interview given to the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung on October 4 appeared in Izvestia, October 6, 1925. 4 Auswardages AMT, 4562/25931-4. 5 CP 420 below. 6 H. von Dirksen, Moskau, Tokyo, London, Stuttgart, NT, 1949, p. 70. Vol. 3 pt. IK. Foreign Relations PTV. Might an Irtain Iram Stanis be sent to Geneva, he only more declared CE entry into membership of the League absolutely unacceptable to the USSR. Stresemann in Locarno had meanwhile shown himself not unmindful of relations with his great neighbor on the east. Immediately after his arrival he entered Chicherin's publicity in Berlin by a statement to the press rejeting the implication of a Western orientation in German Poly, and declaring that he had clearly shown by his willingness to include a Merchel Treaty CE Germany's intention to keep the road to Russia open. 2. The decision at Locarno turned on Article 16 of the EOB and during the decisions Austin Chamberlain only more declared openly and categorically that it had never entered the me and of the British government in any way through the P to errata P directed against Russia. 3 Stresemann, fortified perhaps in his resistance to the west by Cheherens protests as well as by opposition at Horn, stood firm against French and British pressure to assure military obligations. The way out was found in the adoption of a phrase from the Defune Geneva Protocol of 1924. The principal powers declared to Germany that a member of the League was under the obligation to cooperate in resisting aggression only to an extent which is incompatible with its military situation and takes its geographical position into a shunt. It was one of the most phrases, indispensable in diplomatic negotiation, into a wide variety of meanings. I'll be read, and would be therefore provided opera text for agree. Meant. The surety P and TB on painting instruments, including TB declaration on TB interpretation of Article 16, were initialed at Locarno on October 16, 1925. TB were formally signed in London on December 1925. On October 12, 1925, verbal negotiations were in progress at Locarno. TB Soviet Germany Merchel Treaty was signed in Moscow by Litvinov and Proctor Francois. Its volatile significance was marked by TB declaration TB Rapallo Treaty, would continue to be regarded as TB foundation for regulating German-Soviet relations. The principal instrument was I for this interview see pages 4 ss-+56 below. 2 Gustav Stresemann Vermachnis, 2, 193a, SA7 SA8. L Stresemann Noglass, 7319/160-080. CHXXIX the year of Locarno 279. General Commercial Agreement, which included a specific acceptance of the Soviet monopoly of foreign trade. The parties declared it to be their aim to restore to the pre-war level the share of both countries in reciprocal imports and exports. The clause on most favored nation treatment excluded from its operation favors granted by the USSR to Persia, Afghanistan, and Mongolia and favors granted by the LSSR to Turkey and China in respect of frontier traffic. The exclusion did not extend to overseas trade with China. The treaty embodied 7 subsidiary agreements, including a consular convention and a convention on legal assistance in civil disputes. A few days before the signature, Sokolnikov announced the terms of the credit granted to the Soviet government by a group of German banks, acting in fact, though not in name, on behalf of the German government. 2 This was a short-term credit repayable in 2 installments in January and February 1926. The rate of interest was 8 per cent. Apart from its political significance, it had the practical advantage of enabling the Soviet Union to make immediate purchases in Germany and pay for them when the grain became available for export. 3 The sum total of these agreements provided for the normalization and expansion of economic relations between the Soviet Union and Germany, and the timing of their signature had an obvious political significance. Commercially and financially, the Soviet Union had the best of the bargain. But this was no compensation for Germany's new political link with the West. The burning political issue of the implications of Locarno for the future of Soviet-German relations was reserved for further negotiation. Notwithstanding the mollifying effects of the Soviet-German commercial treaty, the Locarno treaties were received in the original Russian and Genin texts, with French and English translations, are in League 0/Nations, Treaty Series, Line, 1926, 7-160, the Genin texts, together with the proto-eals of the appeal negotiations, are in Oswordages. AMT, 2860/555927-6087. For the speeches delivered by Litvinov and Broke Francois at a banquet after the signature, and a press interview by Broke Francois, see Pravda, October 13, 1925. The final negotiations in Moscow were evidently intuited in part by Schlesinger, the imperial expert of the Genin Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A memorandum on the question sent by Hearn to Siebert from Moscow on October 7, 1925, is in Oswordages AMT, 4829/242197-201. 3 Izvestia, October 6, 1925, G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955, pp. 181-182. 280 Foreign Relations. B. Soviet Union with an outburst of shrill indignation not unmixed with apprehension. German protestations that the agreed interpretation of Article 16 of the Covenant left Germany free to refuse the passage of French troops across Germany in the event of a Soviet-Polish war, and that the arbitration treaties with Poland and Czechoslovakia did not constitute a renunciation of Germany's territorial claims, went unheeded. Zinoviev announced it as a direct attempt at a break, in immediate preparation for war against the Soviet Union. Great Britain did not dare to start a war alone, but was anxiously trying to build up an anti-Soviet coalition before it was too late. 2. Rodek, in a lengthy essay, constructed round the thesis that the subordination of Germany to the League of Nations is the first step towards the creation of a capitalist trust of powers directed against the Soviet Union. Analyzed with his customary acumen the changes in the relative positions of the leading powers revealed, or brought about, by Locarno. 3 Kamina at a Moscow party meeting in November 1925. CA 11 Ed Locarno, the first attempt at an agreement which will open to English and French capitalism the road to the frontiers of the Soviet Union across Germany. 4 and Zinoviev, address. In the Congress of the Metal Workers Trade Union, described it as a factor that threatens peace. And a mindset beneath our union. 5 A conference of communist parliamentarians of European countries held in Brussels on November 10, 1925, adopted a declaration that the Locarno Treaty was not only a grievous danger for Soviet Russia, but also a new and serious threat to 11 the working masses suffering under capitalist exploitation and oppression. One speaker struck a new note when he called it also a pact against the awakening colonial peoples in Asia. These were the main points of a telegram sent by Schubert to Moscow on October 23, J925, Oswordages AMT 4562/J5598 J4. 2 International Presse Correspondence. No. J45. October 20th. J925. pp. 2J44 2J45. 3 Abid No. J48. October 3J. J925. Pages 2206 to 2208. No. J50. November 3rd. J925. Pages 22J9-222J. No. J52. November 6th. 1925 pages 2279 to 2280, number 153. November 10th, 1925, pages 2293 to 2295, number 154, November 13th. 1925 pages 2310. 2312, no. J56. November 20th. J925, pages 2340 to 2342, no. J57, November 24th. J925, pages 2357 to 2358. The first 5 installments also appeared in Svestia. October 22, 24, 25. 3J, November 5th, J925. Plus International Prel Correspondence, no. J60, December 4th. 1925 P 2402. 5 Pravda, December J, J925, for the speech C Volume J, P35J. CHXXIX the year of Locarno ACI. And Africa. .1 on the eve of the formal signature, IL1F Gestia once. More voiced Soviet fears of the League of Nations as an instrument. In the hands of the great powers. During an international conflict it can force weaker states. To comply with its sovereign will in the interests of a bandit or group of bandits. A. Thalmann, in the debate on Locarno in the German Reichstag. On November 24, 1925, called it an attempt of English imperialism to organize Europe as an English front against Soviet Russia, and maintained that Germany, by her acceptance of it, passes over into the ranks of the enemies of Soviet Russia. 3. These were only the highlights of a campaign which everywhere depicted Great Britain as the prime organizer of a far-flung coalition which threatened the Soviet Union with war and destruction. While, however, Locarno went to swell the mounting tension between the Soviet Union and Great Britain, its effect on Soviet-German relations was problematical, since the Soviet government alternately treated Germany as the principal villain and as a principal victim of the peace. The British charged d'affaires in Moscow. Hodgson did not think that Germany's joining the Pact of Security and entering the League would make any violent difference in Russian-German relations. 4 Superficially, this prediction proved correct. The conclusion of the Locarno treaties was accompanied by the signature of a Soviet-German commercial agreement and the granting of a substantial credit to the Soviet government. It was followed by a development both of Soviet-German trade and of Soviet-German military cooperation. Never were relations between the two countries more actively cultivated than in the 2 years after Locarno. The truth that Germany and the Soviet Union needed each other seemed to have been fully vindicated, and to have triumphed over the passing mutual irritations of the Locarno episode. Yet it was the proceeding of the conference were reported in Interrelation Act DRL.E. Correspondent, no. ISS, November 17, 1935, pages 3338 to 3333, number 156, Nov. Ember 30, 1935, pages 3HS 33 so, number 157, November 34, 1935, pages 3363 to 3367. AI 111F Gestia, November 37, 1925. 3 Verhand Lungeon Reichstags, CCC 138, 1925, 4 SIZ 4 S13, 4521. 4 Diogoman, and Ambassador 0/Peace, 3, 1930, 191. 282 Foreign Relations. B. Also true that after Locarno nothing was quite the same as before. Proctor Francois rather quaintly lamented that the old charm of our relations with Russia has gone. 1 and Dirksen complained that Rapallo had lost its romantic halo. What was missing was the old sense of a common destiny as outcasts from the European community. This was the essence of the CE spirit of Rapallo. Germany may still have needed the Soviet Union as much as ever, but she needed it no longer as an exclusive partner, but as a counterweight to other actual or potential partners, as an insurance against an otherwise too exclusive dependence on the West. Collaboration for all practical purposes might continue and increase, but the underlying motive on the German side had undergone a change of quality, and the perception of this change quickly affected Soviet policy. The Soviet government, for all the practical value which it still attached to German friendship, was increasingly conscious of a certain coldness and hollowness in this friendship, and increasingly eager to seek compensation elsewhere. Unable to break the firm front of British hostility, it turned rather desperately towards France and Poland. While continuing to protest its undying disapproval of the League of Nations, it began to regard the proceedings at Geneva with a more interested and less jaundiced eye. Most of all, perhaps, it intensified the drive, already apparent in Soviet foreign policy before Locarno, to call in the new world of Asia to redress the balance of the old. I.G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955, p. 129. 2 H. von Dirksen, Moscow, Tokyo, London, Stuttgart, NT, 1949, p. 75. Chapter 30. Comintern, the fifth T. The international anxieties which occupied the minds of the Soviet leaders in the first months of 1925 were quickly reflected in the affairs of Comintern. The proceedings of what was known as the Fifth Enlarged Plenum of IKEA, which met in Moscow on March 21, 1925, were dominated by 2 key words, stabilization and Bolshevization. The stabilization was that temporarily achieved by Western capitalism after the revolutionary shocks of the first post-war period had been overcome, though recognition of this was tempered by recognition of a corresponding stabilization of the Soviet regime. The Bolshevization of communist parties had been proclaimed as a goal at the Fifth Congress. It was now repeated with increased emphasis and in a new situation, a somewhat forced attempt being made to link Bolshevization with stabilization. The atmosphere at the Fifth Enlarged IKEA differed widely from that which had surrounded the Fifth Congress of Comintern. In June-July of the previous year, the disappointments suffered by Soviet diplomacy in the last months of 1924 had their counterpart in Comintern. Earlier prognostications notwithstanding, the revolutionary tide was still ebbing in Europe. Sporadic. The first and second sessions of the enlarged IKEA were held in February and June 1922. For this innovation see the Bolshevik Revolution, I9 I7. I923, Volume 3, p. 394, J. The third was in June 1923 and played an important part in German affairs. See the Interregnum, I923 I924, pages 177 to 181, J. The fourth immediately followed the Fifth Congress of Comintern in July 1924. The Fifth Plenum of March-April 1925 was unusually large and important. It mustered 244 delegates, representing 34 countries, of whom 104 had voting rights. Of these 37 were regular members of IKEA, Kommunisticheski Inter. National V. Documentic, 1933, p. 474. Zinoviev described it as having the Character of the Congress, Kiternatsata Konferencija Rossijskoj Com. Munistikiskoj Party, Bolshevikov, 1925, p. 217. From the 6th enlarged plenum of February-March 1926 onwards the numbering, hitherto informal, was officially recognized. Foreign Relations PTV. Peasant risings in the eastern provinces of Poland had led nowhere, and were becoming a source of embarrassment. By the end of the year 1924 was marked by another event, which, though of minor importance in itself, seemed a clear index of the fading prospects of revolution in Europe. Throughout the year the small but aggressive Estonian Communist Party had attracted the attention of the police. In January 1924 mass arrests of communists were reported from Tallinn, the Estonian capital. 2 in August 1924 the authorities unleashed a new attack on the working class with numerous arrests and suppression of party organizations. 3 after this, the authorities apparently decided to bring the communist menace into the open, and on November 10, 1924, staged a mass trial of 149 communists in Tallinn. 4 on November 15, one of the leading defendants, Tom by name, publicly defied and denounced the court. He was summarily executed. The same night, Iki issued a statement denouncing the Estonian hangman, and the delegates to the 6th Soviet Trade Union Congress, then in session in Moscow, rose to honor the memory of the martyred leader. 5. The trial ended on November 27, 1924, with the condemnation of virtually all the accused, and CES of imprisonment ranging from life to 4 years. 6. These stern measures induced a mood of desperation in the party. On December 1924, an armed communist rising occurred in Tallinn, and the insurgents for some hours held key positions in the town. But the army and police remained loyal, and the restoration of order was only a matter of time. Arrests and executions, with or without trial, now began. The blood of the workers is flowing in Estonia, declared Iki on December 1924.7. The usual uncertainty prevails about numbers, but a later estimate of 300 executed and 500 imprisoned aid was probably not exaggerated. The direct responsibility of Comintern, or even ICP 381 below. 2 International Presse Correspondent 8, number 30, March 4, 1924, pages 344 to 345. 3 Ibid No. Is 6, September 26, 1924, p. 1681. 4 Ibid number 148, November 13, 1924, p. 2001. 5 Ibid number 149, November 18, I-924, pages 2002 to 2004, Shistoya Cta Pro. Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1925, p. 391, for a manifesto protesting against the White Terror in Estonia. See Ibid pages 491 to 492. 6 International Presse Correspondence, number 154, November 28, p2 5. 7 Ibid number 162, December 12, 1924, p2 zi2. 8 Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p341. Et. XXX Comintern, the 5th Iki 28-5. Of the Soviet government, for this abortive coup was at once alleged or assumed, but never certainly established. The rising, though doubtless planned in advance in consultation with Moscow, may while have been launched at the fatal moment on local initiative. 1 But, whatever its origin, its message was wholly discouraging. It repeated the lesson already taught by the German and Bulgarian disasters of 1923.2. Another revolutionary coup had been tried and had failed. The ugly word push applied to it by its opponents was in itself a criticism of those in Comintern who supported forward and adventurous policies, and was a powerful leading artile in Izvestia, December 4, 1924, regarded it itself evident that the rising had broken out suddenly and spontaneously, and poured contempt on those who attributed it to incitement from Moscow or Soviet propaganda. A few days later the Soviet Polpred in Stockholm denied, in an interview in the Swedish press, newspaper reports of the complicity of the USSR or of Comintern in the events in Tallinn. Ibid December 16, 1924, no other official disclaimer seems to have issued either from Soviet or from Comintern Sauerries. A postmortem in the Comintern journal concluded that the party made one fundamental mistake: it overestimated the activity of the working masses, and, without speculating on the causes, that it had been compelled to proceed to a premature rising. Communisticheski International, Noai, 38, January 1925, p. 131. A later official Comintern report merely recorded that our party with one mind decided on a rising to overthrow bourgeois domination. Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 341. A confidential memorandum of uncertain but well-informed authorship, evidently written in the winter of 1925 to 1926, and preserved in the Trotsky Archives, T. 857, a note in Trotsky's handwriting attributing it to Radek and dating it before the 6th Congress, LE in 1928, has probably been misplaced, and does not seem to refer to this document at all, reflects genuine bewilderment. We do not know the relation of Iki either to the Bulgarian or to the Estonian events. We do not know, not merely the real relation of Iki to these events, but even its political judgment on them, since Iki refused to make any earlier public appraisal of them. The commonest assumption is that Zinoviev was personally responsible, e.g. the statement in V. Surge. Memoirs d'Un Revolutionnaire, 1951, p. 194, that Zinoviev launched this stupid adventure. Circumstantial stories in G. Bisadovsky, N.A. Putiake. Termidoru, Paris, 1931, I. 152 to 153, and in W. Krivitsky, I was Stalin's agent. 1939, p. 65, agree in blaming Zinoviev, but differ on every other point. It seems more plausible to attribute the attempt to one of those military or terror groups which functioned on the periphery of the party, and whose responsibility in Moscow was to the OGPU rather than to Comintern. For these groups in Germany and Poland see the interregnum, I-9Z3 I-9Z4, pages 209 to 210, 223, note. I. The Bulgarian bomb outrage of April 1925, which was commonly linked with the Estonian rising, was ultimately brought horn to the military organization of the Bulgarian party, CP 397 below. Zinoviev later bracketed our last defeat in Tallinn with our defeat of 1923 in Germany, and our 2 defeats in Bulgaria, i.e. June and September 1923, Shistoy Raswarny Plenum Ispokam Communistikiskogo Inter. Nachinala, 1927, p. 13, for Trotsky summing up CP 292, note 4 below. Z86 Foreign Relations PTV. Plea for a change in the Comintern line. Neither the prediction of an early revolutionary upheaval, nor the demand for a fresh movement to the left in communist parties, which had been heard at the Fifth Congress 6 months earlier, were any longer convincing or appropriate watchwords. It was not surprising that Stalin, always a skeptic about the prospects of revolution in Europe, I should have been the first to subject the optimistic illusions of the summer and autumn of I-924 to a sober reappraisal. In January 1925, at the Moscow Provincial Party Conference, he reviewed the allies of the Soviet power. He rejected in turn as inadequate the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries, which, though CE the most faithful and imper. 10-11Y, was not at present able to render CE direct aid and actual assistance, CE the oppressed peoples of the underdeveloped countries, who, though providing CE the greatest reserve of our revolution, were slow to start, and the peasantry of the capitalist countries, which was CE not as reliable as the proletariat. The remaining CE ally, invisible but the most important of the 11, were the struggles, conflicts and wars among our enemies, the divisions in the capitalist world. 2. The implied moral was that the hostile strength of the capitalist world must be countered by diplomatic maneuvers rather than undermined by the slow processes of revolution. Stalin thus became a pioneer in the recognition of the CE stabilization of capitalism, though he may not at this time have realized how aptly it could be used to reinforce his new doctrine of socialism in one country. In February 1925 he admitted, in an interview with a German communist, that the Dawes Plan CE has already yielded certain results which have led to relative stability in the situation. 3. What was said did not differ in substance from the recognition at the Third Congress of Comintern in 1921 that capitalism had attained a temporary CE equilibrium. 4. But the equilibrium had itself been described as CE unstable, and the admission into the IC volume I, pages 178 to 179. 2. Stalin, Soe Hynania, 7, Z6 Z8, for Stalin's previous speech on the danger of intervention and the need to strengthen the Red Army CP show above. 3 of its 7, 3s, for this interview CP 314 below. 4. Zinoviev later specifically identified the CI stabilization of capitalism, recorded by the Fifth Icky with the equilibrium of 4s, qualified as CI relative and CI very unstable T, which Lenin had diagnosed at the third CHXX Comintern, the Fifth Icky. Vocabulary of Comintern of a stabilization, however partial and temporary, of capitalism made something of a stir, so that the Bolshevik leaders at first hesitated to commit themselves to it. Stalin, in an article published in PRALGTA on the day after the Fifth Icky met, and evidently intended to impress the delegates, avoided the word except in the specific context of currency stabilization. But in substance his pronouncement left lived unsaid. There is no doubt that capitalism has succeeded in extricating itself from the slough of the post-war crisis. The stabilization of the currency in a number of capitalist countries, the growth of world trade and the broadening of production in individual countries, the export and investment of capital, especially Anglo-American capital, in countries of Europe and Asia, all this speaks of successes in the constructive work of capital. There is no doubt also that in the center of Europe, in Germany, the period of revolutionary upsurge has already ended. 1. No insistence in the later paragraphs of the article on the continuing contradictions of capitalism and on the precarious and short-lived prospects of its recovery could remove the impression of this frank admission. The diagnosis of the political situation and the verdict on the democratic illusions of the her period were no less uncompromising. So-called pacifism has faded away without coming to flower and without creating for itself an era, an epoch or a period. 2. Stalin ended with an enumeration of 5 tasks of communist parties, none of which suggested the imminence, or indeed the possibility, of an immediately revolutionary situation. 3. Congress of Comintern in 1921, in 1924 to 1925, when the situation had become far more clearly defined, the formula of equilibrium had led to that of stabilization. 14 SSV Socialismo Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926. Pages 641 to 642. The passage in Lenin's speech of 1921 is in Sakhainania, XXVI. 450. One difficulty about the word stabilization was that the introductory declaration of the Constitution of the USSR, adopted in December 1922, c. The Bolshevik Resolution, I-9 I-7 I-923, Volume 3, p. 398, had cited the instability of the international situation as calling for a common front of Soviet republics. I. Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 52. Lbid. 7, 55. 3 Lbid. 7, 57 to 58. The first 4 tasks were, I. To utilize thoroughly contradictions in the bourgeois camp, 2. To promote a rapprochement OETHC. Working alas of leading countries with the national revolutionary movement of 288 Foreign Relations. Point B. When the session of the Fifth Icky opened, Zinoviev in more rhetorical and slightly less sharp language, offered the same diagnosis. In his brief speech of welcome to the delegates, he ruefully noted that Comintern could claim CE no great successes since the Fifth Congress. 1. His main report was devoted to a circumspect analysis of the situation. He began by referring to the question, much discussed at this time, of the prospective CE route which the revolution would take, but confined himself on this occasion to casting doubt on the long-accepted assumption that it would pass, first of all, through Germany. Zinoviev denounced those CE who believed like fatalists in the stabilization of capitalism, allegedly to the extent of 100%. It was true that CE the bourgeoisie has secured a breathing space, and that the economic situation had improved in the leading capitalist countries. But how unstable this stabilization was, could be shown by the persistence of acute antagonisms within the capitalist world, notably the antagonism between Great Britain and the United States, which rested on profound divergences of interest, and the contradictions between America and Europe were reinforced by contradictions within Europe itself, notably the animosity between Great Britain and France. In spite, therefore, of the absence in some countries of CE and immediately revolutionary situation, it was nonetheless true that CE the general world situation remains objectively revolutionary. The CE democratic pacifist era diagnosed at the Fifth Congress was Dec 1 to be at an end. It had been only CE an episode in the period of imperialist wars and of the preparation of the proletarian revolution. The Social Democrats and Radek were again attacked, though more briefly than at the Fifth Congress in the previous year. Social democracy was once more described as CE a wing of fascism, having CE taken up a petty bourgeois position and become a wing of bourgeoisie democracy. Z. In the debate on Zinoviev's report, delegates of foreign parties were more concerned to demonstrate their loyalty to Comintern than to grasp the nettle of CE stabilization. Only Varga, who may colonies and dependent countries, 3. To promote trade union unity, 4. To promote a rapprochement of the proletariat with the small peasant I for the 5th task CP 302 below. I razwiren plenum ispokam communisticogo internationala, 1925. p6. Ibid pages 33 to 58. Et. Triple X Comintern, the 5th Icky. Would have been the author of the phrase, referred uniompromise. Engly to CE the stabilization of capitalism. But even he also thought that its extent and its durability had been perhaps estimated in some quarters, the relative social stabilization. The bourgeoisie has succeeded in stabilizing its domination. Had not been made ahead by the same degree of economic stabilization. One Zinoviev, in replying to this debate, was Principa Hyen. Yearned to refute those outside the party or the Soviet Union who had read too much into the admission of CE stabilization. These lovers of exaggeration were assured that we in no way renounce our general thesis, to wit, that in 1917 we have entered the era of world revolution, and that not only Germany is not the whole of Europe, but that Europe is not the world. Point 2. The hint that, in the timetable of European revolution, a laggard Germany might be replaced by Great Britain was a heredity of hopes nourished in Mosio at this time. 3. The hint that Asia might owe me to the aid of a faltering Europe was so on to be Ome. Favorite theme of Comintern orators. Zinoviev rather laboriously introduced the argument that the stabilization of capitalism irried with it a corresponding stabilization of the Soviet order, but did not pursue it. For no resolution on stabilization was proposed, and no analysis of world economic prospects offered. The theses on Bolshevization briefly remarked by way of introduction that we in front a phase of more or less delayed development of the world revolution. 5. Any hint that a new diagnosis was being offered, or a fresh turn given to the Comintern line, was firmly avoided. Ibid pages 173 to 184. Varga's authorship of the phrase IA suggested by the earlier remark of Zinoviev, Ibid p37, that the economic improvement in several capitalist countries was not Varga's fault. A footnote appended to this passage explained that Varga in his writings had described the temporary stabilization of capitalism observed in some places. 2. Ibid pages 426 to 427. 3. See pages 72, 130 above. 4. According to the German record, WHH may claim authority, since Zinoviev spoke in German. Zinoviev said, "Wir sind in Stabilisierungs. Seien Sie unsere Stabilisierung, Protokoll der Erweiterten Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1925, p. 336. The Russian translator could apparently make nothing of this cryptic aphorism, and the Russian version runs. Our session is the session of Bolshevization of communist parties. Razwiren plenum ispokam communisticogo internationala, 1925, p. 443. 5. Kommunisticheski International Vita Documentic, 1933, p. 475. For the main part of the theses, see pages 297 to 298 below. Foreign Relations PTV. Whatever the impression fostered at the time, however, the change in attitude marked the session of the 5th enlarged. Icky was real, and was aptly described the word Socialism. Those most intimately concerned in the framing of Comintern policy were most conscious of the change. The fundamental question discussed at the 5th Icky, wrote Manuelski shortly after the session closed, was Socialization, and Zinoviev a year later remarked in retrospect that the word Socialization defined the character of the plenum. Z on a long view this interpretation was correct. The spring of 1925 was a period of intense consciousness and apprehension of the isolation of the Soviet Union in a hostile capitalist world, when capitalism, having survived the 11 revolutionary onslaughts of the first post-war years, was again on the offensive. It was the period of the hearth of the doctrine of socialism in one country and national self-sufficiency, when the Russian present could no longer be treated as primarily dependent on a revolutionary future, which would work salvation not only for Russia, but for 11 mankind. It was the period of the turn to the right in agrarian policy and the attempt to find security in a compromise with the well-to-do peasant, the wager on the Kulak. These moods could not be without influence in Comintern. The 5th enlarged Icky, with its emphasis on the increased stability of the capitalist end of the Soviet world, foreshadowed the more conscious and deliberate retreat from the revolutionary illusions and adventures of the past and a more intense concern for the security and interests of the Soviet Union as the great hallwork of socialism. More specifically, it foreshadowed a rejection of those leftist leaders of foreign communist parties whose authority had been so enthusiastic at 11Y endorsed the 5th Congress in the summer of 1924. The theme of stabilization was taken up afresh at the 14th Russian Party Conference, which met 3 weeks after the end of the Icky plenum. In the enclosed forum of the party conference, it was less important to take account of impressions made on foreign communist parties or on the non-communist. J. Kommunisticheski International, number 4, 41, April 1925, P.S. Tushistoy Razwiren plenum spokam Kommunisticogo Internationala. 1927, p4. Et. Triple X Comintern, the 5th Icky. World, and Stalin and Bukharin had by this time discovered in the stabilization of capitalism, and the corresponding stabilization of the Soviet Union itself, one of the links which would help to forge the chain of socialism in one country. Zinoviev in his report on the proceedings of Icky boldly asserted the prevalence of stabilization. Elements of instability were present in the situation, but the substitution of Chamberlain, Hindenburg, and Bryant for MacDonald, Ebert, and Ario marked at a swing to the right. It was, however, necessary to speak not of one but 0/2 stabiliflations, the capitalist stabilization and the stabilization of the Soviet Union, and, when he came to point the moral in terms of the guidance to be given by Comintern to the international proletariat, Zinoviev spoke with greater frankness than at the session of the enlarged Icky. It is true that it would be considerably easier for everyone of us to speak in high tones, to arouse the masses for the struggle, to summon them to an immediate assault, to battle, and so forth. It is much more difficult to restrain an international organization from unconsidered steps, to curb its revolutionary impetus, and to point out to it the difficulties of the situation. In order to achieve the necessary result, 1. The resolution adopted by the conference declared that the most important themes raised at the Icky plenum had been the questions of the stabiliflation 0/capitalism and of the /other destinies 0/ the USSR in connection with the slowing down 0/ international revolution. It distinguished between a revolutionary situation in general, b an immediately revolutionary situation, and c out-and-out revolution. At the present time, in Europe in general, and in Germany in particular, b did not exist, though a remained intact. This led up to the cautious proclamation of the doctrine of socialism in one country. Some days later Stalin returned, in his speech to the Moscow Party organization on the results of the conference, to the theme of the Ikiternet Latake 07 Iferenci Arali Iko Community Tikiskoi Partij, Vol. J. 1925, pages 235, 240. 2 VKP, B, FJ Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 26-27, for this resolution see volume A. Pages 45-46. 292, Foreign Relations Point B. Temporary stabilization of capitalism. He was careful to balance this by dwelling equally on the CI2 stabilizations. At one pole, capitalism stabilizes itself, fortifying the position which it has attained and developing it further. At the other pole, the Soviet order stabilizes itself, fortifying in its rear the positions which it has won and moving forward on the road to victory. The world had irrevocably CI split into two camps. Point 1 But even in this form the recognition of the stabilization of capitalism still shocked the bolder spirits in the party. At a meeting of the Goes Plan Club on May 25, 1925, speeches were made by Varga, Trotsky, and Radek, all of whom seemed anxious to attenuate the impression created by the party pronouncements on stabilization. L. Varga pointed to the absence of capital accumulation during or since the war, the disappearance of the rentier, the growth of unemployment, and failure to restore production to its pre-war level, as evidence that no lasting basis had been created for stabilization. Trotsky rode his favorite hobby horse of the period, CI the antagonism of American and European production. 3 As well as antagonisms within Europe, the economic position was still deadening in spite of some symptoms of recovery, e.g. currency stabilization, where the Bolsheviks had miscalculated in 1918. 1919 was in their estimate not of the economic, but of the political situation. The CI objective conditions had been ripe for revolution, though the working class failed to find in time a militant leadership. Radek was the most impressed of the three with the degree of stabilization achieved by capitalism, recognizing that the export of American capital to Europe would strengthen European capitalism and give it a breathing space in the struggle. I. Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 91, 95. 2. The speeches were reported in Planovcho Hozyailcho, No. 6, 1925, pp. 153-188, and were reprinted as a pamphlet. E. Varga, L. Trotsky, K. Radek. K. Voprolo 0 Stabilizat Lyumirovyago Hozyailcho, 1925. 3. See pages 469-470 below. In an unpublished memorandum written 3 years later and preserved in the Trotsky archives, Trotsky branded the Estonian Rising and the Bulgarian outrage as outbreaks of despair arising from a false orientation and attempts to force the historical process by the methods of the Putsch, but went on to describe the right course adopted in the spring of 1925 as an attempt at a half-blind, purely empirical, and belated adaptation to the delay in the development of the revolution created by the defeat of 1923, T 3117, pages 106, 112. Ch.XXX Comintern, the 5th 293. Against socialism. But even he argued that the contradictions of capitalism would ultimately be increased by this process. This reassurance did not seem convincing at all. Bukharin, in address in the Komsomol conference in June 1925, assumed that his audience was utterly fed up with the stabilization, and took pains to dissociate it from Hilferding's theory of equilibrium, and the Menshevik theory of a peaceful stage in the development of capitalism. Point 1 Among young communists, stabilization could never be a word to conjure with. Much more could be done with the other current word in the Comintern vocabulary of 1925, Bolshevization. The MAND which had emerged at the 5th Congress in June 1924 for the Bolshevization of the parties was primarily an offshoot of the Trotsky controversy, Bolshevization being treated as the hallmark of opposition to Trotskyism. Z. Bolshevization was the specific form in which Leninism was applied to Comintern and to the foreign parties. Communist parties, as Stalin explained in his article of September 1924, consisted largely of former Soil Democrats who have gone through the old school and young party members who have not yet sufficient revolutionary hardening. But the last 6 months had witnessed a liquidation of social democratic survivals, a CE Bolshevization of party codders, and an CE isolation of opportunist elements, meaning, in particular, Brandler and Suverin, CE the process of the final formation of really Bolshevik parties in the West has begun. All this was associated with the victory of the revolutionary wing of the leading parties, i.e. with the turn to the left registered at the 5th Congress of Comintern. 3. Bolshevization in this sense was the product of an optimistic mood and implied readiness to take advantage of the revolutionary situation which might be expected to arise in the early future. In 1924 it would have been difficult. I. Pravda, June J9, J925. See pages 92-94 above. 3. Statin, Sakhainania, 6, 292-294, 40. Article CP 64 above. The counter-revolutionary influence of Fonner Social Democrats was analyzed by Kamina in a speech of September J924 to the Central Committee of the Somal, in which he also emphasized the association of CE all opportunist ELE. Ments. In foreign parties with the Russian opposition, El Kamina, Stat. Rishi, 11, J929, Jujoy. 294, Foreign Relations Point B. To attach any other meaning to it, or to distinguish it from the policy, first embodied in the 21 conditions of 1920, of welding together all communist parties, on the well-tried and disciplined Russian model, into a single fighting organization schooled for the revolutionary offensive. In January 1925 Zinoviev addressed a much-publicized letter to all the constituent parties of Comintern impressing on them the tragedy of Bolshevization. 2. At first sight it appeared to contain nothing new. Bolshevization in the Russian party was once more identified with the ideological struggle against Trotskyism, for the liquidation of Trotskyism, and a disclaimer of any idea of mechanical transference of the experiences of Russian Bolshevism to the situation of other countries was combined with insistence on the need to learn from those experiences. Appeals for a mass party and a party of militant Bolshevism were likewise familiar. What was new was the urgency of tone, and the context in which the demand for Bolshevization was made. At the beginning of 1925, when any early prospect of an immediately revolutionary situation had disappeared, and when the capitalist powers, under the leadership of Great Britain, had embarked on an offensive which might threaten the security of the Soviet Union. Bolshevization became the expression of different conditions and of a different purpose. It was now declared to be especially necessary at a period when capitalism was showing greater capacity for resistance than had been expected, at a moment of transition from the era of democratic pacifism to an era of raging bourgeois reaction. It was no longer a matter of grooming the parties for an early seizure of power, but rather of closing the ranks to meet an enemy offensive. Moreover, the situation within the parties had changed. Only in Great Britain, where the old leaders had not been evicted, could it plausibly be said that the Fifth Congress had paved the way for a Zinoviev's major article against Trotskyism in November 1924 had concluded with the demand for CE Bolshevization 0/all/0/ the party, c. Volume 2, p. 19. 2. The letter first appeared in International Presse. Correspondence, number 12. January 16, 1925, pages 135 to 137, and in Pracheta, January 18, 19z5, where it was addressed to the enlarged IKI, it appeared an article in Communisti Chesky International, No I, 38, January 1925, pages 1 to 9 under the tide the Bolshevization 0/ the parties 0/ Comintern. Ch.XXX Comintern, the 5th IKI 295. Mass movement to the left. In Germany, France, Poland and Czechoslovakia, the removal of former Social Democrats from positions of leadership in the communist parties had driven a wedge between the parties and the trade unions, and weakened the hold of the parties on the masses. The new untried leaders of the left, installed after the Fifth Congress, were found to have less appeal to the workers than the old and more experienced leaders of the right. 1. Bolshevization in the spring of 1925, considered as an attempt to promote the creation of mass parties, appeared to CA11 for a modification or reversal of the procedures adopted under the same name in the summer of 1924. The fifth enlarged IKI of March 1925 provided Zinoviev with an ample opportunity to expound the slogan in 11 its aspects to a large and representative Comintern audience. The era of democratic pacifism had inspired the belief that other countries might also have their Kerensky stage. This belief Zinoviev dismissed as an illusion, and its rejection should, logically, have implied that the parties would now have to prepare themselves for the direct seizure of power. But this was not the main impraise Zion which emerged from Zinoviev's analysis, with its reiteration of the absence of an immediately revolutionary situation. Zinoviev sought to dispel the impression that Bolshevization was a merely mechanical process. What was required was a genuine Bolshevization of minds, of parties, of the workers' movement. Point 3. In insisting on the need for party discipline, he attempted to forestall criticism by reference to articles of Krabik and Thalheimer, which unfortunately have not so far been published, criticizing current methods of selecting leaders in the parties. Old and experienced leaders were, it was suggested, being set aside because they were not subservient enough to Comintern authority, and replaced by blank sheets entirely receptive to guidance from Moscow. 4. But this revealed nothing about the